I woke up to find myself inside a novel I had read before. In the story, there's an evil supporting character named Su-won, who shares my name. She was the fake daughter in a rich family, and the real daughter, Guyu, had just been brought back. The fake Su-won was being sent back to her poor biological family in the countryside. Before all this, I had criticized the book, joking with my roommate that if I were Su-won, I'd play my cards right and turn the situation around. But now, here I am, in her shoes, with a chance to prove it. The original Su-won didn't want to leave the rich family and begged to stay, but the foster mother firmly rejected her. In her despair, she cried so hard that she fainted and even coughed up blood. When I woke up in her body, I realized I'd been hit by a car back in my modern life and somehow ended up here. As I pieced things together, I remembered the plot. Su-won's real family, the Su family, is poor but has 5 brothers who become powerful figures later in the story. However, because Su-won in the original novel was so hateful and jealous of the true daughter, she alienated her family and met a tragic end. Now, I'm determined not to repeat her mistakes. I have a second chance to change everything. I'll mend my relationships with my brothers and take control of my own destiny. As I made this decision, I noticed that even the gold ring I had been trying on in the jewelry store came with me to this world. It felt like a sign, my starting point for turning things around. When the maid came in to deliver the foster mother's cold message that I had to leave, I didn't argue or beg. I simply agreed and began preparing to go. The maid seemed surprised by my quick change in attitude, but I didn't care. My focus was clear. I have a new life ahead, and I'm going to make the most of it. When I asked the maid for help with my complicated outfit, she reluctantly assisted me, clearly thinking I was useless and wondering how I'd survive in the countryside. I clutched the gold ring that had somehow come with me when I crossed into this world, determined not to let anyone take it. It was mine, not the Gu family's. After getting dressed, I walked out without taking anything else. The maid seemed surprised by my change in attitude, probably thinking I'd finally learned my place. On the way out, I was told my eldest brother from the Su family had come to pick me up. This news filled me with excitement. I remembered from the book that my eldest brother, Su Jing, was described as a refined and talented gentleman. As I left, I caught sight of a girl about my age standing in the courtyard, dressed in a pink outfit, with the Gu family's mother doting on her. I didn't need a closer look to know it was Guyu, the true daughter of the family. She was already stepping into her rightful role, while I, wearing a single plain outfit, left the Gu family behind without a trace. At the gate, I met my brother, Su Jing. He was tall, thin, and dressed in a worn scholar's robe, but he carried himself with dignity. The moment I saw him, I thought, he's just as elegant and kind-hearted as the book described. I smiled warmly and called out, "Big brother." His gentle, startled response made me feel at ease. When a servant offered to arrange a carriage for us, I declined. "Now that I'm just an ordinary person, I don't need such luxuries," I said, eager to show I wasn't the spoiled girl they thought I was. Su Jing hesitated, concerned about the long walk, but I assured him I could handle it. To my relief, he didn't seem annoyed or judgmental. As we walked, I held his hand, humming softly, and felt surprisingly lighthearted. I knew the Gu family had chosen their true daughter, and I was just an unwanted shadow of their past. But instead of dwelling on the bitterness, I decided to look forward. My new family, the Su family, was poor but full of potential. I had 5 talented brothers, and I was determined to win their love and change my fate. Meanwhile, back at the Gu family, the mother was showering Guyu with attention and treating anything I had touched as tainted. The servants gossiped, dismissing me as if I no longer mattered. It stung, but I reminded myself that the Gu family's rejection was their loss. My story was just beginning, and I had every intention of making it a good one. As we left the city and reached the bumpy countryside road, I could feel my dress gathering dust, but it didn't bother me. I was in good spirits, even excited about starting this new chapter with my biological family. When we reached a fork in the road, I hesitated and looked back at my eldest brother, Su Jing. Big brother, I don't know which way to go, I said, sounding a bit like I was asking for help playfully. Su Jing smiled faintly and took my hand, his grip gentle and warm. He led the way, his tall figure radiating a quiet strength. I couldn't help but admire him. His resilience and responsibility were exactly as the book described. Walking beside him, I thought about my past life. Losing my parents young and being treated poorly by my relatives had made my childhood lonely. But now, I was stepping into a family with 5 brothers and parents who shared my blood. It felt warm and reassuring, even though I knew they didn't have feelings for me yet. I resolved to earn their acceptance and become part of the family. By the time we reached the Su family's village, it was dark, and the small lights scattered across the houses looked like stars. After weaving through narrow paths, we arrived at a modest bamboo-fenced courtyard with a simple thatched house. Inside, a large wooden table dominated the small room, clearly meant to accommodate the family's size. The food on the table had gone cold, and the atmosphere seemed tense. As Su Jing called out to our parents, I felt nervous but put on my warmest, most innocent smile. When my grip on Su Jing's hand tightened slightly, he noticed and reassured me gently, "Don't worry, father and mother are kind." His kindness made me feel even more grateful for this new life. When my parents came out, their figures were backlit, making it hard to see their faces clearly, but I greeted them sweetly. "Father, mother." They seemed surprised at my polite tone, having expected me to be distant or cold. My mother quickly stepped forward and took my hand. Her callous grip was rough, but kind. Though the interaction felt a little formal, it was a start. Inside, I finally saw my 4 other brothers sitting around the table. They were all sizing me up, and I did the same, trying to match their faces with the descriptions I remembered from the book. My second brother, Su Mu, stood out with his sharp fox-like eyes and cold demeanor. He was a quiet, logical type. I greeted him carefully, "Second brother." He glanced at me, slightly surprised by how friendly I was. "It's good that you're home," he replied politely. Next, I turned to my third brother, Su Chun, who was tall and strong from years of martial arts training. He had a bright, heroic look and seemed kind but a bit awkward. "Third brother," I said cheerfully. His face turned red, and he stammered, "Why you too?" He was clearly flustered but seemed pleased. Finally, I looked at the youngest brothers, Su Yun and Su Yen, the twins. They looked similar but had opposite personalities. Su Yun, the fourth brother, was fiery and straightforward, but right now, he seemed upset. "Fourth brother?" I called gently, but he avoided looking at me. I could tell he was struggling with a change. He had been closest to Guyu, the girl they thought was their sister before. Despite the mixed reactions, I remained determined. Winning them over wouldn't be easy, but I was willing to put in the effort. This was my family now, and I was ready to make it work. The atmosphere was tense, and I felt even more awkward when my fourth brother, Su Yun, openly ignored me. He refused to respond when I spoke to him, making it clear he didn't accept me. But I didn't let it bother me. If I didn't feel embarrassed, then the awkwardness was on everyone else, not me. Thankfully, my eldest brother, Su Jing, stepped in to mediate. "Su Yun, that's no way to treat your sister," he said firmly. But Su Yun, clearly emotional, got up abruptly, muttered that he couldn't eat, and left the table. His hurt expression didn't escape me, and I sighed internally. Winning over this brother was going to be the hardest. Seeing my discomfort, Su Jing tried to reassure me. "Don't worry, Su Yun will come around," he said gently. I smiled at him, grateful for his support. Then, I turned to my youngest brother, Su Yi, the fifth in the family. "Fifth brother," I greeted cheerfully. He gave me a warm smile and replied, "Wan, little sister." His tone was kind but carried a teasing edge, showing his sharp wit. At least one brother seemed easy to get along with. Dinner was a modest affair, highlighting the family's struggles. There was a small fish, some wild vegetable cakes, boiled sweet potatoes, and a single bowl of rice for me. Everyone else only had thin rice soup. My father apologized for the lack of food, looking almost ashamed in front of me. "Wan, the family is poor. This is all we could prepare. I hope you don't mind. I shook my head quickly and reassured him. I don't mind at all. I took a bite of the fish, smiled brightly, and said, "It's delicious. Everyone should eat too." My enthusiasm seemed to ease some of the tension, and I could see a small sense of relief among them. However, no one else touched the meat dishes. It was clear they were saving them for me, despite the longing looks they couldn't hide. My heart ached seeing this. Father, Mother, you work so hard. You need to eat meat to stay strong. I can't finish this on my own, I said, placing pieces of meat into their bowls. They protested, saying the food was bought especially for me, but I persisted. I even turned to my brothers. Brothers, you should eat too. You need energy to work and study. They hesitated, clearly torn, until Su Jing finally set an example by taking a bite. The others followed, unable to resist the rare treat. As the mood lightened, I got up and took Su Yun's bowl. Adding a few pieces of meat with clean chopsticks, I said, "Fourth brother hasn't eaten yet. Let's save some for him." My action surprised them. I could tell they hadn't expected me to be so thoughtful. Perhaps they had assumed I would be spoiled and demanding like the Gu family. By the end of the meal, I felt a small sense of victory. My efforts to blend in and show that I cared had softened the tension. Winning my brother's trust and affection would take time, but tonight, I had taken the first step. When I told my parents they couldn't leave the table until they ate the meat, they looked uncomfortable. I could see the guilt in their eyes. They'd been cold to me since I arrived, while I was trying to care for them. I didn't hold it against them. It was clear they had deep feelings for Guyu, the girl they had raised, even though she wasn't their biological daughter. My mother, trying to show affection, put some food in my bowl. "Thank you, Mother," I said sweetly. I knew they didn't have much, but I wasn't going to act spoiled. I grabbed a sweet potato to eat, which startled my mother.
"You don't need to eat that."
"We made rice for you," she said, clearly wanting to give me the best. But I insisted. I like sweet potatoes. They're delicious. I knew how hard life was for this family and didn't want to waste anything. Dinner went smoothly, aside from fourth brother Su Yun's earlier outburst. I ate everything on my plate, leaving a good impression, I hoped. Afterward, big brother Su Jing showed me to my room. It was small but cozy, and I had my own bed and cabinet. As the only girl, I even had a room to myself, unlike my brothers, who all shared one. Su Jing offered to fetch hot water for me to wash up. I told him to rest, since he'd been walking with me all day, but he explained he was on a break from the academy for the harvest season. I asked him to show me the kitchen instead, so I could familiarize myself with the house. When we arrived, my mother was boiling water, and the kitchen was smoky. She scolded Big Brother for bringing me there, worried I couldn't handle it, but I assured her, "I'm not a spoiled girl. I'm a farmer now, too." My words seemed to surprise her, but she didn't argue. Just then, fourth brother Su Yun returned, heading straight for the kitchen to find food. He grumbled when he saw Su Jing carrying the hot water for me, accusing me of being spoiled. Su Jing immediately defended me, saying it was normal to take care of their little sister. The argument escalated when Su Yun brought up Guyu, insisting she never got this kind of treatment. Su Jing calmly but firmly reminded him that Guyu was now living a life of luxury and didn't need their help. Later, I learned that the meat Su Yun had just eaten was the portion I'd saved for him. When my mother told him this, he froze mid-bite, clearly caught off guard. It was the first time I saw a hint of change in him. Maybe, just maybe, I was starting to make progress with my most difficult brother. Su Yun couldn't just spit it out now, he was so angry. Later, when Su Jing saw that the four brothers had returned to their rooms, he prepared to have a good talk with them. "Stand up and sit down, I have something to say to you." After all, he was the eldest brother, and he was still very intimidating in front of his brothers. Facing his four younger brothers, he was no longer as gentle as usual, and his face was serious. The eldest brother rarely cared about what they did or said, but whenever he was so serious, he must have something serious to say. The brothers did not dare to slack off, and they all got up from the Kong and sat side by side. The room was not big to begin with, and it seemed very crowded for 5 brothers to live together. Their things were all piled together, and there was no place for 2 more people to step. "Brother, do you want to talk about Suwon?" Sumu had already guessed it. Although he was dull, he had a delicate mind and observed things very carefully. When he heard that it was about Suwon, the 4th brother Suyun was unhappy and pouted. Su Jing nodded, pulled a stool, and sat down. "Old 4, be serious." He looked at Suyun quietly. Suyun felt the oppression and didn't dare to have any bad expression anymore. He sat upright. Su Jing then started to get to the point. "Wonwon has not lived with us since she was a child, so it is normal that we have no feelings for her. However, it is not her fault that she and Yeya exchanged identities. She was a newborn baby at the time and was not the mastermind of this matter. Don't treat her as a sinner, especially you Suyun. As far as I know, she did not provoke you. Although Yeya grew up with us, she is Gu's child after all. We still treat her as a sister, but Wonwon is also our sister and has the same blood as us. I don't ask you to pamper her too much. I just ask you to treat her equally." She and Yeya have just exchanged back. Their lives have changed dramatically, and they need to adapt slowly. Wonwon has never suffered from hardship since she was a child. She grew up in luxury. If she does something wrong, I hope you can tolerate her.
Can you do it?
Su Jing glanced at his 4 younger brothers one by one, hoping to hear a satisfactory answer. "Brother, I understand what you said." Su Mayan expressed his attitude concisely. He couldn't be intimate with Suwon now, but he didn't hate her. "I think Suwon is pretty good. She doesn't have the temper of a spoiled young lady. I have no problem with her. After all, she is my biological sister. Su Chun is a very simple person. He doesn't have so many twists and turns. If he likes her, he likes her. If he doesn't like her, he doesn't like her. Even if he doesn't like her, he won't hurt her. What's more, she is his own sister. Sister Wonwon is well-educated and well-mannered. Madame Gu taught her very well." Su Yi smiled very gently with curved eyes. He is the one that Su Jing is least worried about. Su Yun, the older twin brother, glared at Su Yi when he heard this, thinking that this traitor had forgotten what Yeya said that day. Su Yi gave him a harmless smile. Seeing his resistant expression, Su Jing frowned unhappily. "Su Yun, what about you?" "I don't reject Suwon's return, but I can't shake Yea's position in my heart," Su Yun said very firmly. Later, he realized how painful it was to be slapped in the face. Su Jing was helpless. He knew his 4th brother's temper and didn't ask him to change his attitude all of a sudden. He looked like a bad-tempered person, but in fact, he was the easiest to break. Everyone who was familiar with him knew it. "Okay, go to bed early. We have to get up early to work tomorrow morning. The rice harvest at home hasn't started yet." During this period, they were busy with Suwon and Guyu's affairs. Other families in the village have already harvested the rice. The lights in the 2 rooms of the Su family yard were turned off early. Everyone in the family was very frugal. After all, kerosene also had to be bought with money. Except for Suwon's room, which was still lit with a dim oil lamp, she had just come to this world and was not used to everything. The hard Kong had been covered with a quilt for a long time, and there was still the smell of Guyu on it. She carefully sorted out her memories and the plot in the book. She must get the recognition of the Su family. At least if the heroine doesn't like her in the future, there will be someone to speak for her, right? She was half asleep and half awake all night. She woke up as soon as the rooster crowed the next morning. It was dawn outside. Su's father and mother had already gotten up and started to make a fire to cook breakfast. The Su family eats very simply. In the morning, they eat cornmeal pancakes. The cornmeal is ground very coarsely, so the pancakes are also very coarse. They scoop a handful of rice to cook porridge and heat up the leftover sweet potatoes from last night. Considering Suwon, she needed a little white flour and made a few white flour buns. There were no chickens in the family, and they couldn't even take out eggs. After all, there was not enough food for the family, so where would there be extra food to feed the chickens? Usually, they were reluctant to eat pure white flour buns and only had 2 grain buns, which were made of a small amount of white flour mixed with cornmeal. When Soo-won opened the kitchen door, Sue's mother thought it was her son, who got up. She said without even looking at him, "Mom is cooking this morning. You study hard every day. Why do you get up so early?" Sue's mother thought it was her eldest son. It wasn't until Soo-won sat at the door of the stove that she realized it.
Won?
She looked shocked. She obviously didn't expect it to be Soo-won. She was a young lady who didn't do housework on weekdays. At this moment, she was wearing the patched linen clothes left by Guyu. Her shoes were also Guyu's. The size was just right. Her hair was braided into a whole pigtail hanging on her chest, simple but playful. Last night she was still wearing a beautiful skirt, and her hair was also very delicate. If it weren't for her fair and delicate skin, she would be no different from an ordinary rural girl. "Why are you so surprised, mother?" Soo-won looked at her with a smile. Sue's mother was stunned by her own daughter's smile, and it took a moment to react. "No, Won got up so early. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" "I got up because I couldn't sleep." Soo-won picked up the fire tongs on the ground and moved the already burned firewood inside with skillful movements. "Your father can take care of the fire. You go and take a rest. You probably aren't used to the country life, so you can't sleep." Sue's mother subconsciously felt that Soo-won's delicate little hands were not suitable for this kind of work. Besides, she usually lived a life of luxury, and her quilts were all made of silk. It was understandable that she couldn't get used to sleeping on the earthen kong at home. Sue's mother tried to grab the fire tongs, but Soo-won dodged them. She felt that Sue's mother was too sensitive and too cautious. The more she acted like this, the more unfamiliar she seemed. She was more like a guest than her daughter. "It's just a fire. Don't underestimate me." Sue's father had just returned from the toilet. When he entered the kitchen and saw Soo-won, he was stunned for a moment. He stammered and couldn't speak. Soo-won took the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, Daddy." She showed what she thought was the sweetest smile. An old father would not be able to refuse a smile like that from his daughter. Indeed, Father Soo, a grown man, has been in the village for a long time, but he has never seen such a pretty girl. Although Guyu is also good-looking, she is not as stunning as Soo-won. In comparison, Guyu is at most a beautiful girl from a small family, pretty and lovely. Especially since this little girl is his own daughter, calling him daddy in a soft voice, he suddenly feels very proud and enjoys himself. Who in the village has such a well-behaved and sweet daughter? "Hey, Won, get up, go wash up, Dad will watch the fire." Being a father is not so unfamiliar. Soo-won feels much better. Father Soo sees that she is so down to earth and thinks she is a good girl. Mother Soo gave her a basin of hot water and a clean towel to wash her face. Soo-won carried water to wash in the yard. There was a big vat in the yard. He scooped cold water to mix it. The door to the west suddenly opened. Soo-jin got up. He changed into a gray short shirt with pudding. Without a robe, he was less elegant and more simple. Soo-jin saw the girl washing her face in the yard at a glance. The handkerchief was still steaming and completely covered her face. For a moment, he thought it was Guyu who came back, but Soo-won was taller than Guyu. "Brother." Soo-won called him from the center of the yard, with curved eyebrows and deep dimples. Soo-jin couldn't help but smile when he saw this smile.
Yeah.
Soo-jin looked at her from head to toe, and Soo-won also looked down at herself. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Don't I look good?" "It looks good, very suitable." She looks good in anything, but what he meant by suitable is the right size. Of course, the brighter the Soo-won dresses, the more stunning she looks. "Did you sleep well last night?" The brother and sister talked in the yard. "Very good." One after another, the other brothers of the Soo family also got up, all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to go to work after dinner. Soo-won greeted them one by one, and they all responded, but their attitudes were not very intimate. Soo-yi said a few more words. Sister Won got up so early, so diligent. Fifth brother got up early too. The second brother, the third brother, and the fifth brother were all quite surprised to see her changes. They didn't expect that she would still like the old clothes left by Guyu. Soo-yun was the last one to come out of the room. He was also stunned when he saw Su-won because those were Guyu's clothes. As a result, Su-won turned around to greet him, and his smiling face immediately fell. Fourth brother, why are you wearing Yea's clothes? He questioned as soon as he opened his mouth, and Su's father and mother came out from the kitchen. Su's father severely reprimanded Su-yun. Yun, how do you talk to your sister? Hurry up and apologize to Wanwan. I just asked her why she wore Yea's clothes.
I didn't say anything.
Su-yun was really overbearing. Su-won came back empty-handed yesterday. Didn't he notice? But his tone was indeed a bit bad. Wanwan didn't bring anything back. If she doesn't wear Yea's clothes, whose clothes should she wear? Su Jing said with a gloomy face. Su-won came back yesterday and wore the clothes she was wearing. She took off all the hairpins and jewelry on her head and didn't ask for anything from the Gu family. Su-won was still smiling, not angry at all, but she had already started to think in her mind. Fourth brother, what does Miss Gu want? Hairpins, jewelry, silks, satins, delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Everything is available. The Gu family is the richest family in Qinghe County. When she returns to the Gu family, she can just say she doesn't want the things I have used, but I can't. If I don't pick up her clothes to wear, how can fourth brother let me go out and meet people? She was telling Su-yun the difference between him and Guyu now. Guyu has everything she needs now, and he doesn't need to worry about her food and accommodation. Besides, even if these clothes continue to stay, she won't like them. Anyway, it's just to provoke him. Guyu will never return to the Su family again. She will return to this courtyard, but she will not return to the Su family to continue to be Su-yu. Wake up as soon as possible. You are talking nonsense. What she is most worried about are us brothers. Su-yun disagreed when she heard that Guyu would not come back and immediately retorted, his eyes red with grievance. Of course she'll come back, but her surname will always be Gu, not Su. I really envy Miss Gu. Even if she goes back, there are so many people who will miss her. Unlike me, after Mrs. Gu knew that I was not her biological daughter, she wanted to send me away immediately. Su-won began to talk in a teasing manner. It is very effective to make people feel distressed appropriately. Sure enough, the tone of green tea is very pitiful. Look, everyone in the yard is paying attention to the last sentence. Wanwan, your fourth brother can't speak. Don't argue with him. Su Jing saw that Su-won was in a bad mood, so he hurried to comfort her. But Su-won continued, Mrs. Gu said that I have occupied Miss Gu's life for more than 10 years, and I should feel content. She also told me not to hang around Miss Gu, so as not to make her sad. She said that when she saw me, she would think of her Yaya who had lived a hard life in the countryside for so long, and she would feel unbalanced. Su-won acted very sad. She was not lying. Madame Gu had said all these words, especially after she saw with her own eyes the environment in which Guyu grew up. She blamed herself for discovering it too late and letting her own daughter continue to wander outside. The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt, and she even disliked the original owner. And the original owner was also hurt so much by these words one after another that she couldn't hold it back and got so angry that she died. Everyone was silent at this time. On the surface, she was the beneficiary of the good life she had lived for more than 10 years, but in comparison, she was more aggrieved than Guyu. It was obviously someone else's fault for the identity swap, which made her like a sinner. Both sides disliked her and didn't like her. She was obviously a victim, so why did everyone dislike her? Seeing this, Su-won continued to strike while the iron was hot. If I hadn't been swapped, maybe I could have such a good relationship with my parents and brothers. Her aggrieved tone made Su's father, mother, and several brothers feel sad, and Su-yun suddenly felt guilty. Everyone looked at Su-won, and Su-won tried hard to raise a smile, which was bitter and helpless, making people feel even more distressed. In the end, it was Su's father who took the initiative to speak. Yaya has returned to the Gu family. She will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. You don't need to worry. Her parents will love her very much. Now Wanwan has also returned to our Su family. She is the only daughter in our family. Except for us family members, no one will support her. I hope you can take good care of Wanwan when your mother and I are not at home. Sue's father and mother were under great pressure to raise 6 children, so they both worked outside. Sue's father was a miner in a coal mine, and Sue's mother was a cook in the coal mine. The couple worked in one place to support the family. Because the children had to go to school, the couple worked for a wealthy family in the county in their early years. Later, after their daughter was born, they returned to the countryside. During this period, Sue's father had been doing hard labor outside. He was originally a handsome young man, but he was forced to become a rough man by life. Sue's father's dark skin did not show the handsomeness of his youth. Over the years, the children studied and got sick from time to time, which cost money, so they owed a lot of money. Less foreign debt. The same is true for Sue's mother. When she was young, she was a great beauty. Many landlords wanted to marry her as a concubine, but she chose love. Now she is weathered and her hands are full of calluses. Because she has been working in the kitchen for a long time and has been in the smoke and fire, she is only 40 years old now, but she looks like an old woman in her 50s, with wrinkles all over her face. Now we are just waiting for Su Jing to have a good future. If he passes the exam, even if he is a Jiren or a Jinsher in the top 30, the family's life will be much better. Usually, Su Yun cooks at home. He is very talented in cooking, has many ideas, and dares to try boldly, so he has great attainments in cooking. Dad, Mom, don't worry, as the eldest brother, I will treat Wanwan well. Third brother, your second brother and I are in the county on weekdays. You are the eldest in the family. You must treat Wanwan well. Su Chen, who was suddenly given an important task, felt that he became very important at this moment, and then nodded solemnly. Brother, I understand. Su Jing had to go out to study and would only come back once or twice a month. Su Mu worked in the county clinic and came back every 7 days. He was paid 200 coins a month, which was 2 taels of silver. Because he was an apprentice, his monthly salary was not high. He had only been away for a year, and the money he earned every month was used to subsidize the family. There were only the 3rd, 4th, and 5th children at home. The 3 of them had to take care of the house and the family's farmland. They studied from the age of 6 to 14 and had no problem with literacy and arithmetic. They were not interested in imperial examinations, and it would be too much pressure on their parents to continue studying. Suyin was silent for a long time. He suddenly didn't dare to look at Su Wan, his face flushed. Although you look pitiful, yeah, I still treat her as my sister, and that won't change. Humph. Su Yun threw down a sentence and went into the kitchen arrogantly, but his tone was much softer than before. Su Yi kept smiling, and Su Wan was wondering, would he get laugh lines if he smiled like that all day? Sister Wanwan, why are you looking at me like that? He narrowed his eyes with a smile. Of course it's because 5th brother is handsome. Su Yi was only 15 years old, and his face was still childish, but he was really handsome. Su Wan knew from reading the original book that he was the most gentle and thoughtful of the 5 brothers. Many things could not escape his eyes. He knew everything and could always ask questions directly, making it impossible for people to refute, but he was also very sensible. One could only sigh that those with squinting eyes were monsters. Sister Wanwan is really good at talking. Su Wan was the only one who had white flour buns for breakfast. There were only 4 in the basket, and Su Wan divided them into 8 portions, just enough for each person. Before they could refuse, Su Wan said in advance, a family should learn to share, and everyone should eat delicious food together. She, who was used to a life of luxury, was actually willing to eat sweet potatoes and wild vegetable cakes with them, and she did so with relish. It might be because she had eaten too many delicacies from land and sea, and they found them fresh, but she might get tired of them after a while. After the meal, Sue's father and mother had to go back to the mine to work. The family did not have enough food for the whole year, and basically they had to spend money to buy rice, noodles, and oil. Every year when the children grew taller, they had to buy cloth to make new shoes, and the sons had to save money to marry wives. It was really tight. Wanwan, your father and I are going out for a while, and will not be back to see you until the end of the month. You stay at home and listen to your brothers, and wait for your mother to come back and buy you delicious food. They always say this to Guyu before going out, and now they say the same to Suwon. This habit cannot be changed.
Suwon nodded obediently.
After Su's father and mother left, the 5 brothers had to go to the fields to work. After harvesting 2 acres of rice, they had to thresh the rice and then dry the threshed rice for a few days before husking it together. They each took a sickle, and Suwon certainly couldn't be a lazy ghost. When she came back, she had to work and be down to earth, so as to make a deeper impression on her brothers. Do you have any more sickles? I will go to harvest rice with my brothers. Facing Suwon's question, the 5 brothers looked at her at the same time, and they didn't quite believe that she could work in the fields. Won, there are only 5 of us to harvest the rice. The weather is too hot, you just rest at home. Even Su Jing didn't quite believe that she could harvest rice. She was not even as tall as the rice. Suwon didn't know what he was thinking. If she knew, she would probably be very dissatisfied. How could it be so exaggerated? She was still much taller than the rice. It's just that in the Su family, there is no reason to let sisters go to the fields to work. Don't go and make trouble for us. If you stay there, you can't stand it and you'll have to come back yelling. If you get heat stroke and faint again, the family won't have the spare money to hire a doctor for you.
Suyun pouted.
He still disliked Suwon a little and felt that she would only make things worse. 4th brother, do you look down on people? Suwon pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. She looked so cute. It's not that I look down on you. You are the only girl in the family. How can the 5 of us brothers be a decoration? Is it your turn to go to the fields? Even Yaya has never gone to the fields before her. Su-yun was telling the truth. Sister Won, your skin is delicate, so don't get tanned or sunburned. When our parents come back, they will probably blame us brothers for not taking good care of you. It was Su-yi who spoke, and Suwon didn't know how to refute. In the end, Suwon was left at home. The sun in September was very scorching. Working under such a sun, the wheat ears stuck to her body, making her feel itchy and red all over. It was very uncomfortable. Since her brothers insisted on not letting her go to the fields to work, she would cook at home and clean up the place at the same time. Anyway, she had to let them know that she was not a delicate lady. After walking around the house, she found a large clump of wild licorice growing behind the Su family's yard, also called rock sugar grass. Because its roots were very sweet, it tasted sweet licorice when boiled in water. The weather is hot, and people are working under the sun. Drinking some sweet water to replenish sugar can prevent heat stroke. There is a well in the village, and everyone draws water there. The book says that Guyu always misses the sweet and cool well water every time she returns to the countryside. After boiling, take it to the well to calm it, and then send it to the brothers to quench their thirst. Boil the licorice water over high heat for 10 minutes. The color of the water is like light tea. Although it tastes very strong of grass roots, it is sweet enough. Find a clean small water jar to fill it, then close the door of the fence and go to find a well. She is unfamiliar with the place, and she doesn't know which way to go when she goes out, but she heard the sound of spring water on the way back with Su Jing last night, so Suwon went to the right with the jar. They came back along the path on the right last night. Suwon had a good memory and could still find the path they took last night. The Su family's yard was at the innermost part of the village, built at the foot of a mountain. There were not many neighbors around. In front of the house was a large vegetable field. It was originally barren, but was later reclaimed by the villagers to grow vegetables. No one knew which field belonged to their family. There was a large ridge above the vegetable field. Crossing the ridge to the opposite side, the houses here began to gather together, side by side. Almost all of them had the same yard as the Su family, but some were bigger, some were smaller, and there were very few blue brick and tile houses. At this time, most people had gone to work in the fields. There was only one person in the village. Groups of children were chasing each other and playing. Those over 8 years old had gone to work. The most common sounds were the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. The poplar trees on the roadside were filled with the chirping of cicadas. In the distance were endless green mountains, some high, some low, verdant and verdant. This is the most primitive pastoral scenery, fresh air, the fragrance of the earth. As soon as she arrived here, there were many winding paths, crisscrossing each other. Suwon couldn't find the direction. She had overestimated herself. A shepherd boy of 7 or 8 years old came toward her. He was driving 7 or 8 sheep and preparing to go up the mountain. He was holding a long whip made of straw in his hand. The sheep were calling as they walked, and they also pulled small brown sugar pearls along the way. Suwon stopped him and prepared to ask for directions. "Little boy, where's the well in our village?" It was the first time for the shepherd boy to see such a fair-skinned girl. She looked so pretty when she smiled, and her voice was so soft when she spoke to him, which made his ears a little red. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at her, then pointed in a direction. "Go straight along this road, and you'll be there after turning a corner." "Thank you." After getting the answer, Suwon continued to walk away holding her water jar. The boy looked at her back and thought to himself, when did such a beautiful girl appear in the village? How come he never knew about it? There is a big tree next to the well. The trunk with lush branches and leaves just covers the well below. There is a gurgling spring water gushing out from the cracks in the rocks. The villagers have dug a square puddle here. The whole village comes here to fetch water to drink. Everyone cherishes this spring water and never throws garbage into it. If you want to wash clothes and vegetables, there is a river not far away. Several elderly people are sitting under the tree to enjoy the cool. Everyone in the family has gone to work, so these old people gather here to gossip. Suwon walked over uncomfortably, facing the gazes of everyone, and some people have already started whispering and pointing.
See?
This is the biological daughter of the Su family. She has been a rich lady in Mr. Gu's family for more than 10 years. Then, isn't Suyu a lady in the Gu family now? Of course not. She is the biological daughter. Madame Gu rushed to the Su family to pick her up the other day. She looked down on their family and said that they were poor. Now you can't call her Suyu, you have to call her Miss Gu. You look down on country people just because you have a few bucks. But the Su family was poor to begin with. They gave birth to so many sons and sent them all to school. Don't you think this is asking for trouble? Other families can't give birth to sons no matter how hard they try, but Su Yang is different. She is sure to have one son in her life. When she first married into the Su family, she was so skinny that she didn't have any flesh on her body. She didn't look like someone who could give birth to a son. But look at the result. These old women were so sour in their words. But it is true that Su's mother gave birth to 5 sons, and she is a legendary figure in the village. Many people who can't give birth to sons are so envious. When Suwon approached, they stretched their necks to look at her. Suwon raised her face awkwardly with a smile. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this little one looks much better than Suyu. I said at that time that Suyu didn't look like a biological child. That nose, eyes, eyebrows, none of them look like Su family members. Look, I was right, this one looks like a biological child. That's right. I don't know what good deeds the Su family has done. The babies they gave birth to are more handsome than each other. The key is that these children in their family are all hardworking. Oh, let's not talk about it. Now her surname is Gu. Why is she still called Suyu?" They were whispering there without avoiding Suwon at all. Suwon put the water jar in the corner of the small pit. There was a deep pit on it. This was a shallow pit, just covering the jar, leaving only the top opening. The water was very cool, and it was very comfortable to put your hand in the water. At this time, someone took the initiative to talk to her. "Girl, are you the biological daughter that Su Qingshan just brought back?" "Yes, Grandma." Suwon turned to look at the old woman who came over and squatted next to her. She looked like a gossiper. "Oh, this little girl is so pretty. Which girl in this village has such a good appearance? When you smile, it's like eating honey. The children raised by rich families are so delicate. Look at her tender hands, so lovable." She took Suwon's hand and looked at it and touched it. There were countless wrinkles on her face. Suwon pulled her hand out of her hand, still smiling awkwardly. "What's your name?" At this time, several aunties came over and surrounded Suwon, and she was deeply in the center of gossip.
Suwon.
"It's so nice, Suwon. Your family is really good at naming, much better than those flowers and plants in our village." The aunt smiled and nodded, savoring it carefully. The family is literate. Of course they know how to give names. Su family girl. What's in your jar? Why did you bring it here? To keep it as a balance. Everyone's attention was on the small jar that Su-won brought. My brothers are out working. It's hot, so I'll give them some cold tea to keep them as a balance.
Su-won answered honestly.
You are such a thoughtful girl, much more diligent than that lazy girl Su-yu. You care about your brothers as soon as you come back. Su Ching-shan is so lucky. Several aunties, grandmas, and grandmothers took turns praising her like nothing. There were also a few old men sitting under the tree. They didn't like gossip, but they were grinning. Su-won stood up and left quickly. Grandpas and grandmas, I'm going back first. She squeezed out of the crowd, then quickened her pace to go home. Those eyes followed her until she disappeared, and then they started to whisper to each other in their own places. Do you think that Guyu is a conscientious person? Now that she has become a phoenix, does she know how to help her parents? She should. The good days of the old Su family are coming. Any money the Gu family gives out is enough for them to have no worries about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Besides, Su-won has been in love with Madame Gu for more than 10 years. It's impossible that she brought nothing back to her, right? I don't know. I went to watch the fun that day. Madame Gu looked down on the Su family in her words and deeds. She said that they should not rely on their relationship with her daughter to get benefits from the Gu family. She said that no one owed anyone anything, and they should not have any contact in the future, for fear of having such poor relatives. And look at Su-won's dress. Doesn't it look like he brought money back? I'm afraid he was kicked out by Madame Gu. An old lady pointed out these details incisively. When the others heard this, they kept clicking their tongues and secretly cursed Madame Gu for being heartless and stingy. Everyone had their own opinions, and their statements were not unified. There was an old woman in the crowd whose triangular eyes were rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Su-won returned to her own yard, and a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. She could not see the sun, so she could only estimate the time based on her intuition. The room on the west was where her brother slept. Su-won pushed the door and walked in. The quilts on the kong were neatly folded. Su-won took out their dirty clothes and took out a wooden basin to soak them in water. The sweat smell on them could be used to distinguish whether they were clean or dirty. There was a large basin of clothes for the 5 brothers. There was no soap for washing clothes in this era. The rich families had soap beans, and the rural people used wood ash. They could only remove the sweat smell. By beating with a wooden stick, it was considered clean, as long as there was no sweat smell. It would be great if there was soap, she thought silently in her heart. Making soap was also quite simple. All you need is lard and wood ash, which will produce a saponification reaction. Taking advantage of her free time, Su-won walked around the house carefully and found that the family was really poor. Apart from some necessary furniture, there was no decent object. The furnishings inside were also very simple. There were holes in the cracks in the wall. The sunlight shone in and cast a few circular shadows on the ground. Moreover, the furniture in the house was very old and tattered. She swept the yard with a large bamboo broom and swept the land inside and outside. Su was thinking about making something for her brothers to eat at noon. With the conditions at home, rice was definitely not enough. She found a few pumpkins in the cellar and decided to steam pumpkin rice for lunch. Pumpkin was sweet and filling. There were also a few bags of sweet potatoes and potatoes in the cellar. She would use the potatoes to make some pancakes. She remembered that when she came back, there were still a lot of purslane on the ridges. She would pick some purslane and bring it back to eat cold. As soon as he said, Su-won went out with a small basket and picked a basket of purslane. He picked and washed them, cut the pumpkin into small pieces, and cut the potatoes into shreds. The preparations were almost done. The river was not far from home. He took the clothes to the river to wash them and hung them in the yard after returning. Then he had to go to the well to get licorice water. There were fewer people by the well. They probably went home to cook at this time. There were still a few uncles sitting there chatting. He ran away after getting the water. Su-won didn't know where the brothers were working, so he could only ask people. To the east of the village was a large golden rice field, and people were busy working in their own fields. Su-won asked all the way before he got to the place. Everyone was confused when they saw this strange and beautiful girl. Someone asked her who she was, and she generously said that she was the daughter of the Su family. At this time, the 5 brothers were sweating in the fields. Su-yeon was tired and sat on the ground complaining, "I forgot that our Yaya was not here. I didn't bring water to the fields. I'm so thirsty." Usually, when they went to the fields, Guyu brought them water to drink. Now that Guyu was gone, they all felt that Su-won didn't have this awareness. "Remember to remind me in the afternoon. I'll bring it," Su-jing said, while cutting rice. He was not an ordinary weak scholar who only knew how to read and write. He was born in the countryside and still had a lot of strength. "I'll go back and get some water." Su-yi threw down the sickle in his hand, mainly because he was thirsty too. "Brother!" A girl's cry came from not far away. Su-jing looked up when he heard the voice, and the other 4 brothers followed suit. The sunlight was dazzling and they couldn't see clearly until Su-won got closer and closer to them. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. I'm here to bring you water." Su-won ran out of sweat. She was holding the jar of water and panting. The strands of hair on her forehead stuck to her face. "Won, how did you know we were here?" Su-jing threw down his sickle and came to take her jar of water. "Big brother, it's not like I don't have a mouth. I can find out by asking. It's so hot today. The brothers must be thirsty. I brought you water." Su-chun, Su-mu, and Su-yi glanced at Su-yeon, who was just complaining. Su-yeon's face became hot. "Why are you all looking at me? Didn't you expect it?" He stood up and took the bowl covering the jar and poured water out to drink. He found that the water was actually yellow and there were some tree roots in it. "Su-won, where did you get the muddy water?" Su-yeon poured out the water in the bowl without hesitation. Everyone was eagerly waiting to drink the water. But, "Fourth brother, this is not muddy water. This is licorice water. It's sweet. I took it to the well and stabilized it for a long time before bringing it to you to drink." Su-won pouted and explained unconvincedly, why did he always think so badly of himself? "Nonsense. How could I not know that there are sweet grasses in this world? Will you get a stomachache after eating it?"
Su-jung continued.
"Su-yeon, how dare you talk like that?" Su-jing scolded in a deep voice. Su-mu heard the sound, walked up and snatched the bowl from Su-yeon's hand, then poured out a bowl of water for himself, put it under his nose and smelled it, then raised his head and drank it in one breath. "No, second brother, are you that thirsty?" Su-yeon admired his courage very much and was not afraid of getting diarrhea after drinking it. The cool licorice water tasted very sweet when it went down the throat. It instantly dispelled the heat and dryness in the hot September. Su-mu was a little surprised. He glanced at Su-yeon lightly. "Shut up." Then, Su-mu poured the second bowl of water and drank it all. After drinking it, he wiped his mouth happily. "This water is indeed sweet. It's licorice root." Su-jing laughed, took the bowl and drank a bowl, with the same expression as Su-mu, and drank 2 bowls in a row. Then Su-chun and Su-yi drank heartily, leaving Su-yeon with a dry throat. "Fourth brother, you really don't want to drink it? It's sweet." Su-yi smiled and licked his lips. "I don't believe it. Is it really that delicious?" Su-yeon said he hated it, but his body was upright. After he took a sip himself, he just held the jar and started drinking. "Fourth brother, leave me a sip." Su-chun reached out to grab it. He harvested the most rice and had the most strength, so he was naturally the thirstiest one. No more, I'm done." Su-yeon drank it all in one breath, and not a drop of water could come out. Su-won was so proud to see him being slapped in the face, thinking, "Little guy, can I beat you? It seems that I have to boil 1 more pot tomorrow, otherwise it won't be enough for my brothers to share." Su-won smiled and showed a few white teeth, which was very cute. Su-jing also smiled and looked at her. He wiped the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve and said gently, "Won is so smart. How did you know this method?" "Brother, I just read a few books, so I remember it, but if you ask me why I know it, I can't tell you specifically." How can she explain this? Anyway, she just knows it. It tastes very good. Won is thoughtful. Su-jing touched her head, just like an ordinary brother touching his sister's head. But this action made Soo-won feel very warm in her heart. She lacked family love since she was a child, and she really wanted to have family care about her. The brothers were all reluctant to leave. Soo-yun licked the corner of his lips, still with a proud look on his face. He picked up the sickle again and went to cut the rice. It would take at least 3 days to cut the 2 acres of land. Soo-jing looked at Soo-won helplessly. Won, do you remember the way back? It's too hot outside. Go home and rest quickly. Wait for your brother to come back and make lunch for you.
Soo-won nodded. I remember.
She picked up the empty water jar, waved to her brothers, and then went home along the path she came from, looking back every few steps. Looking at her little figure going away, Soo-yi smiled and said to his brothers, "Sister, Won is different from what we imagined." They have always thought that Soo-won must have a daughter syndrome, but now it seems that this is not entirely true. This is the case for the time being. Soo-moo remained silent. Soo-chin nodded in agreement, and only Soo-jing smiled with satisfaction. So, when judging people, you can't just look at the surface, and you can't be self-righteous. The licorice water was liked by his brothers. Soo-won returned home in a good mood and started to make lunch. There was not much flour left in the bag. He scooped out a small bowl and diluted it with water. The conditions were like this now, so he must not be too extravagant. Put the shredded potatoes in and stir evenly. It was enough to coat them with noodle soup. Add salt for seasoning, brush oil in the pot, only to find that the oil in the oil tank was empty. He searched around the house but didn't find a drop of extra oil.
Soo-won sighed helplessly.
The Soo family was really poorer than he thought. A large piece of pumpkin cut into cubes and mixed with a small bowl of rice was steamed in a pot. Porcelain was blanched with water and some vinegar was added. Just mix it and it's done. There's no pepper, so there's no choice but to heat up the cornmeal cakes left over from the morning.
Done.
The 5 brothers Soo-jing came back from the field and smelled a fragrance from afar. Soo-yun was still sniffing and sighing, whose family's cooking smells so good. When they returned to the yard, they found that the fragrance actually came from their own home. There was smoke rising from the chimney at home, and there were clothes hanging on the poles in the yard. Whose clothes could it be if not theirs? After being baked by the sun, they were almost dried. Soo-won heard the sound and ran out of the kitchen. She was still wearing a gray apron. She wiped the water on her hands and said with a smile, "Brothers are back. You've worked hard. Wash your hands and eat." He picked up a wooden basin and filled a basin of water in the jar for them to wash their hands. The 5 brothers were already stunned. "Sister Won, did you wash all these clothes?" Soo-yi pointed to the clothes on the pole and asked, "What are you saying, Brother Woo? Is there anyone else in this family besides me? My parents left early this morning. Could it be that my 5th brother forgot?" Soo-won explained with a smile, looking very playful. Soo-yun ran over and ripped the clothes that were almost dry with his hands, checking them from front to back. How can you wash clothes without touching spring water? Don't let it be not clean in the end, and we have to wash it again.
Soo-yun doubted Soo-ane's execution ability.
He had a big sister filter for her and felt that she could not do things well. "4th brother, why do you question me about everything I do? If it was Miss Gu who did these things, I'm afraid you wouldn't say so."
Soo-won was aggrieved.
Soo-yun choked when he heard it, not knowing how to explain. "I just think that you are a big lady, and you have so many maids and old women serving you. How could you condescend to wash clothes?" Well, the more this guy explained, the more confused he became. "Okay, 4th brother, are you done? Won is so kind. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you always find fault with me. I can't stand it." Soo-chin couldn't help but come out and say something fair. Soo-yun couldn't refute. "4th brother, apologize to Won. You were indeed wrong," Soo-jing said to Soo-yun with a serious face. Soo-yun gritted his teeth and realized that he was in the wrong. "I'm sorry, okay, but you did all this just to replace Ye's position in our hearts. I want to see how long you can last." Soo-yun didn't look like he was apologizing. He was still making specious arguments, hurting Soo-won's heart over and over again. But Soo-won was not angry, but laughed instead. "It doesn't matter whether 4th brother likes it or not. I only do these because I regard you as a brother. Since you can't accept it, it can't prevent me from being good to the other 4 brothers. Soo-yun is the typical person who is hard to deal with. Isn't his purpose just to see me jump up and down and show my bad face, so that the little good impression I have built up will disappear? Little guy, I don't get what you want. Soo-yun punched the cotton, and he got himself mad. Soo-moo watched Soo-won's expression change quietly, and then looked at Soo-yun, whose face was flushed with anger, thinking that the new sister, although young, had very clever means. Interesting. Everyone came to the dinner table, on which were bowls of potato cakes, golden in color, cooked at just the right temperature, without any burnt spots, and the pumpkin rice and water were just right, making the steamed rice sweet and full. Soo-yun, who thought he was very good at cooking, was amazed to see the flawless potato cakes. Even he couldn't fry them to such a level. Wan, did you make all these? Soo-jing looked at Soo-won and asked, feeling that his cooking skills were better than the 4th brother. If it wasn't made by me, could it be made by the snail girl? Soo-won was really puzzled. Why didn't they believe in anything she did? But it was true. In their eyes, girls from rich families were all women who had never done housework, but it didn't matter. She would slowly change their views. Eat quickly, you're tired from working. Soo-won wanted to serve the meals to them one by one. Soo-jing thanked him. When it was Soo-moo's turn, he just refused lightly. No, I'll do it myself. Soo-won, you've worked hard to cook. We'll serve it ourselves. Soo-chin also politely refused, and Soo-ee naturally didn't need to say more. The 6 brothers and sisters got along well, and were very polite. Except for the 4th brother, who couldn't accept the sudden change of sister, the other brothers, apart from being very unfamiliar, did not show any resistance to her. Soo-yun reacted so strongly, for some special reasons. In addition, he was not very old, only 15 years old, and spoke more directly. He might not have thought about hurting Soo-won's heart at all. He still couldn't accept that his sister, whom he had loved since childhood, was gone suddenly. Moreover, before leaving, Guyu specifically asked him if he didn't like her, the old sister, any more because he had a new sister. Soo-yun saw that she was so aggrieved, and he felt very distressed, and promised her that he would never let the new sister surpass her position in his heart. Finally, there was only Soo-yun left. He watched Soo-won serve a bowl of pumpkin rice with his eyes wide open. He originally thought that she would pass it to him, but Soo-won sat down with the bowl in her arms. Soo-yun, who was treated differently, was almost angry to death. He silently clenched his fists. This Soo-won must have been sent by God to mess with his mentality. Sister Wan, this potato pancake looks delicious. Soo-ee said with a smile. What's the point of looking delicious? It's better to taste delicious.
Shuyun fleshly shavetatst.
Yaya never cooked at home, and her cooking was not good. He was the best cook in the family. What delicious food could Soo-won, the eldest daughter, make?
Soo-won ignored Soo-un's ridicule.
She picked up a potato pancake for Soo-jing. Brother, try it and see if it tastes good. Thank you, Wan. Soo-jing took the bowl and handed it over. Brother, you are polite. Soo-jing took the first bite of the potato pancake, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This potato pancake was soft, sticky, and fragrant, with just the right amount of saltiness and no burnt smell. It was the best pancake he had ever eaten, and it tasted better than those sold outside. Whether it was the appearance or the taste, it was great. Everyone looked at the eldest brother expectantly, especially Soo-yun. Seeing Soo-jing frown, he knew that the taste must be unsatisfactory. It's delicious, you guys try it. Soo-yun's face almost fell after these words. Upon hearing this, everyone took a piece of potato cake and started eating. They took the first bite carefully, but after that they started to speed up and gobble it up. Although no one spoke, it seemed that they all knew it was delicious. Soo-yun took a piece and ate it in disbelief, then looked at Soo-won meaningfully, and Soo-won also raised an eyebrow at him. How is it possible? How could she, a grown-up girl, cook such coarse food, and cook it so well? The pumpkin rice was very sweet. They rarely tried this way of eating, and they found it very fresh. Each of them ate 2 bowls of pumpkin rice, 2 potato cakes, and the refreshing and delicious porcelain was also eaten up. Soo-yeon didn't even come back to his senses. The food on the table had been eaten up, more clean than ever before. There was not a grain of rice left in the pot, and Soo-won just slowly finished a small bowl of pumpkin rice and was full. Soo-yi held his stomach and looked at Soo-yeon and joked, "Fourth brother, it seems that there is finally someone in the family who cooks better than you." Hearing this, Soo-yeon glared at him viciously. "Shut up. These two twin brothers do not have the love and tacit understanding that twins should have. They dislike each other and have liked bickering since they were young. When Sue's mother was pregnant with them, she had a big belly and had to endure violent fetal movements. The bulges came one after another, which was scary to look at. After dinner, Soo-won began to clean up the dishes, but Soo-jing held her hand. Won-won is already in charge of cooking. Leave the dishes to your brothers. Soo-yeon, you wash them." Soo-yeon was feeling depressed and was suddenly assigned a task. His eldest brother said nice things, but he didn't wash them himself, and then he turned around and gave him the job. "What's going on? Why should I wash it? Obviously you all eat more than me, because you look the least tired. You have worked for a whole morning and still have the energy to find fault. If you don't wash it, who will?" Soo-jing said seriously.
Aft. Soo-won laughed unkindly.
Her elder brother was avenging her.
Seeing Soo-won's resentful thoughts, Soo-chen and Soo-yi licked.
Even the taciturn Soo-moo curled his lips rarely.
"What are you laughing at?"
Soo-yeon saw Soo-won laughing like a flower and stood up proudly and took the chopsticks from her hand. "I'll wash them." The sun was the hottest at noon, so the five brothers had to rest at home for a while before continuing to work in the fields. Soo-won boiled licorice water so that they could drink it in the afternoon when they went to work. The brothers all went back to their rooms for a nap, but Soo-won couldn't sleep in his room. The Soo family was penniless, and they had to think of ways to improve their living conditions. The spring examination will be held in the beginning of next spring. Soo-jing needs a large amount of money to take the exam. In the original book, Soo's father worked in the mine day and night to raise money for him, but he was crushed by the collapse of the mine. The accident made the already poor Soo family even worse. Soo-jing gave up the imperial examination again. At this time, Guyu came to help the Soo family despite her family's obstruction, solving the urgent need of the Soo family. At that time, Soo's father urgently needed life-saving money, so he accepted the money given by Guyu. Afterwards, Soo-jing couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. After he became a higher official, he treated Guyu well at all costs. As the heroine in the book, whenever the Soo family was in trouble, Guyu would come to help. They will appear at the right time and then solve the trouble, making her position in the hearts of the Soo family as solid as a rock and unshakable. Thinking of this, Soo-won didn't dare to think about it. If she couldn't get the sincerity of her brothers, would she be unable to change her tragic fate in the future? Soo-won took out the heavy gold ring from under the pillow, thinking about pawning it, but then she thought it was inappropriate. She had just returned to the Soo family, and the relationship was loose at the time. Moreover, the sons of the Soo family were all strong-willed. If she pawned the ring, they might think that it was the silver brought back from the Gu family. They would not use it but would think it was an insult to them. Forget it, there is still half a year left. As a modern person, can she not survive in ancient times? This gold ring was something she brought from modern times, and it was also a thought. It could not be taken out and used casually unless it was absolutely necessary. In the afternoon, the five brothers continued to go to work. Soo-won prepared 2 jars of licorice water for them, which should be enough to drink. "It's sunny outside, brothers. You have to wear your straw hats tightly." Each of them wore a straw hat, and their clothes were patched and stained with mud, and the colors had been washed and faded. Who would have thought that they would all become big bosses in the future? Soo-yeon looked a little depressed and was not as energetic as he was in the morning. It should be because he had just woken up. Won-won, just wait for us to come back to cook dinner in the evening. You have just come back, so adapt to life in the countryside first. Don't think that you will feel burdened if you do nothing. The daughters of our Soo family are meant to be spoiled. You have so many brothers, just like you. You just need to stay at home every day and grow up safely and happily. Soo-jing felt that although Soo-won had returned to the countryside and her life was not as good as before, They would not let her suffer or be wronged. It's just cooking, I'm not tired, brother, don't look down on me too much. Soo-won didn't want to be a lazy person. Being diligent was also a way to adapt to life in the countryside. Moreover, she couldn't take it for granted when they told her to rest. She still had to be conscious to be likable. We leaving? You be good. Soo Jing touched her head. Soo-won watched her brothers go away. During this time, Soo-chin looked back and saw that she was still standing at the door. Seeing that he looked back at him, she waved at him. Soo-chin turned around and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Until the brothers had completely disappeared, Soo-won was ready to go back to the room. From the other end of the road, the laughter of girls came. 3 girls passed by the Soo family yard. The one standing in the middle was a slightly older girl, about 16 or 17 years old, and the other 2 were about the same age as Soo-won. When they saw Soo-won, they stopped at the same time, one of them carrying a basket covered with floral cloth. Soo-won also looked back at them. Are you brother Soo's biological sister? The girl in the middle looked at her and asked with a kind smile on her face.
Soo-won.
When she touched her pretty face, the disgust on her face became more and more obvious. Soo-won didn't know where he had offended her. It was obviously the first time they met. What's your name? The sister in the middle asked her again. Soo-won answered her questions honestly. After several conversations, he learned their names. The 3 of them were girls from the village. The one in the middle was called Hee-jalon, the daughter of the village chief. September came, and there were many pine mushrooms growing on the mountain. They went to the mountain to pick pine mushrooms together, intending to pick more and sell them on the street. Speaking of Chening-hong, Soo-won knew her. She was Guyu's playmate and close friend since childhood. Later, she became Guyu's personal maid. Guyu married her to a guard in the male protagonist's mansion. Her marriage life was unhappy. Her man, she is addicted to gambling, and the book only briefly describes her ending. No wonder she can't stand herself so much. It turns out that she is fighting for Guyu, but Guyu is now a young lady, and the change of identity has nothing to do with her. Why is she so malicious? However, after talking for a long time, Soo-won's attention was mostly on the pine mushrooms they picked. When she heard that they could sell them for money, she got excited. She is just short of money now, a lot of money. So, she went up to talk to Hee-jalon with a smile on her face. Hee-jalon also has a role in the original book. She is the admirer of the eldest brother Soo Jing, but her courtship is fruitless. One is that her status is not worthy of her later, and the other is that Soo Jing doesn't like her. Sister Jalon, where did you pick your pine mushrooms? She spoke softly, and her voice was very pleasant. Hee-jalon, a girl, couldn't stand it and couldn't refuse. Sister Soo-won, there are many pine trees in the mountains near our village. These pine mushrooms grow under the pine trees. It rained some time ago, and now they are all out. Why are you asking this, Sister Soo-won? Do you want to pick them too? Soo-won nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, Sister Jalon, I want to go too, but I just came back, and I'm unfamiliar with the place. I don't know how to get there. If you want to go, we will go up the mountain again tomorrow morning, and you can go with us. Hee-jalon invited Soo-won to go with her without saying a word. She knew that Soo-won was Soo Jing's biological sister, and she wanted to have a good relationship with her if not for anything else, so that she could see Soo Jing more often in the future. But Chening-hong was unhappy when she heard this, and she pulled Hee-jalon's sleeve. Sister Jalon, why did you bring her along? Look at her hands, they are so tender. Does she look like she can work? The road on the mountain is not easy to walk on, and she will be unhappy if she doesn't take a few steps. Then she will hold us back and delay our work. Ing-hong, Sister Soo-won will be from the same village as us from now on, and you are of similar age, so it's only right that you take care of her in everything. It's precisely because she can't do it that we have to take her with her. Hee-jalon explained to her patiently. Her words gave Soo-won a good impression. Sister Jalon, why are you so kind? Forget it, take her with you if you want. Anyway, I won't take care of anything. Chening-hong went back first with the basket in a huff. Hee-jalon looked at Soo-won helplessly. Don't mind it, Sister Soo-won. Ing-hong is just such a straightforward person. She doesn't have a bad heart. It's okay, then we have a deal, Sister Jelan. When we go to the mountain tomorrow morning, remember to call me to go with you. Soo-won didn't care about Chening-hong's opinion. She didn't care. Anyway, her goal had been achieved. After talking to Hee-jelan for a few more words, the two sisters went back together. Soo-won found that Hee-jelan was still talkative, but her sister didn't say a word. In the evening, she continued to steam pumpkin rice, fried potato cakes, made steamed cornbread, fried some shredded cabbage to go with the rice, and took out a small bowl of pickled radish from the jar. The sun was setting, and Sue's 5 brothers came back. Soo-won boiled 2 pots of hot water for them to take a bath. When Soo-jing came back, he found that Soo-won was still the meal was ready, with good color, aroma, and taste. Water had been drawn for them to wash their hands. They were so well behaved. Soo-yun was silent and did not provoke Soo-won again. Maybe he was taught a lesson by his elder brother and became obedient? While eating, he savored the food made by Soo-won carefully. He did not expect that an ordinary steamed cornbread could be made so beautifully, which made people's appetite improve. Soo-won did not understand why he had so many micro-expressions while eating. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes his brows relaxed, and sometimes he looked at the steamed cornbread in his hand and fell into deep thought. It was just a steamed cornbread. How could you see the flowers? The battlefield was cleaned very cleanly. Soo-chan couldn't help but burped after eating, which made Soo-won laugh secretly. Yaya didn't cook much at home before because her cooking was really average, so every time they came back from work exhausted, they had to cook. It was so good to have a meal as soon as they came back. The kitchen has boiled hot water. Brothers, go wash up quickly. You must be itching after cutting rice all day. Soo-won noticed that their necks and hands were all red, probably because they scratched themselves with their hands. In this weather, the brothers were originally going to just go to the river to wash, but Soo-won's kindness was too much for them to refuse, so Soo-yun was the only one who went back to the room to get clothes and go to the river. In the room, the clothes washed during the day were neatly folded and placed at the head of the bed, and you could still smell the scent of the sun on them. Soo-yi, do you want to go to the river together? Soo-yun thought, these 5 people are queuing up to wash, and I don't know how long they will have to wait. Okay, if 4th brother is afraid of the dark, I'll go with you. Soo-yun couldn't help rolling his eyes after hearing his high-sounding excuse, and he let you play the blame. Sister Won-won, 4th brother and I are going to wash in the river, while the eldest brother, 2nd brother, and 3rd brother will wash at home because we're afraid there won't be enough water. Soo-yi was thoughtful after all. He explained clearly and told Soo-won not to think too much. Soo-won was comforted and finally stopped thinking too much. The water tank at home was empty. After Soo-jing and others took a bath, they each carried a bucket to the well to fetch water. They were used to doing these farm work since they were young. The 3 of them carried 2 buckets each and filled the 2 water tanks at home. Soo-won was the last to take a bath. Everyone took a bath casually and just took 2 buckets of water to rinse casually. Gui was different. Her parents made a bathtub for her to take a bath, and now it became Soo-won's. After she finished bathing, the oil lamps in her brother's rooms had been extinguished. She didn't sleep well last night, and she did some work today. She lay on the bed and almost fell asleep. The next morning, when Soo-won woke up, it was already bright. Several brothers had already gone to work. The fire in the stove was still burning, which meant they had just left. The pot was still warming up her breakfast, a bowl of sweet potato porridge and 2 steamed buns made of 2 grain flour. Halfway through her meal, Hee-jelan came with a basket. Sister Soo-won, are you okay? Let's go up the mountain early and come back early, otherwise we will suffer in the hot sun. I'm coming. After simply cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks, Soo-won also found a basket and closed the bamboo fence door. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Let's go quickly. I have to come back to cook for my brothers at noon. Soo-won turned around and saw Hee-jelan and her sister and Chening-hong standing there. Chening-hong still had a sour face and looked down on her. Cut it out, you re the only one cooking, can you eat it? Seeing that her eyes were not eyes and her nose was not a nose, Soo-won didn't intend to spoil her. I didn't ask you to eat, you're too nosy. You, Chening-hong, cheeks puffed up with anger. He Jialon saw this and hurried to act as a peacemaker. All right, it's getting late, let's go. She stood between the two of them, blocking the electric atmosphere, and the four of them walked towards the mountain together, but Chening Hong's look of disdain for Su-won did not change at all during the journey. The nearby mountains are full of towering pine trees. Today, He Jialon took Su-won to the foot of a mountain to pick pine mushrooms. The mountains close to the village have been almost picked. Fortunately, it is the busy farming season now, and no one in the village has time to pick pine mushrooms, so they thought about picking mushrooms for some pocket money. Of course, it is not worth much. Sister Su-won, let's go pick them separately. I will call you from time to time. Remember to promise me that our village is remote. Don't go deep into the mountains. There are wild beasts in the mountains. It's not safe. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the four of them had to act separately, but they could not go too far. They had to stay within each other's sphere of influence. There were wild animals in the deep mountain market nearby, including wolves and black bears. I know, Sister Jialon. Su-won picked up a long branch and began to look for mushrooms seriously. She was lucky. Every time she swept away the fallen leaves, she could find many large pine mushrooms underneath, but she always remembered He Jialon's instructions. He Jialon called her from time to time to make sure they were safe. Soon, her basket was full. The mushrooms were fragile and could not withstand squeezing, but there were still many that had not been picked up in front. Su-won thought about continuing in the afternoon. She was careful and used branches to cover the fallen leaves on the ground. She was just narrow-minded and was counting on these pine mushrooms to make money. Sister Su-won, are you okay? He Jialon, who had picked up half a basket, was puzzled to see Su-won suddenly appear in front of her. Well, I have to go back to cook for my brothers, so I have to go first. Do you remember the way back? Remember. The way to get here is to walk along the road in front of her house all the way inside. It will take half an hour to get there. Okay, then you go back first. Your brothers are all working in the fields. You are the only one at home. I don't know what happened today. There are so few pine mushrooms in this area. I'm afraid they have been picked. Look, there are only so few after such a long time. He Jialon said as she showed her the pine mushrooms in her basket. After a quick look, there were indeed not many, and they were all small. How are yours? She glanced at her basket. She was afraid that it would wilt in the sun, so she covered it with rags. I have a lot over there. You can go and have a look. Look, I picked a lot. Su-won is not a selfish person, and he still can't deceive others for his own selfish reasons. Besides, He Jialon is a good person and she doesn't want to deceive her. At most, she will come again in the afternoon and go to another place to pick them. It was almost noon when she got home. Su-won took the pine mushrooms to a cool place and quickly washed her hands and cooked. What should I eat for lunch? Cook some white porridge, make some steamed buns, and stir-fry some side dishes. It happened that I picked fresh pine mushrooms today, which is just right for stir-frying mushrooms. It's just that without meat, the taste of the mushrooms will be a little worse, but the freshness is what I like to eat. The brothers had a hot meal when they came back, and they knew how to cook licorice water themselves. Today they changed the way they did it, with white porridge with a few side dishes and 2-grain steamed buns, which were very fragrant. This morning, Su-yeon saw that Su-won was late to get up and thought she could only hold on for one day. In the morning, he complained to Su-jing that she couldn't even do her superficial work well, but she was slapped in the face at noon. Wan, where did you get these mushrooms? Su-jing saw an extra fried mushroom on the table and wondered who in the village gave it to her. This morning, I went to pick pine mushrooms with Sister Jialon, her sister Jiaoxing, and the girl named Chening Hong from the village. We agreed on it yesterday afternoon. They said they could take it to the market to exchange for some money. I saw that there wasn't much food left at home, so I thought about picking some and selling it at the market another day. Su-won explained obediently, smiling sweetly, with clarity in her bright almond eyes. The brothers were all stunned when they heard it. They originally thought that she had the temper of an older lady and couldn't bear hardships or work, or that she only knew how to eat and play every day and would dislike their family for being poor. Even Su-yeon thought she was pretending. Wan, once the millet is husked, we will have food to eat. You don't have to think about making money to supplement the family. After the busy farming season is over, we brothers will naturally find a way. Su Jing was the first to react. He felt a little sorry that Wanwan had to endure all this as soon as she came back. That's right. We men will make money to support the family. You don't have to do anything. Even Su Mu, who is always taciturn, spoke up. Su Yun curled his lips. Do you look down on us men? We are still alive and well. Why do we need you to make money to support the family? Yaya never cared about these things before. Su Wan would feel annoyed when he talked about Yaya all the time, no matter how good his temper was. But I don't think it's so outrageous to change my life with my own hands. Isn't it hard to understand that people want to change their living conditions? As long as it's not stolen or robbed, isn't everyone working hard to survive? Faced with everyone's doubts, Su Wan was actually quite annoyed. I said, I'm not a rich girl now. My previous life has nothing to do with me. The current life is what I want to experience. I don't need to have exactly the same life as Guyu. She is her, and I am me. How she was before is her business, and how I am now is also my business. Please don't compare me with her. I don't want to be unable to escape the name Guyu in my life, okay? Su Wan said angrily, then got up and left the dinner table. She had to make things clear to them, so as not to always compare herself with Guyu and let herself live under her shadow forever. She knew that it was still a very distant thing to completely conquer these brothers, so far away that she couldn't see the end, but she didn't ask their world to become hers all of a sudden. She could take it slowly. Half an hour later, Su Jing came to knock on Su Wan's door. She didn't eat lunch today, so he brought Su Yun to bring her lunch and apologize. Wanwan, are you asleep? How could Su Wan sleep? But after such a while, she was no longer angry, so she opened the door quickly. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Su Jing and Su Yun. Brother, is there something wrong? You didn't eat lunch, so we came to bring you food. Wanwan's cooking skills are very good. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Su Wan took the food from his hand. Su Jing pulled Su Yun with his hand, indicating that he should apologize. Su Yun was not as reluctant as before, perhaps because he realized that he had spoken too harshly, or perhaps because Su Wan's words made him feel uneasy. I'm sorry, Su Wan. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. No matter what you do in the future, as long as it doesn't harm this family, I won't say anything about you casually. I accept fourth brother's apology, but I will continue with the matter of picking pine mushrooms. Su Wan was not really angry. She just felt aggrieved for herself at that time, because no matter what she did, in their eyes, it was for their own good. Wanwan, we won't stop you if you want to go, but you have to pay attention to your own safety. There are many wolves and tigers on the mountain. We are worried that you will encounter danger if you go to the mountain alone, so we spoke a little harshly. Since you insist, we will not stop you. Just be sure to pay attention to safety. Do you understand?
Su Hing repeatedly reminded her.
We only have 1 day left for our rice. The day after tomorrow morning, let your fourth brother accompany you to the market to sell it, okay? Su Yun, who was suddenly assigned a task, widened his eyes. He pointed at his nose, with a puzzled look on his face. Why me? Any of them is more suitable than me. Isn't the eldest brother afraid that he will say something wrong again and make this little ancestor unhappy? Since you are sincerely apologizing, you must be sincere. I will give you a chance to reform and accompany Wanwan well. If she loses a hair, I will hold you responsible. Su Jing did it on purpose. Su Yun is the most lively one, so if the two siblings spend more time together, their relationship will naturally improve. Su Wan also noticed it. She pursed her lips and wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Okay, it's settled. Wanwan, you should have a good rest after eating. We should also take a rest for a while. Without waiting for Su Yun to resist, Su Jing dragged him away directly, and the final word was given. Su Yun knew that he couldn't control his mouth, and he was really afraid that he would say something wrong. In the afternoon, almost as soon as the brothers left the house, Su Wan went to the mountain with a basket. She walked farther this time. She didn't know if she was lucky. She went out with 2 small baskets full. She would come back to pick for another day and sell them the day after tomorrow morning. She didn't delay the cooking time. The atmosphere for dinner became better in the evening. Soo-yun remained silent the whole time. He was still very pleasing to the eye when he didn't speak. Soo-won thought to herself, what a good-looking handsome guy has a big mouth. On the last day, the Soo family's rice was finally harvested. They took the millet off the ears and then put it all back home in baskets. The next step was to dry the millet. The brothers finally didn't have to go to the fields anymore. They were exposed to the wind and sun. Everyone was visibly darker. Their faces were fine, but their necks were darker, but it didn't affect their appearance at all. In the afternoon, Soo-won continued. She continued to pick pine mushrooms. She had been stockpiling them for 2 days and had already filled 2 baskets. She would sprinkle some water on them every morning, noon, and evening to keep them fresh. She would try harder this afternoon and try to sell them at a good price tomorrow. She had already agreed with Hee Jalan that they would take the village ox cart to the market to sell mushrooms early tomorrow morning. The place she came to today didn't seem to be very prosperous. She had been picking for a long time, but only got a small basket. Soo-won thought, why not walk inside a little more? She couldn't be so unlucky that she would just happen to encounter a wild beast. With a fluke mentality, Soo-won walked in boldly. Sure enough, there were a lot of pine mushrooms inside. Hee Jalan said that pine mushrooms are the freshest in the first half of the month, and after that they will become old. She was having a lot of fun picking them by herself, and suddenly there was a noise next to her. A wild boar rushed out from the bushes and came straight towards Soo-won. Seeing this, Soo-won's pupils suddenly dilated, and she reacted subconsciously and ran away. Oh my gosh! What bad luck! I was hoping for the best and thought I wouldn't encounter any wild beasts, but I ended up encountering one. I don't know what kind of luck I had. The wild boar was chasing me relentlessly from behind. There was a trap in front of me, covered with many branches. Soo-won could tell at a glance that it was a big pit, so she quickly braked and rolled to the side, stopping right on the edge of the trap. The wild boar obviously didn't brake, and then fell headfirst into the trap. All the branches were pressed down by it, and there was a 2-meter deep pit below. Dust was flying all over the sky, and Soo-won was covered in dust and coughed non-stop. The pine mushrooms in the basket had all fallen out, and the basket in her hand was also crushed by her, and the only surviving part of the pine mushrooms in it had been crushed to pieces. Hunter Jeong caught up from behind and saw this scene, and immediately went over to help Soo-won up. Girl, are you okay? Did you fall anywhere? Soo-won felt a little pain in her knees, but other parts of her body were fine. However, it was one thing for a wild boar to suddenly jump out of the forest, but now a person suddenly jumped out. I'm fine, who are you, uncle? She looked closely and saw that it was a bearded uncle. Although he was over 40 years old, he had handsome features. Soo-won patted the dust off her body and looked at the uncle in front of her with some helplessness when she saw her deflated basket. The uncle knew he was in the wrong and touched his nose. I'm sorry, I'm a hunter from a nearby village. I just found this wild boar in the mountains and accidentally bumped into the girl, causing her to fall. Did you chase this wild boar here? She really thought she was unlucky and encountered a wild boar as soon as she arrived. She looked at the trap. The wild boar fell into it and was still howling inside, but its voice was weak. Yes, I have been waiting for this beast for a few days, and I just caught it today. I didn't expect that I almost hurt you. Are you really not hurt? Looking at the teenage girl, Hunter Jeong always felt that her eyes and eyebrows resembled that of his apprentice. He was also very familiar with the nearby villages, but he had no impression of having seen this girl before. Her knee was only slightly scratched, which was not considered an injury. She couldn't use this to blackmail others, could she? It's okay.
Soo-won picked up her basket.
The pine mushrooms inside had been crushed, but fortunately the basket was straightened and could still be used. When Hunter Jeong saw the pine mushrooms, he knew that she was here to pick them. If he hadn't scared her by driving the wild boar, she wouldn't have fallen. Girl, you're here to pick pine mushrooms, right? I know how many there are. Come with me. Soo-won looked at him warily when she heard the voice, fearing that he would deceive her. Hunter Jiang should have known what she was thinking, so he smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, girl. I'm Hunter Jiang from Yangao. People in the nearby villages know me. Isn't Yangao the village where she lives?" He said he is Jiang the hunter from Yangao. Isn't he the master of the third brother Suchen? He is a peerless master with an extraordinary status. It's such a coincidence that we can meet each other. What a coincidence, uncle. I'm also from Yangao. Suwon felt that he couldn't miss this opportunity to curry favor, so he smiled brightly. Hey, that's strange. I have lived in Yangao for more than 10 years. Why haven't I seen you? Jiang the hunter thought, Yangao is such a small place, and there are only a few families. Why haven't I seen this girl? I am the new biological daughter of the Su family. The original one was a lady from the Gu family in the county. I have been back for a few days. It's normal that you don't recognize me, uncle.
Shuwan introduced herself.
Her family was the only one with the surname Su in Yangao, and she wanted to make herself familiar in front of the big boss first. The Su family had just found their daughter, and Jiang the hunter knew it. He had heard about the matter of the real and fake daughter that caused a lot of uproar in the village. His apprentice was busy with the autumn harvest these days, and he hadn't seen her. Unexpectedly, he ran into his sister first. It is said that this girl was the apple of Mr. Gu's eye, and the Gu family was the richest in the county. Now it seems that this girl is very simple. A rich lady came to the mountain to pick mushrooms. How interesting.
I see.
To express my apology, I will take you to a good place. It is simply the nest of these pine mushrooms. He didn't act like he was familiar with the Su family. He was called Su-chun to hide his identity.
Shuwan understood everything.
She only knew that Uncle Jiang was a big boss, but his identity was not mentioned in the book, so she didn't know. So she followed Hunter Jiang to the good place he mentioned. Sure enough, it was like poking a nest of pine mushrooms. There were pine mushrooms everywhere. Uncle Jiang also helped her pick them up, and soon made up for the pine mushrooms she lost. The old and the young talked as they walked. Hunter Jiang thought that this girl had a good character from his short time with her. He always had a sharp eye for people. There were still a lot left to pick, but the basket couldn't hold them, so she could only come back another day. After thanking Hunter Jiang, Suwon went home to cook dinner. When she came back, her brothers had already started a fire at home. She didn't say a word about what had just happened. Su-yun cooked in the evening. While eating, he kept asking Suwon if it tasted good, but aren't porridge and pancakes made the same way? What's the difference? It's just the appearance. But Suwon still said it was delicious, better than what she made, so Su-yun let her go. The next morning, Su-yun was forced to follow Suwon to the market reluctantly.
Today was the market day.
Old Hongtu at the entrance of the village was waiting with a bullock cart early in the morning. They would go in the morning and come back at the same time in the afternoon. He Jialan was already at the entrance of the village with her burden, and there was also Chining Hong. Her burden was carried by her family. She watched Suwon coming from a distance and wanted to mock her, but she didn't expect that Su-yun was following her. Chining Hong didn't dare to speak immediately. She blushed and lowered her head, looking at Su-yun with her heart beating wildly, and the girl fell in love for the first time. Su-yun, a straight man, didn't know that. He silently put the burden on the bullock cart and compared it. His pine mushrooms were fresher than those of He Jialan and Chining Hong, and they were even bigger. It's just the 4 of you. Pay the cart fare first, 2 cents per person. We will return home at 3 p.m., so you can wait for the time. In this dynasty, 100 coins equal 1 tael. Su-yun paid 4 coins, and she felt so distressed. Usually they walked to the county, but this girl was delicate, and her elder brother was afraid that she would suffer, so he insisted on taking her on a bullock cart. These 4 coins could buy a lot of food for several meals. When the bullock cart was on the road, He Jialan started talking first, asking Su-yun if the rice had been harvested at home. Some of the crops were 7 or 8 miles away, but Su-yun just perfunctorily answered them. Finally, she asked when Su-jing would return to the courtyard, and her face flushed uncontrollably. Su-yun was old. She answered truthfully, saying that there was still more than half a month left. Her eyes lit up, and Su-won noticed it. Chun Hong on the side also kept stealing glances at Su Yun, even through Su Wan. Her eyes were sometimes admiring and sometimes disgusted, while Su Wan was thinking about how to sell out the pine mushrooms as soon as possible. Everyone on the ox cart seemed to be thinking about something. When they arrived at the market, everyone found a stall and started to set up their stalls. Su Yun was quick-witted and He Jialan and the others followed suit and set up their stalls nearby. However, Su Yun was very strong and said bluntly, "You two should find another place. How can you do business if you put your stalls together?" He Jialan and Chun Hong looked a little embarrassed, but they still stood up, carried their burdens and left, and found another place to set up the stall, not far from them. He Jialan began to shout and soon did business. The price of pine mushrooms was 2 cents per pound. This thing was not valuable, and it was everywhere in the mountains. It was the people in the county who made money. If you like it, buy it, and if you don't like it, don't buy it. Chun Hong was embarrassed to shout because her lover was present, and she didn't open the shop for a long time. Su Yun was a boy, and boys wanted to save face, so naturally they didn't shout. So only Su Wan came to shout. "Everyone, take a look, fresh pine mushrooms, authentic mountain taste, still steaming, all picked and sold now." The pleasant voice, pretty face, and infectious smile soon attracted the first customer, a 40-year-old lady who was dressed quite decently. After comparing with several vendors selling pine mushrooms on the scene, hers was the only one that looked fresh, and the size was intact and beautiful, with moisture on it. The mountain products were fresh, so the aunt decided to buy hers immediately. "How much is 1 catty?" "Give me 2 catties." "Sister, 2 cents a catty. You choose it yourself, and I'll ask my brother to weigh it for you after that." Su Wan was sweet-mouthed, and her word sister made people laugh. "You little girl, you are so sweet-mouthed. I can be your mother at my age, but you still call me sister." Although she said so, she was very happy in her heart. "You are young, and I am right to call you that." People in the county go to the street to buy vegetables with their own baskets. She started to pick pine mushrooms on the plate on the scale. "Fourth brother, I don't know how to use the scale. You do it." Su Yun was sitting cross-legged on the side. He glanced at her when he heard it, said nothing, and went to weigh it honestly. He thought, how can you do business if you don't know how to weigh it? 2 catties and 2 tails. Su Yun stretched out his hand to skim off the excess, but was interrupted by Su Wan, who directly poured all the pine mushrooms into the aunt's basket. "It's just 2 tails, I'll give it to you." "Oh, the little girl is really good at business." The aunt was coaxed by her and smiled happily. Su Yun curled his lips, thinking that she was good at pleasing others. The aunt happily paid for cents. It was the first time that she felt so comfortable spending money. A few more aunties came to buy vegetables and stopped at Chun Hong's stall to ask the price. The aunt turned around and saw old acquaintances, so she greeted them. "Aunt Zhang, Mama Lu, Grandma Zhao, you are here to buy mushrooms too. Come over here, the mushrooms here are big and fresh." "Yes, it's not time now. Buy some to satisfy your craving. There's nothing to eat, just buy some fresh and cheap." Originally, they had already started to weigh Chun Hong's mushrooms, but when they turned around and heard someone familiar, they went to Su Wan's side. When they came over to take a look, they were really big and fresher. Su Wan greeted them sweetly and then arranged for them to choose by themselves. They were not allowed to choose in other places for fear that they would be spoiled, but here they could choose by themselves, and they felt relieved. Each person bought 2 catties, and Su Wan gave them 2 tails. These deals were successfully negotiated, and 16 cents were instantly deposited into the account. Chun Hong was almost angry to death, but because of Su Yun, she could only grit her teeth secretly. There were not many people buying mushrooms. This time, she carried more than 40 catties, but she sat here for a long time. Except for the first few orders, there was no one after the order. He Jialan's side was also disappointing. Seeing that the sun was getting higher and higher, if the mushrooms were not sold quickly, they would be stale and even fewer people would buy them. We had to think of a way. A few minutes later, Su Wan stood up suddenly. Su Yun was almost dozing off, but she woke him up when she stood up. "What are you doing?" "Fourth brother, do you know where the largest restaurant in our county is?"
Su Wan asked.
Soo-yun heard this and sneered. What? You made more than 10 cents, and you still want to go to a restaurant, and it's the largest restaurant in the county? I'm serious, fourth brother. I'm not going to a restaurant, I'm going to do business. I still have 30 kilograms of pine mushrooms waiting to be sold. I worked so hard to pick them. I can't let them go to waste. Soo-yun didn't know what business she was going to do. He disagreed at first, but he couldn't stand her nagging and got up and took her there with him. You are really a little ancestor. I surrender. So the brother and sister went to the largest restaurant in the county. Kalai Restaurant was the largest and most prosperous restaurant in the county. The waiters at the door were calling for business. The brother and sister stopped at the door but were driven away. What are you doing? Go away to do business, and don't block the door of our restaurant.
Soo-yun looked at Soo-won helplessly.
The meaning of his eyes was very clear. See, you are here to get scolded. At this time, the shopkeeper in the restaurant came out, saw the brother and sister at the door, and asked the waiter what he was doing. Before the waiter could speak, Soo-won spoke first. Shopkeeper, I came to ask if your restaurant accepts fresh pine mushrooms. September is here, and it is the time to try new things. You might as well buy some to add to the dishes. As soon as Soo-won opened his mouth, the shopkeeper looked over in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a pretty little girl. He had a daughter of the same age, so he was reluctant to drive her away. It happened that there was nothing fancy recently, so since she was here, she might as well take a look and add to the dishes, as she said. I can buy some, but I don't want too much. Just a few pounds will do. This is not a rare commodity. I'm afraid I can't sell too much. Besides, the texture of pine mushrooms is not as soft and tender as winter mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. They are a bit dry, so I just want to try them for novelty. He was willing to do business with this small vendor, and he was very kind. If you think it's not delicious, that's because you didn't cook it right. But what I cook is definitely delicious. The shopkeeper was shocked by her answer and couldn't help laughing. You're a little girl, but you're so arrogant. Can the dishes you cook compare to the chefs I hired with money? Boss, how about this? I will show you my cooking skills on the spot. If you think my cooking is delicious, then you can take all these pine mushrooms. You will definitely be able to sell them for a good price. If I don't cook well, I will give them all to you for free. You won't suffer any loss anyway. This is Soo-won's real purpose. There are no bad ingredients, only chefs who can't make the best use of the ingredients. It happened that the store was idle today, and the shopkeeper became interested. He wanted to see what this girl can do. Why don't you add one more thing? If your cooking is not delicious, you have to stay and wash all the dirty dishes that I have piled up. After all, you occupy my kitchen and delay our work. If you agree, I agree. As a businessman, there is really no reason to suffer a loss. It's just washing dishes. Soo-won can afford it. Why do you have to compete with him? You worked so hard to pick them, and you just gave them away for free? And you do things for them for free. I think you are just idle. Come back with me. Soo-yun was angry. Even though his relationship with his sister was not very good now, he would not tolerate being bullied by others, so he carried the burden and was about to leave. Soo-won quickly grabbed him. Fourth brother, we haven't even gone in yet. How do you know I can't do it? Anyway, a piece of meat will be lost, so just accompany me. If I do it, it will be a matter of money. Looking at the brother and sister arguing, the shopkeeper had an expression of watching a show. Soo-yun thought he was going to lose face today anyway. No one knew him anyway, but this little girl, maybe she would be honest after some setbacks. I promise. Soo-won agreed to his request, and the shopkeeper was willing to let them in and took her directly to the kitchen. Everyone in the kitchen was idle at the moment. After hearing about this, they couldn't help but laugh at her, thinking that the little girl was overestimating her ability. Soo-won went to the stove, and Soo-yun accompanied her by the side, never leaving. In fact, he also wanted to know what tricks this girl was playing. First wash the mushrooms, then tear them into small pieces and blanch them in water, and then prepare the side dishes. There is a small handful of ready-made black fungus in the basket to soak, and a small piece of lean meat is cut into pieces for later use. Onions and garlic cannot be less. There is no pepper in this era, and everyone eats very bland. Finally, and most importantly, she took a small potato and cut it into shreds. Her technique was very skillful, as if she often did this kind of thing. The knife kept moving on the chopping board, and the potato shreds were delicate and even. Soo-yeon looked at her series of operations and felt a little depressed. Is she really a spoiled daughter? Why does she seem to do this kitchen work all the time? Soo-won wrapped the shredded potatoes with gauze and began to beat them with the back of a knife until potato starch appeared. She filled a small bowl with water starch. This bowl of water starch is the key to enhance the flavor. First, fry the minced garlic, then stir-fry the meat slices over high heat, and then add the mushrooms and black fungus one by one. After blanching in water, they have become very soft and tender, and the so-called woodiness has been removed, leaving only tenderness. Stir-fry over high heat, add a small bowl of water, thicken with water starch, and serve. Put it in 2 plates. Soo-won asked them to taste it. Her cooking method is rare, and everyone went from not taking it seriously at the beginning to being curious. After tasting the flavors one by one, their expressions changed from exploration to incredulity. It's true, there is no feeling of woodiness. It tastes so fresh, and with black fungus and lean meat, the taste is improved, fresh, really fresh. Just a few people may not be able to taste the difference. It mainly depends on the customers to taste it. Shopkeeper, what do you think? The shopkeeper had put away his previous attitude. After he had eaten it, he could not say against his conscience that it was not delicious. It was indeed much more delicious than what they cooked. He asked people to bring it out to several tables of guests to taste. After tasting it, they all said they wanted a plate. The dish had not been priced yet, and there was no sign on it.
How could he sell it?
But there was business, so there was no reason not to do it. I admit defeat. I want all your pine mushrooms. I'll give you 1 more cent based on the market price of 2 cents. How about that? No problem. 3 cents is too little. I'll sell it to you at 5 cents a pound. The businessman saw the results, and she also saw the value. If not raising the price now, when would she? I've already given you 1 more cent. Isn't it too much for you to ask for 5 cents? Mountain products like this can't be sold at that price. I can just buy them from others now. The shopkeeper was unwilling to give way. But Soo-won had an excuse. Shopkeeper, all of you in the kitchen just watched me do it with your own eyes. I taught you all my methods to make food more delicious. I have to charge you some apprenticeship fee. You all think it's delicious, and someone outside will want to eat it immediately. Now the most direct way is to buy my mushrooms and cook them. If you don't want, I can go to other restaurants and teach them this method. Naturally, someone will be willing to pay this price to buy it. Besides, 1 pound of pine mushrooms is enough to make 3 dishes. You make a net profit. He definitely didn't want everyone to know this method. It must be unique. In the future, at this time every year, he can make more money by using this method. When he heard Soo-won say that he wanted to sell it to other restaurants, he became anxious. You are so cunning. You have such a business mind at such a young age. I admire you. Okay, let's do as you said. 5 cents a pound. Okay, take the scale. The shopkeeper is a straightforward person. Soo-won achieved her goal and smiled with satisfaction. The shopkeeper was also helpless. Girl, you have to be more kind. Today I have done your business. You have to give me a favor. You are not allowed to tell other people about this method. If you still have mushrooms in the future, and even every year in the future, I am willing to charge you 1 cent higher than the market price, okay? Okay, I won't tell others. In the future, only Kulai restaurant in Chingha County will know this method.
Soo-won promised.
This potato starch can't be used for all dishes. She doesn't need to blackmail others because of this. At most, it is an equal exchange. This dynasty is still very backward, and many foods have not been discovered. The starch mentioned in the text also appeared in the later period of the novel, and it is not available now. 30 caddies of pine mushrooms, 5 cents a caddy, a total of 150 coins. That is, 1.5 taels of silver, plus the 16 coins in hand, a total of 166 coins. Thank you, shopkeeper. I wish you a prosperous business, a lot of money, and wealth from all directions. If it sells well, I will come to deliver it to you in a few days. Soo-won smiled like a flower while holding the money. The shopkeeper held his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll give you good wishes. Who wouldn't like a smart child? After leaving the Kalai restaurant, Soo-yun still felt like he was dreaming. Soo-won's operation just now really impressed him.
He made so much money easily.
If he continued to display it in the market, not to mention whether he could sell it all, he couldn't sell it at such a high price. What do you think, fourth brother? I'm awesome. Soo-won showed off the silver in front of him with a proud look on his face. Awesome. Soo-yun gave her a thumbs up. This was something he had to admit. Soo-won was very happy to get the recognition from her fourth brother. She immediately went to the meat stall and bought 2 pounds of pork belly. Pork belly cost 8 cents a pound. She went to the grain and oil store and bought 10 pounds of flour. Flour cost 3 cents a pound. This was coarse flour, yellow in color, not very fine. Fine flour cost 5 cents. She also bought 10 cents of rapeseed oil. 3 tails of oil cost 10 cents, which was enough for frying for half a month. If you save it, it can be used longer. She spent 56 cents and went to the bun shop to buy 8 meat buns. 3 cents for 2 and 10 cents for 8. There was not much meat in them, just a little bit of meat. She just spent the remaining 66 cents. Soo-yun followed her to buy meat and noodles, but she didn't buy anything for herself. She originally thought she would buy herself some velvet flower headbands or something. Fourth brother, we're going to have meat tonight and big steamed buns. Aren't you going to buy something for yourself? I don't want anything. I just want everyone to eat and drink well. Let's go home quickly. Soo-won's smile was sincere, but it made Soo-yun feel uncomfortable. Now that she had money, she actually wanted everyone to eat and drink well. She didn't seem to be the kind of domineering and unthrifty young lady he imagined. Soo-won, why can you cook? And so skilled? Soo-yun suddenly asked her, and she was stunned. She had no worries about food and drink in the richest man's house, so how could she cook by herself? Mrs. Gu said that her daughter will follow her husband after she gets married. To be a good wife and mother, she must learn to cook, so she specially learned cooking for a period of time. Her words were flawless and well-founded. Soo-yun nodded in agreement, but he did not agree with Mrs. Gu's point of view. Although a woman follows her husband after marriage, she does not necessarily have to know how to cook. If a man really loves his wife, it doesn't matter whether she can cook or not. Well, fourth brother is right. It was all nonsense originally, so Soo-won could only follow his meaning and quickly end the topic. After staying in the county for so long, it was almost Shin time, and it was time to go back as agreed with Old Hong. At the county gate, Hee Jialon and Chining Hong had just arrived not long ago, but there were still a lot of pine mushrooms in their baskets. It seemed that their business was not good today. If they couldn't sell them all, they could only take them back and dry them for themselves. Since everyone is here, let's get ready to go back. Get in the car. Old Hong greeted Soo-yun and his sister. Soo-yun's basket only had some things he had just bought, and all the pine mushrooms were sold out. Hee Jialon looked at the two in shock. Are all yours sold out? Soo-won nodded. Yes, we changed the place, so we sold out. As if knowing that she would ask how they were sold out, Soo-won directly explained it all at once to prevent her from asking more. How can you be so lucky? Look at ours. We got them all. Hee Jialon was very envious of Soo-won's good luck. Soo-won just smiled and said nothing, and the ox cart began to go back towards the village. After getting off the car at the entrance of the village, Soo-won was still chattering about how to eat meat tonight, how to make steamed buns with the newly bought flour, and how to share the buns with his brothers when he returned. But Soo-yun just answered perfunctorily with only one question. When I cook in the evening, can you come over and take a look and give me some advice? Soo-yun now thinks that Soo-won's cooking skills are better than his. He is particularly interested in cooking. His dream is to open a restaurant in the future, do his own business, and let his family live a good life. Fourth brother is so sincere, so I will give you some advice. Soo-won said this deliberately, and sure enough, Soo-yun rolled his eyes. I gave you some sunshine, and you are still shining. Almost every household in the village was drying grain on bamboo mats, and the same was true at home, but the brother and sister didn't know that a group of uninvited guests had come to their home. Su Jing's 4 brothers were standing in the yard, and there were 5 or 6 other strong men in the yard, led by a man in a brown silk gown with a pipe in his mouth, and the 2 sides were confronting each other. It's written in black and white. You can't deny it. If you don't pay me back, I will move all the grain in your house and then report to the police. Aren't you studying in Zhongyun Academy? Do you still want to participate in the spring examination next year? If you go to jail, it will be a stain on your reputation, and you can't participate. The man pointed at Su Jing's nose and said, with threats between the lines. Su Wan and Su Yun saw this scene as soon as they came back. When Su Jing was told that he could not participate in the spring examination, his face turned pale. How can you be like this? We have paid off the silver we owed you. 30 taels, not a penny less. Why are you changing your mind now and saying there is interest? Su Chen was anxious and took a step forward to take action, but was stopped by Su Mu. You are blackmailing us. We should report to the police.
Su Mu said coldly.
Report to the police? Why do you do that? I have it written in black and white with all the evidence. Will you have to sue me? This man came prepared today. He was not afraid at all. Look carefully. It is clearly written on it that interest will be charged if you don't pay it off in 3 months. Although you have paid back 30 taels in bits and pieces later, the interest has not been paid off, 5 taels of interest, and it has been more than a year now, a total of 400 days, 5 cents a day, and you still owe a total of 25 taels. This handprint and name were signed and sealed by your father himself. Don't even think about denying it. The brothers took a closer look and saw that it was really written like this. You are clearly bullying my father because he can't read. Su Yi, who has always been gentle, became angry. Then who asked you to borrow money from me? I lend money at interest. Your father should have thought clearly when he came to me to borrow money for life-saving. I heard that the little girl in your family was actually the biological daughter of Mr. Gu. The Gu family is the richest family in Qinghe County, and you have raised their daughter for more than 10 years. There must be affection. If you really can't pay it back, I can take the receipt to Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu will not care about these small amounts of money. The leader had a sly smile on his face. Su Yun heard it outside the yard, and the firecracker got angry all of a sudden. He put down his burden, rushed in, picked up the broom by the door, and was about to drive people away. Fourth brother, calm down. Su Wan didn't stop him. A bunch of robbers. Are you still unreasonable? He picked up the broom and went to hit the man. Su Jing and others saw this and hurriedly pulled him back, but the broom still swept the corner of the man's clothes. Okay, I just came to get the money you owed me, but you actually hit me. Overturn all these grains for me. He knew that he couldn't hit people. If he injured them, he wouldn't get the money, so he took out his anger on the newly harvested grains. Su Wan saw this. That was too much. This is the Su family's food supply for a year, and it can't be wasted. Don't move. Let's talk it over. We just pay you back. The girl rushed in and yelled. Everyone was attracted by her and looked at her. Su Chen was ready to take action, but he held back. He couldn't reveal the fact that he knew martial arts for the time being.
Who are you?
The leader had a pointed face and saw Su Wan standing there. He said that he would pay back the money, so he asked the people below to stop. I am the real daughter of the Su family. The sharp-nosed monkey looked at her and thought, she is really beautiful. Okay, you said it, pay me back. He spread his hands towards her. Su Wan immediately put on a bright smile. Boss, you look so elegant. Let's talk it out. Seeing that her attitude was not bad, the sharp-nosed monkey looked much better. Stop talking nonsense and pay me back quickly. 25 taels of silver, not a penny less. After you pay me back, I will tear up this IOU in front of you, and everything will be cleared from now on. Boss, can you give me a little more time? Can I pay you back after I have collected all the silver? Su Wan didn't have that much money to pay him back. He just wanted to stop him from wasting food. Bah, are you kidding me, little girl? The sharp-nosed monkey spat on the ground with a bad look on his face, obviously angry. Seeing this, Su Jing hurried forward and protected Su Wan behind him. Boss Zhang, we will not deny it, but we can't take out so much money for the time being, and the whole family is waiting for food. Can you give us some time? Grace? How long have I given you grace? Do you think I'm easy to bully? I tell you that you must pay back the money. Otherwise, I will report to the government and put you in jail. What a treacherous villain. If this sends eldest brother to the government, his future career will be ruined. Soo-won must not watch his eldest brother have no chance of a career in government. Soo-jing's brows were tightly frowned, and the fists of the other brothers of the Soo family were clenched so tightly that veins popped out. Boss Zhang, how about this? Give us a month, and we will definitely pay you back the money we owe you, and you can collect the interest. If we can't pay it back after a month, you can report to the police or do whatever you want. Soo-won stood up again and began to negotiate with Boss Zhang. Wan, don't do anything stupid. Soo-jing held Soo-won's hand. How could she make such a boast? Where could she get 25 taels of silver in a month? Even if parents worked for a whole year, they wouldn't have 25 taels of silver. Don't panic, brother. Wan has her own way. Soo-won gave him a look, indicating that he was at ease. 1 month?
Who knows what you will say next time?
Boss Zhang didn't believe her words and thought it was just a delaying tactic. Boss Zhang, I used to be the eldest daughter of the Gu family for more than 10 years. The relationship between me and the Gu family is there. If I am desperate, I have my own way. But don't you even give me this little face? Soo-won had to move out of the Soo family. Soo-won, we don't want the Gu family's charity. Soo-yun became anxious when he saw this, and looked at her with a red face. Fourth brother, shut up. Soo-won thought he was really a piece of wood with no substance. Soo-yun was so angry that he jumped up and down. The sharp-mouthed monkey weighed the pros and cons for a moment, thinking carefully about her words. What she meant was to give the Gu family face and give her a month. If she really couldn't get the money together during this month, she would find a way to ask the Gu family for it. But if he offended the Gu family because of this, it would be more trouble than gain. Finally, he decided to give her a month's grace. It's not impossible to give you a month's grace, but the interest will have to be increased. After a month, you have to pay me 30 taels of silver. If you agree, we will sign and seal it on the spot, and then I will leave and wait for good news. Based on the interest of 5 cents a day for a month, it would only be 1.5 taels of interest. He raised it so much, which is obviously bullying. Okay, it's settled.
Soo-won agreed.
Wan, this is an unfair clause. How can you agree to it? Soo-jing's heart was bleeding, not to mention whether he could pay back the previous 25 taels. He had to pay 5 more taels of silver at once. It's okay, big brother, I can pay it back. Soo-won insisted, and Soo-jing couldn't stop him. Okay, there are so many men in your family, but they are not as straightforward as a little girl like you. Let's make it a deal. Go prepare pens and ink. He ordered his men to get paper and pen to write a receipt.
Soo-won had a way out.
If it didn't work out, he still had the gold ring. The sharp-nosed monkey wrote the receipt, and Soo-won took it and examined it carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he signed and stamped his fingerprints. I'll come again in a month. I hope you won't force me. The sharp-nosed monkey put away the receipt and then swaggered away with his men. Soo-yun got angry and shouted at Soo-won. Soo-won, are you stupid? You promised to pay back 30 taels of silver. Where can we get these 30 taels in a month? I tell you, even if our Soo family is desperate, we will never accept charity from the Gu family. This is what Madame Gu said to them that day. She said that I have helped you raise your daughter so well, and I have done my best, but my daughter has never had a good day with you, and they can't think of relying on their relationship with you yet to enjoy the good things of their Gu family. Fourth brother, the reason why I agreed to him is that I have my own way. Don't worry, I will not accept charity from the Gu family. Those words are just my weighing of the pros and cons. If I don't say that, can they leave? As for money, I will find a way. I already have my own ideas. Just wait and see, brothers. Besides, 30 taels of silver can save face. Is it important to have eldest brother's future? Eldest brother has studied hard for many years and has already lost one opportunity. How can he lose another chance? The book unfolds from the perspective of the heroine Guyu, so there are not many descriptions of what happened in the countryside. This paragraph did not appear in the book, and we just don't know how they solved it. At this moment, Guyu is still in the Gu family and making up for the lost family affection with Mrs. Gu and Mr. Gu. After Suwon said this, everyone was silent. Yes, the eldest brother has waited for so long, just waiting for this spring examination to be named on the gold list. If that person reports to the official, won't his career be ruined? Su Jing's heart was full of thoughts, looking at this sister who didn't have much affection for him. She actually considered everything for herself. Okay, the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. I made money today. Fourth brother saw it with his own eyes. I bought meat, buns, and flour. We will have delicious food tonight. Fourth brother, didn't you ask me to guide you? Hurry up and bring the things in. Soo-yun felt awkward for a moment, but still went out to get the things. In the room, everyone looked at those things and asked Soo-yun how he sold all the pine mushrooms. Soo-yun told everyone about Suwon's operations today from his own perspective. Finally, he added, "Don't say it, her brain is quite good." Su Jing originally wanted to let her go to the market, and she would not go again if she couldn't sell it. Unexpectedly, things were far beyond his expectations. I promised the shopkeeper that I would send it to him in a few days. He is willing to accept it at 3 cents per pound, but now I have other things to do. Can you brothers help me share the burden of picking mushrooms? Suwon looked at everyone expectantly. Su Jing chuckled and nodded her head. You are so clever. Brother will go for you tomorrow. Suwon touched his forehead and smiled. You said you have other things to do now. What is it? The silent Sumu looked at Suwon and asked. He was better at grasping the key points. Hearing this, everyone looked at her, wanting to know the reason. You will know when the time comes.
Suwon demand mysterious.
TSK, you're keeping me in suspense. I'm going to cook. Soo-yun found it so boring. This girl Soo-won always liked to mess with people's mentality. He still preferred to cook. Is anyone home? A man was shouting and knocking at the door. Soo-chan immediately recognized that it was the voice of his master, so he went out to open the door immediately. I'm coming. When he opened the bamboo fence door, it was indeed his master, holding a few pieces of pork in his hand. Master.
Sure.
Jiang the hunter made a gesture to keep quiet, signaling him not to shout. Soo-chan then reacted, Jiang the hunter, why are you here?
Me.
I'm here to deliver meat to your house. By the way, where's your sister? Uncle Jiang weighed the wild boar meat in his hand and tilted his head to look inside. Suwon was the only girl in the Su family now, so who else could he say? When Suwon heard someone calling her, she moved over. Seeing that it was the hunter Jiang, she was a little surprised. Uncle Jiang, why is it you? Haha, I forgot to tell you the other day. Thanks to you for leading the wild boar to the trap, otherwise I wouldn't have caught it. Now, I brought the wild boar back and killed it and thought of sending you some meat to eat. You also have a share of the credit, don't you? Uncle Jiang smiled heartily. After inviting Uncle Jiang into the house and asking him what happened, they found out that Suwon had gone deep into the forest alone without telling anyone and was almost eaten by a wild boar. Yes, if it weren't for this girl, the wild boar would have run away, and it wouldn't have fallen into the trap. I thought of sending a few pieces to your family after I killed the meat. Uncle Jiang put the meat on the table, about 20 pounds, all of which were top-quality pork hind legs. Hunter Jiang, you don't need so much, just take some back. Su Jing was embarrassed to accept so much pork. 20 pounds of pork was worth 160 coins on the market. In fact, this was just a cover-up. Uncle Jiang really felt sorry for his apprentice and saw that his family was in trouble, so he used Suwon's excuse to send meat. Suwon also knew very well that a master like Uncle Jiang could not do anything with a wild boar. I've already brought it here. How can I take it back? Just accept it. He sent it here on purpose, so why would he think of taking it back? Su Jing didn't want to owe this favor, so he simply asked Uncle Jiang to stay for dinner before leaving. Uncle Jiang didn't refuse and stayed. Suwon was laughing behind him, and Su Jing turned around and tapped her on the head. Didn't I tell you not to run into the woods? Why didn't you listen? What if something happens? This girl is too rebellious. After repeated warnings, she still went into the woods. Suwon stuck out her tongue, feeling a little guilty. I was so engrossed when picking mushrooms that I forgot about it for a moment. I won't do it next time. Su Jing was not going to embarrass her. He sighed helplessly and then helped Su Yun to light the fire and cook. Su Yun looked at so much meat and felt that happiness came too suddenly. He could make good use of these ingredients. There were guests tonight, so a pot of sweet potato rice was cooked, with less sweet potatoes and more rice. Su Won watched Su Yun cooking from the side. She found that there seemed to be no condiments like soy sauce in this dynasty, so the dishes looked bland. Su Yun's cooking technique was very skillful. He could stir the wok with a big iron pot, just like a great chef. He learned it by himself. Sure enough, he would become a big boss in the food industry in the future. After frying lettuce and meat, he asked Suwon to taste it. Try it. How does it taste? Suwon took chopsticks and tasted it. The saltiness was just right. The meat was just right and well seasoned. It wasn't too old, nor did it have that mushy feeling. It was delicious. Delicious. Suwon gave him a thumbs up. Just 2 words. Suyun was not very satisfied with her statement. Delicious is delicious. What other adjectives are needed? Suwon thought silently in his heart. Give some comments. Is there anything that needs to be improved? Suwon thought about it carefully. She couldn't find anything wrong with this dish, so she could only express her thoughts. I think it would be nice if there was a sauce for seasoning and coloring to use in cooking. It can make the color of the dish darker and more delicious. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this dish. It is delicious. I just think the taste is a bit monotonous. In her opinion, whether a dish is delicious depends on the ingredients. The combination of ingredients can also make the food more delicious, just like the reason why she used black fungus to stir-fry mushrooms. Sauce for seasoning and coloring? Su Yun didn't understand. Yes, it's the kind that can be stored for a long time. Putting a little bit in each time will make the food taste more delicious. The cooking method here is still too simple. We just need to control the heat. I think we still have to innovate and have our own cuisine. In the original novel, Su Yun always wanted to be unique. He had many ways to prepare ingredients. He thought of frying, stir-frying, boiling, deep-frying, and braising, but he never thought of spending time on seasoning. He wanted something different, but he couldn't find a direction. In fact, there was nothing wrong with his innovation. More tricks could keep customers, but a trick would become stale after a while. He had to keep coming up with new tricks to make the dishes classics. Only then could classics be passed down forever. Suyun started to get stuck in a rut after hearing this. He nodded as if he understood, and pondered over her statement over and over again. Indeed, they didn't have any tricks in cooking. As long as the heat and the saltiness are similar. It would be nice if some special seasonings could be developed to change the single taste. Later, he made a salted meat to blanch the vegetables. This was also a way of eating that Su Yun came up with. It was a bit like hot pot. The salted meat became more flavorful as it was cooked, and the vegetables became more delicious when blanched, with a meaty and fresh taste. This idea was quite good. He asked Su Won how to make shredded potato pancakes. Su Won said beside him that he just followed the steps. He also wanted to make it like Su Won without any burnt smell, but he still didn't quite grasp the heat when frying. Fourth brother, when frying, lubricate the pan with oil, don't use fire on the stove, and fry slowly, with residual heat. Fry 2 less pieces each time, and turn them over more frequently so they don't get burnt. He followed what Su Won said and fried a few more pieces, and sure enough, they didn't get burnt, without any black at all. It really is. Suyun was very satisfied with the result, and his eyes softened when he looked at Su Won. It turned out that people need to have the same topics to get along better. Su Jing looked at how harmoniously they got along, and nodded with great satisfaction. During the meal, Uncle Jiang praised the dishes on the table, especially the salted meat, which won his heart, and he ate it with great pleasure. Tonight we had the meat bought by Su Won. Most of the 20 kilograms of pork that Uncle Jiang brought was marinated with salt to prepare for smoked bacon. In this weather, the meat cannot be kept for too long. If it is not smoked, it will deteriorate and become smelly. Just keep a few kilograms to eat fresh. Now the Su family's top priority is to pay back the 30 taels of silver they owe, but Soo-won is keeping it a secret, and no one knows what she wants to do. The next day, Soo-jing was going to pick mushrooms for Soo-won, and Soo-yi would go with him. Before going, they had to take out all the millet and dry it in the sun. Won-won, what do you want to do? You promised Boss Zhang that you only have 1 month to pay back the 30 taels of silver, so don't be stubborn. If you really can't do it, I'll find a way. Before going to the mountain, he still wanted to ask, clearly. Seeing that Soo-won didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, he didn't know what she was thinking. Brother, don't worry, I already have a way to make money. You go pick mushrooms first. Soo-won couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. Let's wait and see the finished product. Soo-jing had no choice but to make money from the mushrooms first, so he took Soo-yi to the mountain. Now there are only the second brother Soo-mu, the third brother Soo-chin, and the fourth brother Soo-yun left at home. Soo-won has things to give them to do before they can buy materials. There was still 1 or 2 taels of silver left from selling mushrooms yesterday, and Soo-won took out the silver and divided it among his brothers. Won-won, what are you giving us money for? Soo-chin looked at the copper coins in his hand and asked in confusion. I need a few brothers to help me buy some ingredients. Soo-won explained with a smile. After hearing this, the brothers looked at each other, and they didn't quite understand what she meant. What exactly are you going to do? Soo-mu asked with a frown. Second brother, don't ask too much. You'll know after I make it. Please ask third brother to help me buy 5 pounds of pork fat from the county. I remember there are people raising sheep in our village. Please ask second brother to help me get a can of goat milk. Fourth brother, take a handful of straw and help me burn it into ash. She asked about pork fat yesterday. It is more expensive than pork belly, 9 cents a pound, because after pork fat is refined into lard, it can be eaten for a long time, and the oil is heavy. 5 pounds of pork fat cost 45 cents, and she gave Soo-chin 50 cents. I don't know about goat milk. How did she sell it? That day she saw the kid herding sheep in the village. There were many lambs in the flock, and the ewes were full of milk, so she concluded that there was goat milk. She gave Soo-mu 30 coins, which should be enough, right? The autumn harvest has just ended, and there is straw everywhere. It is very simple to make alkaline water with some wood ash. Soo-won kept it a secret, and she couldn't get any information. She didn't know what she wanted these things for. But it doesn't matter. The money is earned by herself. She can spend it however she wants. I'll see what you want to do, wood ash, right?
Wait.
Soo-yun has been with her for a few days, and now he is not so resistant to her. Instead, he thinks she is very mysterious and knows a lot. The 3 brothers went to help her get things, and she took a hatchet to the bamboo forest behind and cut down a few relatively large bamboo tubes. The wood ash was quickly prepared, and Soo-won asked him to find some lime powder, add water to the wood ash and filter it several times, wait for it to precipitate alkaline water, and add limestone. She had discovered before that there was no soap in this dynasty, and only soapberry rice could be used to wash clothes. Alkaline water and lard can produce a natural reaction to produce delicate foam. Alkalinity can remove grease. Goat milk is good for the skin, and goat milk soap can be made to wash the face. This goat milk soap will definitely be very popular. After the alkaline water was filtered, Soo-chin and Soo-mu had also returned. Soo-mu only spent 10 cents on the goat milk, and the remaining 20 cents were returned to Soo-won. Goat milk smells so stinky, it's not as expensive as you think. Fresh goat milk does smell stinky, but it won't smell like stinky after it's boiled. Soo-chin went to the county to buy lard, and was the last one back, so the lye water and goat milk had been processed, and he was just waiting to boil the lard. The lard was cut into small pieces and then refined into lard. The oil residue can be used for cooking. 5 pounds of lard can produce several bowls of lard. Before it solidifies, take out a bowl and skim off the floating foam. The remaining 2 bowls will be kept for home consumption. Let's experiment first. Take it to the market to see if it sells well. If it can be sold at a high price, continue making it. Soo-won guarantees that it will definitely sell well, and she will not lose money on this thing. It is a must-have trick for time travel. Pour the hot goat milk into the lard and stir evenly to mix it completely. Then pour the alkaline water in proportion. At this time, You need to stir constantly, which requires a lot of arm strength, so she can only ask Su-chin for help because he is a martial artist and has good arm strength. Su-chin obediently did what she said, and Su-mu and Su-yun watched the whole time, not knowing what she was going to do. Su-won, you have ruined a bowl of lard like this. Is it still edible? This made the brothers feel painful. The brothers who have been frugal since childhood felt distressed to see her waste it like this. Who said, I want to make it into food. Su-won smiled meaningfully and did not stop until Su-chen had stirred the oil into a creamy state. She poured the semi-finished goat milk soap into a bamboo tube and put it in a cool and ventilated place to let it sit for a few days. After it is saponified and the alkalinity becomes smaller, it can be taken out and used. Is that it? What on earth are you doing? Su-yun was confused. This is what he got after a whole day. Can he make money from this? Do and tell me you make money from this? That's right, fourth brother, we'll see in 3 days. Words are not very convincing. Only when you take out the finished product and show it to them on the spot and see the effect, it will be useful. Why are you being so mysterious? I'll see what you're going to do. Su-yun curled his lips, then went to study his own things. He had been thinking about it all night yesterday, and he had been thinking about the seasonings and sauces that Su-won mentioned, so he wanted to think about it and start from this direction to make a unique, fresh, and delicious dish. In the afternoon, Su-jing and Su-yi came back from the mountain picking mushrooms. There are many people picking mushrooms recently, so it is not easy to pick them. After picking for a whole day, they only picked 2 baskets. Su-won took him to see the goat milk soap she made. She only told him her idea. Brother, we always use wooden sticks to wash clothes, but it's not clean. We have to spend money to buy soap, and it may not be clean after using it. So I thought of this idea and made this goat milk soap, which can be used to wash clothes as well as wash your face and take a bath. 3 days later, when we go to the county to deliver mushrooms, we can take the goat milk soap to the county, by the way, okay? Now in this family, Su-jing is the only one who is closest to her, so subconsciously, if there is anything, she will only tell him, because he will not discourage her. Indeed, Su-jing listened to her idea and thought it was particularly good. Is this goat milk soap so good? Then I have to see it carefully. If it is useful, it will definitely sell for a high price. Well, and it is also very simple to make. If it is popular, we can definitely pay back the 30 taels in a month, and maybe even make more money. Su-won still has confidence in her goat milk soap. This is what ordinary people use. It is affordable, fresh, and easy to use, so it will sell well. Su-jing saw her so confident and couldn't help but smile. His sister is actually very good. She is very smart, has her own ideas, is very hardworking, and has a pure and clear look in her eyes. 3 days later, a load of mushrooms were picked. This time, Su-jing took Su-won to the county. Su-won removed the mold of the goat milk soap and cut it into round blocks of uniform thickness. Because it had to be economical, Su-won cut it thicker. The light yellow goat milk soap smelled very strong and delicious. I used some scraps and rubbed them with water. There were dense bubbles, and it was easy to rinse. After washing, there was a light milk smell on my hands, which was very delicious. In order to test the effect, Su-won tried it on his face. The milk smell was very good. After washing, his face felt smooth and refreshing without any tightness. It was fine to put it on his hands, the foam was fine, and the fragrance was fine. Let's see how it works when washing clothes. I called all the brothers and gave each of them a piece of scraps. I asked them to use it to wash their faces, hands, and clothes to see the effect. It was the first time they saw such a new thing. Su-yun was the most active and tried it over and over again. Don't mention it, this stuff smells really good. It smells really good after washing. Su-mu was more direct and tried the cleaning ability directly. He took out a few dirty clothes to wash, and after rubbing them with goat milk soap, he felt that the washing felt particularly good and smooth, and the water that came out was dirty. Compared with the previous washing, the clothes were indeed much cleaner. It was also very easy to rinse, and the foam was washed away quickly. The clothes were washed quite clean, not bad. At first, no one knew what this was. They felt it was particularly unreliable and a waste of oil. Now, they know what Suwon is up to. Seeing everyone's reaction, Suwon knew it would be okay, and she felt more confident. Yes, brothers, do you think it would be very popular if there was such a good thing in people's lives? It's cheap, affordable, and easy to use. Suwon had thought about doing something to make money from the beginning, but she just lacked the capital. Now she was forced to do it, so she started to implement it in advance. The main purpose now is to build a good relationship with the big brothers. It is also a shortcut to make them look at themselves with admiration.
Suwon was right.
When something is good, the price must also be affordable so that more people will buy it. Wanwan, this is indeed a good thing. You are very smart. Sujing suddenly felt that his youngest sister knew a lot. Sister Wanwan, how do you know how to make this? Did the Gu family teach you too? Sui narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking harmless, but his question was the most direct and accurate. After all, the Gu family has been doing business for generations, and if they know how to make goat milk soap, which is such a good business opportunity, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. Why would they leave it to Suwon to make it now? Sui is indeed a big-tailed wolf, and his mind is the most delicate. Oh, fifth brother, I am usually idle and like to tinker with these things. I also accidentally discovered that wood ash water mixed with these oils can be made into this kind of soap. I had a brilliant idea and thought of adding some goat milk to it. Now, I have made a fool of myself. Suwon said this without blushing or beating his heart, and the main point was sincerity. Then Sister Wanwan is really smart. Sui did not continue to ask, so he believed it? That's right. All the brothers are gifted and smart. As your sister, I naturally can't embarrass you. Suyeon was very pleased with these words. He felt that he was very talented in cooking, and he raised his head proudly. Sumu smiled and raised his eyebrows, thinking that his sister was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But it is undeniable that she is really smart. Okay, it's getting late. Wanwan, let's go quickly. Second brother, take them to dry the millet. Pay attention to the weather. Don't let it rain, and you won't be able to harvest it in time. Su Jing saw that the time was almost up. Old Hongtu probably couldn't wait much longer. It was very hot these 2 days, and there was a sign of rain. Suwon took out 10 pieces of goat milk soap. This time, a total of 18 pieces were made. She took them to test the water first. Before leaving, she took out a drawing and gave it to Su Yun and gave him the copper coins on her body, asking him to find a carpenter in the village to customize a few molds. Goat milk soap cannot only be easy to use, but also have to look good. This drawing was drawn a few days ago. What is this? Suyun looked at the drawing, which was so neatly drawn with all the details, and there were patterns inside, which looked quite realistic. The mold for making goat milk soap, fourth brother, remember to tell the carpenter that the patterns inside must be done well. Thank you for your hard work, and bring fourth brother some delicious food when you come back. Just like coaxing a child, Suyun didn't realize that he was also optimistic about this goat milk soap when he put the drawing in his arms. Suwon was holding a small basket with goat milk soap in it, and she already had an idea for selling it in her mind. The busy farming season was almost over, and many people went to the city these days. Everyone was very excited to see Su Jing and his sister, especially Suwon, and asked questions along the way. Suwon answered them very seriously, smiling sweetly, and seemed to be very easy to get along with. It was sweet. Most of the people on the bus were rural women. They were all smart. Those who had sons at home had already taken a fancy to each other. The main reason was that Suwon was good-looking and was a lady raised by a wealthy family. She was likable. All you could hear along the way was the women's laughter. Su Jing was in a good mood. When Yaya was around, he didn't like to chat with these women. He thought they were gossipy, so he didn't have a very good relationship in the village. After entering the county, they went to the restaurant first. This dish of fried black fungus and mushrooms sold well. The mushrooms they collected last time were sold out in a few days. The shopkeeper thought that if Suwon didn't come, he would go to the market. As soon as Suwon came, he said something stupid. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come, I'll find someone else. Come. Can I not come? I'm calculating the time. Is there any reason not to make money?
Does what you said last time still count?
Charge me 3 cents per pound? Soo-won estimated that this time, there were about 40 caddies. He should have earned a lot in the past 2 days. 3 cents a caddy is just a small amount at best. After making money, the shopkeeper would be easy to talk to. He smiled and nodded, saying, I'm a businessman. I can't take back my words. What I say is what I say. After selling this batch, the novelty is almost over. I'll just have to wait until next year. After the pine mushroom season, they will not continue to sell it. The main purpose is to create a sense of novelty. Someone was asked to weigh it. 40 caddies, 3 cents a caddy, 1 tael of silver and 20 cents. Not as much as last time, but it was enough. Soo-won was easily satisfied. Thank you, shopkeeper, you're rich. Little girl, you are very smooth at a young age. I like doing business with people like you. Next time, if there are fresh mountain products, you can also send them over. He now thinks highly of this girl. She is smart. Okay. Soo-won happily put the silver into the small bag and smiled with satisfaction. Soo-jing watched her handle these things easily from the side and wondered if she was really the eldest daughter who grew up in the Gu family and didn't care about the world. But then he thought, Master Gu is a businessman, and it is normal for him to follow suit and be more tactful. Before leaving, Soo-won gave a piece of goat milk soap to the shopkeeper, not missing any opportunity to test it. Shopkeeper, this is called goat milk soap. It can be used for washing hands, face, and clothes. It is much better than soap nuts. I made it with goat milk. Take it home and let your wife try it. The shopkeeper looked at the thick piece on his hand and smelled it. It did smell like milk. It looked good and could be used to wash clothes. Thank you. Soo-won nodded and told Soo-jing to leave. A masked man walked in from the door. The man was wearing a white robe. The fabric was obviously high-quality silk. He was tall and slender. Although only his chin was exposed, his lips looked full and healthy and rosy. His skin was also very delicate, which made people imagine what kind of handsome man was under the mask. Soo-won turned around without paying attention and bumped into his chest. She only smelled a faint scent of pine on him and vaguely felt that his chest was firm. She took 2 steps back, and when she looked up, she saw such an extraordinary man wearing a strange Fong mask. Sorry, I didn't notice. It was her fault, so it was understandable that she apologized at the first time. The man said lightly that it was okay, and his voice was cold, like a clear mountain spring. Boss, a room upstairs, good wine, and delicious food. He didn't take it seriously, took out a 10 liang silver ingot and put it on the counter, generous. 10 liang is enough to stay here for many days. Soo-won didn't care. Soo-jing reached out and rubbed her forehead. Are you okay, Won-won? Soo-won shook her head, and the brother and sister left the restaurant. Won-won, how are you going to sell the goat milk soap? Soo-jing saw that she didn't take all the goat milk soap with her and gave it away for free. I wonder what good ideas this little girl is thinking of in her mind. Soo-won did have an idea, so she asked Soo-jing, Brother, do you know where there is a grocery store in our county? It's a store that sells some daily necessities. Of course there are every few streets. Do you want to buy something? This kind of grocery store, as the name suggests, sells a variety of daily necessities. It has everything. Then please take me to the one you think has the best business and the most complete goods. She wanted to put the goat milk soap on the shelves of the grocery store, where there was no need to shout and people came and went every day. Soo-jing nodded and took her there. After turning a few streets, they came to the central street of the county, where there was a yeoman grocery store. The seller was a lady in her early 30s with a pair of phoenix eyes and drooping eyebrows. Apart from this feature, everything else was ordinary, but she was shrewd everywhere. She was fanning herself with a cattail leaf fan in her hand and was very simple and unpretentious. Won-won, what do you want to buy? Soo-jing always thought she was here to buy something. Otherwise, why would she go to the store with the most complete goods? Not buying anything, talking about business. Soo-won smiled mysteriously again. As soon as she entered the grocery store, the proprietress saw her and asked enthusiastically, What do you want to buy? I'll find it for you. Boss lady, I'm not buying anything. After Soo-won said this, The boss lady's expression changed 180 degrees, and she stopped smiling immediately. If you don't want to buy anything, what are you going to do? Suwon smiled confidently and explained, I'll show you something good and discuss a win-win business. Talk about business? The boss lady looked up and down at the little girl and said with a smile, Girl, have your hair grown out? Are you here to discuss business with me? These frivolous words made Su Jing frown and look at the boss lady unhappily. The boss lady accepted his gaze, but didn't care. As a businessman, people come and go in the business world. What kind of people haven't she seen, and what kind of looks haven't she received? Don't judge a person by appearance. Age is not a problem. As long as I can make you money, isn't that enough? Businessmen will not miss any opportunity to make money. If you are not interested, I will go to another store. Suwon was about to leave, but what she said really offended the boss lady, who was anxious. What if it really is a good thing to make money? Wouldn't it be a loss if you missed it? Let's listen to her. Okay, let me see if you can convince me. Suwon saw that there was a chance and smiled. Everything was under control. He turned around and returned to his expressionless face. He opened the basket, revealing the goat milk soap inside. The boss lady had never seen it before, so she was curious. What is this? Suwon took out a piece and began to introduce to her the ingredients added to it and the benefits of goat milk for the skin. This soap of mine can be used to wash your face and hands, take a bath, and wash clothes. It cleans well and leaves a fragrance. It has a light milky fragrance and is very tempting. It looks more high-end than soap beans. Soap beans are usually expensive and ordinary people can't afford them. I see that the soap beans in your shop are covered in dust and not many people buy them. Why don't you try mine? Mine has not been finely modified and may not look so good. I'll give it to you for free to try it out, and you can use it yourself. If you think it's good, I'll deliver it to you and you can sell it on the shelf. You won't lose money. I'll make it look better then. What do you think? Suwon's mouth was dry after talking for so long. He didn't know if she had listened to him. He saw her sniffing and looking at the goat milk soap again and again. Her brows sometimes frowned and sometimes relaxed, with doubt and some hesitation. You mean you give me all these for free? Suwon nodded, as if she was willing to sacrifice the lamb. She couldn't catch the wolf. In other words, after she sold the soap, it would be her money. If she thought it was good and sold well, she would come back in a few days to give it away, and she could make it more beautiful and exquisite. Then I'll try it first. If no one buys it, forget it. The proprietress thought that it wouldn't be a loss anyway, so she might as well give it a try. This woman is cunning, but it's good this way. If she is smarter and knows how to calculate, she can make more money. Suwon reached a consensus with her that she would come again in a few days, and she would bring the goods to the door at that time. She must have confidence. In later generations, handmade soap is still popular, and she doesn't believe that these ancients can't be defeated.
Su Jing really admires Suwon's mind.
She has a clear mind. She actually thought of cooperating with shops and using their shops and traffic to sell. Brother, let's go buy some more lard and make 100 pieces of goat milk soap first. I'm confident that she will buy it in a few days. After she uses it and thinks it's good, she will try to sell it, promote it in various ways, and brag about it in various ways. Anyway, she will praise it highly, so that Suwon won't lose money and gain publicity. Why not? If it is put in the shop, the grade will be raised, and the price can also be raised. There is still a difference between street stalls and counters. It's like hiring a good talker, and the boss lady is just a tool. Su Jing himself said it was good after using it, and his brothers at home didn't think it was bad, so this thing must have potential. Okay, let's go. This time they wanted to buy 10 pounds of pork fat at once, so the pork shop owner gave them a discount of 1 cent. They spent 80 cents to buy 10 pounds of pork fat and also gave them 2 bones with little meat, which were just right for making soup. Suwon promised to buy delicious food for the fourth brother, so he went to buy 8 meat buns and 3 sugar cakes, spending 15 cents. These mushrooms were picked by the eldest and fifth brothers with great effort. They didn't buy anything, which made them feel sorry for them. Brother, do you want to eat anything? These pine mushrooms were picked by you and the fifth brother, and I ended up using them all. Su Jing shook his head and touched her head gently. You did all this for this family and for us. The idea was yours. You made the money, and we benefited from it. Besides, the lard you bought is meat, and a rare delicacy. How could your eldest brother not be satisfied? Your fifth brother wouldn't have any ideas either. He is the gentlest. Suwon felt warm in the heart and liked this eldest brother more and more. The eldest brother in the family was different. He was always tolerant and took care of the thoughts of his younger brothers and sisters. In a tea house next to them, a girl in gorgeous clothes, with a beautiful face, decorated with hairpins and rings, was very cute. Next to her sat two other girls in gorgeous clothes, and her eyes were always fixed on the close brother and sister downstairs. Ms. Gu, the snacks in this restaurant are delicious, and the milk tea is also a specialty. Don't you like it? These two young ladies, both of whom have business dealings with the Gu family, are the daughters of the landowners in the county. The wealthy families have their own circle. Gui has been back to the Gu family for almost 10 days. This is her first time out, enjoying a superior quality of life, with so many servants to serve her, as many beautiful clothes and jewelry as she wants, and so many fawning followers. She had spent too many days in the countryside facing the lust, and was a little uncomfortable at first, but now she enjoys the feeling of being sought after, the feeling of being noble. Her parents are very good to her, and they always respond to her requests, as if to make up for the debts of these years. However, she just seeing her elder brother Su Jing and the girl with extraordinary appearance and sweet smile getting along so well, she felt sad. Such gentle eyes and doting head pats were obviously directed at her before. She had only been away for a few days, and her elder brother was conquered by her. This Suwon had occupied her life for so many years and lived a prosperous life for her for so long, and now he wanted to share his brother's love? It seemed that she had to find an opportunity to go back. Although her mother was particularly resistant to the Su family, it was the home where she grew up after all. Her brothers meant a lot to her. Seeing them so harmonious, she felt uncontrollably sad. It's too hot. I have no appetite. You guys eat. We'll go shopping later. She imitated the way the daughters spoke. Her tone was slow, gentle, and she smiled without showing her teeth. Suwon spent almost 1 or 2 silver coins at once, and she still felt a little distressed. In the days when she had no money, every cent had to be spent on the blade. But at the market, she saw someone selling dates, which were from her own date trees, pollution-free and without additives. She bought some and spent 5 cents. There were about 20 of them, just to taste the sweetness. When she got home, she divided the buns among her brothers.
Suyun refunded her 10 cents.
To make 3 sets of molds, the carpenter only charged 20 cents, and the molds were not big, so they could be made tomorrow afternoon. There were 8 buns, 1 for each person and 2 left, so Suyun divided it among the eldest brother and the 5th brother. The eldest brother and the 5th brother have worked hard picking mushrooms. They can have one. Su Jing did not refuse. If it were any other time, he would definitely give it up, but he was also afraid that Suwon would be unhappy. Then thank you, Sister Wanwan. Su-yi was not embarrassed. He took it and stuffed it into his mouth. Suyun ran over and insisted on giving him half. It's only right that I get half. Do you admit that we are twin brothers now? The 4th and 5th brothers quarreled with each other all the time. Although Su-yi said so, he still gave him half of the bun. There were only 3 sugar cakes, which were divided into 6 portions, and each of them took half. It was just that the dates were eaten by several brothers, 1 each, and the rest were left untouched and kept for Suwon. Girls love to eat sweet things, and how can a brother compete with her? The next morning, Suwon took the leftover goat milk soap from last time and carried a basin to the river to wash clothes. At this time, the river was full of people from the village who came to wash clothes. He Jiaolon and Chininghong were also there. Suwon was now the topic of conversation in the village. She had just come back and was fresh, but she was a community leader, so she would go where there were many people. Hey, isn't this the girl from the Su family? I heard that you have been back for a few days, and I haven't seen you. I just heard that you are very handsome, and I recognized you at first sight. Suwon usually doesn't show up in front of people. So many people in the village have never seen her, but those who have seen her are all shocked by her appearance. Well, hello, aunts. We will be from the same village in the future, so let's visit each other more often. Chun Inghong rolled her eyes when she saw that she was so shameless. She is really shameless. Which girl is like her, showing off everywhere? He Jialon smiled when she heard it. She is good-looking and attractive wherever she stands. Sister Su Won has a good personality, so don't always have a problem with her. Sister Jialon, what benefits has she given you? You protect her so much. You are doing it for the sake of Brother Su Jing's face, and you love her too much. Hearing this, He Jialon immediately hit her lightly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to be angry. Chuninghong has a big mouth. This place is full of gossipy women. If she talks about such nonsense, she, as a girl, will lose her reputation if it gets out. Chuninghong also realized that she said the wrong thing, so she shut up. On Suwon's side, he picked a group that was chatting the most and took out his goat milk soap to make bubbles. The clothes were foaming while being washed, and you could faintly smell the fragrance of milk, which instantly attracted the attention of several ants nearby. Sister Su, what is this new thing? It even produces foam. Suwon thought to himself, his home court has come, so he successfully broke into the gossip group and started the sales mode. Ants, my goat milk soap is great. After washing your hands and face, your skin will be smooth and tender. And if you use it to wash clothes, the clothes will have a milky fragrance. You can smell it on me, right? She stretched out her sleeves for them to smell, and they leaned over to smell it. Hey, it really is, it smells really good. Come on, everyone try it, and see if it works. Suwon generously shared her soap with everyone. They were all those who loved to take advantage, so of course they would not refuse, and took turns rubbing clothes with the goat milk soap. There were a lot of bubbles rubbed out, and the feeling of washing clothes was particularly good. You could clearly see the yellow bubbles washed out of the clothes. Wow, this thing is really easy to use, it washes so clean. An ant said very honestly. Everyone is a thrifty person, and if there is something useful, they all want to inquire about it. That's right, my goat milk soap can also be used to wash your face. My face is greasy and sticky in the summer, and it is flaky and dry in the winter. Using this to wash your face can also beautify your skin. She successfully got along well with a group of middle-aged women and used her eloquence to make them stunned. They all asked where she bought it. How about this? I still have a few pieces. Ants, come to my house, and I will cut a small piece for each of you to use. If you like it, I will find a way to get more for you, and it will be cheaper. When I bought this, it cost me more than 10 cents a piece. Suwon just said, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If there is such a good deal to be made, the ants would take it for nothing. So, after washing the clothes, a large group of people followed Suwon to her house with wooden basins to get the goat milk soap. She also called He Jialon to go with them. He Jialon thought that Su Jing was also at home at this time, so she wanted to go and see him. Several brothers were drying millet, boiling lard, and making lye water at home when they saw Suwon coming back with so many people and distributing goat milk soap to them. Each person cut a small piece and left. That small piece was enough for a few days at most. She was calculating with an abacus, and the beads were about to jump on their faces. Ants, remember to come to me if you need it. I will give you a friendly price, which is absolutely affordable. Okay, sister of the Su family, we will come to you if we find it useful. The ants left happily. He Jialon and Chuninghong were there, and they also cut a small piece for them. The two came to see their loved ones. He Jialon took the goat milk soap and went to talk to Su Jing, asking some random questions. Su Jing acted very cold and deliberately kept a distance from her. He Jialon was not so shameless to put her face in the cold ice, so she left disappointed. Chuninghong took the goat milk soap and rolled her eyes at Suwon. You are such a prodigal son. How can you give away something you spend your own money for free? If it were Yeya, she would not be like you. She is the most thrifty. It was a typical example of being soft-hearted and finding faults with others. Suwon was unwilling to indulge her and snatched back the goat milk soap. If you don't like it, give it back to me. Goodbye, I won't see you off. She raised her head and left proudly, making Chuninghong very angry. She also liked the small piece of goat milk soap. It felt good and smelled good. But it was just a compliment. She had to give it a stab. In the afternoon, she went to get the molds back. There were 3 sets of molds in total. One mold could produce 20 pieces. The molds were removed every 3 days. She planned to go to the grocery store in 6 days. I guess the boss lady was getting impatient by then. This time, 10 kilograms of lard could produce 200 pieces of goat milk soap. They were made into squares with auspicious patterns. In the middle were 3 words: mainland wealth, flowers and prosperity, and everything goes well. Just put your own seal on it. I bought a stack of oil paper, and after removing the goat milk soap from the mold, I used the oil paper to fold it neatly and beautifully, like wrapping a gift box. Several brothers came to help. They didn't know how to fold them at first, so Soo-won taught them one by one. The goat milk soap folded like this is really beautiful, but the oil paper is too ordinary. It would be better if it could be a little more fancy. This is Soo-yi's feeling. He always feels that it is quite neat to wrap it like this, but it is too monotonous. Then, if fifth brother has any ideas, just let him know. Soo-won probably guessed his idea. In the original book, fifth brother is an excellent painter. Later he became a master of painting. Each of his paintings is worth a fortune and has a very high collection value. It is so difficult to find a painting. He should want to draw something on it. I think you can draw some pictures of ladies on it. Simple ones are fine. In this way, it will be tasteful and look more expensive. If fifth brother likes it, then draw it. Just follow fifth brother's own ideas. Soo-won's support was so direct that Soo-yi felt a little unconfident. Sister Won-won, do you think I can draw well? What if the painting is ruined? It's okay, fifth brother. If the painting is ruined, just rewrap it. We have plenty of oil paper. Soo-won smiled brightly, not at all like deliberately saying nice things to coax him. Sister Won-won trusts me so much? If my own family doesn't trust me, who else can I trust? Fifth brother, just do what you like. Life is short. If you can't even do what you like, it's too boring. Soo-won's words made Soo-yi feel warm in his heart and laughed from the bottom of his heart. I'll go get the pen and ink. I've seen the paintings of the fifth brother. One day, he casually drew a plum blossom on my paper. The painting was lifelike. It shows that he is talented. Soo-jin got up and went to the room to get the pen and ink. Soo-yi felt that this feeling of being unconditionally supported by his family was really good. He began to draw on the goat milk soap, simple ladies, simple outlines, sometimes a peony, sometimes a peach blossom, and sometimes a lotus bud. However, he painted each one very vividly, just like what Soo-jin said, lifelike. For the first time, Soo-won knew what it meant to write like a god. This is a gifted talent. Fifth brother, this is God chasing you to feed you. Not everyone has such a talent. If you cultivate it, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Soo-won's words made Soo-yi pause again. He suddenly remembered that before, he took a branch and drew a dragon on the ground. Yaya was watching beside him and praised the painting. Fifth brother, do you like painting?
Soo-yi nodded.
He liked painting since he was a child. He painted everything he liked on the ground, and he was self-taught and painted very well. It's just that the family is in financial difficulty. Reading and literacy have become a problem. Where can I get spare money to buy quality brushes? Yeah, I like it. But fifth brother, our family is so poor that we can't even afford paper, pens, and paints. I know, I just like it, and I won't eat it. Hearing this, Soo-yi was actually a little disappointed. Being poor means you can't do what you like. Fifth brother is so smart, he will be great at other things in the future. Guyu grew up in the countryside after all, and her vision was not good. She thought that painting had no future. Won-won, do you really think this can make a living? Soo-yi really wanted to hear Soo-won's thoughts. Why not? Our country has always valued literature. The current emperor particularly likes painting. Our Jin country is an elegant country. The most elegant things are music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. If you are good at painting, if you meet a good mentor, you will become famous overnight and become a great scholar in the literary world. A painting is worth thousands or tens of thousands of gold. Why can't it be used to make a living? Besides, fifth brother is so talented. Many great scholars have achieved their achievements through hard work and experience. People still need to have ideals and goals, even if they start from a low point. With 3 points of talent and 10 points of hard work, they can still achieve great things. And those who achieve great things are never particular about details. Haha. Well said. Wanwan's vision is extraordinary. Su Jing felt that Suwan's words were really good. With 3 points of talent and 10 points of hard work, those who achieve great things are not particular about details. Sui smiled and continued to paint. The children raised by this wealthy family did have a broader vision and ideas, but there is no doubt that these words comforted Sui. She was right. What's wrong with a low starting point? We have talent, and with hard work, how can we not have a bright future? Now is the 3rd day. After taking off the first batch of molds, a total of 60 goat milk soaps have been produced. The second mold will be made immediately. In 3 days, they will be able to go to the county. Suwon also made dozens of goat milk soaps in bamboo tubes, cut them into round blocks, and wrapped them in oil paper. On this day, more than a dozen aunties from the village came to Won to buy soap. This soap is really easy to use. Not only does it make clothes clean, but after washing your face, your skin becomes tender and fragrant, and your hands are also smooth after washing. They feel that a piece of soap for a dozen cents can be used for a month or so. It was quite worthwhile. Last time, Suwon said that she would give them a lower price, so they discussed and came to buy it. Suwon had already prepared it. She was going to sell them this goat milk soap at 10 coins apiece. The slices were not that thick, so they would continue to buy after they were used up. It was also a long-term business, and she could make a little money. There were a total of 15 aunts, and each bought a piece, which was 150 coins. This money came easily, and it was a sure win. 5 caddies of lard could make 100 yuan, and 10 coins apiece was 10 taels of silver. The cost was not high, only 50 or 60 coins, which was a huge profit. 1 piece would last at least a month. If it was only used for washing clothes, but 1 piece was used for washing face and hands, it would be faster. If it sold well, and the market demand was large, she would make more money. 6 days later, 120 pieces of goat milk soap were made. Now it was 10 days before the month, and there were 20 days left. I hope to save up 30 taels in time. I packed it in a basket and prepared to take it to the county. This time, Su Jing asked Su Mu to go with Suwon. He planned to let the brothers spend some time alone with their sister to improve their relationship. It has been more than 20 days since he came back, but they are not as unfamiliar as before. He found that Suwon is like a little sun, emitting light and heat everywhere. She can give fair comments on Suyun's cooking, and she can encourage Su-yi to not feel inferior when he draws. Su-mu doesn't like to talk, so she will take the initiative to talk to him. Su-chun is more honest, so she will tease the third brother from time to time. Only with herself, she is particularly well-behaved and respectful. The two of them took a bullock cart and carried a load of goat milk soap to the county. On the road, a horse carriage came towards them. Suwon recognized it as the Gu family's carriage at a glance, but the carriage was too fast and did not notice them. When they arrived in the county, they went straight to the grocery store last time. When she came in, the proprietress saw her eyes lit up and immediately walked out from the counter. "Oh, my aunt, you are finally here. How long have I been waiting for you?" She used the goat milk soap herself and found it very useful. She also sold it to her customers, who responded very well and said they wanted to buy more. The neighbors recommended it to each other, and dozens of pieces were ordered at once. People in the county were not short of this little money, so she had a hunch that the goat milk soap must be easy to sell, and it was a good business opportunity to make money. "Why have you decided to talk business with me?" Suwon raised her eyebrows, and she was already secretly happy in her heart. Yes, I didn't recognize the great man that day and neglected you, the god of wealth. So, did you bring any goat milk soap today? Many of my customers have ordered it and have urged me several times. The proprietress changed her expression much faster than turning a page of a book. "Yes, how much do you want?"
Suwon asked.
"Give me 300 yuan first, and see how much you want to charge. I sell it for 15 cents apiece." The proprietress didn't know how to price the goat milk soap, so she just set a price at random, which was just what Suwon expected. 12 cents a piece, no bargaining. The raw materials are all from me. That's also the cost. I sell it here. You make 3 cents a piece, a huge profit, nothing to lose, just a little bit of shouting. She made it clear at once. Anyway, no one else can make this goat milk soap except her. If she thinks it's too little, she will go find someone else, and there are many people willing to buy it. She has already seen the business opportunity, and it's her business, whether to invest or not. 12 cents a piece? Girl, are you kidding me? Are you going to let others make money? How smart the proprietress is. She expected it to be 8 cents. She wants 300 yuan, and she only makes 9 taels of silver, which is too little. It's okay. If you don't want to, I'll go talk to someone else. Anyway, I have time. Besides, my goat milk soap has many different formulas and can be made into different shapes, colors, and fragrances. The effects are also different. It will definitely be very popular among those rich ladies. Suwon didn't hesitate and turned to leave. The proprietress was itching to do it, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. It's only been a few days, and she has already ordered dozens of yuan. These 9 taels are also money. It would be a waste if she didn't miss it. With more dealings, she will naturally earn more. Moreover, she is the only one in the store. When there are more people, she can sell other things by the way, which is also a profit. Okay, I promise you, 12 cents. I was really impressed that she was being manipulated by a little girl who hadn't even grown all her hair. Suwon originally thought of 10 cents, but now she has 2 cents more for 1 yuan. Okay, it's a deal. I only have 120 yuan here for now. The rest will be brought to you in a few days. By then, you can pay the remaining 180 yuan for the goat milk soap, okay? Okay, that's fine too. Bring it in for me to check. The boss lady has already agreed anyway. 120 yuan is 14 taels of silver and 40 coins. It really hurts, but I've tried my best. As long as I can make money, it doesn't matter. She dares to guarantee that this thing will sell very well, and the kind that is in short supply. If you think about it in a different way, it will be much more comfortable.
Sumu didn't go in.
He was slow to warm up, and he didn't have any conversation with Suwon along the way. Suwon asked him to carry the goat milk soap in, and he went out again after he finished. This second brother has a very cold temper. He should be the most difficult to get along with. The boss lady took a look and found that these goat milk soaps had been packaged, and there were all kinds of beautiful simple patterns, ladies' pictures, and various flowers on the oil paper of each package, which were very delicate and beautiful. Oh, this oil paper is folded beautifully, and the flowers on it are also beautiful. I can see that you put a lot of thought into it. Of course, how can you make money without putting in effort? The knife was on his neck, and he was very anxious, Suwon thought. You count a total of 120 yuan, and I will send you the remaining 180 in a few days. Okay. Seeing how carefully the goat milk soap was packaged, the lady boss accepted it and happily paid the money. 14 taels and 40 coins. Since we have made a deal, I think we also need to sign a receipt. You can't do business with other companies in the future. I will accept all the soaps you send me. How about that? The lady boss was worried that the money would be taken away by others. Okay, write it. Suwon agreed very straightforwardly.
It was just a contract.
It was not like she couldn't read. The document was written very simply, very clear, and easy to understand. The only thing was that she couldn't do business with other people. She just had to sign with her fingerprint after reading it. Suwon's calligraphy was really evil to the extreme. The chicken-like handwriting was eye-catching. The proprietress looked at her signature, her appearance, and her cleverness. They didn't match, did they? She took the money and left. She hurried to buy materials. 10 pounds of pig fat. She went to the grain and oil store and took a look around. She saw almond oil for sale. This oil can also be used to make soap. The smell is not too strong. If it is mixed with flower oil, it can have a floral scent. It can be made into many different colors. If you add some other materials, it is a real face washing soap. Almond oil is not delicious when used for cooking, so it is not expensive. You can buy 1 caddy for 8 coins, and I bought 5 caddies. Then I bought a lot of dried flowers, ground them into powder, and used them for coloring. I just don't know where to find fresh flowers. It would be great if I could pick some to extract flower dew. Almond oil has no smell and is not delicious when used for cooking, but it is very good for making essential oils. The ancient distillation method may not be easy to master, but it can be used as soaking oil. You can also add some Chinese herbal ingredients that are good for the skin to the soap, which will make it more advanced. I spent 1 tael of silver and 40 coins at once, and I still have 13 taels left. The next time I send 180 goat milk soaps, I will have 30 taels. Look, second brother, we can collect 30 taels soon, and there will be some left over. We can go find a carpenter to make a few more molds. Seeing her take out a bag of silver like presenting a treasure, she smiled so brightly. Su Mu was infected by her and couldn't help but smile. This silver was all her credit, and as a brother, she felt a little ashamed that she couldn't help. Well, you're great. Although Su Mu was a little perfunctory, Su Wan was very satisfied. Slowly, she would be loved by all of them. Get out of the way. As she was walking on the road, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried horse hooves from behind. A man wearing a Fong mask and a purple robe was riding his horse in the street. The common people on the road and the vendors doing business were affected, and things were scattered all over the ground in the chaos. There were several horses chasing him from behind. The men in black, wearing black turbans, were trying their best to catch up, and they also injured several people. Su Wan turned around and saw that the man on horseback was about to hit her. Su Mu quickly pulled her to her side, and the masked man immediately pulled the reins, not wanting to hurt innocent people. The horse's hoof was about to fall. Su Wan was shocked, and before she could react, the masked man had whipped the whip again and sped away. The people behind were still chasing after her, holding scimitars and long swords in their hands. You're crazy. You will go to jail for riding a horse in the street. It was mentioned in the original book that Jin State did not allow riding a horse in the street, which could easily injure the lives of the people. Once it happened, the person would be imprisoned in serious circumstances. Are you okay? Su Mu asked her from behind. Su Wan turned around and shook her head. She was fine. It's okay, second brother. Let's go out of the city and go home. Can we walk back today? It's still early. The work has been done, and old Hong Tu will be home in the afternoon, so I can only walk home first. I'll go to the clinic first and ask something. He was an apprentice in the clinic and wondered if there was any lack of herbs. When he had time, he would go to the mountains to pick some herbs to sell to supplement the family income. So the brother and sister went to the clinic where Su Mu worked to ask. He had a month's leave for the busy farming season, and it was not yet time. After finding out that there was a lack of herbs such as Sapochnikovia divaricata, Panax nodo ginseng, and Blatilla striata, he had a direction in his mind. Before leaving, Su Wan took him to eat noodles. The Su brothers rarely spent money on eating outside. Sometimes when they had noodles, it was just a bowl of vegetarian noodles, but Su Wan ordered a bowl of meat noodles for her. No, vegetarian noodles will do. What's so delicious about vegetarian noodles, boss? I want meat noodles. Vegetarian noodles only cost 5 cents, but meat noodles cost 8 cents, and there was not much meat. Second brother, we are making money now, can't we reward ourselves? I'm treating you. Don't save money for me. It's not easy for you to earn some money, but you still have to think about paying off the family's debts. We can't help you in any way, and it's not appropriate to spend your money. He was still very unfamiliar, and this distant tone made Su Wan feel uncomfortable. Second brother, are we a family? Why do we have to have different opinions? Or, in your heart, I have never been considered your family? Su Wan's tone was lost, and this made Su Mu's heart skip a beat. It's hard to say what he felt, just a little panicked. It's nothing, don't think too much. He didn't intend to explain, and just brushed it off lightly. The meat powder was served, and the brother and sister ate it in silence, then walked out of the city and went home. In the woods, Jiang Yu was chased all the way, and all kinds of hidden arrows attacked him, and almost every move wanted his life. While dodging, the horse's leg was shot, and he was forced to fall off the horse. Several men in black appeared in front of him, and together with several men in black riding horses behind him, they surrounded him in the middle. There was no way in and no way to retreat, so he could only fight to the death. Who sent you here, Jiang Yan or Yu Wushang? Don't care who it is, they are here to take your life. After saying that, several men in black jumped off their horses and rushed towards Jiang Yu together with the ones in front. In the woods, only the sound of swords clashing and the sound of flesh being cut could be heard. Those who came this time were all top masters. How much did the people behind the scenes want him to die? It takes an hour to get back to Yang'ao from the county town. Su Wan and Su Mu walked slowly, carrying things on their shoulders. In such a hot day, Su Mu had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. It was about a mile away from returning to Yang'ao. On the way, they would pass a land temple. From time to time, villagers from several villages near this land temple would come to pay homage and pray for a good harvest in the coming year and a better life. When she passed by there in the past, she didn't feel like going in to take a look, but this time, it was as if there was some kind of magic attracting her, making her unconsciously go inside.
Shuwan?
Su Mu saw her go to the land temple without looking back, and she didn't respond even if he called her, so he could only follow her. The land temple is not big, and there is only one land god enshrined in it. The temple was also built by the nearby villagers with adobe, and it was a bit shabby. When you walked in, there were spider webs on the door. There were a few pools of blood on the ground, which had not yet solidified. Su Wan looked up, and there was nothing inside, but blood was dripping all the way. Following the blood trail, he saw a piece of purple clothing behind the stone statue of the land god. Jiang Yu was seriously injured and was almost in a coma. Hearing someone approaching, he unconsciously clenched the sword in his hand. Almost the moment Su Wan showed her body, the sword stabbed at her, but Jiang Yu was exhausted, and the sword did not stab out after all. Su Wan was frightened and stepped back, kicked a stone, and fell to the ground. The sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Su Mu was waiting outside and ran in immediately after hearing the sound. What's wrong? As soon as he came in, he saw Su Wan getting up from the ground. Brother, someone is injured. Su Mu is a doctor, and doctors treat illnesses and save lives. He came over when he heard that someone was injured. The brother and sister saw the masked purple-clothed man leaning against the stone statue and covered in blood. He was the one who was just chased in the street. Is it him? This was the third time they met, and Jiang Yu was still a little sober. He couldn't see with his eyes, but could only hear sounds. In the chaos just now, those people threw a handful of lime at him, which hurt his eyes, and he could only see a small figure vaguely. Do you know him? Su Mu frowned and asked. No, I've seen him a few times and passed by. Su Wan had a hunch that this masked man was probably an important NPC. Just now, he ran straight in here, as if he was possessed by evil spirits. Su Wan approached him and wanted to see his condition, but was stopped by Su Mu. What are you doing? I'm saving him, second brother. You see, he's almost dying. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Su Wan pulled her hand out of his hand and squatted down without hesitation. Su Mu actually saw that he was covered with sword wounds, and there was a sword in his hand. With such injuries, he must have encountered some trouble. If he saved him, would it bring trouble to them?
How are you?
Jiang Yu knew that the girl was close to him, and he could still smell a faint milky fragrance from her. He vomited a mouthful of black blood from his mouth, fumbled around his body, and took out a jade token. Judging from the color, it was worth a lot of money. Save me. This is yours. Su Mu stood behind and saw him spit out black blood, and knew at a glance that he was poisoned. At this moment, he could not care less. He squatted down and took a look at the wounds on his body. Only the wound on his chest was bleeding black. He put a little blood under his nose and smelled it. He was sure what kind of poison it was. Su Mu had a very sensitive sense of smell since he was a child. No matter what smells were mixed together or how complicated they were, he could almost tell them apart. A year ago, he met a patient with snake venom in the clinic. He went against the crowd and saved him with his own method. At that time, there was an old man in the clinic who watched the whole scene. He showed him admiration and gave him 2 books. One book was called 100 Poisons Classic, which recorded hundreds of poisons and solutions. They were all written in classical Chinese and were very difficult to understand. There was also a book on poisonous herbs, which recorded the medicinal properties and side effects of poisonous herbs. Now a year has passed, and he has already memorized them. The poison that the masked man was poisoned with was the seven-star begonia. Seven-star begonia is a poison that can pierce the intestines and stomach, pierce the heart, and dig out the bones. It is an extremely torturous poison. After taking it, within 12 hours, you will be slowly tortured to death until you turn into a pool of blood. I took his pulse and found that the poison had been controlled. It was obvious that the medicine he took delayed the toxicity. The poison has not yet taken effect, and there is still a glimmer of hope. However, there are more than 30 kinds of medicinal materials needed to detoxify the seven-star begonia, and some of them are precious herbs. It is not easy to buy them. At least the county pharmacy does not have them, so you have to go to the state capital. How is it, second brother, can you save him? Suwon looked at him from the side. Sumu did not say anything and continued to check other wounds on his body. With more than a dozen sword wounds and a severe poison, it is a miracle that you still have a breath.
You are lucky.
I can detoxify this poison, but you are unlucky. The herbs for detoxification cannot be gathered in a short time. The medicinal properties of this medicine can buffer for up to 6 hours. If there is no antidote after 6 hours, you will die. This jade token is worth 1,000 gold coins. If you save me, I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Jiangyu's desire to survive was still very strong. He couldn't die now. There were still many things to do. It's not a matter of money. Some medicines are not available in the county. If you want to go to the state capital, the round trip will take at least a day. Your poison is temporarily under control, but if it is not cured in 6 hours, even if the immortals on land come, they can't save you. Sumu stood up, as if there was no other way. It's not that he didn't want to save him, nor was it for the money. He could only blame his bad luck. Suwon bit her lip. There was always a voice in her heart reminding her that she couldn't let him die. She had to save him. She had to save him. What's your name? Suwon looked into his eyes through the mask, but she couldn't see clearly. Jiangyu also tried to open his eyes to look at her, not letting himself fall asleep, although he couldn't see clearly.
Jiang.
You hearing this name, Suwon's heart skipped a beat. Jiangyu, is he the Jiangyu she knew? The you met? She asked again, with a questioning tone. He just hummed softly, and Suwon's pupils dilated instantly. Jiangyu, the second male lead in the book, has a dual identity and is also her favorite character in the whole book. In the book, he is a good helper of the male lead and a person who supports him. He and Guyu met because Guyu saved his life. The first meeting was also in the Land Temple. The book mentioned that Guyu returned to the village to visit her brothers. Sumu sent her out of the village and passed by this Land Temple, where he saved the dying Jiangyu. Because of the life-saving grace, Jiangyu secretly helped her a lot and later was moved by her intelligence and kindness and had a male and female love for her. But the female lead was in full swing with the male lead at that time and didn't like him, so he could only guard silently and then retired sadly and died alone. Jiangyu is a person with a bright and beautiful appearance. He has all the characteristics of the second male lead in the book. He is a typical flower of Jailing, plus Bai Yueguang. Reaching out and tearing off the Fong mask on his face, he revealed his pale, yet beautiful and thrilling face. There was blood on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were red and swollen. The sickly, battle-damaged beauty immediately fascinated Suwon. Brother, we have to save him. We must save him. How to save him? What are you talking about in your sleep? Suwon calmed down and carefully recalled how Guyu saved Jiangyu in the book. Guyu took him back to the Su family despite Sumu's obstruction, and then asked Su Chen to ride Jiang Hunter's horse to the state capital and save Jiangyu's life at the last moment. Let's take him back first, brother, believe me. He is not a bad person, you're a medical student. How can a doctor watch someone die without saving him? Even if you are only 10% sure, you have to try, right? Please, brother, can you save him? Suwon was too anxious and spoke in a hurry, with a sincere face changed, but this also made Sumu hesitate. Yes, he is a doctor. How can a doctor watch someone die without helping? Then he is not a qualified doctor. He did not reply, but went to help Jongyu with a gloomy face. Because of the pulling of the wound, Jongyu took a breath of cold air in pain and could not help but groan in pain. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Su family was very joyful because of Guyu's return. When she appeared, she was dressed very richly, with silk and satin on her body, satin-embroidered shoes, and hairpins and jewelry on her head that were so bright that people dared not look directly at her. These were things that Guyu had never dared to think of before. There were servants, grooms, and 2 maids serving her. The scene was really good. The brothers were very happy, but at the same time they also felt the gap between them. They were no longer people of the same level. Suyun felt uncomfortable for a while, but he still enthusiastically circled around Guyu, asking her if she was doing well in the Gu family, if she ate well, and if she slept well. Of course it was good. How could it be bad to have a good life with the stars? Guyu was very proud. When people in the village saw her carriage, they all ran to see her. The feeling of satisfaction was indescribable. I'm fine, 4th brother. I brought gifts for you all, and also for Sister Suwon. By the way, where's Sister Suwon? She came here just for Suwon this time. She must feel very uncomfortable when she fell from the branch all of a sudden. It was what she deserved. Who let her enjoy it for so many years in vain? Although she knew it was not Suwon's fault, she had lived the life that originally belonged to her for 13 years. The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt. Maybe she and Mrs. Gu were worthy of being mother and daughter, and they had the same ideas. However, she did not show her unhappiness, but looked considerate, well-behaved, and sensible. Oh, she went to the county with my 2nd brother. She went to the market, and will be back in the afternoon. Suyun was interrupted by Su Jing before he finished speaking. He didn't want Guyu to know that they were raising money to pay off their debts. He borrowed the money for Guyu. She suddenly fell ill, had a high fever, and kept coughing. She took a lot of medicine, but it didn't get better. Finally, she had to go to the state government for treatment. But she had no money, so she had to borrow money. Who knew the interest rate was so high? It seems that the brothers and sister Suwon get along very well. She said this sourly, and Suyun immediately came to coax her. Yeah, in our hearts, you will always be our beloved sister. He was a complete sister control for Guyu, and it was impossible for him to give up his feelings for her so quickly. Guyu brought them several pieces of high-quality cloth to buy clothes, bought a very good inkstone for Su Jing, and a wolf hairbrush, worth 100 taels. Bought a lot of expensive cakes for Su Yun. In her eyes, Su Yun was only interested in eating and drinking. And the paints bought for Su Yi, for his painting, were all high-quality goods. She thought she had already catered to his preferences, but she didn't know that when she gave these things, she only brought pressure to her brothers. Seeing those paints, Su Yi just smiled and said nothing. She didn't support him before because she felt that he didn't have the conditions. Now that she has become successful, what's the point of doing these things again? Is it a way to give them a jujube after hitting them with a stick? Is it to tell these brothers about the gap between them? Su Yi's mind is particularly sensitive. He is deep-minded and thinks a lot. After Guyu came back, except for Su Yun, the attitude towards her did not change. The other brothers changed. The eldest brother was very cold, the 3rd brother was not there, and Su Yi stayed away. Su Chun went to Jiang Hunter and didn't know that Guyu was back. Guyu's hands were clenched tightly. It's only been a few days, and except for Su Yun, everyone has rebelled. When Chen Hong heard that Guyu was back, she immediately ran over happily. Hey, you are finally back. I missed you so much. She came up and hugged Guyu. She was covered in dust after just finishing farm work. She couldn't suppress her disgust on her face, but she endured and didn't push her away. Inghong, long time no see. Chun Inghong hadn't realized that her former good sister began to dislike her. She came back without telling Madame Gu, who was very resistant to her daughter's contact with the Su family, fearing that her daughter would think about that little bit of ease and be deceived by them to help them. Finally, she left on time, without waiting for Su-mu and Su-chin to come back. She just wanted to come back to discuss Su-won and let her know that even if she left, her brothers would only stand on her side. As a result, Su-won was not there. She came back empty-handed and could only go back unwillingly. When she left, Su-jing returned all the things she brought. "Brother, this is specially selected for you. Why don't you want it? And fifth brother, don't you love painting the most? Take it back, yeah. If Madame Gu knows, she will be unhappy. You just returned to the Gu family. Don't make your parents sad."
Soo-jin refused tactfully.
He was telling the truth and didn't want to give anyone a chance to criticize him. "Yes, Sister Guyu, we are all rough people. We can't afford such good things. Take it back." Although Su-yi smiled gently, his words were like thorns, which made Guyu feel very uncomfortable. Guyu left with a heart full of sourness and just missed Su-mu and Su-won and helped the injured Jiangyu back. They were afraid that the villagers would gossip, so they took the mountain road back. Su-jing and the others had just sent Guyu away when they saw the brother and sister bringing back a person covered in blood. Su-chin also came back at the right time. "Second brother, Wan-wan, what are you doing?" "Brother, human life is at stake. Help get the person in." Su-won couldn't explain so much at once. When she saw Su-chin coming back, it was like she saw a savior. "Third brother, go borrow the horse from Hunter Jiang and go to the provincial capital. I'll ask my second brother to write you a prescription. Go get the medicine." She gave the bag of silver she had just received to Su-chin. Before Su-chin could figure out the situation, he was drafted into the army. "How do you know Hunter Jiang has a horse? His focus is really strange."
"Ah.
"I heard from the aunt in the village that you should go quickly, otherwise he will be gone if you are late." She didn't want anything to happen to her white moonlight, the second male lead, and he was so handsome. If he died, wouldn't it be a waste of nature, a gift? Several people worked together to move the person to the room where the brothers slept. Jiangyu was tense until he lay down and made sure that he was safe. Then he relaxed. Su-won was the last one to step into the room. He only saw a small, somewhat blurry figure. After that, he fainted completely. "Second brother, write the prescription quickly." Su-won hurriedly brought paper and pen to Su-mu. He was very anxious, but Su-mu was not in a hurry and had to write the prescription neatly and beautifully. "Second brother, hurry up. Why are you in such a hurry? You have to be serious in everything you do. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Su-mu also realized that this girl and this man named Jiangyu have a special relationship. Otherwise, why is she so nervous around a strange man? Finally, the prescription was written, and Su-chin had already led the horse over. He went to Jiang the hunter's house and came back to say that he needed a horse to go to the provincial capital. Jiang the hunter lent him the horse, without saying a word. "This is a Fergana horse that can travel 1,000 miles a day. You have to take it easy. This is Jiang the hunter's great treasure, and he values it very much." If it weren't for the fact that he was his apprentice who he had taught for so many years, he would not have been willing to part with it. Su-chin is an honest and hardworking child. He has a high level of comprehension in martial arts and is a promising talent. Su-won gave him the prescription and asked him to keep it properly. "Third brother, you must return with the medicine within 5.5 hours. This concerns a life, and we can't be careless. In such a hurry, it seems that the situation is urgent." Su-chin didn't ask any more questions, took the prescription and got on the horse, and immediately went towards the provincial capital. Looking at his leaving figure, Su-won took a deep breath. Jiangyu was the second male lead in the original novel. He survived this hurdle in the book, and he should be fine this time. However, the person who saved him changed from Guyu to her. After saving Jiangyu this time, he will owe her a favor in the future, and he will have a trump card for his future actions. If she fails to get the approval of everyone as in the original novel, this may be a life-saving card. Guyu was seriously ill at the time, and Su-mu had just started studying medicine, so he couldn't help much. Now, some commonly used herbs at home medicine is always on hand. There are many people in the family. How can they not get sick if they eat all kinds of grains? This is also for emergency use. There are many herbs for stopping bleeding, and they are also very common. Sumu helped Jiangyu clean the wound alone and ground the dried hemostatic herbs into powder and sprinkled it on the wound to stop the bleeding. He also asked Su Yun to boil a dose of Chinese medicine and give it to him later. It is hot today, and if the wound is not treated in time, it will easily become inflamed. He has 13 sword wounds of varying sizes, deep or shallow, in various parts of his body, especially on his back, which is the most serious. The most serious thing is that he was poisoned. External injuries can heal, but if the poison is not resolved, I am afraid his death will be very ugly. During this period, no one else could help.
Su Ging, Su Yi, and Su Wan waited outside.
Su Jing had time to ask Su Wan a reason. Wan, where did you rescue this person? He was injured so badly and was poisoned. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he is definitely not an ordinary person. You brought him back rashly. Do you know if he has enemies? What should we do if they continue to seek revenge? We found him in the land temple at the entrance of the village. When we came back, we deliberately walked through the back mountain. No one saw us bringing him back. Don't worry for the time being.
Su Wan answered truthfully.
But our family is in such a difficult situation. It is a burden to rashly rescue such a seriously injured person. Although saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, the family is already in a difficult situation and owes a lot of debts. Now there is another injured person. Eating, taking medicine, and seeing a doctor are all expenses. Don't worry, brother, we are not working in vain. He will pay for the medical expenses later. He also pledged the jade card to us. You see, this jade is of excellent quality and worth a fortune. We are not losing out. Su Wan took out the jade token that Jiangyu gave her and showed it to Su Jing. Su Jing looked at her and shook his head helplessly. You can't just take such a precious thing. Oh, forget it. I've brought the person back. Can I still drive a dying person away? I don't ask him to repay us when he gets better in the future, but I ask him not to bring trouble to our family. Just consider it as a good deed. Su Jing's character in the original work is upright and incorruptible. He can distinguish right from wrong. Even if his own sister made a mistake, he had to admit it and would never show favoritism or corruption. Su Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the next words of Su Yi made her heart rise again. This man is extraordinary. Seeing that Sister Wan is so concerned about his safety, could it be that you two know each other?
Su Yi is still Su Yi.
The questions he asks are always so sharp that people can't guard against them. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Does it count as knowing each other? She was not wrong. That's what happened. After Su Wan said this, the two brothers started to imagine it, but their ideas coincided. My daughter has grown up, and at the age of 13, she has reached the age of engagement. It is normal for her to fall in love with such a graceful man with a divine face like a god. There is nothing I can do about you. Su Jing shook his head helplessly. Su Mu found that Jiangyu's eyes were injured by lime, so he cleaned them with a handkerchief, boiled a mild potion, washed him again, then applied the potion and covered him with a black cloth. The eyes cannot see the light for the time being, so they have to be covered. The external injuries have been treated, but he has lost too much blood and is now very weak. He is really hanging on there. And Su Chun has a good BMW, which runs much faster than ordinary horses. It should not be difficult to get the medicine and rush back in 5.5 hours without any delay. Su Wan is anxious. She was getting irritated, but she could only worry about it, so she found something to do and started to boil lard and grind dried flowers for coloring. Less than 2 hours after the wound was treated, Su Yu began to have a fever, and the fever did not subside. His forehead was so hot that he could fry an egg. Su Mu started to boil antipyretic medicine again. The whole Su family courtyard was filled with a strong smell of meat mixed with a smell of medicine. Although she was concerned about Jiangyu's safety, Su Wan couldn't really help. On the one hand, she couldn't miss her business, as she had to deliver 180 bars of soap to the grocery store.
Su Ving, Su Yun, and Su Yi helped her.
They saw that she had done it twice before and almost understood the process. Su-yi went to after burning enough wood ash. Su-yun had to go to the carpenter to customize a few more sets of molds so that the process would be faster and the goods could be delivered as soon as possible. The agreed time was still a long way off, and 30 taels of silver should be enough in time. Let his eldest brother take care of the lard boiling, while Su-won was going to make flower oil for soaking. He bought dried roses, peonies, and roselle, which could be mixed together for soaking. Some of them could be ground into pollen for coloring, and the other part could be used for soaking. After repeated soaking and pressing, the fragrance would come out in 3 or 4 days. There were several osmanthus trees planted at the hunter Jiang's house, and Su-won was going to take a bamboo basket to pick fresh osmanthus flowers and bring them back for soaking. Almond oil. Usually, only the rich and powerful would plant osmanthus. Few people planted flowering trees in rural areas, especially in ancient rural areas, because osmanthus represents nobility and taste. But Uncle Jiang is not an ordinary person. The big guys all pursue quality. She remembered that the book said that Uncle Jiang's family planted several osmanthus flowers. Every autumn, Su-chan often picked flowers and brought them back to fumigate Guyu's clothes. Guyu wrapped the osmanthus flowers with cloth and stuffed them into the closet. This is a natural incense bag. As the heroine, she is really creative. Hunter Jiang had just laid down on his recliner, ready to take a nap and drink some tea. But not long after he felt comfortable, someone knocked on the door again. Who is it? Uncle Jiang, I'm Su-won from the Su family. Hearing the voice of the little girl outside, Jiang the hunter was a little puzzled. Could something big happen in his apprentice's family? He went back and forth today and borrowed the horse. It seemed urgent, and now not long ago, his little sister came again. Jiang the hunter's courtyard is the only one in the village with a blue brick wall. It is very spacious inside because he usually practices swordplay in the courtyard. It looks ordinary from the outside, but you can clearly smell a strong fragrance of osmanthus, which is the famous golden osmanthus. The courtyard is very elegant. In addition to osmanthus, there are also peach trees. There are also potted plants planted on the courtyard wall. When spring comes and the peach blossoms bloom, you can see the peach blossoms blooming on the branches when you stand outside. Did something happen in your family? You and your brother came here one after another. First you borrowed a horse, and now what's the matter? Girl, just tell me. I will definitely help if I can. If he doesn't love his own apprentice, who will? It's okay. I just want to buy some things that are only available in the state capital. I came here to pick some osmanthus flowers from your house. Is that okay? Su-won explained the purpose of his visit. Hunter Jiang remembered that his apprentice would pick osmanthus flowers to bring back for his sister to fumigate her clothes at this time every year. Could it be that this new sister is going to follow suit? You want to use it to fumigate your clothes? No, I use it to make flower oil. Su-won didn't like the scent of osmanthus. It was too strong. She preferred hibiscus. You are amazing. You can also make flower oil. Come in. It sounds like making flower oil is more tasteful than fumigating clothes. Before Su-won went in to pick flowers, she gave Jiang Hunter a piece of soap, complete and uncut. Anyway, life is endless. Sales are endless. According to the previous rhetoric, she gestured to him again, he was stunned, and also to thank him for lending her horse. She couldn't let others know that there was a wounded person at home. Jiang Yu had many enemies. She was afraid of causing trouble, but if she didn't save him, she would lose a guarantee in the future. After picking osmanthus flowers, she wanted to go and see Jiang Yu, but Sumu didn't let her, saying that there was a difference between men and women. He was not wearing clothes at the moment, and his body was bandaged. It was against the rules for her, an unmarried girl, to come in. Su-won only knew that he was still running a fever, and the situation was not optimistic. 6 hours had passed, and half of it was over. There was no rush. I hope Su-chan will be fine. Su-chan had already arrived at the prefecture. In order to avoid running around, he went directly to the largest medicinal food hall in the prefecture to avoid the trouble of missing this or that. He got all the medicine back at once, and spent 10 taels of silver. He rode back at full speed. He bought himself a few meat pies to replenish his energy and quickly went to the inn to feed the horse. Only when both the man and the horse were full and satisfied could they continue on their way. It was getting darker, and it was already midnight. Jiangyu had only half an hour left before the poison took effect, but Su Chen had not returned yet. He had to boil medicine later, which was really anxious. Jiangyu's lips and eyes had begun to turn black, and spider-web-like black lines appeared on his neck. Su Wan's goat milk soap was already made. She also made 2 kilograms of lard soap with almond oil and used pollen to adjust the color, making dozens of water-red goat milk soaps. She sat at the door with her chin in her hand waiting. Although Jiangyu was fine in the original novel, her arrival was an exception, and there might be changes. The whole family couldn't sleep, all waiting, and the others didn't want someone to die in the family. Su Jing waited with her. Seeing her worried face, he didn't know how to comfort her. Finally, when there was only half an hour left, the sound of horse hooves was heard. Su Chen came towards the moonlight. The continuous horse racing had rubbed the skin on his thighs. Third brother. Seeing Su Chen return, Su Wan quickly stood up to greet him. Su Chen's chin moved quickly and handed the medicine bag to Su Jing, who took it to boil it for Su Mu. Everything was ready. Su Mu put the medicine directly into the pottery jar and checked it again. Human life was at stake. It was also the first time in his life that he had to detoxify. As an apprentice in the clinic, he had no chance to see patients and could only do odd jobs. Now he had such a good opportunity to hone his skills, so he should take it seriously. After a day of running around, Su Wan rolled a big bowl of noodles for his third brother, which was full of meat. Third brother, you've worked hard. You must be hungry. Eat something to fill your stomach. The noodles smelled delicious. Su Chen couldn't wait and didn't forget to return the remaining silver to her. There were more than 3 taels left, and 10 taels were used to buy medicine. The medicine on the prescription was complicated and expensive. Su Chen took the first bite. The noodles were very chewy after kneading the noodles well. The soup was made with meat, which added a lot of fragrance. It was the first time he had eaten noodles with so much meat in his life. Thank you, Sister Wanwan.
Su Chen showed a sunny smile.
While eating, Su Yun came over after smelling the smell. Seeing such a luxurious bowl of hand-rolled noodles, what else could he do? Su Wan, you actually cooked a special meal for Su Chen and gave him so much meat. I don't care, I want it too. Su Wan couldn't do anything about him. There were still some codes left, so she would make them for him. Okay, I'll go cook it for you after my second brother finishes boiling the medicine. I'll knead the dough first. Su Chen ate all the noodles. Not even a drop of soup was left. Seeing him eating so deliciously, Su Yun's mouth was watering. He watched Su Wan knead the dough eagerly. The dough she kneaded was smooth and flat, and her technique was sophisticated. It really looked like she cooked often. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the upbringing of wealthy families is good. Dia must have learned a lot of rules. It's good that way. She can marry a good husband in the future, and she won't be criticized by others. Su Mu finally boiled the medicine. He brought the medicine into the room. Su Wan was eager to know the result. She threw the dough to Su Yun and asked him to roll it into noodles. The toppings and soup base were ready, and they could be eaten after they were cooked. Su Yun was a little helpless, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only do it himself. Second brother, can you let me in to take a look?
Please.
Su Mu was about to enter the room, but was stopped by Su Wan. He looked back at her and saw that she was very anxious. He pursed his lips and finally agreed. Forget it, I just need someone to help me.
Come in.
Su Wan followed happily and saw Jiangyu on the bed. The spider web-like black lines on his neck had spread all over his neck and reached his chin. His lips were all black and looked very scary. Second brother, you just asked me to help you. How can I do it? I'll help him up, and you give him the medicine first. Su Mu handed the medicine bowl to Su Wan, and then he helped Jiangyu up from the bed by himself and let him lean on his chest. He was also very direct. He pinched Jiangyu's chin and asked Su Wan to feed him the medicine. Feed it all to him. Su Wan nodded, and then fed him the medicine spoonful by spoonful. The leaked medicine juice all flowed into the gaps between Su Mu's fingers. After finishing, Su Mu laid him on the bed. Brother, is this all right? After drinking the medicine, the black lines on Jiangyu's neck gradually disappeared. The last step is to bleed. Go get a bigger bowl. The poison has already entered the blood, so the only way to remove the remaining poison in his body is to bleed. Otherwise, the poison cannot be completely removed. Su-won obediently went to get the bowl. Su-mu heated the dagger for disinfection and cut his wrist. Instantly, black blood flowed. The poisonous blood began to overflow from his wound until half a bowl of blood flowed. After the black blood turned into normal red blood, he quickly stopped the bleeding and bandaged it. If too much blood is let out, there will be a tingling sensation. Jiangyu, who was in a coma, showed pain on his face. After taking the pulse of his other hand, Su-mu judged according to what he had learned that he was fine and had passed this level. It's fine, but he will be very weak for a long time, and his eyes are also injured. He was blinded by lime powder. In addition, the toxicity of the 7-star begonia means that it will take some time to recover. Su-won was relieved to hear that he was not in danger of death. He saved the life of the second male in the book. He must repay this favor in the future, right? It's good that he is fine. Then I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of him, second brother. When he wakes up, I will ask for your hard work fee. Su-won's attitude before and after was a bit different. Seeing her like this, she was completely different from the tension just now. She was very relaxed now. The person is not completely out of danger. In addition to the poison, his knife wound is also very serious.
He may have a fever again at night.
Su-mu thought, since he is in charge, he will take care of it to the end. Because of Jiangyu's arrival, the originally crowded room of the brothers became more crowded. Now that Jiangyu has overcome the difficulties, she can make her goat milk soap with peace of mind. During the day today, Su Jing and Su Yi made 6 goat milk soaps and 30 dyed ones. After getting the medicine, there was less than 5 taels of silver left in his hand. After delivering the remaining 180 bars of soap this time, she could earn 21 taels and 60 coins. With the extra 4 taels, she still needed 5 taels to pay off Boss Zhang's debt. She made dozens of dyed almond oil and goat milk soaps, which could be sold for a few more coins. If the boss's wife wanted it, it would be just enough. Su-won lay on the bed and took out the jade token Jiangyu gave her to look at it. In the book, he also gave this jade token to Guyu, who did not return it to him. Later, after fighting with the male protagonist, she returned the jade token to Jiangyu because the male protagonist was jealous. This jade token is just an ordinary ornament, nothing special, but very valuable. Listen to Su Jing's words, don't take his, and then calculate how much silver he spent in our house, and ask him to return it. All she wants is that favor. Jiangyu had a fever all night, and Su-mu took care of him all night. This was his first time to detoxify a poison person, and it was such a strong poison. He liked to challenge the difficulty. The other brothers of the Su family were also kept awake all night. When they woke up the next morning, they all had dark circles under their eyes. Su-yeon looked at Su-won with resentment and complained, "Are you guys idle? Why do you have to make trouble for yourself?" But Su-won just said calmly, "Fourth brother, people should be compassionate." TSK Su-yeon rolled his eyes with disdain. However, his relationship with Su-won has been getting closer and closer recently. He is actually the easiest one to bribe. He got up to make breakfast, and Su-won helped him watch the fire. The other brothers were responsible for drying the rice. Today was the last batch, and after drying, they could prepare to shell it. Jiangyu had a fever all night, and he sweated a lot, soaking the bedding underneath, but fortunately the fever had subsided. Su-mu applied medicine and bandaged him again. When Su-won came in, he just saw this scene. Jiangyu's skin was exposed to a large area, with crisscross knife wounds and bloody cuts on it. Su-won felt that his whole body was in pain. But he has a good body, very white skin, standard 8-pack abs, and a dog waist. This figure is the standard for the protagonist of a novel. She saw it with her own eyes today. Su-mu stared at her body when she saw her come in, and reached out to cover Jiangyu with the quilt. He was not awake yet. Although his relationship with Su-won is average, she is still his sister. He will teach her what he should teach, and will not be partial to one over the other. Soo-won, you are an unmarried girl. Don't always come to your brother's room. You just stared at other people's bodies so bluntly. Aren't you ashamed? Soo-won is a person in the 21st century. She may not think there is anything wrong, but now it is ancient times. With old-fashioned thinking, she can only accept it humbly. Second brother, I was wrong. Fourth brother asked me to call you for breakfast. She lowered her head like a quail, which looked quite cute. Sumu couldn't bear to continue to talk to her for a moment. Okay, I'll come after I change his medicine. You guys eat first. The patient is the most important. Since you have chosen to save him, you must do your best. The pancakes I had in the morning had minced meat in them. Although not much, it tasted better than plain pancakes. Soo-yeon's pancakes were fried very well, golden and crispy, but very fragrant and soft on the inside. The main reason was that the dough was kneaded well and skillfully. Fourth brother is such a good cook. The pancakes are so skillfully made. Soo-won was especially supportive when eating. Being praised by Soo-won, who is equally good at cooking, he felt a sense of accomplishment at the moment. It's just making a pancake. My future ambition is to open a restaurant and be famous all over the world. This is Soo-yeon's dream. Although it is not decent for a grown man to stay in the kitchen all day, it is his hobby. Fourth brother is really ambitious. I believe you can do it. Soo-won said happily with his big teeth bared and took a big bite of ice, which made his cheeks bulge. There was no perfunctory expression on his face, and it was all from the heart. In the original book, he really did it. Even the emperor said that the dishes he made were delicious. He also bestowed a gold inlaid plaque of the world's #1 restaurant, which made him very prestigious. His restaurants are also spread all over the world. However, Soo-yeon frowned. He looked at Soo-won and asked, "Don't you think it's shameful for a man to be content with the kitchen? As the saying goes, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, and a good man has ambitions in all directions, but he should not be confined to the areas where women are good at. Don't you think so?" Soo-yeon suddenly wanted to know what Soo-won was thinking. What a joke. What's wrong with being content with a kitchen? Food is the most important thing for the people. There are male chefs in the emperor's imperial kitchen. They cook for the nobles in the palace. Outside the palace, ordinary people like us can't afford to offend them. The saying that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen is all prejudice. There are top talents in all 36 professions. As long as you can earn money and bring honor to your family, heroes don't even ask where they come from. Besides, do they know what a gentleman stays away from the kitchen means? The illusion of this saying is that a gentleman is kind and doesn't like to see blood, so the kitchen is placed far away from him. Out of sight, out of mind. This is to teach people to be kind and righteous. How come they say that men can't cook? Soo-won's words made several brothers nod their heads. Soo-jing smiled even more. Won-won is smart and insightful, but I, as the eldest brother, am not as insightful as you. Brother, don't be modest. Actually, you think so too, so you agree with me. You are a real gentleman. She said a few words, making Soo-jing laugh even more heartily. Soo-chun and Soo-yi also laughed. Only Soo-yeon fell into deep thought. He remembered that he had talked to Ye about this issue before. She also supported him to open a restaurant, but she was not optimistic about him being a chef. She said that if we like to cook, it's enough for our family to know it. If you tell others about it, they will laugh at you. Matsi and others in the same village will laugh at you every day for being a man and having to cook at home every day like a woman. For this reason, he was indeed confused, but he couldn't help but like it, so he could only comfort himself. That's right, heroes don't ask where they come from. Do whatever you like. The mouth is on someone else's body. Can you still cover it up? Sumu had already changed the medicine for Jeonyu, and it came out just in time to hear Soo-won's long speech. His sister is really insightful and speaks well. In fact, no matter what you say, people will gossip about you. Our family has always been gossiped about in the village. Aren't you used to it yet? Soo-chun is used to it. His family is the center of gossip in the village and is laughed at every year. For example, Their mother, Soo-young, has been gossiped about a lot because she and their father have been running around outside all year round and making a living among men. But as long as his father believes it, it doesn't matter what others say. Everything is for life. Soo-young nodded, and the depression in his heart finally dissipated. Yes, as long as you can make money and bring honor to your family, it doesn't matter what your background is. After dinner, everyone should work. Soo-chan went out in the morning, using the excuse of chopping wood. He must have gone to find Jeong the hunter. The other brothers were husking millet at home. The husks got on their bodies, and it was itchy and itchy. Soo-moo had to, from time to time, she went to check on Jeong-yu's condition. He was afraid that he would be unconscious for a few days. Even if he woke up in the middle of the night, he would be very confused. Soo-won's soap only had to dry for a few days. When the alkalinity was almost gone, it could be packaged and sold. It would be best to collect 30 taels this time and quickly settle the bill. In the future, she could save money slowly and accumulate the family assets. When her eldest brother went to Beijing to take the exam, she would not have to worry about money everywhere. By then, Soo-jing would pass the high school entrance examination and have a salary, and life would slowly get better. There were so many rice grains to be shelled, and Soo-moo was covered in dust and had no time to visit Jeong-yu, so she asked Soo-won to visit him from time to time. When she came in, she just heard Jeong-yu shouting for water. His voice was weak and his lips were dry and chapped, but it did not hinder his beauty at all. Water. Give me water. After a night of fever and sweating, he must be very thirsty. Soo-won specially boiled some warm water and tried to feed him. This guy looked to be only about 180 centimeters tall, and it was really hard for her small body to feed him, so she simply took a porcelain spoon and fed him one spoonful at a time. Jeong-yu was also very thirsty. One hand was scratching around and accidentally grabbed a cold arm. He couldn't bear to let go after grabbing it. Soo-won had just washed a few clothes with spring water, and his hands were cold, but Soo-yu's hands were terribly hot. He was injured and very strong, and he pulled her so hard that she staggered and half of the water spilled out. "Oh, can I let you die of thirst? Why are you so impatient?" The girl's voice was as clear as an oriole and childish, but it comforted Jeong-yu inexplicably, and the strength in his hands slowly eased. Until he waited for the rain, the warm water entered his mouth, stream after stream, like a fish that was dehydrated and regained its life, and his consciousness became much clearer. Jeong-yu opened his eyes and saw only a blurry white. His eyes were so dry and uncomfortable, and the white cloth blocked his eyes. He could only smell the faint fragrance of osmanthus. The arm in his hand was unspeakably slender. "I think it was the woman who spoke just now. Do you still want a drink? If you do, just nod." Jeong-yu nodded with a little strength, and Soo-won poured another half bowl of warm water for him to drink. He lay down, and some water leaked down his chin to his neck. She picked up a piece of cloth and wiped him. Her cold fingers gently touched his face. He felt so comfortable that he didn't want her to leave. "You have a fever. I'll go call my second brother." "If it's not a fever, what else can it be if it's so hot?" "But my second brother also said that he would continue to have a fever, so I called him when I felt something was wrong." Jeong-yu finally fainted. Before his consciousness became confused, he could still hear the girl's voice calling. "Second brother. He has a fever again." Soo-moo was working in the yard. Hearing this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, went to the water tank to get a basin of water to wash his hands, and then went back to the room to check Jeong-yu's pulse. "Go and pour the remaining medicine in the jar," he told Soo, one while checking his pulse. There was still some medicine left from the fever-reducing medicine boiled last night. The medicine in the jar was still warm, and Soo-won assisted Soo-moo in feeding him. She didn't care about the rest of the things, but before leaving, she looked at him a few more times and couldn't bear to look away. She was really impressed by his beauty. The author is not lying to me. Jeong-yu is really just like the description in the book. The second brother, Soo-moo, is also very good-looking. It should be said that all the Soo family members are handsome and pleasing to the eye every day. Jeong-yu was drowsy on the sickbed for 4 or 5 days. He had a fever every day. He was only fed with rice soup to fill his stomach. In just a few days, he became visibly thinner. The brothers of the Su family couldn't sleep well every night, especially Su Yun, who was almost angry. And 180 pieces of goat milk soap have been made. After they are packaged, they can be taken to the county grocery store for delivery. There are also 35 pieces of goat milk soap made of almond oil, which are dyed and round in shape. There is a lotus mark on it, which is exquisite and beautiful. I believe that girls can't refuse it, right? Moreover, almond oil goat milk soap is used to wash the face. It is gentle and non-irritating. It is better than lard goat milk soap. It is more valuable, so it will be sold at a higher price, 20 cents a piece, and 16 cents a piece is enough for her. The brothers wrapped the goat milk soap with oil paper, and Su-yi drew patterns on it, lotus and peony. His painting skills are really not exaggerated. After painting with red paint, the whole thing looks much more upscale. Sure enough, the goods can only be sold at a high price if they are packaged. The next day, the paint dried thoroughly. This time, Su Chun and Su-yi accompanied Su Wan to the county. The two brothers each carried a portion of the goat milk soap. Su-yi was not as strong as his brothers, so he carried less. The three siblings took a bullock cart together. This time, Old Hong took the three of them. The county grocery store owner had been looking forward to Su Wan for a long time, and finally she came. Her goat milk soap was a new thing. It washed clothes cleanly and washed hands and faces smoothly. The first batch of buyers gave it good reviews after using it. After the neighbors in the street spread the word to each other, the 120 pieces of goat milk soap were sold out. There were also several young ladies and wives of landlords who liked it very much. The servants in the mansions came out to buy it and try to please their masters. The masters liked it after using it and sent them to buy more. As a result, when they came again, it was out of stock, so they could only make reservations. The proprietress collected a lot of deposits out of thin air. The deposit for one piece was 2 cents. She made a few taels of silver in the past few days. There were also several other grocery stores in the same industry who came to her to inquire about business opportunities. How could she cut off her own financial path? They had signed a receipt at the beginning. In this county, only her family had the channel. When the three siblings of Su-wan came over, the proprietress became more and more enthusiastic and entertained them with tea and snacks. Good girl, you're finally here. Your goat milk soap is in great demand. The supply is now in short supply. I have already reserved all 180 pieces and am waiting for you to deliver the goods. Come on, let's exchange the silver and deliver the goods. I have prepared all the silver for you. It's 22 taels in total. The extra 40 coins are the deposits I receive these days. I will make it an even number for you. Please count it. She stuffed the silver directly into Su-wan's hand, and her eyes were wrinkled with laughter. Boss lady, do you want to check the goods first? She was not in a hurry to collect the money, but she had to check it first to avoid any problems later, and it would be her fault. Okay, let me take a look. The proprietress happily lifted the cloth of the basket and looked at a few pieces at random. They were similar to the previous ones. She was not an expert, but she smelled them and they were all good, so she considered it as a test. Wait, why are the ones here different from these? The proprietress soon discovered that there were dozens of round packaged soaps mixed in the goods. Madam, this is new. After I improved it, this is a goat milk soap specially used for washing the face. It is more comfortable and smooth when used on the face. Why don't you open it and take a look? Su-wan immediately went with the flow. The proprietress couldn't wait to open a piece. At first glance, she was attracted by this beautiful and delicate pink goat milk soap and was very happy. After smelling it, the goat milk smelled better. Those soaps made with lard had somewhat affected the taste of goat milk, but the smell of almond oil was very light, and the original fragrance of pollen for coloring made it smell even better. There was also a lotus mark printed on it. Women like these fancy things. Not to mention the customers, she likes them herself and has to keep a few pieces for herself. I'm afraid that if I make too much, it won't be popular, so I only made 35 pieces this time. Because there are more raw materials and the workmanship is more complicated than the previous soap, This soap has to sell for 21, and I eat 16 won a piece. What do you think, boss lady? How can it be unpopular? Those ladies will like this soap. Just do as you said, 21 a piece. I will calculate the silver for you now. Anyway, she didn't make it herself, and she can make an extra one a piece, so why not? Moreover, this round soap is smaller than the square one, and it has color and is made more delicately. There is also a lotus mark on it. Those ladies from rich families like beautiful things. Are you afraid that they will not buy it? The boss lady has been doing business for so many years, and she is also a shrewd person. She has her own weighing of whether something is good or not, and whether it makes money or not. Besides, how can you do business without losing money? Anyway, she has made money. 35 pieces of almond oil and goat milk soap, 16 won a piece. The boss lady paid her 5 taels of silver and 60 chien. This time, she delivered 27 taels of silver and 60 chien. With the remaining 4 taels, they could take out 3 taels to make up for the debt and go directly to Boss Zhang to pay off the debt. This time, Suwon was fully prepared to go out. She even brought the receipt with her. She also called her third brother because she thought that he had martial arts skills and that if Boss Zhang dared to do something weird, she would be able to escape unscathed. As the apprentice of the first master, he had learned for so many years, so it would be easy for him to beat a few minions. Su Chun and Su Yi saw the other side of Suwon today. When talking about business, he was mature and had the upper hand when standing with a grocery store owner. People even treated him like a god of wealth. To be honest, the Su family had never been treated like this wherever they went. The 1-month period had not yet arrived, and only 20 days had passed. Suwon had already earned 30 taels with her wisdom and skills. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's incident, she would have had more left. It must be said that this business must be convinced the other party is really smart, and the Su brothers gradually changed their views on Suwon. Before leaving, Suwon also said hello to the boss lady, saying that the next time she came, it might take 10 days or so, and she had researched a more fresh soap. There are still floral-scented goat milk soap and pink goat milk soap. According to the market supply, lard goat milk soap will account for the majority because most customers are ordinary people, their wallets are not bulging, and they can only afford the most common and practical soap, and there will not be too much powder soap because it is expensive. Except for the rich, there will not be too many ordinary customers, so too much should be made to avoid the accumulation of goods. Her new floral soap removes the raw material of goat milk, so the price will not be too high, and it is also used to wash clothes. Otherwise, everyone will be scented with goat milk, which is too monotonous and uniform, so she has to come up with some other tricks to ensure that the popularity of the product does not decrease. She and the boss lady are mutually beneficial, and Suwon signed another receipt with her. It was clearly written on it that she could only make a profit through this channel, and it was forbidden to resell her soap to other places and drive up the price to make a profit. Suwon was also a shrewd person. She was afraid that the boss's wife would be greedy one day and sell her soap to other places at a high price to make another profit. She still wanted to expand the market. How could she only do business in Chinga County? The boss's wife also agreed. She knew what Suwon meant. If she wanted to do this business for a long time, she must abide by the agreement. With the receipt, Suwon handed it to Su Chun and asked him to keep it for her. Let's go, third brother and fifth brother. Let's go find Boss Zhang. Su Chun and Su Yi smiled and nodded. The 3 siblings went to Boss Zhang's house after leaving the grocery store. He was a loan shark and made a fortune by earning interest. Now in Chinga County, he also has a 3-story house. There were thugs guarding the door. Su Chun explained his intention. After they went in and greeted him, he came out to greet them in. Our master invites you to come in and talk. The person who came was the lackey who followed Boss Zhang last time. Su Chun heard this and said to his younger brother and sister, I will go in alone. Old 5, you take good care of Wan Wan and take her to the entrance of the alley to wait for me. To be on the safe side, Su Chun decided to go in alone.
Suinoddit in agreement.
Suwon gave Su Chun the 30 taels of silver he had prepared and followed his 5th brother to the entrance of the alley to wait. Boss Zhang should not make trouble. In the original book, the 5 brothers were all fine until the end. Sure enough, After waiting for 2/4 of an hour, Su-chin came out. Seeing his figure appear at the other end of the alley from a distance, Su-won pulled Su-yi and couldn't wait to pick him up. Su-yi was suddenly held by a warm little hand, and his heart skipped a beat, followed by a sense of steadiness. "Third brother, how is it they didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Su-chin saw Su-won's anxious look and couldn't help grinning, and even took the initiative to reach out and put the scattered hair on her face behind her ears. "They didn't make things difficult for me, don't worry." "Then, did you see him tear up the IOU with your own eyes?" This is the key point. If the IOU is not destroyed, the money will be repaid in vain. Su-chin continued to nod. "Boss Zhang returned the IOU to me after taking the silver. We will burn it later. We don't owe them anymore." He took out the IOU. Because of the long time, the letter paper has been wrinkled. The three siblings were very happy. Finally, a big problem was solved. They were free of debt and naturally wanted to celebrate. "Third brother and fifth brother, I'm hungry. Let's go eat noodles?" Seeing her smiling face, so happy, two dimples sunken, the two of them couldn't bear to refuse. In fact, according to their thrifty character, they would not waste the money. "Okay, Wan treats us. We won't be polite." The three siblings came to a noodle stall with more customers. There were many people here and the taste should be good. Su-won asked for 3 bowls of meat noodles. The ancients were really honest and generous. Although there was not much meat, it couldn't resist the noodles. A bowl cost 7 coins, and after Su-won paid off the bill, he only had 2 taels of silver left. The three of them ate their fill and agreed not to tell their fourth brother when they got home. Otherwise he would make a scene and say that Su-won was partial. After eating, Su-won thought of his 3 brothers at home, so he thought about buying them some food. He had bought meat buns several times before, but this time he changed it up and bought leek and meat pancakes. He bought 4 pancakes, each costing 4 coins, with only a little bit of minced meat in it, barely giving it a meaty taste, and the rest was leek. However, this was very satisfying. At least every time Su-won went to the county, he would remember his brothers at home. There were still a lot of vegetables at home with the ones he bought, and those sent by Uncle Jiang, so there was no shortage of meat for the time being. The autumn harvest had just ended, and there was rice at home. Since Su-won came, life had gotten better and better. When leaving the city, there was a blind grandmother selling chicks with her granddaughter at the city gate. There were more than 20 chicks in 2 cages. They said they were from the hens at home, but they were an orphan and their grandmother was blind, so they couldn't take care of so many chicks, so they took some out to sell. A rooster cost 12 won, and a hen cost 15 won. Many people gathered there to choose, and some bargained with the old lady, thinking that she was selling too expensively. The chicks were still young, and if they got sick, they would not be able to keep them alive. It would take at least 3 months to raise them to be edible, and half a year to lay eggs, which would require a lot of food. After several arguments, it turned out that the rooster cost 8 won, and the hen cost 10 won. The old lady was blind, and her granddaughter was only a few years old, so she was no match for them. She looked at a loss. Some people had already started to choose, regardless of the old lady's obstruction. Su-won thought that there were no livestock at home, and if they could raise a few chickens, they could start raising them now, and they could just kill them for meat after the new year. After the eldest and second brothers left, the house would be deserted, so it would be nice to raise a few chickens. So, Su-won decided to buy some chicks, 2 roosters and 2 hens. She squatted down and picked up 4 chickens that were in good spirits, and then put them in her basket. The little girl next to her mother-in-law looked at her timidly, with fear and worry in her eyes. Su-won counted out 54 coins and handed them to her mother-in-law. "Grandma, 2 roosters and 2 hens, a total of 54 coins, not a penny less for you. Please count them carefully." Her operation caused the women next to her to roll their eyes. She started it, how could they take advantage of it? Hearing this, the old woman was also stunned for a moment, and her little granddaughter's eyes lit up. "I thought she was also a bad sister who took advantage, but it turned out that she thought too much." "Girl, you're not kind, are you?" One woman was already very unhappy. "How I buy is my business. How does it bother you? I can't control how you buy."
Shugwandi tortidun ceremoniously.
She paid the money and didn't plan to argue with them anymore, so she got up and left. Anyway, she had started it so the old woman could do whatever she wanted. If she was forced to lower the price, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't lower the price that much. It cost 54 coins to buy the chicken, 21 coins to eat vermicelli, 6 coins to ride the ox cart, and 16 coins to buy pancakes, a total of 97 coins, leaving 1 tael of silver and 3 cents. The 3 of them got on the ox cart. It wasn't time yet, so Old Hong took the 3 of them and went back to the village early. The chicks in the basket kept chirping, and they were so cute with their fur. Old Hong heard the chicks chirping and asked curiously, "Did you buy chicks?" "Yes, I bought 4, 2 roosters and 2 hens."
Shugwan answered immediately.
Raising chickens is good. We can eat meat during the Chinese New Year, and they can lay eggs in half a year. As farmers, we hope that our family will have a good harvest and our livestock will be healthy and free from disasters. As long as there is no disaster, life will be good. Although the old man is usually serious, Su Wan and her friends often ride in his car. His family has a scholar brother. Whenever he sees the Su brothers and sisters, he is always friendly and can even talk to them. He is right. The common people hope that their lives will be better as long as there is no disease or disaster. Staggering back to the village, the brothers were all free today, so the rice couldn't be husked all at once. Otherwise, the rice would be infested with worms if stored in the warehouse for a long time. The husks just didn't know what to do with them, so Su Wan bought a few chickens and used them to feed the chickens, which was great. The osmanthus oil she soaked had already smelled fragrant, so she picked a lot of it at once, leaving some to make almond oil goat milk soap and some to make floral soap. It would be great if she could get some other flowers back and use the distillation method to purify the flower dew. In fact, Su Wan has always had an idea that it would be great if some ingredients good for hair could be added to the soap to make a shampoo soap. The soap made by grinding it into juice and mixing it with osmanthus almond oil can be used to wash your hair. Rich people use soap which smells bad. After washing, they put ointment on their hair to keep the fragrance. In addition, the ancients washed their hair very complicatedly, and it took time to dry it. Adhering to the principle that the hair and skin of the body are inherited from parents, washing hair is a big deal for them. They get up early in the morning to boil water and comb their hair. The hair of both men and women is long and thick, and it is very troublesome to take care of it without conditioner. Ordinary merchants use egg whites and royal nobles use aloe vera gel, but in autumn and winter, dry hair is also a problem, and it is easy to catch cold. Poor people can't afford soap, so they can only use rice water, precipitated plant ash water, or hibiscus leaves to wash their hair, and there is no ointment to apply. If she can make a shampoo soap that smells good and washes clean, and the price is still acceptable to everyone, it will definitely be very popular. However, this question needs to be asked to the second brother. Asking him will know which Chinese herbal plants are good for hair. He is a medical student and should know. Su Wan knows Polygonum multiflorum, but Polygonum multiflorum is a high-end medicinal material that ordinary people can't afford. After thinking all the way, she returned home and shared the leek and pork biscuits with her brothers. When Su-yun saw that she had bought chicks, she couldn't hide her joy on her face. After eating the biscuits, she couldn't wait to go to the mountain to cut bamboo and prepare to build a fence in the corner of the yard to raise chickens. But before that, the 6 brothers and sisters put the IOU in the fire pit and burned it completely, turning it into ashes. The debt was paid off, and everyone was relieved. In a few days, the eldest and second brothers would go back to the county, some to study and some to work. Jiang Yu had woken up, his consciousness had recovered, and he had completely passed the critical period. He just had to wait for the wounds to slowly recover. This period was a bit long. He had too many knife and sword wounds on his body, and his vitality was severely damaged after detoxification. His internal breath was disordered and needed to be recuperated. It would take at least a few months to fully recover. He could eat slowly now. He had been drinking rice soup for so many days, and his eyes were blind. He looked like a sickly, handsome man. Su Wan bought leek and pork sesame cakes and was thinking of his portion. At dinner, Su Mu brought him a heated sesame cake and a bowl of rice porridge with minced meat. Now he can only eat some liquid food or light food. Drink the medicine first, and then eat something to fill your stomach. Jiangyu covered his eyes. His eyes could not stand strong light, but Su-mu would wash his eyes with warm water every day. Now he only felt that his eyes were astringent and painful and a little spicy at first, and he couldn't see anything. "Thank you." His voice was not very confident. If it weren't for the fact that he was a martial artist and his martial art skills were quite high, ordinary people who suffered such serious injuries would have died in the Northwest long ago. Even if he could save his life temporarily, he might not be able to hold on without absolute medical standards. It can only be said that this person is lucky. He can still have medicine to contain the poison, even if he is poisoned. It just shows that his identity is either rich or noble, and it is definitely not simple. Jiangyu said thank you. Su-mu was not modest. He spoke little and had a cold personality. Jiangyu could feel it himself these days. He already knew that this family consisted of 6 siblings. Their parents were not at home. At that time, they were in the land temple. It was the daughter of this family who insisted on saving him. The young man who treated him happened to know how to detoxify the 7-star begonia, which saved his life. The 4th child of this family told him about the rough process. Su-yun was the most talkative. After Jiangyu woke up, he could hear him mumbling in his ear from time to time. It was weird and not very pleasant to hear. It was like asking about his identity, asking why he was hunted here, whether he would attract enemies and implicate their family. Jiangyu naturally did not reveal his identity. He just said that he was a wanderer and had provoked some killers in the world. In their eyes, he was already dead and would not cause trouble again. The medicine and food were placed on the table, but Jiangyu couldn't see them. He half leaned on the couch and could only vaguely see the dim candlelight through the cloth covering his eyes. He couldn't keep his eyes open for too long, otherwise his eyes would become dry and stinging and he would cry. "Thank you." The two were very polite, and he drank the bitter medicine without blinking an eye. He had been drinking rice soup for so many days, but he wasn't very hungry. Today was his first solid meal. So, even if it was a very ordinary bowl of meat porridge and an ordinary sesame cake, he ate it with relish. He was used to tasting delicacies from mountains and seas, and suddenly he tried these ordinary people's food and found it tasted good. "What is this?" Su-mu was writing something under the candlelight. He looked up at him when he heard the words. He had already eaten half of the sesame cake in his hand. "My little sister bought the leek pancakes and left one for you." The little sister he was talking about should be the girl with a soft and sticky voice, the fragrance of osmanthus and soft and cool hands. Thinking of this, Jiangyu suddenly wanted to meet his savior and see her true face. "It's delicious. Thank her for me." "You should thank her. If she hadn't insisted on saving you, you might have become a meal for the beast. I didn't plan to help. After all, people like you must be extraordinary people. My family is made of common people and can't stand the wind and waves. I just want to live a stable life." But she is right. I am a doctor. How can I watch a life pass away under my nose? Even if there is only a 10% chance, I have to try. She said you are not a bad person. Although I don't know why she thinks so, I have benefited a lot from it. You are the first serious patient in my life. I don't regret saving you. Su-mu's words were light, as if he was born with such a calm temperament. Even if Jiangyu couldn't see, he could vaguely outline the image of Su-mu in his heart. He curled his lips and smiled. "Isn't he a bad person? Dr. Su, can my eyes be restored to clarity?" Jiangyu thought, if I can't see for the rest of my life, wouldn't it be a pity, and I won't be able to see the true face of my benefactor? She is so sure that he is not a bad person, it would be a pity if I can't see her. The lime blinded your eyes, but fortunately it was treated in time and did not damage the root. Just wash it frequently with warm water, and you will be able to restore your clarity in a few days. That's great, but as Dr. Su said, I am not an ordinary commoner, but my family is richer than ordinary people. This time I have come to the king of, and I can't repay the grace of saving my life. Dr. Su and his family can make any requests: gold, silver, jewelry, jade dishes, delicacies. As long as Jiang can do it, I will definitely offer it with both hands. He can't give much. It's nothing more than these things outside of the body. Life is for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and providing them with a comfortable life is naturally a piece of cake. No need. Our family is not the kind of people who repay favors with favors. The gold, silver, and jewelry obtained from others will not be spent with peace of mind. Besides, it was my sister who saved you on her own initiative, and she also paid for the medicine. I just used you to practice. If you must repay me, you might as well ask my little sister in person and see what she wants. This is the first time I have seen such a person who is not greedy for money. Jiangyu finds it very interesting. In this world, it is rare to find people who can stay out of the temptation of money. In this case, I will ask your sister in person when it is convenient. In a few days, I will go out to work and will only come back twice a month. When I am not at home, I will write down all the rules that need to be paid attention to on paper. At that time, my 3 brothers will take good care of you. We are also loyal people. Since we saved you, we will take care of you until you recover. It turned out that Su Mu was writing and drawing on the paper to write precautions for patients. Thank you. Dr. Su, please make a list of all the medicinal materials used in the Su family, the food consumed, and the consultation fees required by ordinary doctors. I will pay you the corresponding silver. You treat patients and save lives, so I should pay your consultation fees. Jiangyu still has a conscience. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. Since it is a consultation fee, it should be collected.
He will not be polite.
After all, this is the first serious patient he has treated, so it is necessary to collect a consultation fee. Of course, other people don't know about the conversation between the two in the room. Su Wan and his brothers are eating meat happily. Tomorrow, the 3rd brother will go up the mountain to chop wood, and the eldest brother, the 4th brother, the 5th brother, and her will stay to make soap. She hasn't had time to ask the 2nd brother. Those Chinese medicinal materials are good for hair and can be added to the soap formula. But it's too late today, so let's talk about it tomorrow. Wanwan, I will help you with more work these days. Big brother will go back to the academy in a few days. Next year will be the year of the imperial examination, which is held every 3 years. We can't be careless. I'm afraid I will have to stay in the academy to study for a period of time until the end of the year. Su Jing's vacation is almost over. In the past month, he has been getting along well with his new sister. He has roughly figured out Wanwan's temperament. She is a smart and simple girl with a delicate mind. She is less troublesome than Yaya. Big brother, you study hard and pass the imperial examination in the future. I will be obedient. Su Jing nodded and put a few pieces of meat with less fat in Su Wan's bowl. Wanwan, don't worry, these hard times won't last long. Su Jing was just thinking. His little sister had been used to a life of luxury since she was a child, but when she returned to their poor family, she didn't complain at all and even tried every means to help the family pay off debts without complaining. She was also very considerate to her brothers, encouraging them and affirming them. How could he not work hard for such a good sister and let her continue to live a hard life? I believe in my elder brother.
Suwan smiled sweetly.
She was also happy from the bottom of her heart. At least now, her elder brother was on her side, and her efforts during this period were not in vain. The next day, Su Chun went up the mountain early, with an axe. Under the guise of chopping wood, he went hunting in the mountain with Uncle Jiang, preparing to bring back some game. If there was more, he would eat it, and if there was less, he would sell it for money. He was also thinking about saving more money for emergencies. With so many men in the family, it would be too shameful to tell others that he was counting on his youngest sister to make money. Since Su Yun and Su Yi learned how to make soap, they basically didn't let Su Wan do anything. Most of the time, they were the ones making it, and Su Wan was watching from the side. If she found something wrong, she would stop them in time. But this time, she wanted to make the new product, the flour soap, herself and still use a round mold. She would make a few dozen pieces to test the water first. If it sells well, she would increase the market demand. After paying off the debt, she had little money left, and she had to buy a lot of raw materials. The almond oil she bought last time could make 60 yuan this time. Half of it was almond goat milk soap, and the other half was flour soap. She had to continue making lard goat milk soap, and the remaining lard could make 120 yuan. It was agreed that she would deliver the goods 10 days later. After several soakings, the sweet-scented osmanthus almond oil she soaked was already full of floral fragrance. The fragrance even penetrated through the cracks in the door and penetrated into Jiangyu's nose. The whole yard was filled with the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus, as if several sweet-scented osmanthus trees were planted. The fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus was already strong. After walking around in it for 2 rounds, her body was covered with the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus. She went to Uncle Zhang's house several times, and one of the sweet-scented osmanthus trees in his house was almost plucked bald by Su Wan, but because of his apprentice's face, he didn't say anything, not to mention that Su Wan bribed him and gave him new products for free every time. Not to mention, this thing is quite useful, it washes clothes cleanly. Jiangyu has been wearing his brother's clothes these days. He is tall, so only Su Jing, Su Mu, and Su Chen can wear their clothes. Although they are just ordinary linen clothes with patches on them, they can't hide his noble temperament. Now, he can't get out of bed for fear of tearing the wounds on his body. The wounds finally scab over. The sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance wafts from the yard from time to time. I don't know what these brothers and sisters are doing. Su Yun's mind is on the chicken coop today. He cut the bamboo into strips, then weaved them and surrounded the outer perimeter of the divided chicken coop. After working for a whole morning, it is finally finished. Put a small wooden basin inside and fill it with water. The chickens will have a home from now on. Flour soap is easy to make. After mixing it with the precipitated plant ash water, add the ground dried flowers to adjust the color and make it uniformly pink. It's a pity that there are no yellow flowers, otherwise, the sweet-scented osmanthus soap should be yellow. She asked Su Mu about plants that are good for hair in the morning. After Su Mu had breakfast, he also went out. When he came back, his backpack was full of things. It turned out that he picked soapberry fruits from the back mountain and also picked ligustrum lucidum and hibiscus leaves. Second brother, what are these? Su Wan didn't know them, so she asked curiously. Su Mu took the backpack off his back and put it on the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "You asked in time. The soapberry is ripe and falling off at this time. Our back mountain is all wild. This herb is a hair-nourishing thing. I also picked some and saved them. I will take them to the medicine shop to exchange for some money in a few days." Ligustrum lucidum and hibiscus leaves are also hair-nourishing. There are people in our village who directly use soapberry and hibiscus leaves to boil water for hair. I don't know if you can use them, so I picked them all for you. Yes, soapberry fruits can be directly rubbed into foam. Adding them to soap will make the foam denser and more delicate. It's useful. I'm just thinking about making a soap for hair washing, but it can't be the same as other soaps. Second brother, you really helped a lot. Let's go pick it up together in the afternoon.
Pick up more.
You can sell it, and I can also think about new products. Su Wan squatted down, took a handful of soapberries and smelled it. The smell was weird. Some modern online videos say that you can spit bubbles after eating it, but I don't know if it's true. Okay, how are your other soaps? If they are not finished, let's continue. In a few days, my eldest brother and I will go back to the county, and you 4 brothers and sisters will be the only ones to do the housework. In addition to the rice fields at home, every household in the village has reclaimed land on the barren mountains to grow corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some vegetables. Usually the eldest and second sons are in the county, and the nearly 2 acres of vegetable fields at home are taken care of by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th sons. Most of them are corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Corn is ground into flour, which can be made into corn grits and corn cakes. It is a bit rough, but it is good for filling the stomach. Sweet potatoes are also good for filling up the stomach, and they can also replenish sugar. Take your time. We are not in a hurry to pay off the debt now. The boss's wife and I have agreed to deliver the goods in 10 days, no hurry. Let the soap dry for a while so that the alkalinity can evaporate quickly. Everyone had a simple lunch. Su Mu brought Jiangyu lunch as usual, which was still bacon porridge, plus 2 potato cakes. Since he was out of danger, Soo-won rarely stepped into the room to see him. Jong-yu could only hear her bickering with the fourth brother in the yard from time to time. She was full of energy, and she was a girl who loved to laugh. In the afternoon, the brothers and sisters went to the mountains to pick soapberries together, leaving Soo-jing at home. He returned to the room to read, and Jong-yu lay down with his eyes closed to rest. At first, the two were so quiet. Until Soo-jing broke the silence first. He was halfway through reading a book, encountered a tangled point, turned his head to look at Jong-yu. Thinking that he should also be a well-read person, why not ask for his opinion? As a result, the two of them couldn't stop chatting after asking this question. They had similar opinions and even liked the same poets. It felt like they had met too late. From time to time, the two men's hearty smiles could be heard in the room. "Brother Soo, we had a great time talking today. It feels like we met too late." Although Jong-yu couldn't see them for the time being, he had already imagined their images in his mind. For example, the man in front of him must be a talented man with a bright and handsome appearance and gentle as jade. "I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, I will just call you a you."
Of course, I don't mind.
"Brother Soo, just do as you please. I just heard that Brother Soo is interested in the spring examination next year. I believe that with Brother Soo's talent and ambition, you will definitely have a seat in the court. You are too kind. There are always people better than me. There is no telling what the future holds. Everything is up to fate. I have already missed an opportunity. Just this once, I don't want to have any regrets." Soo-jing recalled that he still felt a little sorry. It was his regret that he failed to participate in the spring examination. He must not miss it again next year. Even if he had to go to Beijing barefoot, he must complete this road to the imperial examination. He has passed the provincial examination. In fact, the imperial examination has already started this autumn. He is already a scholar. Before returning home, he took the examination again in the prefecture and got a place in the joint examination. Now, he only needs to participate in the joint examination next year. The top 3 candidates in the joint examination of each provincial prefecture are eligible to enter the capital to take the imperial examination. The top 30 candidates can enter the final palace examination, which will be supervised by the current emperor. The first place is the champion, the second place is the second place, and the third place is the third place. As long as you get into the top 10, you will have a career, but there are too many competitors. Students all over the world are preparing for this year. As he said, there are always people who are better than him. In the evening, the brothers and sisters rushed home one after another. They picked up a few baskets of soapberries and gave a small part to Soo-won. The rest were washed and dried for a few days, and then Soo-mu would carry them to the medicine shop. He was an apprentice in the medicine shop and greeted the master. Every autumn, he would only accept soapberries from him. Although it is not worth much money, it is still an income. Soo-chan also picked up a load of firewood and brought back some prey, 2 hares and a pheasant. Soo-won was very excited. It was the first time she saw hares and pheasants with her own eyes. The wild animals were still alive, in order to sell them for a good price. Seeing that she liked it so much, Soo-chan thought she was greedy, so he suggested killing the pheasant for meat. Of course, Soo-won didn't want to. She was curious because she was a modern person, a child who grew up in the city. How could she have seen wild chickens and rabbits? They were only artificially raised. She knew that this was used to exchange for money, so how could she be greedy? "Third brother, I don't want to eat it. I'm just a little curious when I saw it for the first time. You can exchange it for money. There is still a lot of meat at home. I know what is important." In their eyes, her personality is that of a rich lady. In their eyes, she has never touched the water of ordinary people, so it is normal that she has never seen it. But now she has another characteristic in their eyes, that is being sensible. "Soo-won, don't think we are so stingy. You are our sister, and any good thing will definitely be given to you first. Eat whatever you want. Don't think about anything else." Soo-yeon crossed his arms and said sarcastically. They would not cut back on their sister's food and save money. Soo-won thought it was funny. A month ago, he kept saying that Guyu was their only sister, and now he admits that she is also his sister? Fourth brother is really a hypocrite. Fourth brother, I'm really not greedy, and I'm not the kind of person who is shy. If I want to eat, I won't be polite, don't worry. Or is it that fourth brother is greedy, so he uses my mouth to avoid losing face? Soo-won said this. Soo-yun's face suddenly turned red, and he hurriedly explained. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Am I the kind of greedy person? Well, fourth brother is not, big brother and second brother. You also think that fourth brother is not, right?
Soo-won winked at Soo-ging and Soo-moo mischievously.
Soo-jing just smiled and touched his nose without answering. Soo-moo also hooked the corners of his lips. This meaning is self-evident. Soo-yun is greedy, and he is the only one who will be jealous because of ordering food. Fourth brother, last time sister Won bought a meat pie, you ate a whole one, and it was not enough, and you took half of it from me. When it comes to kicking someone when they are down, Soo-yi is the first one who will not let go of his biological twin brother. With a harmless smile on his face, Soo-yun wanted to roll up his sleeves and beat him up as soon as he saw him. Soo-yi, you are the only one who talks too much, aren't you? But he might also feel guilty, so when he refuted, he was obviously not confident enough. I am telling the truth, fourth brother. Soo-yi kept jumping back and forth in Soo-yun's minefield. Soo-yun rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him up, but fortunately, his eldest brother came to the rescue in time. Okay, the sun is setting, let's go cook. Fifth brother, you don't have a share of dinner tonight. Soo-yun said very proudly, relying on the fact that he was the chef. Fourth brother, don't bully fifth brother. Fifth brother just said a few words of truth. Do you have to be so fussy about it? Soo-won was making fun of him, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. I am fussy about it? Soo-won, you are not mistaken, you are biased. I admit that I spoke a little louder when you first came, but you can't be so biased. Who usually does the most work for you? Have you forgotten? Soo-yun was on the verge of exploding. Shut up, you're the loudest in the yard. Go cook, I'm starving. Soo-chin couldn't stand Soo-yun's endless wailing with a hoarse voice, so he grabbed his neck, tucked him under his armpits, and dragged him into the kitchen. During the process, Soo-yun kept struggling, but it was of no avail. He couldn't beat the third brother. Soo-won showed a victorious smile, turned his head, and raised his palm toward Soo-yi. Soo-yi subconsciously took a step back. He thought Sister Won was going to attack him. Soo-won actually wanted to high-five him out of habit, but she may have forgotten for a moment that she had traveled to ancient times and the ancients didn't understand what she meant. But her hand was already out, and the fifth brother looked frightened, so she took the initiative to hold his hand and slapped his palm. Sister Won, what do you mean?
Soo-yi seemed puzzled.
Hearing this, Soo-won frowned and organized his words in his mind. This action means victory. We just succeeded in making fourth brother lose, so we won. This is a tacit secret between the two of us. Remember it, fifth brother? Soo-won looked at him expectantly. Soo-yi seemed to understand but nodded. Remember it. Such a serious expression made Soo-won feel like he was a puppy, so she raised her hand again. This time Soo-yi gave her face and clapped his hands. Soo-yi looked at his hand, then looked at Soo-won, who was already jumping and humming to the kitchen in the background, and muttered, "A tacit little secret?" He smiled, thinking that his new sister was becoming more and more interesting and that she had successfully integrated into their lives. The next day, Soo-chin took 2 hares and a pheasant to the county market. According to the market price, hares cost 8 cents per catty, and pheasants are 2 cents more expensive than ordinary domestic chickens, also 10 cents per catty. A hare costs 4 catties, 64 cents, and a pheasant costs 5 catties, 50 cents. He sold them to a restaurant in the county, and after working all day yesterday, he made a profit of 1 tael of silver and 14 cents. After he got them back, he gave them all to Soo-won, asking her to keep them together. She has now gained the trust of her third brother, and he is willing to let her manage the money. Not bad, not bad. This is a good sign. Soo-won is in a good mood, things are moving in a good direction, and her road to success is going smoothly. 3 days later, Soo-jing and Moo returned to the county together, one to the academy and the other to the medicine shop. Before leaving, Soo-moo left a piece of paper for Soo-won and the others, on which were written the things that the patient Jiangyu needed to pay attention to next. In the next 3 days, he had to wash his eyes with warm water every morning and evening, and the cloth covering his eyes could be removed after 3 days, and he would slowly recover his clarity of mind. He can now get out of bed and walk, but his vitality is seriously damaged, and he has serious internal injuries. His body is still very weak, and he has to avoid spicy food before his external injuries are healed. Jiangyu has promised to pay for the consultation and medical expenses afterwards. Su Jing now treats him as a close friend who he regrets not meeting earlier, and he repeatedly instructs Su Chen and the other 3 brothers to take good care of Jiangyu. Moreover, he has also pawned a jade pendant worth thousands of gold with Su Wan, so it is reasonable to take good care of him. Needless to say, Su Wan will do the same. Jiangyu is her golden ticket to avoid death. Can she let anything happen to him? Moreover, Su Chen did not tell his master that they had saved a person because he was afraid that too many people would know about it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Okay, we know, big brother and second brother, you should go quickly. The sun will be too strong soon. Suyan urged them to go quickly. And you, fourth brother, your second brother and I are not at home. Don't bully Wanwan. Su Jing said to him, very seriously. Su Yun heard this, and his mouth twitched. What sin did he commit? I know. If it were the previous period, he would definitely refute it fiercely and leave no room for negotiation. But seeing that Su Wan behaved so well during this period, he acquiesced in his heart. After watching the big brother and second brother leave, the 4 siblings returned to the yard. Su Yun went to feed the chickens, and Su Chun helped Jiangyu to the toilet. Today was the first time he stepped out of the room during the day since he came to the Su family. In the past, Su Jing or Su Mu would take him there at night, if he had any needs. The ancients would place a night-scented pot in the room, and the pot was used for urination. Nowadays, I open my eyes from time to time, and I no longer feel the strong dryness and soreness of my eyes, nor do I want to cry. Su Wan was fiddling with the soap she made, and turned around to see Jiangyu, who was wearing patched clothes and was supported by Su Chen to go out. He has a really good figure, with perfect proportions from top to bottom. Wearing a short shirt and long pants, his legs are even longer. He is worthy of being the second male lead. The book says that he is a man who is more handsome than the male lead. Although I haven't seen the male lead yet, what the book says can't be wrong. Jiangyu covered his chest with one hand. Because of the sequelae of the 7-star begonia and internal injuries, his chest was congested and short of breath. When he coughed, he would feel a pain, as if he felt someone was looking at him. He blindfolded his eyes, but he could still accurately locate Su Wan's direction. Su Wan was discovered by him and quickly lowered his head to continue working. The corners of Jiangyu's mouth rose slightly, almost imperceptibly. For some reason, even though he couldn't see anything, Su Wan still felt like he was being caught and felt guilty. Su Yun looked at Su Wan, whose ears were red, and then looked at Jiangyu's back. He snorted with disdain, causing Su Wan and Su Yi to look at him. What's wrong with you, fourth brother? Su Wan didn't understand what he meant by this sudden snort. Su Wan, I'm asking you, who is better looking, him or me? He pointed in the direction of the toilet. Su Wan and Su Yi looked at each other and looked in the direction he pointed. Are you talking about third brother, or? Of course I'm talking about the other one. Su Yin didn't take that rough guy seriously, and he thought he was better looking than him. Su Yi heard this and laughed unkindly. The meaning was obvious. That was ridicule. What's your business? I'm asking Su Wan. Why are you laughing? Fourth brother, it's important for people to know themselves, but you don't. Su Yi shrugged and retorted, smiling even more. Su Wan couldn't help it either. It was so hard to hold back her laughter. Although the fourth brother was not bad-looking, a handsome guy, he was only 15 or 16 years old, still a childish boy. He would be more handsome after a few more years of polishing. But compared with Jiangyu, the most handsome man in the original book, it's hard to comment, but I can't hurt the fourth brother's heart. What should I say? Su Yun's face turned cold after Su Yi's words. The two of them had a face that was 90% alike, just like looking in the mirror, but people who were familiar with them could easily tell them apart.
Soo-won, you say.
Soo-yun didn't want to be disturbed by Soo-yi. He just wanted to hear Soo-won say. Soo-won was a little embarrassed, frowning, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. Well, how should I say it, fourth brother? You and I are not in the same stage. I can't comment after all. You are only 15 years old this year. You can still grow up, and you will definitely become more and more beautiful. But I have already grown up, you know. Soo-yun stared at her seriously. Soo-won's voice gradually became smaller. She thought he was going to be angry, but after a while he laughed. You mean I'm not as good-looking as him? I know. I was just teasing you on purpose to see what you say. But you're right. I'm still young, and I'll definitely get better and better looking. She didn't expect Soo-yun to be so arrogant, so shameless, and so narcissistic. She thought he was just a bad-tempered and crazy sister-loving man. While the siblings were chatting and laughing, Soo-chun had already helped Jung-yu out. He found a reclining chair and let him sit in the yard to bask in the sun. In the sun, Jung-yu's skin was glowing white, almost catching up with a woman. Soo-won looked at his slender, white and bony hands and swallowed her saliva. For a hand control, these hands were too attractive. Soo-yun rolled his eyes and muttered, a pretty boy. That's right, the reason why he and Soo-yi are easy to distinguish is because he is darker than Soo-yi, so when he saw Jung-yu was so white, he called him a pretty boy. Jung-yu will have to stay in our house for a while until he recovers. During this period, just tell others that he is our cousin, so as to avoid gossip in the village.
Suhin niks plan.
Thinking that there is still an unmarried girl in the family, and suddenly there are many strange men at home, he is afraid that it will ruin the girl's reputation, so he tells others that he is a relative and calls each other cousins in the future. He is indeed the oldest among the three brothers, and Soo-chun is only 17 years old this year. I know, third brother. Soo-yi smiled and answered, very well behaved. In comparison, Soo-yun is like a rebellious boy. He recently held a bag of soybeans and didn't know what he was studying. After finishing the farm work and soap at home, he started to tinker with the soy sauce that Soo-won mentioned in his spare time. Soo-won remembered that soy sauce should be made from fermented soybeans, but she didn't know how to ferment soybeans. She just briefly told Soo-yun her ideas, and then he started to act. He understood that fermented soybeans that Soo-won was talking about were fermented soybeans. He thought about making them himself and bought some wine yeast from a winemaker in the next village. After soaking them overnight, he steamed them in a steamer and then sealed them in the sun to ferment. He had his own ideas, and Soo-won didn't hinder his creative thinking. Soo-chun then said that the corn in the field should be harvested. There was almost an acre of corn, and Soo-chun had to take his two younger brothers to harvest it. Only Soo-won and Jung-yu were left at home. Cooking and taking care of the patient fell on her. The morning sun was not too scorching. Soo-chun saw that it was still early, so he took the axe and went out to the mountain. He should have gone to practice with his master again. Soo-won specifically told him that if he saw beautiful wild flowers on the mountain, he should pick more so that she could dry them and use them for coloring. Soo-chun smiled and agreed, and went out happily with the licorice water that Soo-won boiled for him. Soo-won knew that he was training hard and had to find time to chop some firewood. Although it was already October, it would take some time for the weather to get hotter, so she boiled some licorice water and put it in a bamboo kettle for him to take away. Soo-won was left with Soo-yun and Soo-yi. Soo-yun was steaming his soybeans, Soo-yi was drawing something on the ground with a stick, and Jung-yu was sitting upright in a chair, just basking in the sun quietly. From Soo-won's perspective, the sunlight on him seemed to have coated him with a layer of golden light. Jung-yu realized that she was looking at him again and turned around with a faint smile on his lips. What are you doing? He suddenly asked Soo-won, causing her to tremble with guilt. Are you asking me? Soo-won asked him doubtfully. It was really embarrassing to be caught every time she peeked. He could catch her so directly even with his eyes blindfolded. If he didn't blindfold her and stared at her like that, she didn't know if she could bear it. In fact, she was quite timid. She was just an ordinary girl. Yeah, Jung-yu replied lightly. It was just such a simple word, but it made people feel inexplicably comfortable when it came out of his mouth. When I was recuperating in the room, I often smelled the rich scent of osmanthus. I was very curious about what you were doing. He took the initiative to explain his curiosity, and Soo-won understood. I'm making soap. I used osmanthus to soak the floral oil and made a fragrant soap. It should be the fragrance of the flowers when it was boiled, so you can smell it. Osmanthus has a strong floral fragrance. Maybe you don't like this smell? I remembered that it was said in the original book that Jeongyu didn't like osmanthus. The heroine gave him several osmanthus trees, but he refused them all.
Soap? What is that?
Jeongyu was like a curious baby. It was the first time he heard of it. He was knowledgeable, but there were things he didn't know. Speaking of his profession, Soo-won immediately became excited. He took a piece of osmanthus soap, squatted in front of him, and held it in front of him for him to smell. This is it, you smell it. In fact, she could smell it faintly when she took it. Jeongyu lowered his head to give face. The floral scent became more obvious, but not too strong, and it didn't feel uncomfortable. It smells good. What is it used for? Soo-won frowned slightly when he saw him smelling it. He didn't like the smell at first, but he still said it smelled good to give face. Soo-won felt that he was not a bad person, and he was not as unkind and difficult to get along with as described in the books. Maybe he was so kind because she was his savior? This was exactly what she wanted. If he treated her well, it would be easier to talk to her in the future, and the golden medal of immunity from death would be more useful. It seems that I have to get along well with the big male second. At least he has to admit that I am his friend. It's used for washing clothes. This can wash clothes cleanly and leave a fragrance. It's much better than soap beans. The clothes you are wearing were washed with this soap, but the one I have in my hand is not. Soo-won stood up and turned back, bringing a piece of goat milk soap to him for him to smell. You used this to wash the clothes on you. It's called goat milk soap. There is a faint milky scent on the clothes, right? Indeed, the clothes that Soo-jing gave him had a milky smell. He didn't object to it, but he didn't like it very much either.
Yes.
He sniffed it again very politely. This can also be used to wash your hands and face, and even take a bath. It's made of almond oil, which is very good for the skin. I'll give it a try when you wash your face at night. When Soo-won said this, his tone was indescribably light and a little proud. Okay, is this your idea? Jeongyu smiled faintly. Well, after your eyes are healed, you'll see how good this thing is when you see it with your own eyes. Then I'll wait and see.
Soo-won smiled sweetly.
If Jeongyu could see her smile at this moment, he would definitely be amazed. Jeongyu was looking forward to the day when her eyes could see the light of day again. She must see with her own eyes how good the goat milk soap she made was. For a while, the atmosphere became silent again, and Soo-won felt embarrassed again. Until Jeongyu took the initiative to break the silence again. Your second brother said that you insisted on rescuing me back at the land temple that day, and you tried your best to persuade him to save him. You are my real savior. I promised him gold, silver, jewelry, jade plates, and delicacies, but he refused. He asked me to ask Miss Soo what she wanted. When it came to this, Soo-yun and Soo-yi's attention was also attracted, and they looked over at the same time. Soo-won was also a little caught off guard. She didn't expect him to mention this suddenly, but she was excited. Finally, he said these words. Just thinking about it, I heard Jeongyu continue. I would like to take this opportunity today to express my sincere gratitude to Miss Soo. Thank you for saving my life. However, I cannot repay you. Miss Soo, please ask for anything you want. As long as Jeong can do it, I will definitely offer it with both hands. When he said that he could not repay her for saving his life, Soo-won almost thought that he was going to blurt out that the only thing he could do was to repay her with his body. But fortunately, it was not this sentence. After she reacted, she suddenly felt very ashamed. What was she thinking? Oh, why are you saying these things? You have already promised to pay my second brother's medical expenses and consultation fees, so I won't ask for any reward from you. Just treat it as making friends. She led him into the trap step by step, waiting for his next words. As expected, he would definitely pull it again, and then she would take the opportunity to ask him to do her a favor. But Miss Soo saved my life, which is extraordinary. If you don't want anything, Jeong may be uneasy. Yes, that's right. Suwon was waiting for you to say this. In that case, Mr. Jiang, please remember this favor. If I need you in the future, can you repay me for it? Jiang Yu was obviously stunned when he heard this, and Su-yun on the side also had an indescribable expression. Only Sui looked as if he understood everything. Why, Mr. Jiang, you don't want to? Suwon saw that he was hesitating and asked hurriedly. Jiang Yu hurriedly shook his head, like a helpless teenager. No, if you are willing, just do as Miss Su says. Then let's make a pinky promise and don't regret it. Before he asked what the pinky promise meant, Suwon came over and hooked his little finger and shook it gently. After you make the pinky promise, you can't go back on it. If you do, you'll be reborn as a puppy in your next life. She made the pinky promise with her own hand and finally bent Jiang Yu's thumb to make a stamp. She was still thinking in her heart, wow, this hand is so beautiful, I touched it. After it was over, Jiang Yu's hand was still frozen in the air in the pinky promise gesture. It was the first time he met such a girl. She was really different, but he soon laughed, different from the faint smile before, but accompanied by a low laugh. Suwon instantly understood what it was like when Jiang Yu's smile, which could make all the flowers pale in comparison, was described in the book. Okay, if you regret it, I will fall into the animal path after I die and be a puppy for Miss Su in the next life. So that's what he was laughing at. If you think about it carefully, it's a bit childish indeed. Suwon suddenly remembered the jade token Jiang Yu gave her. Her eldest brother told her to return it to him. It was too valuable. Suwon went back to her room to get the jade token and prepared to return it to Jiang Yu. This is the jade token you gave me that day. I'm still keeping it well, but you've already promised the medical fee and accepted a favor from me, so I'll return the jade token to you. There is absolutely no reason for me to take back the things I give away. Besides, favors also need to be guaranteed by tokens. Miss Su, please keep it. Suwon knew that such a jade pendant was just an ordinary jade pendant to him. If he didn't take it back, she wouldn't be so shy. Then she could continue to keep it. Just like he said, a token of gratitude is also needed. Okay, then I'll do as you say. You can call me Suwon in the future. It sounds weird to always call me Miss Su, and I can't get used to it. The two of them were not very familiar with each other. They were a little unfamiliar when getting along with each other and paid more attention to etiquette. As a result, Su-yun, who was watching the fun, felt that Suwon was like a different person. Why was he so ruthless to him? And he was also decisive and imposing when negotiating business outside, but he became reasonable and considerate in front of Jiang Yu. Okay. Jiang Yu responded without any hesitation. To be honest, since he was a child, he had never been so friendly to any strange woman except his family members, not to mention calling people by their names. He had been sitting outside for a long time and couldn't help coughing twice, which hurt his chest. Seeing that he was holding his chest and frowning, and his face was not very good, Suwon quickly asked Su-yun and Su-yi to help him go back and lie down. Su-yi was okay. Su-yun was a little reluctant, but he finally helped him go back. Excuse me. After lying down, Jiang Yu thanked the two brothers. Young Master Jiang, have a good rest. Since the eldest and second brothers have ordered us to do so, we will take good care of you. Su-yi is a person who listens to his eldest brother. He seems to be well-behaved and sensible, but in fact, he has his own ideas. Su-yun snorted twice and saw that Jiang Yu's eyes were not eyes and his nose was not a nose. He just looks good and is used to coaxing little girls. Seeing Suwon's worthless look just now, he was so angry. Why didn't she want others to repay her? She is a girl, isn't it good to have gold and silver? As brothers, they will not covet a penny from her. Su-yun is a realist, and it is not surprising that he has such an idea. Just call me Jiang Yu. I have to live here for a while from now on, so it's better not to be so estranged. In the afternoon, Heejalan came to the Su family and brought a handful of cabbage seedlings. These are winter cabbage seedlings. If you plant them now, you can eat them in winter. If they grow into big cabbages and put them in the cellar, it will be convenient for storage. Sister Suwon, I'll send you some winter cabbage seedlings. While the sun is not too strong now, plant them quickly. Although she came with a bunch of seedlings, her eyes kept glancing into the yard. She felt a little disappointed when she didn't see the person she wanted to see. Suwon told her directly across the wall, "Sister Jaelon, my eldest brother went back to the county today." She told Hee Jaelon so bluntly that she felt a little guilty. How did she know that she was here to see Soo-jing?
Ah, really?
It's fine. She was still pretending. Suwon had read the original novel, so how could she not know this little trick? Thank you, Sister Jaelon, for the cabbage seedlings. She had no intention of letting anyone in. After taking the cabbage seedlings, she found a few copper coins from her pocket and gave them to her. She didn't want her things for free. Here, is 4 cents enough? This handful of cabbage seedlings is probably worth this much. Seeing that she wanted to give money, how could Hee Jaelon take it? She came here to do a favor. It would be a different matter if she received money. No, I don't want any money. I'm giving it to you for free. Suwon saw her waving her hands, took a step back, and then smiled. In the past few years, Hee Jaelon always came to do favors every now and then, and gave some benefits from time to time to let the Soo family remember her family's kindness. Although they were all trivial matters that were not worth mentioning, such as sharing some cabbage seedlings, helping with some work, and sometimes bringing a bowl of money when the family killed a chicken, especially when Soo-jing was at home. Hee Jaelon's father is the village chief, and he should help the villagers. In the early years, the children in the family needed money to study, and most of them were borrowed from the village chief. The village chief also borrowed more or less. 5 or 6 children went to school, which was not a small amount. These accounts were managed by Soo's father and mother. The children in the family were not aware of it, and it was unknown whether they had been paid off now. The village chief's family had no shortage of land and food, and there were 2 fish ponds. The family was rich. This kind of good started after Soo-jing passed the imperial examination. The book mentioned that the village chief had a sharp eye and could judge people. He knew that Soo-jing would be an official in the future, and he was trying hard to marry his daughter to him so that he could be an official's wife in the future. However, the whole text is described from the perspective of the heroine, and most of the perspectives are mainly from the Gu mansion in the early stage, telling the heroine to learn rules and etiquette at home, and occasionally inserting the perspectives of several brothers of the Soo family. Gu Yu is a quick learner. Later, she followed Master Gu to learn business. Then she met the male protagonist by chance. Later, her business spread all over the world. In the middle period, she even went to Beijing for business. It was there that she knew the identity of the male protagonist and sparked love with him. After the male second Jiangyu was rescued, he did not meet the female protagonist several times during his recuperation at the Soo family. Mrs. Gu opposed her contact with the Soo family, and she came back from time to time secretly. As for the feelings, they should have developed in the later period. Therefore, whether the He family made a demon or not, the book did not describe it. The eldest brother's real wife is the daughter of the dean of the county academy. But she was spoiled by the family and was not a good match for the eldest brother. She was spoiled by her family, arrogant and domineering, and she was very hot-tempered. She often embarrassed the eldest brother and made jokes, so that after the eldest brother became a Beijing official, he still had a reputation as a fierce woman in the family. As for how they got together, the book said that the eldest brother tarnished the innocence of others. The incident happened before the spring examination, which was at the end of this year. Afterwards, the eldest brother passed the exam and married the dean's daughter as promised. This matter was quite a big deal. Even Gu Yu was alarmed. At that time, the eldest brother had just won the 3rd place in the imperial examination, and for the sake of his reputation in his official career, he had to grit his teeth and marry her. But the eldest brother didn't love her at all, so how could he do such a thing? This was simply a conspiracy. These people were attracted by the eldest brother's strength and tried every means to climb up the ladder. You can't ask for it for free. It would be so embarrassing. Those fragments flooded into Suwon's mind, and her face became not very good, and she forced a smile. Turning around to cut a large piece of goat milk soap, she opened the courtyard door and forced it to Hee Jaelon. "Sister Jaelon, is the soap okay for you? Since you don't want to take the money, I will give you another piece of soap to use. From now on, they can't be allowed to continue playing the favor card. It's a small matter, but it will become a big matter if it accumulates. What if they use these favors to blackmail her eldest brother one day? They have caused trouble for nothing. Hee Jalan was somewhat reluctant, but she still kept a smile on her face. She just felt that Soo-won was really enthusiastic and didn't think too much. The eldest brother was the best person to her here. On the first day, he took her home. Later, when facing the unfamiliarity and doubts of other brothers, he also helped to reconcile. He never said harsh words to her and always defended her in a gentle voice. How could she watch her eldest brother go the wrong way? Soo-won made up her mind to let him avoid an unfortunate marriage and find a good partner in the future to live a happy life. It's useful. I was thinking of buying it from you in a few days. Hee Jalan had been forced to give a piece of goat milk soap in her hand, and it was not easy to return it. When you are done, come to me and I will give you a discount. Soo-won, in turn, gave her a favor to take back and defeat the magic with magic. After a few words, Hee Jalan left in a huff. As soon as she left, Soo-won's face darkened. How could her elder brother, such a gentle and clear-minded person, be delayed by these people with ulterior motives? With her around, it would never happen in this life. It is now October, and the incident happened before the spring examination. She remembered that when this paragraph was written in the book, it was on the eve of the new year. The academy held a farewell party for Su Jing, and the dean invited him to dinner, hoping that he would pass the exam. He gave him all kinds of sugar-coated bullets, and then forced him to drink. The elder brother couldn't handle the alcohol, so he had an unclear affair with his daughter. The next morning, he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. With a god's perspective and a script in hand, she didn't believe they could succeed. Soo-yun and Soo-yi went to fetch water. When they came back, she gave them the winter cabbage seedlings, saying that they were sent by Hee Jalan and asked them to plant them quickly to avoid them withering. The village chief is so nice. He always sends vegetable seedlings to our family. I don't know how to thank him. Soo-yun looked so touched that he thought the village chief of their village was better than that of other villages. Soo-yi smiled and said nothing, without commenting. I have already given Sister Jalan a bar of soap. She didn't want the money. If she sends anything in the future, just give her the money to get rid of it, so as not to owe too many favors, which will be difficult to repay in the future. She said it lightly, but Soo-yi agreed. Sister Wanwan is right. It's just a few cents. There's no need to owe favors. In fact, he had wanted to say this a long time ago, but his family was short of money in the past. Any money he had was either used to pay off debts or to make a living. She is so kind-hearted. Why are you so polite? Soo-yun didn't understand. Soo-won was too lazy to refute him. The fourth brother was simple-minded and only had some knowledge of cooking. This is the difference in personality between the twins. He and the fifth brother are one quiet and one active. One can speak and the other is silent. One is perverse, full of rebelliousness and lacks brains, and the other is clever but thoughtful. While the sun has not completely set, the brothers and sisters, carrying hoes and buckets, hurried to the field to plant the winter cabbage seedlings. When they came back, Soo-chun had already returned home and chopped a load of firewood, but there was no wild harvest today. But according to what Soo-won told him in the morning, he picked some wild flowers for her. They are yellow flowers, whose names I can't remember, and there is also a bunch of wild lilies, which are very fragrant. You can distill some of them, extract the flower dew, and it can also keep the fragrance. The next morning, at dawn, the three brothers each carried a basket and went out to pick corn. There was so much corn that they had to peel it into grains by hand. There was nothing else to do in the countryside except farm work. When Soo-won got up in the morning, she had to wash Jung-yu's eyes with warm water. The courtyard was white. Soo-won hurried to help him. He was tall, so she could only reach his arm. She poured hot water for him and asked him to wash his hands with soap. Soo-won then washed his eyes. Just as Soo-won said, after washing hands with this goat milk soap, it felt very refreshing and smooth, with a faint smell of goat milk. Unexpectedly, there are masters among the people. She has such a clever mind and craftsmanship at such a young age. This is incomparable to those ladies from wealthy families. Apart from being able to recite a few poems, they are delicate and useless. After removing the cloth covering his eyes, the corners of his eyes and the area around his eyelids were still very red. The lime burned people and heated up when it came into contact with water. I guess his eyes must have caused him a lot of suffering. Try to open your eyes slowly. I will use warm water to wash the corners of your eyes. Jiangyu did as he was told. He sat down, and she stood up. She took a piece of cloth and wet a corner of it, and then gently helped him clean the corners of his eyes and eye sockets. The strength of a girl is still gentler than that of a man. Su Chen and the others felt a little awkward when they washed his eyes, and the strength was heavier. But at this moment, her breath sprayed on his face from time to time, with a warm breath, which actually made him feel a little at a loss. Instead, he became awkward. Suwon didn't notice it at all, and completed the task dutifully, then wet the whole piece of handkerchief and wrung it out, folded it neatly, and wiped his face. Okay, wipe your face yourself. Jiangyu took the handkerchief and thanked him. After he washed his face, Suwon covered his eyes again. You don't need to cover your eyes in 2 days. My second brother said that you will be able to see soon. Okay, please. The most common words Jiangyu said in the Su family were, thank you, please, okay, etc. He was really patient. He could not see, could not get out of bed often, and no one talked to him, but he managed to get through it. If it was Suwon, she would have gone crazy. After that, she started to light a fire and made a set of methods to distill floral extract. She washed the petals and put them in the steamer, put a container in the middle, and waited for the steam to continue to enter. Tomorrow she would have to buy dried flowers again, and fresh flowers would be even better. After working for a whole morning, she only got half a bottle of floral extract, which was pitifully little. 2 days later, Jiangyu could remove the blindfold, and Suwon asked him to try to open his eyes. The sunlight stung his eyes, and he felt a little dry and wanted to cry, but he could vaguely see some blurry scenes, such as Suwon standing in front of him in a light blue floral dress today. Do you still want to cry? Suwon looked at him expectantly. It's blurry. Then don't open your eyes. There's enough light now, and you may not be able to adapt. Wait until it gets dark, then try to see things by yourself. It shouldn't be a big problem. Suwon now faces his beautiful face every day. At first, she felt her heartbeat was a little fast, but now she's used to it. She thought that if these eyes looked at people normally, they must be very beautiful. He has standard peach blossom eyes, also called affectionate eyes, and his pupils are black, so they look even better and complement each other. With red eyes and tears in them, he looks like a bottom in a BL novel, which is very pitiful. Suwon felt ashamed of her thoughts. He was now curious about what his savior looked like and whether he was the same as he imagined. These days, he had to take medicine continuously. The second brother told the third brother to go to the county to find him after he finished taking the medicine and get some more medicine to continue to take care of him. After picking corn for a few days, the corn in the field has been harvested and is now all hanging under the eaves. There is also a small mountain of corn in the corner. It has to be threshed by hand and then borrowed from the millstone to grind it into cornmeal. Next, we have to dig sweet potatoes and fill the cellar to prepare for a solid winter. The third brother, the fourth brother, and the fifth brother went to dig, and Suwon cooked at home and peeled the corn kernels in his spare time. These corns have been ripe for a long time and have been exposed to the sun in the field for 2 months. They have become old, hard, and dry. It takes a lot of effort to peel them at first, but it becomes easier after peeling a few rows. Jiangyu knew that she was peeling corn kernels and thought that he was free anyway, so he could help peel them. He couldn't see, so Suwon moved a chair with a backrest for him to sit under the eaves, put a frame in front of him, and he peeled them by feeling. The two sat together, quite harmonious, basically not talking, just quietly doing their own things. Jiangyu was strong and peeled quickly, filling the bottom in a short while Suwon's body was originally delicate and not very strong, and her fingers turned red after peeling for a while. Maybe it was really boring. Suwon secretly began to catch up with Jiangyu's progress. He was not in a hurry, and every kernel of corn fell into the frame. Not a single kernel was scattered outside, unlike Suwon, who had a lot of scattered kernels around. Finally, after an hour, Suwon couldn't help it and asked, "Jongyu, are you bored?" Jongyu heard this and turned his head towards her, but his eyes were still closed. "It's okay, doing this can calm my mind." Suwon. But she couldn't calm down. Hee. Okay. Hearing the helplessness in her tone, Jongyu smiled, and the smile was fleeting. At this time, Cheninghong passed by the Su family's courtyard and saw two people working in the Su family's courtyard. One of them was not one of the 5 brothers of the Su family. Out of gossip, Cheninghong stopped and lay on the fence to peek. The man had his back to her and could not see his face clearly, but based on her understanding of playing with Guyu since childhood, she knew that he was not one of the 5 brothers. Ahem. Suwon. Suwon, who was working hard, heard someone calling him and looked back. Jongyu moved his head slightly. He had already noticed that someone was watching outside. Cheninghong? Suwon rarely saw her during this period. Because of the busy farming season, every household had a lot of things to do. The Su family was at the foot of the mountain at the innermost part of the village. Few people walked here, so this courtyard was relatively quiet on weekdays. Cheninghong's tone was arrogant, and that death still looked at her unhappily. What do you want to call me for?" Suwon's tone was not much better. Cheninghong rolled her eyes. Out of curiosity, she stared at the back. Her long hair was with a piece of cloth. It was as black as silk and spread on her back. Her hair was better than that of a woman. "Are there guests at your house? Who is this?" Cheninghong looked gossipy. Suwon was speechless. "So, he came just to ask for gossip? This is my cousin." According to what Su Chen said, just tell others that Jongyu is a cousin. "Impossible, yeah, and I grew up together." "Why haven't I heard that you have a cousin?" "But you have a cousin, and I have met her. Don't try to lie to me." Cheninghong directly denied Suwon's statement. She didn't believe it at all. There must be something fishy when a man and a woman are together. Suwon also rolled his eyes. This woman has so many things to do. She lives by the sea, right? She is so nosy. "No, who are you? Do I know you well? Do I have the obligation to explain so much to you? This is my distant cousin. Do you have any objection? What's the matter with you having met my cousin? You are familiar with Guyu, so why go and play with her? Why come to me to show off your presence?" Since they are not on the same path, she didn't have a good face. Cheninghong's face turned red after being confronted, and she couldn't say a word for a while. She just kept talking about you and me, and she was so angry. "You are so fierce. Who will want to play with you in the future?" She choked there for a long time, and finally blurted out the sentence, helpless and furious. "I won't play with you anyway." Suwon's indifferent look, calm, was the most irritating. "Yaya is so sensible and well-behaved. You are not half as good as her. No wonder your brothers don't like you. Even if you are their biological child, so what? You can never compare to the relationship between Yaya and them for more than 10 years. Cheninghong was anxious, and she said everything. It happened that these words stepped on Suwon's minefield, and her face became gloomy. "It seems that we have to raise a dog at home. Otherwise, any messy people will come here and howl a few words." She was very angry, and her heart was blocked, but she was not wrong. She is not liked by all her brothers now, but it doesn't matter. She still has time and can take it slowly. "You forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Cheninghong was still busy delivering things to the fields, stomped her feet, and left. Jongyu has been silent all the time. As a man, he can't interfere in the bickering of little girls, and he can't let too many people deal with him now. His injuries have not healed yet, so it's better not to alarm the snake. He was able to escape only after he had dragged those assassins to death. Someone went back to report the news, but the mastermind behind the scenes had not seen his body, so he probably wouldn't believe that he was dead. However, he did see that the little girl had a different face again. She was the best at quarreling. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have thought that she was as quiet and polite as she was a few days ago. Although he didn't see her expression, he could clearly feel the low pressure around her. He was not a nosy person, so he didn't ask her anything. However, he had also seen in recent days that the Su family was not rich and was even poor. There were so many children in the family, and they had to eat simple meals 3 times a day, and their clothes were patched and pudding. Now there was one more person to eat, and he had to get medicine. I guess he had to count every penny. Miss Su-won, did you bring my sword back at that time? Su-won was depressed, and when she heard him speak suddenly, she looked up at him blankly.
Ah,
I brought them. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. I've kept your sword and mask for you. She really didn't remember. She stuffed them under the bed after bringing them back. She really didn't mean to embezzle them. Su-won patted the dust off her palms and trotted back to her room. She took out the sword and mask from under the bed. She wrapped them up with a piece of cloth at the time. They were covered with dust these days. The things were handed to Jongyu. He opened the cloth bag and began to touch his sword. He put the Fong mask aside. The original book said that Jiangyu's appearance was too outstanding. Whenever he went out, he would always attract too much attention. He didn't like to be watched, so he always covered his face with a mask. So many people misunderstood that he was too ugly to cover it up. It is worthy of being a sword. There are several gems inlaid on the scabbard, red, blue, and green. The patterns carved on the scabbard are also exquisite. He suddenly drew out his long sword, and the blade made a sharp sound when it came out of the sheath, with a cold light and a chill. Su-won was subconsciously stepped back 2 steps by his action, and the sword turned in his hand and stabbed directly at the ruby. Su-won saw his intention and hurriedly stopped him. Hey, what are you doing? Jiangyu stopped what he was doing, turned his head slightly and explained, I live and eat for free in your house, and I have to pay for medicine. Every gem on this scabbard is of top quality, and it is worth several hundred taels of silver in a pawn shop. If he picked them out, wouldn't the sword be defective? It would not be perfect? It's not worth it to destroy a treasure just to get some money for medicine. The medicine you are drinking now doesn't cost much, so why do you need several hundred taels of silver? This sword is so exquisite, if you pick out a gem, it will not be perfect. Now, it's not a last resort. Why do you have to destroy it? This sword was given to him by his grandfather. His grandfather made and designed it himself, and it showed his respect for him everywhere, and the materials used were all top quality. Jiangyu hesitated a little after what Su-won said. She was right. If it was destroyed, it would not be perfect, and it would also be disrespectful to his grandfather. But I have nothing now, and I can't take out the money for the time being, so I can't make up the promised medical fee. It's okay, don't I still have the jade pendant? I'll make a profit if I use it to pay off the debt. Su-won won't lose anything anyway, she just doesn't want to waste it. The gems are well inlaid on it. Why does she have to pick them out? Besides, the more favors the boss owes, the easier it will be to talk to him in the future. She originally hated moral kidnapping the most, and now she is also planning to morally kidnap others, and she feels guilty. There is no way. She is a vicious female supporting role and ends up miserably, but she has to compete with the halo of the heroine, which she can't afford to offend. Jiangyu pondered for a while, then put the sword back into the scabbard. Then please keep it for me, Miss Su-won. Jiangyu tied the bag again and handed the things to her. This is also his sincerity. She didn't know the value of the sword before, but now she knows. The gems on it alone are worth hundreds of taels each, so the whole sword must be worth thousands of taels. Anyway, he gave all his wealth to Su-won, so he is not afraid that he will run away and deny it. This is his sincerity. Okay. Su-won understood what he meant and agreed quite straightforwardly. She continued to hide the sword under the bed, just to be safe. What if there is a thief one day? At noon, the 3 brothers Su-chun came back to eat lunch. In the afternoon, they continued to dig potatoes and sweet potatoes, while Su-won and Jiangyu continued to peel corn kernels. In the afternoon, Hee-jaelon came over with a few medicinal herbs in her hands. She had just returned from the county. She happened to go to get some medicine for her father. Recently, her father had a backache. Seeing that they were from the same village, Sumu asked her to bring the herbs back. Hee-jaelon was very willing to do so. She was happy to help the Su family. After the things were delivered, Suwon invited her in to drink a bowl of tea. She saw a strange face in the yard. His appearance was much more handsome than Su Jing. For a while, she couldn't take her eyes off him. It was just that this man closed his eyes, as if he couldn't see. Sister Suwon, who is this? Her curiosity also rose. Suwon said that he was a distant cousin who came to visit relatives and wanted to play with her brothers, but the brothers had no time to accompany him because of the busy farming season. He Jialon nodded, but she couldn't bear to move her eyes away. She had to stare at Jiangyu. Jiangyu noticed her gaze, and the air pressure around him was a little low, but his hands kept moving. Why does he always close his eyes? It is a woman's nature to gossip, so she immediately whispered in Suwon's ear. Suwon raised her eyebrows and looked at her with an expression that was hard to describe. Finally, she explained, "My cousin's eyes are not very good. He cries when he sees the sunlight, so he just closes his eyes." He Jialon frowned and sighed that it was a pity. This man is indeed handsome and unparalleled, even more beautiful than Su Mu, but his eyes are not good, which is a pity. Once a man has any defects, he will not be able to find a good future. This woman will only suffer if she follows him. He Jialon really thinks of herself as a dish, and she is comparing in her mind. Does she think that choosing a man is like buying vegetables, and she can choose whether it is good or bad? She is still dreaming of being an official's wife. Jiangyu is indeed stunning, but judging from his dress, he is also poor, and his family must not be rich. After drinking the water, she stayed to help peel the corn for a while before leaving. During the process, the eyes seemed to grow on Jiangyu. She thought that although she was not a good candidate for her ideal husband, she was pleasing to the eyes after all. Suwon knew all about her little tricks. If she hadn't read the original novel, she would really think she was a good person. Not long after, she went back with her medicine and asked Suwon when Su Jing would return home. Suwon didn't know, and she didn't tell her even if she knew. Jiangyu's eyes could see the next morning. After waking up from a nap, he tried to open his eyes. The scene in front of him gradually became clear. What he saw was the rooms of the Su brothers. They were very simple, but very clean. They had all gone out to work, and Suwon just came in with water to wash his eyes. Thinking that he couldn't see, Suwon didn't knock on the door and came in directly. The girl came against the light, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. The morning wind blew her long hair behind her. She washed her hair early in the morning and let her black hair fall behind her. "How is it, can you see today? If you can see, you won't have to clean your eyes every morning and evening in the future." The sun shone in and shone on his face. Jiangyu quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Suwon had already stood in front of his bed, bending over to look at him. "Open your eyes and show me. Are your eyes still dry?" Jiangyu opened his eyes and saw a smiling face. There was still a little baby fat on the fair face. Almond eyes were bright and clear, lips were red without any makeup, and there were 2 shallow dimples. At just one glance, Jiangyu was a little stunned, and his breathing stagnated. "How is it, can you see?" Suwon had some doubts on his face, and he didn't notice that his ears had quietly turned red. Maybe it was because they were close and his breath was spraying. Jiangyu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He suddenly had an idea in his mind. If he got better quickly, then the time he stayed here would be shorter. Although this kind of life was dull, he lived a very comfortable life. So he closed his eyes again and shook his head. "No, I still can't see much." He admitted that he was a little selfish, but some moments, once seen in the eyes, were engraved in the heart. Suwon's small head, with a big question mark, thought it shouldn't be. What the second brother said couldn't be wrong. Why can't he see? However, she soon figured it out. It doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't really go blind. He will get better sooner or later. Okay, then let's persist. Continue to wash his eyes. The movement is gentle, and after he washes himself, Suwon brings him breakfast. In the morning, there are 2 white flour buns and a bowl of sweet porridge, which can't be lighter. There is no way, there is not much money on hand, only 2 taels of silver, and after this batch of soap is sold, life can be improved. Try to make the family eat white rice every day, without feeling sorry. It must be boring to eat these every day, right? Wait until I sell this batch of soap, and I'll buy you a chicken to stew. He is a man of wealth and status, and he's been living a life of luxury every day. It should be no different from being exiled to live such a poor life. It's good enough to eat a steamed bun without cornmeal. This is rural life. As long as I can fill my stomach, Jiang has no desires. It's good enough to save his life. He can't cause trouble to others. A man should not be picky. Just eat enough. Suwon nodded silently, tied her hair simply, and continued to peel corn today. After another 2 days, Zhang eyes were still blurry, so she continued to wash his eyes with warm water in the morning and evening. Medicinal herbs were added to the water, and it was not ordinary warm water that was good for the eyes. The potatoes and sweet potatoes had been dug, and the 3 brothers were free. The agreed time to deliver soap had also arrived. The weather turned cold in an instant. It rained last night, and the sun was hidden behind the heavy clouds. Su Chen accompanied Suwon to the county town. He put on more clothes in the morning. Sitting on the ox cart with the wind whistling, his hands were still a little cold. The soap in the shop of the proprietress had been sold out long ago, and it had been out of stock. However, it took time to make it, so she could only wait slowly. This time, there were 180 soaps, including 120 goat milk soap, 30 flour soap, and 30 almond oil goat milk soap. This soap became popular in the whole county in an instant. Every household was told about it. People who didn't have this soap came to make reservations, but there was no stock. The proprietress collected a lot of deposits. After finally waiting for the god of wealth, the proprietress became more and more enthusiastic. The flour soap didn't add goat milk, and it only sold for 18 when on the market. She ate 14 won. The goat milk soap and almond oil goat milk soap were still the same price as before. 120 yuan, 12 won each, a total of 1,441. The flour soap was 30 yuan, 14 won each, a total of 421. The almond oil goat milk soap was 30 yuan, 16 won each, a total of 481. For the 3 kinds of soaps combined, the boss lady had to pay Suwon 23 taels of silver and 40 cents. She kept 2 pieces of flour-scented soap for herself. This soap was also water red, but it had a strong sweet-scented osmanthus scent and was the best for washing clothes. Suwon told her that there might be fewer flour-scented soaps in the future because there were no flowers in the season, and it was not easy to make. But there would be special hair washing soaps at the meeting, so she asked her to prepare and promote them first. She paid Suwon an extra 40 cents as a dividend of the deposit. This time, Suwon's purse was bulging, and she still had a lot of things to buy. The first thing was to go straight to the cloth shop. Su-chin didn't know what she was going to do, so he followed silently behind her. Only when they arrived at the door of the cloth shop did they know what she was going to do. Wan, do you want to buy cloth to make clothes? Suwon nodded and pulled her 3rd brother into the cloth shop, but she didn't choose the pattern she wore, but blue-gray cloth. She thought about how hard her elder brother studied, and now things have changed. His school uniforms in the academy have been washed white and are very thin. In the original book, because his family was poor, he had no extra money to make clothes. In winter, his hands and feet were often frozen and numb, and he was laughed at by his classmates. So, this time when she had some spare money, she immediately thought of making 2 new sets of clothes for her elder brother. Wan, you're so young. Why do you like this color? Su-chin laughed beside him. He didn't know who Suwon was going to make clothes for. 3rd brother, I'm not wearing it myself. This cloth is for my eldest brother. It's cold today, and he doesn't have a decent piece of clothing in the academy. Next year's spring exam is very important to him. I don't want him to be distracted. If he gets a cold, wouldn't it delay things? Su-chin paused when he heard this. He had just paid the money, and seeing her so happy running straight to the cloth shop, he thought she wanted to cut cloth and sew clothes to reward herself, but she didn't expect that she came here because she was worried about her eldest brother not having a decent piece of clothing in the academy. My eldest brother is the most thrifty. If I tell him directly, he will definitely not want it. It's better to make it and send it to him directly. It's also my way of thinking.
Shuwan smiled sweetly at Su Chen.
Su Chen felt a little depressed, but he didn't say much after all. He knew that there were a few playboys in his eldest brother's academy who looked down on others and always opposed his eldest brother, often mocking him for not having a decent piece of clothing. The gray-blue cloth had to be cut to make 2 sets. According to the eldest brother's size, it would take 8.5 feet to make 1 set. The long gowns worn in the academy would cost more cloth. 2 sets would take 17 feet, and 2 sets of quilted jackets and underpants would have to be made. The cheapest white linen would do. 1 foot of blue-gray cloth was 15 coins, and 1 foot of white linen cloth was 10 coins. A total of 14 feet were cut, which was enough for the short jacket. When paying, it was 3 taels of silver, 67 coins. The most common cloth, 2 sets of clothes would cost more than 3 taels, and it had to be taken to the tailor shop for processing. It also had to buy shoes, 1 pair for each of the brothers at home. I paid the money readily and took the cloth to the tailor shop. The students of the academy all had their clothes made in the shop. It was also close to the academy, and the owner of the tailor shop had the current sizes of the students in the academy. I just told him my name and saved myself the trouble of having my size measured. But the processing fee is 1 or 2 taels of silver, and the cotton for quilting is charged separately. Cotton is 30 cents a pound, and 2 sets of cotton linings require at least 3 pounds of cotton, which is considered thin. The tailor shop sells ready-made shoes, long tube cotton shoes, and ordinary cotton shoes. A pair costs 25 cents, and the long tube ones cost 40 cents. Su-won wanted to buy 4 pairs of short shoes and 1 pair of long shoes, so he bargained with the boss. "Boss, I want 4 pairs of short shoes and 1 pair of long shoes." "A pair of long ones. I have done so much business with you at once. Can you give me a discount?" After all, it was a business of several taels of silver, so it wouldn't matter if it was cheaper, right? The owner of the tailor shop looked at Su-won and started to calculate the bill. All the fees added up to 3 taels of silver and 30 coins. He finally gave a number. "I'll charge you 3 taels of silver and 20 coins." Only a discount of 10 coins was too little. Su-won felt that he could still bargain. "Boss, please give it a little less. Now the world has changed. Our whole family has to make clothes. If you give us a little less, we will all come to you to make clothes in the future. Is that okay?" Hearing this, the boss looked at the brother and sister. Judging from their clothes, they didn't look like a wealthy family. They made clothes for the whole family. "Do they have so much money? Who is Su Jing to you?" The boss suddenly asked such a question with a sidelong look. "He is my biological brother."
Shuwan answered quickly.
Since he was asked this question, he must know his elder brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask. "Are you Su Xiaotsai's sister?" When he first reported the name, he didn't pay much attention to it, but remembered it later.
Shuwan nodded.
"She looked a bit like Su Jing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How about I give you another 10 cents off? Su Xiaotsai is a good man, well-educated, and handsome. I'm willing to give him face. These days, people with knowledge are respected. He is also a scholar. He is the top of the provincial examination this year. He has a good chance of passing the imperial examination. Who doesn't want to curry favor with him? Well, 10 cents off is 10 cents. 10 cents is enough to buy a pound of meat. Thank you very much." Su-won bowed slightly to him. The boss smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, tell me the shoe size. I'll find it for you." Su-won didn't know the shoe sizes of his 5 brothers, so he looked at Su-chen. Su-chen knew that she wanted to buy shoes for all her brothers, but the shoes at home were still wearable, so it was unnecessary to spend so much money. So he pulled Su-won aside and muttered, "Forget it, Won-won. You can buy it for the eldest brother. We don't need it. There is no need to wear new shoes in the countryside." Knowing that he was reluctant to spend money, Su-won was helpless. The cloth on their shoes was rotten and had holes on the uppers, and the soles were worn out. Why didn't they change them? Don't feel sorry for the money. The most important thing is to feel comfortable. Money can still be earned. This is all your money. You should keep it for yourself and don't spend it on us. Su-chen was still embarrassed. The idea was hers, and the capital was also earned by her. It had nothing to do with them. She had helped to pay off the 30 taels of usury, and it was not right for him to spend her money. Third brother, you don't consider me as a family member. Although the idea was mine, but when it came to execution, you were the ones who helped me do everything. I just talked a lot. This is the result of our joint efforts. If you divide it into yours and mine, wouldn't it be strange? Could it be that after all this time together, you still can't accept me as your own sister? Su-won's expression was a little hurt, which made Su-chen's heart tighten and a sense of guilt surge up. Without Won-won, you know our family conditions. My parents have 6 children to raise, the children have to go to school, and we have to pay taxes for 8 people. We owed a lot of money over the years and didn't save any money at all. If you can make money, you should think more about yourself and keep some money for yourself. Su-chan hurriedly explained, fearing that she would continue to misunderstand. Su-won smiled and sighed. Third brother, I am still young. Now my eldest brother is going to take the imperial examination. Our family is counting on him to succeed. But I know that my brothers are not mediocre and will never be mediocre all their lives. What I do for you is also for my own consideration. Can you leave me alone when you become successful in the future? Su-chan hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Of course not. You are our biological sister. We will take care of you no matter what. That's it, so relax, third brother. We are connected by blood. Why should we divide it so clearly? A family will prosper together and suffer together. Everyone will share happiness and difficulties together. She patted the back of his hand to comfort him. At that moment, Su-chan felt that she was shining. Finally, he nodded and touched Su-won's head like his eldest brother. Thank you, Won-won. Su-won did not do this simply for the purpose of conquering them. She really longed for family affection, so everything she did was sincere. Perhaps this body is connected to them by blood, so she couldn't ignore this intimacy. Su-chan knew the shoe sizes of the brothers, and the boss found a pair for each of them. The long boots were prepared for the eldest brother, and the robe had to be matched like this to look good. The shoes will be put here for now, and I will come to get the clothes and take them to the academy. In total, I spent almost 7 taels of silver, and there are more than 16 taels left. Many things need to be bought. I bought another 20 caddies of flour, and this time I bought 20 caddies of almond oil directly. I bought 3 caddies of fresh pork belly and 3 caddies of ribs. In the future, almond oil will replace lard. The price of the two is about the same, and almond oil is better than lard. I also bought some dried flowers. Now there is no source of fresh flowers. If you want to make shampoo soap, it must have a fragrance to sell well. It's better to be simple and direct. I bought spices, ground them into powder, and added them to the soap. And the packaging paper has to be bought. 10 taels of silver were spent in one morning, and now there are 13 taels left. Add the original 2 taels, and there are 15 taels left. Su-chan worked as a porter honestly, working hard without complaint. By the way, she also promised Jongyu to buy a chicken to eat, but where can I buy a chicken? Just when she was about to ask where to buy a chicken, she heard a little girl calling her from behind. Sister, sister. Su-won turned around and saw that the little girl who called her looked familiar. After careful recollection, she found that it was the little girl who sold chicks with her grandmother last time. It's you. Are you selling chicks on the street again today? Su-won bent down to talk to her. The little girl shook her head. No, the chicks are all sold out, and I came to get medicine with my grandmother today. Are you going to Jishan Hall?
Su-won asked.
The little girl continued to nod. That would be great. She would also go to Jishan Hall to deliver shoes to her second brother. It's just right, I'm going to Jishan Hall too. We can go together. The old grandmother couldn't see, and was supported by her granddaughter. You are the girl who bought my chicks last time, right? She recognized Su-won's voice. Yes, Grandma. Su-won answered with a bright smile. Thanks to you, if you hadn't started it, I guess they would have continued to bargain down. Fortunately, Su-won started it last time. After they bought it, although they still bargained down the price, they didn't bargain down much. It's okay. It's not easy for everyone. Since it's on the way, let's go together. She was also carrying things in her hands, and she didn't want to let her third brother pick them all. On the way, Suwon learned that the grandma's surname was Kai, and her granddaughter was Xiao Chui. When he arrived at Jishan Hall, Su-mu was busy helping the old doctor in the hall and getting prescriptions. He didn't expect Suwon to come, and he also brought him a pair of new shoes. He saw Suwon standing at the door and smiled at him coquettishly. After saying hello to the old doctor, he came to Suwon. "Why are you here?" He looked at Su-chun and asked, "I am here with Wanwan to deliver the goods." She went to buy cloth for her eldest brother to make clothes. She also bought a pair of new shoes for each of us brothers. "It's just right to bring them to you." He took out the pair of shoes that belonged to Su-mu from the basket. The soles of the new shoes were white and there was cotton inside. They must be very comfortable to wear. "Okay, thank you, Wanwan." He didn't say much. He took it frankly and touched it in his hand. It felt very good. "How do you know my shoe size?" "I don't know, but my third brother knows." Suwon raised an eyebrow at Su-chun, and Su-chun smiled. "By the way, how are his eyes?" Sumu did not forget to ask Jongyu, but he did not mention his name outside. "It's much better than before, but it's still hard to see clearly." Suwon told the truth. Sumu frowned when he heard this, thinking that it shouldn't be. His eyes were not particularly serious, and he should be able to see now. "Then you can help him clean it with medicine for 2 more days and see if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'll take a leave and go back to see him in person. His first patient must be more important to him." After getting the medicine, Grandma Kai asked Suwon whether he was going home or what. Suwon said that he wanted to buy 2 chickens, but he didn't know where to get them. Grandma Kai hurriedly said, "Come to me to buy chickens. I'll give you a discount. Other places charge 12 won per pound, but I'll give you 10 won. The chickens I raise at home are delicious." That's a good feeling. You can save as much as you can. In fact, chickens in ancient times were not fed with feed, but chickens raised in the countryside are probably better. "But Grandma Kai, your home may be on a different road from mine. It's troublesome, right?" She thought of his question in a flash. If she went a long way to buy chickens, it would be better to spend a few more when to get there directly. "Where is your home?" Grandma Kai asked. "Yongyao." "Yongyao, it's on the way. My home is on the road to Yongyao near Fengshiling. Those of you who live in Yongyao should know that my home is on the main road. It's very convenient." Grandma Kai thought to herself, "Isn't this a coincidence?" Suwon glanced at his third brother and asked him for confirmation.
"Shuchen-narit."
There was such a place. Suwon might not know it because he had just arrived. He would know it because he walked there often. So, the 4 of them went out of the city one after another. Grandma Kai gave Lao Hongtu 2 cents and asked him to take their grandma and grandma back with him. As Grandma Kai said, her family lived by the main road. There were dozens of chickens at home, and there were many eggs to pick up. The hens had to be kept for laying eggs. Suwon bought 2 roosters, one weighing more than 5 catties, 10 cents a catty, and 2 catties was more than 1 tael of silver. He also bought 20 eggs, 3 cents for 2, and 20 eggs was 30 cents. He gave Grandma Kai 1 tael of silver and 40 cents. Anyway, it was a purchase, so it was better to give the money to Grandma Kai than to the people in the city. After saying goodbye to Grandma Kai and Xiao Chui, Suwon and Su-chun went home, with their baskets full of food and daily necessities. When they got home, Suyin saw her enter the door, threw away the corn in his hand, and ran to meet her. "You're back. What delicious food did you bring back today?" Suyun's eyes lit up instantly when he saw her holding 2 chickens. "Did you buy chickens?"
To keep them or to eat.
Seeing his surprised look, he was only 15 years old, but his emotions were always visible on his face. Suwon narrowed her eyes with a smile and weighed the 2 roosters at her hands. "We've made money, and we'll improve our meals tonight and eat chicken. I didn't buy any delicious food today, but I brought you a gift." "What gift?" Suyun stretched her neck to look at Su-chun's basket. "Wanwan bought you new shoes. Try them on to see if they fit." Su-chun put down his burden and explained first. He took a breath, took out the new shoes and gave them to him and Sui. Suyun couldn't wait to try them on the spot. "Fourth brother, You don't wash your feet before you change into new shoes, and you're not afraid of making them smelly. Sui laughed at him while holding the shoes. They were very precious to have new shoes to wear, but he was not as impatient as Su-yun. Su-yi's words made sense. He stopped what he was doing and prepared to wash his feet in the evening before trying again. Everyone helped to move the things into the house. Su-yi asked her why she didn't buy lard. Didn't she plan to make lard soap in the future? Su-won explained that almond oil and lard are the same price, but it is better for making soap than lard. She might as well use almond oil in the future and save the trouble of boiling it. She put all the spices for making soap together, put the flour in the jar, and put away the eggs. Su-chin started to boil water and kill chickens. He would eat one today and keep the other one for the time being, but he couldn't keep it with the chicks for fear that it would bully them. Eat it directly in its original flavor. The native chicken should be stewed. Su-yun went to the field to pick a handful of leeks and brought them back to fry eggs. At night, he would indulge in a meal of white rice. I believe that life will get better and better in the future. When my parents come back, I will tell them not to go out to work next year and just rest at home. After working hard for half a lifetime, it's time to have a good rest. Jiangyu was still peeling corn. He was really patient and neither arrogant nor impatient. He practiced sword fighting for many years, and his hands were covered with calluses. It was not difficult for him to peel hard corn. On the contrary, he could calm down when peeling corn. The fourth brother and others went to cook, and Su-won came to peel corn with him. Jiangyu opened his eyes and looked at her, and then closed them quickly. Thank you for your hard work. You must be very tired after a day of hard work. He was concerned about Su-won, but Su-won said she was not tired. No, there is a bullock cart to ride when you go back and forth, and the burden is carried by the third brother. But you have lost weight during the time you have been at my house. I will nourish you well at night. You should eat more then.
Okay.
Jiangyu agreed with a smile. Then he heard Su-won say, I asked the second brother about your eye condition today. The second brother said that if it doesn't work, he will take a leave and come back to see what's going on. Su-won's words made Jiangyu's heart skip a beat, and he felt a little guilty. How could that be possible? Wouldn't Sumu know that I was pretending to be blind when he came back? It seems that he should find some time to recover, otherwise, how will others look at him? He just didn't expect that his plan to tease Su-won would fail so quickly. I feel much better, almost well, but I'm not used to the light yet, so don't bother Dr. Su to come back specially. Su-won nodded without thinking much. Soon the hot water boiled, and Su-yun and the others began to kill and pluck the chicken, and then put it into the pot after dealing with the chicken's internal organs. It took a whole hour to stew before it was served, and the whole yard was filled with the aroma of meat. In the evening, they had white rice with chicken and fried eggs with leeks. It was a very common meal in modern times, but it was a meal that the Su family had with great difficulty. Only during festivals would Su's father and his family buy a chicken to eat. A whole family eating a chicken was just a matter of one meal. The brothers left all the chicken legs for her to eat. Su-won couldn't finish two, and there was too much chicken leg meat. She felt bored after eating too much, so she simply gave one to Su-chin. I didn't give it to Su-yun and Su-yi because I was afraid that the two would quarrel again. Giving it to Jiangyu was even more inappropriate. I always felt that she was plotting something. Her purpose of pleasing him was too obvious, which made her feel guilty. The best way was to give it to Su-chin. He worked hard as a porter today, so it was natural for him to eat. Only in this way would fourth brother not complain that she was partial. Jiangyu was forced to drink 2 bowls of greasy chicken soup, under the pretext of nourishing the body. He endured the greasiness and drank it all, giving Su-won face, but he was so sick that he couldn't sleep at night. The next morning, Su-won got up and began to study how to make shampoo soap. First, after boiling the herbs such as Sapindus mucoracea and Ligustrum lucidum, the thick juice was filtered several times for use. Then, several spices were ground into powder and a little goat's milk was added to try the fragrance. It felt strange, so the goat's milk was removed, leaving only the spice powder. Then heat the almond oil, add these materials and lye water in turn and stir evenly. The color is gray-brown, which doesn't look good. Add a little dry pollen to adjust the color, and finally, it becomes brown-red. First, only 35 pieces are made to try whether it works well. After putting it into the mold, continue to make goat milk soap. Make a batch of dyed and a batch of undyed. The price is different, and the difference between the two is 5 coins per piece. 20 kilograms of almond oil can make more than 300 pieces of soap. This thing has low cost and high profit. Fortunately, the saponification reaction of oil and ash water has not been studied in this dynasty. If anyone knows, she will not make this money. The brothers and sisters worked for 3 days to finish all the soap. After the weather is cool, the sun is smaller, and there are more cloudy days. The soap needs to be dried for a few more days to remove the alkalinity. When I am free, I have to peel all the remaining corn at home and then go to the village head's house to push the millstone over and grind the cornmeal while the weather is good. After Jiang Yu's daily efforts, there was not much corn left, and the brothers and sisters gathered their strength for a long time to solve all the problems. The third brother found a cart to go to the village chief's house to push the millstone back, and the family began to grind cornmeal. A few days ago, people in the village heard that a handsome young man had come to the Su family, and he was a relative of Su Yang. Many nosy women came to see him, and they all guessed whether he was the future husband that the Su family was looking for their daughters, and they came to stay for a while to cultivate feelings. Jiang Yu didn't want to be seen by too many people, so he simply moved the corn into the house to peel it. In Su Wan's opinion, his eyes can see normally. When he lowered his eyes, he always felt a sense of world weariness. When he looked at people, he felt energetic, and when he looked at dogs, he was affectionate. No wonder they say that peach blossom eyes are affectionate eyes, and it really is true. His internal breath is unstable now, and his internal injuries have not healed. From time to time, he can be heard coughing a few times. Su Yun and the others were reluctant to wear their new shoes, waiting to wear them during the Chinese New Year. In the countryside, they worked every day, so they could just wear old shoes. Jiang Yu couldn't help with grinding cornmeal, so he rested in the room and read the old books left by Su Jing. The 4 brothers and sisters cooperated with each other. The 3 brothers pushed the millstone, and Su Wan swept the surface with a small broom. After a few days, she didn't complain about the hardship or tiredness at all, and she didn't have the fragility and pretentiousness of a rich lady. The brothers gradually changed their views on her, knowing that she was not the kind of person who was afraid of hardship and tiredness, so they got along more and more harmoniously. This batch of soap was delivered this time, and the production was stopped this year. Whatever new things have been around for a long time, everyone has them, and they are no longer new. It's better to keep it mysterious and continue to make them after the Chinese New Year. Later, just make some shampoo soap to whet their appetite. So much corn can't be ground all at once. After grinding for a few days, only a few bags were ground out, and the rest were in bags and stored in the cellar. The weather changed in an instant. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sun could not be seen at all. All the soaps were stored in the house, fearing that they would be ruined by the rain at night. In a few days, they could be packaged and sold. It was also the time agreed to pick up the clothes for the eldest brother. When they arrived at the county, they could take the money and buy winter clothes for the other brothers. It would not be considered as partiality. Su Yun was free now, so he started to deal with his soybeans. He had sealed them in a jar and fermented them for so long. When he opened it, there was a jar of black sauce. He also took some spices such as star anise and cinnamon for cooking and put them in the pot to cook with the sauce. In the end, he got a large jar of thick sauce. It didn't smell bad, and it even had a salty fragrance. After he finished it, he was the first to pull Su Wan to see it and let her smell it to see if it was the soy sauce, she said. Su Wan really didn't expect that he could make soy sauce in one go with his simple description. He was really gifted in cooking. From the smell, it is indeed the soy sauce I mentioned. Su Wan gave an affirmative answer. But I don't know what it will taste like when it is fried. Su Chun and Su Yi looked at the black sauce with doubt. Fourth brother, can this really be fried in dishes? Fourth brother, will this black sauce give me diarrhea? Yes, we will know if it tastes good or not after trying it tonight. Don't worry, it won't poison you. If you have diarrhea, you will just have to run to the toilet for 3 days at most. Soo-yun was open-minded. If he failed, he could just try again. To see the effect, Soo-yun went to a tofu grinder that day and bought 2 pieces of water tofu. He fried them and put the soy sauce in them, so he had to put less salt because the soy sauce was salty. He also fried pork belly with black beans. After frying with soy sauce, the color of the meat was neither black nor red, but it couldn't be called brown. In short, it was hard to describe. The color of the fried tofu looked good, and it looked delicious. When the siblings were having dinner that night, Jongyu also sat around the table. Everyone looked at this unusual dish without picking up their chopsticks. Soo-yun didn't dare to eat it either. He was afraid of being disappointed after eating it, so he could only look at others expectantly. Soo-chun and Soo-yi swallowed their saliva and struggled in their hearts. After all, it was really uncomfortable to have a stomachache. Jongyu still looked indifferent, and his face showed no sadness or joy. Finally, Soo-won picked up the chopsticks first. This fried tofu looks delicious, and this meat should be very good with rice. She also picked up a chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth without hesitation. After crossing over, even peppers had not been discovered in this dynasty, and the stir-fried dishes were also watery and without soy sauce, which was a bit too bland for her. Now that she has tasted the long-lost taste again, she feels that her taste buds have become jumping in an instant. So happy. Facing Soo-yun's expectant eyes, Soo-won said to him, "Fourth brother, you succeeded. With soy sauce, this dish is really delicious. Third brother, fifth brother, Jongyu, you all try it. You will definitely be surprised." Soo-won picked up the bowl and started to eat rice. Today's dish is good enough to eat with rice, and she can finish 3 bowls. Soo-chun and Soo-yi began to taste it one after another, and then a light of surprise appeared in their eyes. "How about it, third brother? Give me some advice." Soo-yun really wanted to hear the evaluation of his brothers. Soo-won's evaluation alone was still too one-sided. Soo-chun frowned for a long time, unable to utter a word. "Old 4, please don't embarrass me. I'm not good at studying. I can only say that it's delicious. I can't say any words of praise." This is really difficult for him. Among the 5 brothers, he is the worst at studying. Soo-yun thought so too. It was good enough for him to say that it was delicious. At least it was a good comment. So he looked at Soo-yi. "After adding this sauce, the taste feels richer. The taste is better and more delicious. In short, it is much more delicious than the original stir-frying method." Soo-yi's evaluation was simple and clear, and Soo-yun nodded with satisfaction. Jongyu also ate it, and after tasting it, he raised his eyebrows meaningfully, as if he was a little surprised. As Soo-yi said, "It makes the taste of the dish very rich and novel." Soo-yun was relieved to hear that a rich and noble man like Jongyu gave such an evaluation. He then picked up his chopsticks to taste the dishes he cooked. He had high standards for himself. The sauce could be improved and some ingredients could be added to it, which would surely make it even more successful. "Jongyu, may I ask, compared with the cuisines of the famous restaurants you have eaten, if I open a restaurant with my exclusive secret recipe, how successful would it be to become famous?" He wanted to open a restaurant or a restaurant in his life and research a unique cuisine to become famous all over the world. Not to say famous all over the world, but at least famous in the area, so that his family could live a life of luxury. Jongyu was not the kind of person who flattered others. He always spoke the truth. It would be a bit hasty to compare these 2 dishes with the famous restaurants. The cuisines in the world are all different, and there are many ways to cook pork alone. It is not easy to comment on whether it is good or bad, but I can say that if it is opened in Qinghai County, the business should be very hot. Jongyu is good at the art of language, and this answer was flawless and fair. The latter sentence is enough. Soo-yun doesn't want to reach the sky in one step. He can just start from Qinghai County. So Soo-yun slapped the table and stood up. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He looked determined. "I have decided. I want to make money by doing business, opening a restaurant, and promoting my unique secret recipe." "You want to open a restaurant now?" Soo-yi was a little unbelievable. "What's wrong? Can't I?" Soo-yun glared at him. Why did he always contradict himself? Isn't it said that twins are telepathic? But we will only be 16 years old next month. I think you can find a place to be an apprentice and learn the job first. It won't be too late to talk about opening a restaurant later. He gave sincere advice and was not misleading him. I think what fifth brother said is right. We can learn first, and when we have accumulated a certain amount of experience, we can talk about opening a restaurant. Soo-won agreed with Soo-yi's suggestion. He was really the one who thought the most and gave very pertinent suggestions. But what I want is to save enough money first, and then become an apprentice. Soo-yeon also knew that he couldn't act on impulse and say whatever he wanted. However, opening a restaurant requires a lot of money. It takes time for him to save money if he doesn't work hard from now on. I have plenty of ways to make money. As long as you are willing to work hard, fourth brother, I will give you some ideas to make money. When you open a restaurant in the future, you can give me a few percentage of the profits.
How about that?
Help the fourth brother to earn venture capital and establish strategic cooperation and friendship. What method? Tell me, as long as it is the money earned legitimately, I will give you 50% of the profits when you open a restaurant in the future. Soo-yeon made a 5 gesture. After all, she is his own sister, and the blood relationship is there. She is not an outsider. If it were someone else, he would not agree. Jeong-yu also looked at Soo-won with interest, with a smile on his face, wanting to see what good ideas she had and how she could make making money so easy. Soo-chun and Soo-yi were also curious. Making soap was already very profitable. What else could be more profitable? The end of the year is approaching. People in the city will go from house to house to have fun during the new year. They have to prepare some candies and snacks at home. Especially in Chinga County, there are many wealthy landlords. At the end of the year, they will choose dates to hold wedding banquets, so they need a lot of snacks and candies to entertain guests. The demand in rural areas may be lower, but who doesn't have children and relatives during the new year? Let's make some delicious, not difficult to make, and low-cost snacks to sell. People all want something new and like to try new things, and the same goes for food. We just need to cater to their tastes. Another thing is that at the end of the year, there will be more and more people in the market, and we have to seize this wave of traffic.
What Soo-won said made sense.
I felt excited just thinking about it. But the snacks made by Lefangshai in the city are unique. They are crowded with customers every day, and they have all kinds of snacks. What kind of snacks should we make that are novel, delicious, and that no one has ever seen before? Soo-won, can you make them? Soo-yeon was not mocking her. After getting along with her for a few days, he had already put away his ugly face. At the beginning, he was dissatisfied with her, but now he admires her more and more. She is smart and capable. Have you heard of Shikima? Soo-won had already considered it in her mind. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had not heard of it. It's right that you haven't heard of it. It can be made with just 3 ingredients: flour, sugar, and eggs. It's very simple. Is it that simple? Soo-yeon was a little unconvinced. It's that simple. Wait, in a few days we will all go to the county to deliver goods, go to Lefangshai, inquire about the market, and then we will prepare the goods. When I come back, I will make it for you to try, and you will know. Fried cakes have never been heard of in this dynasty, right? There are only pastries, and she is setting a precedent. The 3 brothers looked at each other and thought it was feasible. The dishes on the table were eaten up unknowingly. Everyone was still a little unsatisfied and asked Soo-yeon to cook more dishes next time, because it was not enough. After the meal, Soo-yeon started to fiddle with his soy sauce again, thinking about improving it. Soo-won washed himself, yawned, and lay down to sleep. In life, you have to sleep well when you should sleep, and you will have the energy to work after a good sleep. 2 days later, all the soaps were packaged, and Soo-yi concentrated on painting the patterns. His technique is getting more and more skilled, and the expression on his face when painting is getting more and more confident. The book says that as long as people receive praise frequently, they will become more and more confident in doing anything. The 5th brother in the original book was criticized for his dream-chasing journey in the early stage. Everyone was not optimistic about him, so that his self-esteem was hit. Later, he succeeded and became a suspicious and weird person. Lack of self-confidence is the main reason, so every time he paints, Soo-won never tires of accompanying him, praising him, and communicating with him. The two brothers and sisters are always talking and laughing. Soo-ee's eyes became more gentle when he looked at her. Soo-won thought that after paying the bill in the county this time, he would buy some pens and ink for his eldest brother and some scroll paint for his fifth brother, specifically for painting. The shampoo soap was almost dried, and he had to try it out to see if it was useful. In the early morning, several brothers were called by the villagers to help. The sheep farmers in the village were going to slaughter sheep and sell them. They could get some offal from the help and cook some mutton soup. The weather was getting colder and colder, and drinking some soup would warm them up. Soo-yun was familiar with the sheep-herding child, and every year he would ask Soo-yun and Soo-ee to help when slaughtering sheep. Soo-chun hadn't been to his master for a while, and he went there today when he had some free time. Only Soo-won and Jong-yu were left at home. Soo-won wanted to find someone to try the soap to see the foaming effect and the fragrance. The results of washing by herself were not very intuitive, so she turned her attention to Jong-yu. His beautiful hair was very suitable for being a guinea pig. In fact, she had a great chance of success. Jong-yu was reading in the room. Soo-won knocked on the door and came in to find him, smiling. When he looked up, Jong-yu saw Soo-won's bright smile, and he couldn't help but sway. Such a bright smile is rare in the world, and even rarer is that kind of clarity and sincerity. So how can he remain indifferent? Why do you need help from me? Jong-yu put down the book and looked at her with a meaningful smile. The two were moved by each other's smiles, and Soo-won felt her face getting a little hot. Please, brother, don't smile at me like that, okay? I tend to think too much. I have something to ask you. Do you want to get your hair done? I can help you. Soo-won put her hands behind her back and smiled very sincerely. Jong-yu chuckled, looking as if he understood everything. Okay, then I will reluctantly be Miss Soo-won's trial person. He guessed at once that Soo-won was looking for him to try the soap. You are not at a disadvantage, but you are the first person in the world to use my hair soap. Soo-won even joked with him. Then I am honored? Jong-yu's laughter became more and more hearty. Of course. Soo-won was bright after getting some sunshine. Let Jong-yu sit on the reclining chair and lean his head back, let his hair loose and comb it, then wet it with hot water and started to wash him with soap. After pinching it open with the palm of his hand, it was all delicate white foam. The fragrance played a role, and the smell was light and pleasant, not pungent at all. Learning to wash people's hair like a barbershop, use the fingertips to slowly circle and massage, let the foam cover the hair, wash twice in a row. Jong-yu closed his eyes and enjoyed it very comfortably. For the first time, he felt that washing hair was so comfortable. Jong-yu opened his eyes to look at her. At this angle against the light, he couldn't see anything clearly, but his heartbeat was a little fast at the moment. How is it? Is your skill okay? Wiping the moisture off his hair with a dry towel, Jong-yu felt warm all over, with a faint smile on his lips. Well, not bad. He is very satisfied now, in a good mood, and really wants to practice sword dancing. If his body had not recovered yet, and he did not dare to use his internal energy casually, he would have to practice sword dancing to his heart's content. He likes to practice sword dancing when he is in a very good mood, and he also likes to practice sword dancing when he is in a very bad mood. When the two brothers Soo-yun and Soo-ee came back with a basin of mutton offal, they saw the scene in the yard. Soo-won wiped Jong-yu's hair. His movements were so gentle. Jong-yu had a smile on his face, and he looked like he was enjoying a peaceful life. Soo-ee's smile had changed in quality, and he felt a little uncomfortable, while Soo-yun's expression changed directly. Put the basin under the eaves, and it made a loud bang, and it was hard for Soo-won not to notice it. Brother, be gentle. That's a wooden basin. What if it leaks? If it leaks, just beat another one. The cabbage at home will be eaten by the pigs. It's weird. Soo-yun started to be a yin-yang master again. Soo-won couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking about, brother? I asked Jong-yu to help me test the soap. Come over and help me smell it. Soo-yun glanced at Jong-yu, not very happy. Jong-yu rested his chin on the armrest with one hand. In his opinion, he looked lazy and deserved a beating. Soo-ee came over to smell it, lowered his head slightly, and quickly retracted it. It really smells good. Much better than soap beans, fragrant. That's good. Let's wait and see the effect after it dries. If it's good, we'll keep a few pieces for ourselves. Soo-won got the result and went back happily to pack the hair soaps that had not been packed yet. As soon as she left, Soo-yi changed his face faster than turning a book, and his smile turned into a sneer in an instant. Brother Jeongyu, our Won-won is only 13 years old. I know. Jeongyu replied calmly. You knew that and still seduced her? Soo-yeon interrupted angrily and deliberately lowered his voice for fear of being heard by Soo-won. Jeongyu was amused to hear this and even became naughty. Who is your fourth brother? Hey, why are you trying to get close to me? You are 3 years older than me and 5 years older than Won-won. Soo-yeon made a 5 gesture, and he looked gritting his teeth. I don't understand what fourth brother is talking about. Jeongyu got up, patted the dust off his clothes, and went back to the room. The more nonchalant he looked, the angrier Soo-yeon became. Soo-yi came over and patted his shoulder and comforted him in return. Okay, fourth brother, what little girl wouldn't blush when seeing him like this? Won-won is no exception. People like him are either rich or noble, and they may not look down on our conditions. Don't worry. The ancients paid attention to the matching of family backgrounds. He is a noble son with a lot of money, and Won-won is just an ordinary country girl. For someone like him, she's not as good as those real rich and powerful ladies. Soo-yeon thought about it, and it was true. Jeongyu's clothes were worth a lot of money. How could he look down on his small family? He was just hiding here to recuperate. After eating too much delicacies, he also wanted to eat simple meals. After thinking about it, he was not so angry. He slapped Soo-yi's hand and said, Don't call me fourth brother. I don't like to hear these 2 words today. After that, he went to deal with the mutton offal and drank mutton offal soup in the evening. Soo-yi shrugged, smiled helplessly, and went to help Soo-won draw patterns on the newly packaged soap. Sheep offal is earned through labor, so it is not shameful to eat it. They helped boil water and slaughter sheep early in the morning, and they also shaved the hair and gutted the sheep. The 2 brothers worked quickly, and the host family also cherished them. A simple pot of mutton offal soup was handled very well by Soo-yeon. He found a plant from the mountain to remove the smell of mutton. After marinating the mutton offal, he blanched it in water before putting it into the pot to cook the soup. The original flavor is the most comfortable. Everyone had a good meal in the evening and felt warm. The next day, they agreed to go out together to deliver goods to the county, send clothes to the eldest brother, and buy raw materials for making shikima. The reason for asking all 3 brothers to go is that they want to take them to measure their sizes and make winter clothes for each of them. What should be bought must be bought, and what should be worn must be worn. If the money is gone, it can be earned again. Jeongyu was the only one left at home. Before Soo-won went out, he asked him to lock the door and have a good rest in the room. They would try to come back as early as possible. Jeongyu also knew that he was being hunted down and fell to this point. There was no need to cause trouble for others. It was normal for them to have concerns. He went out early and bought a total of 350 bars of soap, including goat milk soap, 160 each for dyed and undyed. There were also 30 bars of shampoo soap, and she kept 5 for her own use. Soo-won priced it at 35 won each, so she had to pay 30 won in interest. This is a hair soap, specially used for washing hair. It contains Chinese herbal ingredients that are good for hair, and it has a unique fragrance. The production process is complicated, and there is a purchase limit, so it is understandable that it is sold at a higher price. Just talk about it in a profound way. Anyway, her soap has already gained a good reputation. Is she afraid that someone will not buy it? It's only 31, and those landlords' thousands of gold are not enough to share. I told the boss lady that this is the last batch of goat milk soap this year. In the future, I will only stock hair soap from time to time, and the quantity will not be too large. I will consider restocking flower-scented soap in the spring of next year, when all the flowers bloom. The suspense is there. Now it is still 2 months before the Chinese New Year. They will miss it when they run out of money and can't buy it anymore. This time, the goods were sold for a total of 54 taels of silver. The proprietress also made money with Soo-won, so she was naturally happy. Anyway, the soap is not hard to sell now, as long as the money is earned by her alone. Soo-won's purse is bulging, and Soo-yeon's eyes are full of admiration when he sees such a big purse. Wow. 50 taels were easily obtained, which is what their parents could only earn in the mine for several years. Third brother, please keep it for me. You are tall, and I am afraid that you will be targeted by bad people. She stuffed the purse into Soo-chen's arms. He was tall and strong, and as a martial artist, he was naturally heroic and looked not easy to mess with. Soo-chen was willing to help her keep it temporarily. She was clever and thoughtful. Come on, brothers, let's go cut 2 sets of winter clothes each. We have to prepare 2 decent sets of clothes for the new year. The eldest brother bought them, and the other brothers can't forget them. Soo-moo's stature is about the same as Soo-jing, so just make clothes for him according to the eldest brother's size, and it can also be considered a surprise for him. It will cost a lot of money to cut clothes for so many people. There are still clothes to wear at home. We don't have to be particular about the work we do every day, so why don't we just forget about it? Soo-yeon felt distressed when he thought about spending a lot of money all at once. No, you have to have what the eldest brother has, and you can't be partial. I have the money to pay. What are you afraid of? Soo-won waved his hand generously, and seeing that they were hesitant, he simply hooked Soo-yeon and Soo-ye's arms with his arms, and then pulled them towards the direction of the cloth shop. The brothers had no choice but to follow obediently, but they felt warm in their hearts. Soo-won thought about them in everything, and was actually not partial at all. Every brother was taken care of, whether it's food or clothes. She is using her sincerity to win their hearts little by little. So sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Each of the 4 brothers made 2 sets of clothes and chose the color of the fabric they liked. Soo-won took the initiative to choose blue-gray for the second brother. The color was too dull and not suitable for such a handsome man. Ordinary cotton cloth is 15 cents a foot, and the 4 of them spent less than 10 taels in total. The floral fabric that Soo-won chose for herself was more expensive. It's inconvenient to wear a long gown when working in the countryside, so they made short gowns, and they could sew 2 pairs of socks with the scraps. It cost 12 taels of silver to buy cloth. I took it to the tailor shop. According to the calculation of 1 tael of silver for 1 person to make 2 sets of clothes, it was 5 taels. Now it has to be made of thick cotton, because there is only 1 outer layer, and the eldest brother has a robe on the outside, so it's okay if the inner clothes are thin. A set of clothes must have at least 4 pounds of cotton, right? 11 taels of silver, including the cotton money and processing fees. The boss finally only took 10 taels. Considering it was a big order, he asked them to come and take half of it together. Soo-jing's clothes were already made, and the tailor shop owner wrapped the clothes with unwanted clean rags and then brought Soo-won's shoes left here to her. On the way, he bought him some food, some paper for writing, and a small piece of ink, a very ordinary one. More than 1 tael of silver. The academy was not far from here, and Soo-chen took them to find it. There was an old man sweeping the fallen leaves of the sycamore tree at the entrance of the academy. She said she came to give her brother winter clothes, and the old man said that only 1 person could go in. The clothes were Soo-won's heart, so naturally she could go in alone. There were several teachers in the academy, and hundreds of students were divided into different schools, but they were all recorded in the list. After mentioning Soo-jing's name, the old man didn't even need to look through the list, and took her in directly. Soo-shiotsai's sister? Come in quickly. I didn't expect that he has such a beautiful sister. What a blessing. On the way, the old man talked to Soo-won. Judging from his tone, the eldest brother was still a celebrity in the academy. This is not surprising. With talent and good looks, naturally more people pay attention to him. Guyu had never been to Soo-jing's academy. Some of his good classmates only knew that he had a sister, but had never seen her. One family was inconvenient in the countryside, and the other Guyu was young and didn't go out much. Usually there was no chance to go to the county. It took so long to walk on the mountain road, and it cost money to take a bullock cart. Under normal circumstances, Sue's mother would not take the little tail out when she went to the county. Under the window, rows of students sat upright, either reading with the teacher or listening to the teacher's lectures quietly. In the school where Su Jing was, everyone was buried in writing something. Only he turned a deaf ear to the outside world and read the books of sages with one heart. The old man stood at the door and nodded to the teacher sitting in the hall. Only with permission could he call people. Some people couldn't help looking out. Su Jing, Mr. Su, your sister is here to bring you something. Please come out. Su Jing looked up when he heard someone calling him. The old man stepped aside and revealed Su Wan, who was hiding behind him. The brother and sister's eyes met, and Su Wan raised a sweet smile. Su Jing immediately felt that all the fatigue from studying late into the night for days had dissipated. Everyone looked at this beautiful little fairy curiously and whispered to each other, but was warned by the teacher, who knocked on the table with a ruler, and then they lowered their heads and continued to write. Su Jing stood up and bowed to the teacher, who nodded and let him go out. Su Wan was waiting obediently at the door with a bunch of things. The old man had gone back to watch the door, and as soon as Su Jing came out, he hurriedly took the things in her hand. Why is Wan here? And with so many things? He took her to the pavilion used by students of the academy to sit down. My fourth brother and I have made a lot of money making soap these days, so I bought cloth and made 2 new clothes for you, according to the ones you are wearing. Isn't the weather cold? The academy is not like home, and you have to study hard. You must not catch a cold at this time and delay your review. This time when I came to the county, I earned 54 taels of silver. I made 2 sets of winter clothes for myself and each of my brothers and prepared to spend the winter in a warm and lively manner. Su Wan explained with a smile, and there were stars in her eyes. Su Jing's heart seemed to be filled with something. Wan is really amazing, but why did you waste this money? The eldest brother has clothes to wear, but your youngest sister still worries about it. Your third brother and others are the same. They don't know how to stop you. Wouldn't it be better to save the money as a dowry? See, Su Jing also said the same thing as the other brothers. Making 2 sets of clothes costs several taels of silver, and their family doesn't earn much in a year, and all of it is used to subsidize the household. I don't like what you said, brother. Don't you plan to prepare a dowry for me when you pass the imperial examination in the future? Su Wan said angrily. Of course I will prepare it. You are the only sister in our family. If we, as brothers, don't prepare a dowry for you, what will happen? Hearing Su Jing say that she was the only sister, Su Wan was happy and immediately asked, I am your only sister. What about Guyu? Speaking of Guyu, Su Jing's smile dimmed a little. Since Guyu came back from the countryside last time, there has been no news from her. Presumably, her biological parents are doting on her and are busy cultivating their feelings, so they have no time to think about them. She has no shortage of people who love her now. Madame Gu treats her like a pearl and a treasure, and will not treat her badly in the future. But you're different. You only have us brothers to rely on now. The eldest brother is still the best. The eldest brother is thorough, so Su Wan's sincerity is not in vain. The owner of the tailor shop made it according to your size. There are also new shoes here. I don't know if you like it, brother. Anyway, it's been made, and you have to wear it even if you don't want to. There is also this Su Ji steamed dumplings. I bought it on the way. My fourth brother and I ate a portion. It was delicious. Steamed dumplings are steamed dumplings, but they are filled with leeks and eggs. After all, meat is expensive. And these papers, bought for you to write articles. When I saw your ink was almost used up at home, I bought you a new one. Su Wan pushed all the things to him. Su Jing looked at these things, as if there was something stuck in his throat. His nose felt sore, and he quickly laughed to cover it up. Wan, you have done so much for me. How can I repay you? My brother's success in the imperial examination is the greatest reward for me. She did all this without asking for anything in return, only hoping to get their protection in the future, hoping that they would give her some of their affection for Guyu. Brother Jing? When the brother and sister were talking, a female voice sounded outside the pavilion. Su Wan turned her head and saw a woman in a water-red skirt. She was a little plump and her appearance was not very outstanding, but her skin was pretty good. She was about 16 or 17 years old. When she saw Su Jing, her eyes lit up, and she even called him Brother Jing affectionately. This name is only used by people close to the man's family. It seems that this is the shrewish wife of the eldest brother in the original book, Zhao Xian. The name is quite elegant, but it doesn't match her virtue. It is worthy of being given by her father, a pedant. Miss Yun, please call me Su Jing. Su Jing stood up immediately when he saw her coming and distanced himself from her. Why should we be so formal? Zhao Xian said coquettishly. Miss Yun is a girl in the boudoir and has not yet married. I am afraid that it will damage your reputation. Su Jing looked cold and seemed to avoid her. I don't care. You know how I feel about you. If you don't let me call you Jinger, how about calling you Su Lang? Her worthless appearance directly ignored Su Wan's existence. Su Wan pouted her lips and spoke first without waiting for Su Jing's reply. This sister is so enthusiastic. Most women in our dynasty are graceful and reserved, and know etiquette and numbers. Now it seems that you are the unique one. Zhao Xian didn't hear the hidden meaning in Su Wan's words. She just thought she was bragging about being special. She didn't react to the fact that people said she didn't know etiquette and didn't know how to be reserved. Of course, my father is the dean of the academy and is well educated. As his daughter, I should be more elegant and intelligent than ordinary women. Su Wan couldn't help laughing out loud. You are so smart. Zhao Xian finally realized the meaning behind those words. This little girl was making fun of her. Where did this little girl come from? She doesn't know the rules. Su Lang, who is she? She really changes her name at will. Su Jing covered his lips with his fist and coughed a few times. Please respect yourself, Miss Yun. We don't have a matchmaker agreement. You are overstepping your authority. This is my youngest sister, Su Wan. You are here to give me clothes today. Zhao Xian was not annoyed by Su Jing's rejection. After all, this was not the first time. What was there to be afraid of? But when she heard that Su Wan was his sister, her attitude changed. She immediately came up to her intimately and wanted to take her arm. There was a faint floral scent on her, which was the scent of his floral soap. So it's Sister Su. I was too harsh just now. Why don't you come to my place, have some snacks and drink some tea, and I will apologize to you. Su Wan pulled his hand out coldly, stepped back a few steps and distanced himself. I'm sorry, I don't know you well, and I don't like you. I don't agree if you want to be my sister-in-law. Brother, can you stay away from her in the future? Don't worry, Wan, I know my limits. Su Jing also cooperated with her very well. The brother and sister stabbed people in the heart without hesitation. Zhao Xian pursed her lips and was about to cry. Su Lang, how can you let your sister say that to me? Miss Yun, you are too serious. My Wan is still young and has a child's temper. Don't bother with her. Su Wan was protected and raised her eyebrows provocatively at her. You have to be stronger when dealing with bad women. Zhao Xian looked at Su Jing and then at me, stomped her feet and ran away angrily, as if she had suffered a great injustice. After she left, Su Wan did not stay any longer. Brother, take the things back and eat the dumplings while they are hot. Third brother, and the others are still waiting for me outside. I'm leaving first. Well, be careful on the road, and take good care of yourself at home. Let your brothers do anything. The eldest brother will study hard and pass the exams. He will not let you down. Su Jing did not see Su Wan out. She went out based on her memory of the time when she came. Su Chun and his three brothers were still waiting. The next step is to go to Le Fang's High to see what kind of snacks they sell in their shop. Then go to purchase the raw materials for making shikima. If you want to make this wave of money, you can only make this wave this year. After all, shikima is easy to make, and people who know the business can replicate it as long as they spend some time to study it. Food is not like goat milk soap. Goat milk soap requires understanding of chemical principles, which others may not be able to research. Le Feng's High is located on the most prosperous street in the county. Su Wan went in and took a look around. They were all traditional old-fashioned cakes. What kind of mung bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, pea yellow cakes, and the like. For Su Wan in later generations, it is not new. County, even the best shops in the city are like this, which shows that the pressure of competition in the industry is not that great. Perhaps it is because the place is small. If it is placed in the capital, it may be different. Since ancient times, talents have gathered under the feet of the emperor, and talents have emerged in all walks of life. That is the great pressure of competition. If Shikima is sold in Chinga County, it should be a small fire. Since you have decided to make it, buy everything first. 50 kilograms of flour, 10 kilograms of white sugar, and 5 kilograms of maltose. Buy some baking powder for dough. Since there are pastries, there must be baking powder for sale. Small vendors need it to make buns and steamed buns. And the most important, eggs. This will be passed by Grandma Kai's house when you go back later, and you can buy it from her. Shikima needs to buy some dried fruits to take back. There are special dry goods shops in the county, such as raisins, red dates, black sesame, etc. There is no dried hawthorn for sale yet, and people here don't know how to make dried hawthorn, so forget it. Let's continue to use almond oil for frying Shikima. It has a small smell and is more fragrant when fried. It would be better if there is peanut oil, but this thing is not for sale. I bought another 30 kilograms of almond oil. The owner of the oil shop knew Suwon. She bought so much almond oil every time she came back, and the cooking was not delicious. She looked like a sucker, but the god of wealth couldn't help but smile. Suwon had to continue making shampoo soap in the future, and she also needed almond oil. Buying these things cost several taels of silver. Before leaving the city, she also took Sue to the calligraphy and painting shop to buy a stack of drawing paper and some paint so that he could practice at home in the future without holding a stick to paint on the ground. Sue refused to take it, and Suwon said, "I will support my unconditional fifth brother to do what he likes, so you should also work hard and don't waste your ideals." Sui looked at her firm eyes and felt that he was full of fighting spirit in an instant. Suwon took him around the calligraphy and painting shop and asked him to look at other people's works. He stared at the paintings intently, his eyes full of longing, and he was reluctant to leave. There was a signature under each painting, which was basically made by students of some great scholars in the literary world. They had their own names, and their reputations were high or low, and they all made their own exclusive seals. Fifth brother, when you become famous in the future, you can also make your own seal and give yourself a resounding name, okay? Suwon smiled as she stood behind him, and Sui nodded at her, his eyes full of light. He held his own drawing paper and paint lovingly, and when he was leaving the city, he passed by Grandma Kai's house and bought 50 eggs from her. That was all they had left in their family, and they bought them all for Suwon. Grandma Kai was very grateful to her, and she was willing to do her business, which was also considered to be helping her, so when she bought it, she gave Suwon a discount. Today, she spent nearly 30 taels of silver in total, plus the 15 taels left originally and the 25 taels left this time. There were still 40 taels of silver left in her hand. It was still too little to give it to my eldest brother to take the exam. At least 100 taels of silver would be needed to go to Beijing, which would take a lot of time. Once there, he would have to take the exam and wait for the results to be announced. Then, he would have to find a place to live. In Beijing, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, even with 100 taels of silver in hand, he would have to live a tight life. They said they would come back in half a day, but they ended up coming back in the afternoon. Recently, the Su family has been going to the county town frequently, and they always bring back large and small bags. The villagers heard that they were doing business in the county and making money. Old Hong was not impenetrable. He would take Suwon and the others to the county town every now and then, and he knew what business they were doing. If he met someone familiar and asked him, he would tell them. The villagers spread the word, and everyone knew that they were doing the goat milk soap business. They thought that Suwon bought the soap outside and was just helping others to promote it, but it turned out that she made it herself. Her soap is very useful. Many people in the village have used it. It is said that it sells very well in the county. People in the village have heard about it. Since last month, the flow of people in front of the Su family's small courtyard has increased. Some aunties who didn't come here much before have come to visit. Looking at the soaps hanging in the yard, they would ask Suwon and the others intentionally or unintentionally how they were made. The meaning is too obvious. Anyone who is not a fool can see it. There are also some people who are sending warmth, rushing to send their own vegetables to the Su family, trying to get close to them, but Su-won always gives them a few copper coins every time and doesn't take any advantage. After so many times, they feel boring and gradually stop coming. The gate of the Su family's courtyard has returned to its former coldness. The most concerned person is Jong-yu, mainly because he is too handsome. The aunties in the village want to introduce girls to him, so Jong-yu doesn't want to leave the door. Several aunties surround him and spit all over the sky, and his expression is also hard to describe. This time, they were carrying large and small bags back again. The baskets were filled with flour, oil, sugar, meat, and they even brought back 2 chickens a while ago. Their living conditions improved all of a sudden, and many people were jealous and kept asking questions. "Hey, Su-chun, why did you buy so many things today?" Walking on the road in the village, passing by the well, the aunties who were chatting there started asking questions. "Yes, Aunt Zhang, it's New Year's Day." Su-chun turned a blind eye. "There's still more than 2 months before the Chinese New Year, and you're already preparing for the New Year. It's too early." "That's right, Yuri's still framing us. We know that your Su family has changed for the better and made a lot of money, so why are you hiding it? We're not competing with you for business. We're all from the same village. Is it necessary to be so distant? I think your family has started to change for the better since your biological sister came back. It seems that your Su-won family is more prosperous than Guyu's family. When she was here, you couldn't even make ends meet." A group of people were talking about all kinds of things, and Su-chen's face didn't look good. Su-yun pursed his lips and retorted, "What does this have to do with you, yeah? The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets." He subconsciously still protected Guyu, but he wasn't as excited as before. Because Su-won was here, Su-yun was afraid that he would favor Guyu, and she would be sad again. Now, he also cares about Su-won's emotions. "Hey, what did I say? I was just talking about the facts. You should be nicer to your own sister. Look at Guyu. She has become successful and has forgotten you, the adoptive parents and brothers who raised her. You still have to rely on your own sister to help you make money." Although the auntie's words were not pleasant, Su-won liked her just because she was on Su-won's side. She knew that the Su family was unwilling to accept Guyu's charity. Seeing that the faces of several brothers were not good, she hurriedly stood up and said, "I say, aunties, it's already this late. Why don't you go back to cook dinner? Are you still chatting? It's not early. Why are you in a hurry?" An auntie replied with a beaming face. "Then you guys chat first, we'll go back first." Su-won waved his hand and took the lead to speed up the pace. The brothers and sisters quickly left the gossip center. After returning home, the courtyard door was closed and locked from the inside, and Jong-yu had to be called out to open the door. His hair, washed with Su-won's shampoo soap, looked smoother and more lustrous. He tied half of it with a hairband. When he came out, the wind lifted his hair and made it messy, making him look like a down-and-out nobleman. Opening the courtyard door, Su-won handed him a bag of buns. He must have not had lunch yet. "Why did you take so long? Didn't you say you would take a long time?" Jong-yu naturally took a bun and ate it, asking while eating, "Isn't it because I have a lot of things to do? I was delayed at my eldest brother's place for a while." "How is Brother Su doing recently?" Jong-yu asked casually when talking about his confidant. "He's fine, and he studies very hard." Su-won didn't say anything about Zhao Xiyun. Now it seems that if they tell others about it, they will be considered to be marrying up to someone higher than they are. If they rashly say that the person is not a good person, it will not be convincing enough. She will think that there is no way to let Zhao Xiyun succeed. That's good. Brother Su has good writing skills and broad vision. I believe that it will be no problem for him to enter the palace examination in the next year's imperial examination. As long as he enters the palace examination, he will have a better future. Then I'll borrow your good words. Su-won said this, but he was very proud in his heart that my eldest brother is the 3rd place in the imperial examination. By the way, I forgot to remind him today to read more books about flood and natural disaster management. In the original book, the palace examination was set by the emperor every year, but in the past 2 years, natural disasters have occurred frequently in many places in our dynasty, and floods and droughts are common. The emperor is extremely worried. Because there is no good way to manage them, the people in the disaster-stricken areas are complaining. So, he suddenly decided to set the topic of flood and drought management in the palace examination. You can speak freely and write everything you want to say in the article. The students guessed the wrong topic. Unexpectedly, the emperor, who always likes romance, did not play by the rules, which stumped many people. Su Jing also suffered this loss. The top two candidates came from the disaster area, so they naturally knew more than them. So he wrote it temporarily, without extra time to think. He tried his best but only got the third place. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be no problem for him to win the top prize. It seems that I have to find another opportunity to find him one day to attract him to pay more attention to this matter, so as not to be caught off guard again. Su Yun quickly forgot about the matter in the village and pestered Su Wan to make shikima for him. He was completely focused on opening a restaurant. Su Wan couldn't stand his annoyance and prepared to make it for him first. Now it's more than 2 months before the Chinese New Year. It's too early. Let's open the market slowly first. This is you want to make money to open a restaurant, so you have to work hard. I will teach you how to make money. After teaching you, you have to take the lead yourself, okay? Su Wan advocates teaching people how to fish. She can help and intervene, but if he wants to do this business, he has to suffer more. I know. I'll learn from you. When I learn it, you can just supervise me. Su Yun patted his chest, looking like he was not afraid of hard work. Okay. Su Wan began to knead the dough. If shakima is to be soft, delicious, and not easy to break, there are many things to pay attention to. The proportions must be right. There are proportions for flour, eggs, baking powder, and water. In order to achieve accuracy, Su Wan also weighed the flour with a scale. Su Yun listened carefully and took a pen and paper to record what she said. That look made Su Wan laugh. Fourth brother, these are all practice makes perfect, not rote memorization. Why do you remember it? Then this is my first time, right? I must remember it well. Su Chun and the others were curious and came in to learn together. Even Jiang Yu came in and sat at the door of the stove to help watch the fire. When he saw Su Wan kneading the dough, his little mouth chattered, and he would say a few words to Su Yun from time to time. The flour in his hand accidentally rubbed his nose, looking very playful. Su Wan turned around and saw Jiang Yu sitting opposite her, staring at her motionlessly with a smile on his face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly avoided his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Jiang Yu nodded, pointed at the tip of his nose to signal her, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Su Wan subconsciously wiped her nose, but the result was counterproductive, and she got more flour on her nose, and the whole nose and mouth were white. Su Yun looked at her and laughed. Wan, you look like an opera singer. The third brother Su Chen and the fifth brother Su Yi were also laughing silently. Su Wan pursed her lips and thought, forget it. Let it be. After kneading the first dough, she taught Su Yun to roll it thin, gave him the rolling pin, and let him do it himself. The smooth dough was dyed light yellow by the egg yolk. She watched from the side and stopped when she felt it was almost done, and then taught him to cut it into thin strips. After that, it was time to boil sugar. The fire couldn't be too big, otherwise the sugar would be mushy and bitter. Jiang Yu kept throwing firewood into the kitchen, and the fire was too strong. This was not good. Jiang Yu, turn down the fire. Jiang Yu heard this and obediently took out a few pieces of firewood. No, smaller. He pulled out 2 more sticks, but they were still bigger, like a fire in the kitchen. Su Wan simply patted the flour on her hands and came over, bending down to do it herself. As soon as she bent down, a faint fragrance came from her body, the smell of hibiscus. When Su Wan bought spices, she bought 2 hibiscus sachets and threw them into the closet to fumigate her clothes. In a few days, her clothes were filled with the fragrance of hibiscus flowers, which was elegant and pleasant. Jiang Yu also loved hibiscus the most, so when this fragrance came, his heart couldn't help but twitch violently. From his perspective, the firelight reflected the girl's face in warm yellow, her earlobes were red and small, and there was a small red mole behind her ears. For some reason, this made her look a little charming. Jiangyu shook his head quickly, scolding himself for having such an idea. She was still young and had nothing to do with charm. Suwon got up and saw him shaking his head, so he asked him what was wrong. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable again?
No.
Maybe the fire is too big, and my face is a little hot. Jiangyu explained with his head down, his long eyelashes drooping. How can it not be hot? It's just such a big hole, and you stuffed it with firewood. I told you that my third brother is very tired of chopping firewood, so you have to burn it sparingly. Jiangyu was amused by her words, and his laughter was as clear as jade. Then I'll go chop a load and pay you back. I'm just kidding you. Suwon saw that he took it seriously, and hurriedly explained with a smile. After the fire is low, add water to boil sugar, white sugar and maltose. Don't add too much, it's too sweet and choking. After that, you have to fry the cut-thin noodles, and let Suyin do this step by himself. Put the noodles in the syrup when the oil is about 50% to 60% hot. Don't over-fry them. When you feel the noodles are cooked and slightly yellow, they are done. If you over-fry them, they will not be soft, and they will be too hard to eat and not taste good. It will also be difficult to cut them into pieces. She said beside her, and Suyin did it beside her. He was able to grasp the amount the first time he did it. He is indeed talented in this area. After the noodles are taken out, they are placed in the syrup, sprinkled with dried fruits and black sesame seeds, and stirred evenly. The sugar is a bit sticky, and the stirring step is quite laborious. She did this step herself. Try to use clever strength when stirring, and your hands should be faster. Stir it evenly while the food is still hot, otherwise the syrup will solidify and affect the taste. Suyin took notes carefully, watching and taking notes, and nodding while listening. The last step is shaping. Use a rolling pin to press the shikima into a square shape, and then cut it into small pieces with a kitchen knife. When cutting, the knife must be kept sharp. The water stains on it must be wiped clean, otherwise it will stick and it will be difficult to cut. Okay, it's done. Let's try it. It's that simple. Suwon cut the shikima into small pieces and let everyone taste it. The golden shikima is decorated with black sesame, diced red dates, and raisins. It looks very good and looks very appetizing. The black sesame is fried and smells very fragrant. The shikima is the softest and sweetest when it is just out of the pot and still hot. It will become harder after cooling, but it doesn't affect it. Everyone took a piece to taste it. It was a little sticky when it was just out of the pot, but it smelled fragrant. Suyin tasted it first. It was different from the mung bean cakes he had eaten. Although the mung bean cakes were soft, they were not as rich as this one. The sweetness was just right, the softness was just right, and the soul was in the small ingredients inside, the fragrance of cooked sesame, the sourness and sweetness of raisins, and the red dates were not particularly sweet, but the dried red dates after removing the core were also very delicious. Suyin finished a piece in a few seconds and gave a thumbs up. It's delicious, much better than mung bean cake and sesame cake. Suwon thought, of course, this shakima is very popular in the future and is deeply loved by the grassroots people. It can be called a classic. I didn't expect that such simple ingredients, plus such simple steps, can make such delicious pastries. It is indeed better than mung bean cake. Sui finished eating and made a corresponding evaluation. For him, mung bean cake has a light taste, a single taste, and it is choking to eat. In short, it is not as amazing as shakima. As for Su Chin, he said that delicious food can travel the world, and he couldn't say it with gorgeous words. Suwon looked at Jiangyu, who had already started eating the second piece, using his actions to prove that this pastry is not bad. But she still wanted to ask, Jiangyu, you are knowledgeable. What do you think of my pastry? Jiangyu is a big man in Beijing, with a dual identity, and he has eaten more good things than you have walked. Jiangyu raised his eyebrows, looked at the half piece of shikima in his hand, and began to speak. As you said, this pastry is very novel. No one has seen it, and the method is also very unique. This is the first time I have heard of fried snacks. I have eaten a lot of snacks in Beijing. Flour cakes, pea yellow, and donkey rolls are all common. Pastries that ordinary people like to eat. peach blossom cake, lotus root cake, date paste yam cake, crab paste cake. These palace cakes are mostly loved by officials and merchants, and they are also exquisite and delicious. However, that is under the feet of the emperor. What I said are just some of the more famous ones. Although Qinghe County is not poor, it is not a very rich place. What the people need is a cake that everyone likes to eat and can afford. This shakima is quite in line with the needs of the people. As long as the price is reasonable, there will be no worries about no one buying it. He still gave a fair evaluation, summarizing all the points. You are right, as long as the price is reasonable, there will be no worries about no one buying it. Suwon smiled with curved eyebrows. You who read a lot of books are the ones who can tell. Su Chen smiled innocently, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking very simple and unpretentious. Jiangyu, are you from Beijing? What does your family do? Suyan showed a very curious look when he heard that Jiangyu was from Beijing. He yearned for a bigger world and wanted to see the prosperity of Beijing. Now that he heard that Jiangyu was from Beijing, he wanted to ask him about places where there were many good food and fun things, as well as new and interesting things. Jiangyu nodded and explained, My family is an ordinary merchant. We run a small business at home, so we don't have to worry about food and drink. He deliberately concealed his identity, so only Suwon knew that there was no truth in what he said. But his identity is indeed unusual, and it is not convenient to tell everyone. Small business? I don't think so. You don't look like a small business with your outfit. Suyan asked back in confusion. Whose family is a small business, and any piece of jade pendant is worth thousands of gold. Whose family is a small business, and the sword is inlaid with several large gems. Since you are an ordinary merchant, how could you provoke people from the underworld? Su Chen also felt strange. His body was full of wounds from swords and knives, and his own sword was not an ordinary thing. Although only Suwon saw the sword from a distance on the day he rescued him, he knew it was a precious sword at a glance. People who practice martial arts are curious about such fighting and killing. His master also has several good swords in his collection. He has been influenced by them for a long time and naturally has his own judgment. Jiangyu heard that, and his smile faded a little, but he still explained, My grandfather is a man of the underworld, and he taught me martial arts. In the past 2 years, I have left home to venture out. I am young and energetic, and I accidentally provoked some people from the underworld, so they came to seek revenge. The first half of the sentence is true, and the second half is hard to tell whether it is true or false. However, it is enough to convince Su Chen. Su Yun was a careless person.
His mind was not on this.
He didn't care whether what he said was true or not. Only Su Yi had a smile on his face. Although he didn't interrupt, he knew with a glance that the other person was deliberately concealing his identity. It's just that he saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Suwon also knew that Jiangyu was of an extraordinary status and didn't like people asking too much about him. He was not obliged to tell them these things, so he changed the subject. Okay, don't ask about Jiangyu's family affairs anymore. Let's get back to the point and talk about Shakima. That's right. Now we're thinking about how to make money. When we have time, Jiangyu, can you tell me about the interesting things in the capital, okay? Suyan looked at Jiangyu expectantly and winked at him. Jiangyu agreed, with a smile. It seemed that this guy had forgotten that he was competing with him. A few days ago, he was still teasing him because he and Suwon were talking and laughing. This is what I think. According to the cost of the ingredients we purchased, the price must not be too low. We have to make some profit, but at least we can't lose money. I will think about it first and then tell you. Now there are more than 2 months before the Chinese New Year. We can split up into several groups and sell them at the market while selling them in the neighboring villages. We can't just do business with city people. We have to let people in the countryside know about the existence of Shakima. When the New Year's market opens and everyone is scrambling to go to the county to buy New Year's goods, we can then concentrate on taking Shakima to the market. Let's go from village to town to spread the word about it so that all the villages near Qinghe County know about the existence of Shakima. Just go once. If you go too often, people will have had enough of it and it won't be fresh anymore. Then when they go to the market and see it for sale, those who want to eat it and like to eat it, will they still be able to control their mouths? It's not something particularly expensive, everyone can afford it, and the purpose of the new year is to have fun. Do you want to take the things to other villages to sell? Su Chen asked with a frown after hearing this. Su Wan nodded. Yes, then you will have to work hard for a few days. You are strong, so you can carry them and sell them. After making money, I will give you some as your pocket money. It's not that Su Chen was unwilling, but he was a person with a weak constitution, or social phobia in modern terms. It would be a bit difficult for him to sell things by shouting. I don't care about money, we are all family, but can I do it? I don't know how to shout. I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it. Su Wan knew his concerns, but people have to break through themselves, so she comforted him. Don't worry, third brother. We just need to be thick-skinned and go to other people's villages and set up the stalls in crowded places. There's no need for you to shout. There are a few nosy aunties in every village, just like those talkative aunties by the well in our village. They will come to ask without you saying anything. I'll prepare some shakima for you to taste, and you can ask them to try it. If they like it, they can buy it, and if they don't like it, they can leave. We're not forcing them, right? If it still doesn't work, you can put on Jiangyu's mask to cover your face, then you won't be embarrassed. We make money through our own labor. What's shameful about that? Su Chen was amused by her words, and Su Yan also thought what she said was interesting. Su Wan, you're so smart, you've thought this through. That's not bragging. At this age, he has already made such considerations. He really knows how to manipulate people's hearts. Then I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can't blame me. Su Chen scratched his head, a little unconfident. Why should I blame you? I have full confidence that my things can succeed. But it's not enough for you, the third brother, to go alone. If the fourth and fifth brothers also go together, I will be the only one left in the market. I don't have the strength, and Ol Hong's ox cart can't go into the city. I have to think about this carefully. Su Wan was in a dilemma. There were so many villages around Qinghe County. It would definitely not be enough for Su Chen to rely on himself. The fourth brother and the others were not very old, and their strength was not as good as the third brother. It would definitely be easier for the two brothers to work together, but it would not work for her to go to the county alone. She was too weak to carry the load. Let Sui go with you. I can do it alone. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. I'm thick-skinned. Su Yan was very confident and felt that it was not hard for her to carry the load from village to town alone. Fourth brother, it's not as easy as you think. You have to carry heavy loads and walk on your feet. You are not as strong as third brother, so it will be easier for you to take turns with fifth brother. Su Wan patiently explained to him. What should we do? For the first time, he felt that his family was not enough without brothers. I'll go with you. Suddenly, Jiangyu, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke up. The four brothers and sisters looked at him in unison. Jiangyu was not joking. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed. His ruffian movements and his face made Su Wan think of a scoundrel. I've been here for so long, and my external injuries are almost healed. I have troubled everyone a lot. It's time to work hard. The brothers looked at each other, and Su Wan was also a little hesitant. Jiangyu saw that she didn't speak and stared at her with a smile. I don't charge for my work. Is this not okay? You look like a fairy. I'm afraid you'll cause chaos when you go there. Su Wan subconsciously said her true thoughts. After she finished speaking, she reacted. No, I meant to say that you are too beautiful, and I'm afraid you will overshadow my dim sum. Then the girls will only look at you, and who will buy my shakima? Su Wan lowered her head and explained guiltily. Jiangyu was happy, and his smile was very unrestrained. He looked at Su Wan with interest, teasing her deliberately, with the corners of his eyes raised. Oh, so this is what Miss Su Wan thinks of me? Fairy, although this word is not a nice word, why does it sound so pleasant when it comes out of her mouth? Su Wan didn't know how to explain it. Her face turned red. She simply lowered her head and didn't say anything, acting like a quail. Just now she was still eloquent and looked confident. Su Wan thought, Jiangyu is poisonous, and her mouth becomes dumb when she meets him. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I really want to do something for you. I've been bored in this yard for a long time. It's not bad to go out for a walk. Jiangyu found it very funny to see her being so teased. As for my face, if you think it's too ostentatious, I'll wear a mask and go with you. Is that okay? Hearing him say that, Suwon raised her head. She had just thought about it, and Jiangyu was indeed the best candidate now. Free labor would be a waste if not used, not to mention that he eats and drinks for free every day. It's time for him to do some work, otherwise he will gain weight and affect his appearance. Okay, then you will be hardworking for a few days, and you can rest when my third brother and the others are done. As for the mask, I will make you an ordinary one. Your Fong mask is quite scary. Don't scare away all her customers by then. Jiangyu had this in mind, and he just didn't want to be the focus and be seen by too many people. It was just that seeing this little girl in trouble, he couldn't bear it. Anyway, he was free, so he might as well go to the county and find someone. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Wanwan. He actually called her Wanwan and pronounced these two words so gently and tenderly. Looking at his expression, his eyes and eyebrows were smiling. Suwon felt like she was being teased. At first, he called her Miss Su, then Miss Suwon, and then he omitted the word Miss and called her Suwon, and now he just called her Wanwan. Does this mean that their relationship is getting better and better? Although it sounds a bit awkward, it's still acceptable. Holding on to the big guy's thigh will also be a network in the future. At night, Suwon thought carefully about how to set the price of shakima appropriately. Considering the money spent on the raw materials, the flour she bought was enough to make a lot of shakima. Is it more profitable to buy by the pound or by the portion? The final conclusion is to sell by the portion. A portion of mung bean cake at Le Fang's High costs 15 coins, a small piece with 8 pieces in it, so her shakima is also sold for 15 coins, with 8 pieces stacked in one portion. It is bigger than the mung bean cake, and tastes better than the mung bean cake. Le Fang's High has a high price because it has to make back the money earned from the store. There are many differences between selling many things in the store and selling them outside. If Suwon sells it outside, he only needs to make back the money earned from the raw materials. The current market price of flour is 5 coins per caddy, and 50 caddies is 2 taels of silver and 50 coins. Sugar is a hot commodity and is also expensive, costing 20 coins per caddy. Last time, she bought 10 kilograms of flour, which cost 2 taels of silver. Maltose was cheap, so she didn't spend much. Add to that the oil for frying noodles. As long as the oil is not dirty, it can be used repeatedly. According to the 8 yuan per bag of shakima, it is estimated that 50 kilograms of flour can make at least 300 bags. Even if it is sold at a low price, it will be 45 taels of silver, and she can make a net profit of more than 30 taels. This is indeed a good deal, and it is a sure win. At least in the market, she has absolute confidence that she can sell a lot. As for going to the village, the sales volume may be smaller. For rural families, 15 cents for a snack is still a bit distressing. But there are always a few wealthy families in every village, right? After understanding these things, Suwon gradually fell asleep. The next morning, she got up and told Su-yun and the others the price. They calculated it themselves and found that the profit was simply too high. Especially Su-yun. He thought that if this was the case, it would not take long for him to save enough money to open a restaurant. In Qinghe County, it would cost about 100 taels at most to open a restaurant. Suwon had a new way to make money, so she couldn't give up the soap business. The brothers and sisters used the remaining soap berries to make 50 pieces of hair soap. These 50 pieces of soap were worth 15 taels of silver. Soap was the most profitable, but the demand for daily necessities was not as great as that for food, so they couldn't be compared. Suwon also agreed to make a new mask for Jiangyu, but she was troubled by not being able to find good fabric. She rummaged through the boxes at home and found a few pieces of unused black fabric. She thought about stuffing some cotton in it to shape it and then sew it up. Shakima will be made in the afternoon. Everyone will work together to make and pack the shakima, and then they can sell it tomorrow morning. Then, as originally agreed, they will be divided into 3 groups. But at the same time, the Su family didn't know that guests were coming to their house. At the entrance of the village, a carriage suddenly appeared. It was Guyu, who came back. This time, the battle was not small. He brought 4 servants on the left and right, and a personal maid. When passing by the well in the village, many women were gossiping there. The carriage stopped, and the maid next to Guyu took a few packets of snacks over. Everyone was whispering and talking in a low voice. Our young lady invites the villagers to have snacks, pea yellow from Lefang's and osmanthus cake. Our young lady said that she grew up here and remembers everyone's friendship. I hope you will accept it. The maid who came to pass the message raised her head high, and when she said this, the corners of her eyes were raised. I didn't know if she was here to send away beggars. Everyone was also doing superficial work in front of them, knowing that they looked down on them. Who is your young lady? Some people didn't understand. Why didn't she say her name when she came? Which other family in our village has a rich young lady? The one from the old Su family. Now it's Miss Gu. Oh, then we won't be polite. Miss Gu has grown up under our eyes. Now she is the daughter of the richest man. How can she still remember us? The tone of the lady who spoke was also weird. Of course I remember. Our young lady is not someone who forgets her roots. The maid replied, still with a haughty look. Everyone unpacked the snacks, but didn't stuff them into their own mouths. Most of them wanted to take them home to feed their own children. After the carriage went away, everyone couldn't help but complain. Bah, who are you looking down on? Isn't she just a maid? Just a woman of low status. We are good citizens. She thinks she is a maid in the richest man's family and is so arrogant. Then, don't the maids in the palace think they are too arrogant? That's right. Guyu keeps saying that she remembers us country folks, but why doesn't she say it herself? She's still sitting in the carriage and acting arrogant. She's really good at pretending to be good, but deep down, she looks down on us country folks. TSK, what a great attitude. Did she come back to show off her wealth? In my opinion, her behavior is not as good as that of my biological daughter. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Although Su-won was a rich lady before, she did everything from washing clothes to cooking after she came back, and she did it very skillfully. She can also earn money for herself, and during the days she came here, she has also done a good job in serving the people in the village. There is no aunt who washes clothes by the river who doesn't like to chat with her. She can also blend in and can talk to anyone. Compared with Guyu, she used to be spoiled at home. Her brothers did all the housework, and she slept until noon every day and couldn't even cook. To be honest, country girls have to be more diligent so that it is easier to find a husband. No wonder. She is born rich, and it doesn't matter where she grows up. When Guyu came, Su-won was in the yard with Su-yun. The brother and sister were talking back and forth, discussing whether the uneaten rooster should continue to be cooked into soup or fried with soy sauce. When Jong-yu saw someone coming, he was in this posture again, so he went back to his room without saying a word. Su-won didn't say anything when he saw him, knowing that he didn't want too many people to see him. As soon as he knew that it was Guyu who came back, Su-won couldn't keep the smile on her face. If you don't like it, you don't like it. There's no need to pretend to like it very much. Everyone knows it in their hearts, and it saves trouble. Since ancient times, the first and second women have been incompatible. The maid helped Guyu down in a pink and purple chest-length skirt. The daffodils on the clothes were embroidered gorgeously, and the thread used was the best. There was a crabapple hairpin on her head, which swayed gently with her movements. After not seeing her for a long time, her skin has become better and whiter. She is also fatter than before, with flesh on her face. Clothes make the man, and if she dresses up carefully and applies the rules she has learned these days, her temperament will be revealed. In addition, she is not a low-key person. As expected of the heroine, she still has a somewhat attractive temperament, which Su-won generously admits. In comparison, she looks too poor. She wears Guyu's old clothes, which are gray and dusty. There is no decoration on her head. She doesn't know how to comb her hair, so she just combs a long braid. The identity has been changed back. Everything has been changed back. Su-won has no sense of gap. Everyone has returned to their respective positions, which is good. Su-yun was very happy to see her back, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. He hurried to pick her up, unable to hide his happiness. Yeah, you are back. Su Chun and Su Yi did not show such excitement. They stood on Su Wan's left and right. Su Yi glanced at Su Wan's expressionless face. She was staring straight at Guyu. She noticed that the fifth brother was looking at her, so she deliberately lowered her head and lowered her eyes, showing a lonely look. She couldn't lose this kind of secret competition. If she worked so hard for so long, she would still stand behind Guyu. Wouldn't she become a joke? Su Yi was indeed a little distressed when he saw this. His brows slightly frowned, and he looked at the excited Su Yun unhappily. He felt that he was very tactless. Su Chin patted Su Wan's shoulder, smiled at her, and silently comforted her. I missed you, so I came back to see you. Guyu walked up and took Su Yun's hand and shook it left and right, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. She smelled fragrant, her little face was rosy, like a peach, and she looked better and better. Su Yun saw that she was still on such a good relationship with him now, even if she came back to the Gu family as a rich lady, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart. I miss you too, yeah. Are you okay in the Gu family? Su Yun asked with a smile. Guyu nodded vigorously. I'm fine, fourth brother. My father and mother are very good to me, and everyone in the family is very good to me. As she said this, she subconsciously looked at Su Wan. At this time, Su Wan and Guyu's eyes finally collided with each other, and there was a silent collision of lightning and fire in their eyes. Guyu deliberately raised her head and looked at her with a proud attitude, with a hint of hostility in her eyes. But Su Wan was not an ordinary person either. She was calm on her face, smiled at her slightly, and nodded as a greeting. This calm temperament, compared with her deliberately pretended momentum, is obviously superior. Guyu lost in the first round, and she could only smile back at her. Seeing that her third and fifth brothers standing on her left and right had no intention of coming to greet her, Guyu was very angry at their lack of enthusiasm. After more than 10 years of getting along from childhood to adulthood, this affection can't even last for a few months? He got to know her so well so quickly, and Guyu felt so sour in her heart, thinking that she was not the only one. Third brother, fifth brother, how are you doing lately? Have you forgotten that you have a younger sister like me after not seeing you for a while? She tried her best to control her expression, still gentle, and even a little coquettishly called Su Chun and Su Yi. How could that be? You think too much, yeah.
Su Chun explained directly.
He just thought that since the fourth brother was so enthusiastic about her, if he went to pick her up in front of Su Wan, Wan would be unhappy. The eldest brother said that she had just returned not long ago and was very sensitive. If Yaya came back again, when the two met, they should first take care of Su Wan's feelings. After all, her relationship with everyone is not as good as Yaya's relationship with them for more than 10 years, and he was afraid that she would feel disappointed. Su Yi just smiled and said nothing. He really didn't know how to respond to this. I'll move a chair for you. He simply avoided the topic. Su Yi was originally the one who was the closest to her at home. He was rather dull, and when he was with Su Yun, she could only hear him chattering all day. As a result, Guyu could only see Su Yun in her eyes. They followed each other wherever they went. The relationship between them was the best. Facing the indifference of the fifth brother, Guyu did not take it seriously. In her opinion, among all the brothers, the fifth brother was the one who was the closest to her. It didn't matter whether he was rebellious or not. Sister Wan, I have heard of you for a long time. Guyu came over and took the initiative to talk to Su Wan and even took her hand. She called her sister as soon as she opened her mouth, which was full of green tea flavor. Don't say that. We were born on the same day. There is no saying who is older and who is younger. Don't call me sister. Just call me by my name. Refusing to get close to her, he would not fall for your tricks. He silently pulled his hand out of her hand and kept his distance. Guyu was a little embarrassed, so she used to smile to cover it up. Okay, actually I came back this time to bring you some things. I didn't take the clothes and jewelry you left at home. It would be a pity if no one wore them, so I told my mother to send them back to you. Seeing that the weather was getting cold, I didn't want you to have nothing to wear in the countryside. My mother also felt it was a pity, So, she packed all your things and asked me to send them back together.
I'll have someone move them to you.
Guyu was still smiling, speaking in a hoarse voice, a little artificial. She waved her hand and asked the maid next to her to move them, but was stopped by Su-won. I appreciate Miss Gu's kindness, but I have already made it clear to Madame Gu on the day I left. I don't want anything in the mansion. Just throw away those clothes if no one wears them. As for the jewelry, if you think they are an eyesore, you can sell them. I don't need to dress up so well in the countryside. It's inconvenient to do things. Su-won, although we have changed back now, the relationship between you and Mother for more than 10 years is not fake. How can you just say you don't want it? She often talks about you and wants you to go back to see her. Guyu pretended to be heartbroken. Seeing her like this, Su-won couldn't figure it out. Did she have to say that? Madame Gu wanted her to go back. But forget it. When she knew the truth, her attitude changed 180 degrees. She would feel better if she was directly hostile to her. She obviously hated her in her heart, so why pretend? Miss Gu, Madame Gu is only the mother of one person, and that person is you. I think I have lived a life of wealth and glory over the years by taking advantage of your identity, and I have gotten the advantage. From now on, Madame Gu will only have you as her daughter, and I am now the daughter of the Su family, and I have my own family to take care of. You said that Madame Gu wants me to go back, but I don't believe it. I know you are comforting me. She asked me to go back at the beginning without thinking of the mother-daughter relationship. She said that it was not enough that I had occupied your life for more than 10 years, and I still wanted to renew the mother-daughter relationship with her. This is unfair to you. I think she is right. I have already got a lot. It would be too greedy to ask for things that do not belong to me. So please, Miss Gu, take care of it. Madame Gu might miss her in her heart. The relationship of more than 10 years is not fake, but it is impossible for her to go back. Now she directly exposed Guyu's beautiful words and said them in front of her brothers, just to make them understand that the only ones she can rely on now are the Su family and their relatives. After Su-won finished speaking, her expression was a little hurt and lonely. Isn't it just pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy? Green tea usually uses tricks. She uses magic to defeat magic. Except for her emotions, every word she said is true. She is very good at this trick, and her 3 brothers all show distressed expressions when looking at her. I didn't expect Mrs. Gu to be so cruel, and she said to give up more than 10 years of feelings. This also caught Guyu off guard. She didn't expect her to say such words. For a while, her face was a little ugly, but she had to force a smile. Well, since you insist on this, I won't force it. Won, it's okay. You will have brothers in the future, and our parents. We will treat you well. Su-chun came over and touched her head to comfort her. Su-chun and Guyu had never been so close, and they had never had such physical contact, which made her feel a little disappointed and sour. That's right. Isn't it just beautiful clothes? When I open a restaurant and make money in the future, I will buy you as many as you want. Su-yun patted his chest and promised. He did not forget to look at Guyu. And you, yeah, I will buy you anything you like. Thank you. 4th brother Guyu took it for granted that Su-yun still had a brother-sister relationship with her. Okay, then I'll wait for 4th brother to fulfill his promise.
Su-won also responded to Su-yun.
Su-yi has no goal yet and is in a confused state. He really doesn't know which direction to realize his dream. Most people who learn painting start training from childhood and can worship famous teachers and scholars, but he is now at this age, and no one is willing to accept him as a student, right? So, he doesn't dare to promise anything now. But what he doesn't know is that talent is also a part of strength. He himself has not realized how outstanding his talent is. Su-yi moved out a lot of chairs, and everyone sat in the yard to drink tea. Guyu brought back a lot of snacks. They didn't refuse these foods, and they opened them and ate them openly. Guyu came back this time just for Su-won and to show her presence. When she was in Gu's house, she heard the maids who taught her etiquette and rules privately say that she was not as smart as Su-won and was slow to learn things, but she had been in the countryside for a long time, and some of her reserved habits were difficult to change. For example, Getting up early, she was used to being carefree in the countryside and sleeping late, and now it is really difficult to set rules for her to get up early every day. There are also some maids in the mansion who always say that Soo-won is prettier than her. Over time, after hearing such comparisons more and more, she disliked Soo-won more and more. She felt that she was not satisfied with occupying her life for more than 10 years, and she still wanted to interfere in her life after leaving. She was everywhere, which made her very upset. If she had not relied on the support of the Gu family since she was a child, and had been raised in the best way, if she had grown up in the countryside, she might not be much better, maybe not as good as herself. But Soo-won is also a victim. She was a newborn baby at the beginning. What does she know? It's all the concubine's fault. It's because of her jealousy that the two of them exchanged their lives for more than 10 years. Therefore, this time Gu told her mother that she would come back to send clothes. First, she knew that her mother still missed her, so she deliberately took advantage of her psychology. Otherwise, she would never allow herself to come back to the Soo family. She just wanted to suppress Soo-won and let her know that everything belongs to her. She is the most dazzling one. Everyone will stand on her side, and she, Soo-won, is the one who is isolated and helpless. However, she never thought that during the days when she was away, her close brothers were bribed by her one by one. They had clearly promised before that she was their sister. But she didn't understand that they promised her to be their sister forever, but they didn't say that she was the only one. Such words were too unfair to Soo-won. Fourth brother and fifth brother, your birthday will be in half a month. It's not convenient for me to come out all the time, and I may not be able to spend your birthday with you, so I prepared birthday gifts for you in advance. I hope you like it. Xiaoer, go and get the gifts I prepared for the fourth and fifth brothers. Guyu waved to the maids next to her, and the maids immediately went to the carriage to get things. Yeah, don't buy things for us all the time, lest Mrs. Gu finds out and she'll be unhappy. Soo-yun said in embarrassment. It's okay, fourth brother, this is all my own private money. She doesn't know. Guyu explained in a low voice. Soo-won was happy when he heard it and laughed out loud, as if the private money was not the money of the Gu family. Guyu saw her laughing, looked at her in confusion and asked, Soo-won, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something interesting, so I laughed. Don't bother me, just continue. Soo-won said it directly, which made her look too deliberate. People who are not stupid should understand. Xiaoer brought the things over, and Guyu unpacked them. They were 2 new sets of clothes, made of the most expensive cloth in the cloth shop. I forgot to say that the Gu family made their fortune by cloth art, and their weaving team is first class. In addition, there are some other businesses, ready-made clothing shops, tea houses, and the like. There are hundreds of acres of fertile land at home, and there are mountains at home, which are specially used to grow tea and fruit trees. Therefore, he can become the richest man in Qinghe County. However, the colors she chose are one dark blue and one dark green. The styles are similar, but the colors are more sophisticated. It is probably because they think that they are more resistant to dirt when doing things. But this is made of silk, and it costs several taels per foot, which is not the same level as the cloth they wear at a price of more than 10 coins per foot. Even if the color is stain-resistant, they can't afford to wear it, let alone wear it to work. Where can they wear such nice clothes? Sister Guyu, this gift is too expensive. We can't accept it, you take it back. Soo-yi refused directly, with a fake smile on his face. But this is the fabric and style I personally selected. It's my heart. Why would fifth brother refuse it? Guyu felt that she was very sincere when she said this. But the invisible comparison came out. Soo-won made clothes for them, saying that they should choose what they like. This made them feel respected. Soo-yun didn't like it very much, but because it was given by her, she liked it with a filter. You don't like it, but I like it. I accept Yea's kindness. He picked up his own copy, held it in his arms, looked at it, and touched it in front of her, showing that he really liked it. I hope it won't make Guyu feel disappointed. Soo-won watched from the side and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, people who care about him will always pay attention to her emotions. Soo-yi resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He accepted it, so he couldn't refuse it, so he also held his own copy. He didn't have a problem with Guyu. He just felt that he couldn't get along with her. By the way, fourth brother, don't you want to open a restaurant? I can give you all my private money, but it's considered a loan, and you have to pay me back when you make money in the future. And fifth brother, don't you want to learn painting? My father knows several celebrities, and you can ask him to introduce you to them. With fifth brother's talent, he will definitely be recognized by the celebrities and accept you as a student. Guyu's tricks and beautiful words really came out one after another, as if to show that she was considerate and thoughtful. Suwon kept complaining in her heart. But unfortunately, she made a wrong calculation again. Her starting point of wanting to help the fourth and fifth brothers was good, but unfortunately she said the wrong words and used the wrong method. Regarding the fourth brother's desire to open a restaurant, she had already taken the initiative and gave the fourth brother a good idea to make money by his own labor. Suwon suggested to him that he should share a certain percentage of the profits with him in the future. This would not only solve his capital problem, but also save his face and dignity, so that he would not feel that everything he had was obtained by others, but that he had also contributed his efforts and sweat. Compared with Guyu's direct charity, Soo-yun would never agree. Isn't her money the Gu family's money? How tough are the Soo brothers? They said they would not accept any benefits from the Gu family, and that's what they said. The clothes were accepted because Guyu said it was a birthday gift. It was a token of her kindness. She accepted it, but she didn't have to wear it. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. She couldn't beat Soo-won in this way. Sure enough, Soo-yun refused directly. No, yeah, I want to save money to open a restaurant with my own ability. I don't want your money, just keep it for yourself. If it is not achieved by your own efforts, then success is meaningless. But I lent you this money, fourth brother. After the restaurant is opened, it will also rely on your hard work to run it. I will not interfere anymore. Is this not okay? Guyu looked at him directly with a very puzzled look. I know that you are doing this for my own good and want to help me. I really appreciate your kindness. I am very happy that you have this intention, but in short, don't worry about it. He did not accept Guyu's direct help. It had nothing to do with whether it was Gu's family's money. Even if the money was not from Gu's family, he could not take it for granted. Borrowing was not okay because he could not enjoy the process of starting a business. In the original book, Soo-yun's restaurant was accumulated by his own part-time job. He has moved goods at the dock, worked in restaurants and washed dishes, and worked as a small vendor selling food. His efforts were never simply relying on others. Guyu was rejected, and the reasons were so sufficient that she could not refute it, so she turned her eyes to Soo-yi. Fifth brother can't refuse such temptation, right? Didn't he love painting the most? She had paved the way for his future, but he didn't want to take the smooth road. He didn't want the only chance to become famous. Fifth brother, what about you? I don't need it either, Sister Yaya. It's too late for me to become a disciple. As you said before, our family can't even afford paint and drawing paper. It's better to find something else to do to have a better future. Soo-yi's smile was far-fetched. It seemed that he still couldn't forget Guyu's doubts and distrust of him when he first showed his hobby. You used to live in the quagmire with us, so you couldn't empathize with my ideals. Now you have climbed out of the quagmire and become a superior person, but you look down at me in the quagmire with a condescending attitude and tell me that you have chosen a way out for me. So your dreams are all based on your situation? You have become a superior person, so you don't think such dreams are unrealistic. You are paving the way for him in the name of doing good for him. Isn't this a kind of derogation for Soo-yi? Maybe you are kind, but you really used the wrong method. Fifth brother, it's a good thing that you think so. I still say that my fifth brother is so smart, and he will be better at everything in the future.
Boom.
Guyu has completely stepped on Soo-yi's minefield. She thought he really listened to her words and was complacent there, but she didn't know that she had hurt her fifth brother again. Soo-yi couldn't hold back his smile. He hummed lightly, then got up and went to the toilet. Guyu didn't notice it at all, and she didn't pay much attention to Soo-yi, but went to chat and laugh with Soo-chun and Soo-yun. By the way, I brought you a good thing this time, especially Soo-won. You will definitely like it. Soo-won, who was eating cakes and was suddenly named, immediately looked at her, thinking, what's the matter? And her business? Then I saw the maid Showa holding a few pieces of familiar packaging and came over. When I got closer, I found that it was Suwon's goat milk soap. This is the most fashionable thing on the market now, goat milk soap. You can smell the sweet-scented osmanthus scent on me. I use this soap to wash clothes, and my body smells good after washing. I like the smell of sweet-scented osmanthus the most. There is also the one with goat milk scent, which is also very easy to use. It is the best to wash hands. After washing, your hands will be smooth and tender. Suwon, you are in the countryside every day, and your hands will definitely become rough, so it is best to wash your hands with this. I heard that there is a soap for hair washing recently, but I didn't buy it because there are too few. She had 2 soaps in her hands, 1 flower soap, 1 dyed goat milk soap, and 1 ordinary goat milk soap. Guyu was very excited when she said it, which showed that she liked this thing very much, but when she introduced it, the 3 brothers and sisters present looked a little embarrassed. 4th brother, what's your expression? Guyu asked when she saw him wanting to say something but hesitating. Suyeon put his hands on his thighs and rubbed them back and forth. It can be seen that he was so embarrassed that his toes could dig out a castle.
Ah, that.
Yeah, you may not know that these goat milk soaps are actually made by Wanwan. She came up with this idea and made these useful goat milk soaps and floral soaps. She also helped the family pay off the loan interest of Boss Zhang. I didn't expect you to use them too. Guyu couldn't laugh for a moment when she heard this. She became embarrassed and blushed with shame. She silently put the soap on the table, feeling that it was like a hot potato. She glanced at Suwon, who smiled at her heartlessly, and she was so angry that she clenched her hands under her sleeves tightly. Miss Gu, you just said that you were very sorry for not buying the hair soap. I still have a few pieces in stock. I will give you 2 pieces later.
The new ones are still drying.
If you like it so much, I will keep them for you in the future, so you don't have to worry about not being able to buy them. Suwon smiled very sincerely, and she was not afraid of making people faint on the spot. In that case, then thank you first. The words were said, and Guyu could only accept it. Unexpectedly, she came here specially today just to embarrass herself. She originally wanted to make Suwon feel inferior, but in the end, she became the one who made her feel inferior. It was nothing, just self-humiliation. The smile on Guyu's face was really far-fetched. Suwon had already gone back to the room to get her some soap. Fortunately, I saved a few pieces for my own use. It's better for you to come at the right time than to come early. Suwon was very considerate and packed the soap before giving it to her. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so amazing and be able to make such a good thing. I am ashamed of myself. Guyu did not reach out to take it, but signaled to the maid Choa next to her with her eyes. Choa stepped forward and snatched the soap from Suwon's hand. Her nails accidentally scratched a piece of skin on the back of her hand. A red mark instantly appeared on Suwon's white hand, and faint blood was oozing out of it. Suwon hissed, and Suchin came over immediately to pick up her hand to check, and Su-yi and Suyun also jumped up from their chairs. Wanwan, are you okay? Suwon shook her head. I'm fine, third brother, it's just a small problem.
Kyuere's attitude was unexpected.
She had an impression of this little maid. She used to serve her. Later, she made a mistake and was fined by the original owner for a month's salary. She held a grudge against her. Su-yi immediately ran back to the house to get medicine. Their family often worked and would hurt their hands, so the second brother bought ointment specially. How dare you kneel down? Guyu immediately scolded Choa when she saw this.
Kia knelt down reluctantly.
What are you doing? Why don't you apologize to Suwon quickly? After all, she was your master. How could you be so ignorant of the severity of your actions? Choa was originally defending Guyu and taking the opportunity to vent her anger. She didn't expect the young lady to be so angry. Miss Su, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers. If Suwon cared about this little thing, it would be her, who is not generous. It's okay. Since it was an unintentional mistake, it's not right for me to hold on to it. But you have to serve Miss Gu on weekdays. It's better to cut your fingernails so long, so as not to accidentally hurt Miss Gu. I know. Thank you, Miss Su, for reminding me. Chior still said reluctantly, pouting as if forcing her. Su-yi had already taken out the ointment for Su-won to apply. It may hurt a little, Won-won, bear with it. Fifth brother, don't be so nervous, it's not a big deal, it will heal later.
Su-won smiled helplessly.
Seeing the concern of the fifth brother for her, she was still very happy in her heart. It's bleeding, how can it not be serious? Su-chin echoed on the side. This scene hurt Guyu, and her face became paler. Su-yeon saw that Su-won was fine, so he comforted Guyu in return. Yeah, don't blame yourself, it has nothing to do with you. As he said that, he glared at Chior. Hearing this, Guyu just smiled at him awkwardly. She was on pins and needles at the moment, and she almost got up and left on the spot. Everyone sat in the yard for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward, until Chening Hong ran over happily. She was still outside the yard and heard her shouting. Yeah, you are back? She knew that her good sister had returned to the village, and she came to her to reminisce about the past, but Guyu did not show how happy she was. Ing-hong, long time no see, how are you? Chun-ing-hong ran over and held Guyu's hand. Guyu was a little disgusted, but it was difficult to let her go. I'm fine, what about you, are you okay in the Gu family? Of course I'm fine, my father and mother are very good to me. Guyu thought to herself, you are talking nonsense. Of course my biological parents are good to me. I really envy you. You have someone to serve you every day, and you have such beautiful clothes to wear. Unlike me, I can only work in the fields every day. Recently, my parents are arranging a marriage for me. They plan to marry me off in 2 years, but I don't want to get married at all. If I want to get married, I will only marry someone I like. Chun-ing-hong said this as soon as she came. She glanced at Su-yeon when she said the last sentence. But you are only 13 years old. In 2 years, you'll be 15. You are so young to get married? My mother said that it is best for girls to get married at the age of 17 or 18. I am not like you. I am spoiled by my family wherever I go. Our family conditions are not good. I have an older brother and a younger brother. If I don't get married when I am old, I can only stay at home and eat white rice. My mother wants to marry me off so that she can exchange the betrothal gifts for my brother to marry a wife. Chun-ing-hong is also a poor person. She was born in a family that favors boys over girls. Guyu showed sympathy on her face. Others said nothing. Anyway, it was none of their business. They didn't want to interfere in other people's family affairs. Besides, Su-won and Chun-ing-hong don't get along, so why worry about it? But at this moment, Guyu's aura of the heroine appeared. She thought about it and said directly to Chun-ing-hong, how about this, Ing-hong? You don't want to get married anyway. I'm usually alone in the Gu mansion, and I don't have anyone familiar to talk to. Why don't you come to work with me in the future? I'll give you a monthly salary, and when you find someone you like in the future, I'll let you go at any time and marry the person you like. When Guyu said this, Chun-ing-hong's eyes lit up instantly, and then her eyes turned red. Really, Yaya? Are you willing to save me? Of course, we are best sisters. If you are in trouble, how can I not help you? Chun-ing-hong hugged Guyu's waist and buried her whole body in her chest. Although Guyu disguised herself well, Su-won still saw her head tilted back. Yaya, you are so kind. You are the kindest girl I have ever seen. Seeing this, Su-yeon also smiled with relief. He thought that his Yaya was really kind and beautiful, which made him very happy. Su-chin also laughed. He glanced at Su-yi, who shrugged indifferently. Then go back and tell your parents now that I will give you 5 taels of silver every month, then pack your things and come back to Gu Mansion with me later. I will let Chior go with you. Guyu asked Chior to follow Chun-ing-hong to her house as a witness. Chior looked at Chun-ing-hong and felt that her position was threatened. Although she was very reluctant, she followed. When she arrived at Gu Mansion, if she dared to ask for the young lady's merit in front of her, she would definitely find a way to deal with her. What's more, she was also a personal maid, and only 4 taels of silver a month. Why should she take 5 taels? When Chun-ing-hong's parents heard that they would give her 5 taels of monthly salary, they agreed at the time and happily helped their daughter pack clothes. Chior said that these tattered clothes didn't need to be taken away, and she would naturally be given maids' clothes to wear when the time came. They said they were working for the richest man's family. They were so shabby. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Gu family? Chun Hong's family could hear that they were looked down upon.
They looked down upon them.
But because they didn't want to lose this high-paying job, they held back. Especially Chun Hong's mother. Her eyes popped out, but she didn't say a single bad word. Finally, after packing for a long time, they didn't have anything to bring, so they came with a flat bag on their back. After they came back, Guyu couldn't stay any longer and prepared to leave on the pretext that it was getting late. She had lost enough face today, and she didn't want to stay in this place that suffocated her. Finally, Guyu fled away, and Suwon was in a particularly good mood. Today's meeting with Guyu had shown obvious results, and her brothers had begun to move closer to her. Jiangyu was bored in the room for a long time. Suwon picked out a few untouched snacks brought by Guyu, cleaned them up, and made a bowl of tea with the tea she brought, and sent it to Jiangyu. Jiangyu was sitting at the table reading a book, his upper body sitting upright, but his lower body crossed his legs, looking like a dandy. Seeing her come in, Jiangyu raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Finally, you left. You still remembered me. Why does this sound so weird? What do you mean she still remembers him? You are such a big living person. How can I forget you? Come, try it. The snacks of Lefang's High are delicious. She brought him fresh flour cakes and osmanthus cakes. Jiangyu took a look and didn't touch the snacks, just picked up the tea and took a sip. He hadn't had tea in the Su family for so long, and suddenly, he had a sip of good tea. He was very satisfied at the moment. The best rain front Long Jing, your family still has such a wealthy relative? He couldn't help but joked. Not relatives, how can I say it? Anyway, it's a big pot of dog blood. Suwon didn't know how to explain to him. Her and Guyu's story can only be described as a dog blood. When she said that, Jiangyu suddenly became very interested in their story, mainly Suwon's story. Tell me, I'm willing to listen. You want to hear it, right? Okay. Suwon simply sat down and chatted with him. After telling him about her and Guyu being swapped since childhood, Jiangyu's brows were almost twisted into a ball. It was really bloody. All the stories in his aunt's storybooks were like this.
Now you know, right?
Jiangyu nodded and said, Yeah, I understand. This matter was a mess, but he had heard some of their conversation in the yard just now. What should he say about this Miss Gu? Although he hadn't seen her in person, he had a hunch that they were not of the same kind. If he met her in the future, he would continue to hide. Suwon didn't expect him to say anything. Anyway, he was curious, so she told him. Jiangyu had been sitting in the room for so long that he was really a little hungry. He ate a few pieces of cake with tea. It was a bit choking, not as delicious as shakima. Eat it, help with the work when you're full, and remember to bring out the bowl. Suwon didn't stay any longer, and was going to knead the dough with his fourth brother to make shakima so that he could sell it tomorrow. Guyu's sudden attack delayed him for a while, so he had to hurry up to work. She went to knead the dough and cut the noodles with Suyun first, while everyone watched the fire, boiled sugar, and cut the noodles into pieces before packaging. The first time she went to sell them, she made half of them first. 30 kilograms of flour actually produced 222 bags of shakima. Jiangyu continued to help light the fire. After the last practice, he was now the master of watching the fire. Suwon ordered to increase or decrease the size at any time, and he could control it. Okay, Jiangyu, you are getting more and more skilled now. Suwon joked with him. Thank you for the compliment. He actually agreed very naturally. It seems that he has become familiar with everyone during this period of time. The almond oil used for frying noodles can no longer be used to make soap. Although it is not delicious for cooking, it must be eaten up in accordance with the principle of not wasting. Another thing is that in order to ensure that the food is absolutely clean, every time the oil is used up, new oil must be used for frying next time. With more people, it will be faster to make, and after nightfall, only packaging is left. Suwon has already made the distribution. Tomorrow morning, Su-Chen and Su-Yun will split into 2 groups, 1 going south and 2 going north. Each person will take 60 packs of shakima to sell. Su-won and Jong-yu will take 100 packs and take them directly to the county market. There are many people in the county, so the demand is greater, so they will take more. Everyone has no objection and will do as Su-won said. But there is only one scale at home, and we have to borrow 2 scales. One, aren't there 2 more pieces? I'll take one to Jong the hunter, first to thank him for lending us a horse last time, and second to borrow a scale from him. It's not good to go empty-handed. Take another one to the village chief's house, and ask him for another one. What do you think? Su-chin was thinking about his master, and was looking for an excuse to send him cakes. Jong-yu heard that there was someone with the surname Jong in the village, and his brows frowned slightly. Su-won saw through it, but didn't say anything. She went along with his wishes. As for the village chief's house, they went there with things, so it didn't count as owing a favor. Okay, whatever you say. Third brother, be careful. It's too dark, be careful. Okay, I got it. Su-chin agreed with a smile. After he went out, Jong-yu asked the question in his heart. Is there anyone with the surname Jong in your village? Su-yeon heard this and immediately explained. Yes, there was a hunter in our village 10 years ago. He was a good hunter, but unfortunately, he was a bachelor and also surnamed Jong. He thought Jong-yu was just curious about someone with the same surname as him. Jong-yu understood, and his eyebrows were already considering. Su-won knew everything, but she didn't say anything, so let everything go naturally. It's not good for her to interfere too much. After working until night, everyone was hungry, and Su-yeon started to cook again. He stewed half of the rooster into soup, fried it, and got some pickled meat. When you are hungry, everything tastes delicious, and the steaming cage was scraped clean. At night, everyone went to sleep. Only Su-won was still working with a lamp. She also had to sew a mask for Jong-yu, stuffing it with cotton so that it wouldn't feel uncomfortable against her face. She placed it next to the hibiscus sachet overnight, and the next morning the mask was stained with the scent of hibiscus. Jong-yu was quite surprised when he received it, because the stitches of the mask sewed by Su-won were very neat. The most important thing was the faint scent of hibiscus on it, which made him particularly like it. Once this black cloth mask was put on, only a chin and a mouth were exposed. Good craftsmanship.
Jong-yu praised.
I'm glad you like it. When we get to the county, I'll take some time to go and have a look and buy some materials to make you a better one. This one is too sloppy. Su-won was still not satisfied. She was a person who pursued perfection. Are you so good to me? Jong-yu asked with an interested smile. For the sake of your help. Su-won answered very naturally. Jong-yu was in a good mood, and the expression between his eyebrows could not be hidden. Su-chan was about to leave, and he became more and more nervous, afraid that he would mess up. After all, it was his first time to go out and do business on his own. Last night he told his master about this. The master praised their family for having a good sister who would help them grow up. The master also said that he should indeed experience more. His personality was very dull. If a person wanted to achieve something, he should know how to socialize outside and not show his timidity. Others would naturally look up to your demeanor, so diplomacy was also a difficulty that must be overcome. The two brothers Su-yeon and Su-yi were very calm, and Su-yeon looked very excited. Su-won prepared a kettle for both sides so that they could drink on the way. She saw that the third brother was very nervous, so she went to comfort him. Third brother, just let it go. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. As long as you take this step, it's good. She could understand the tension of social phobia. Su-chin felt a little relieved when he saw her comforting him. He had been brainwashing himself in his heart. As long as others asked, he could just say it normally and he didn't have to shout. After breakfast, everyone set off separately. The 3 brothers had already left. They had to hurry on their way, so they couldn't delay. Su-won saw that Jong-yu hadn't put on the mask yet, so she urged him. Jong-yu, hurry up, we're leaving, put on the mask. Most people in the village had never seen Jong-yu, so the women who had seen Jong-yu praised his appearance as stunning, the kind that was in heaven and on earth. Jong-yu held the mask she made for him in his hand, smiled at her meaningfully, and then handed it to her. Can you help me tie it on, okay? When he made this request, his peach blossom eyes looked straight at him. Maybe he felt that these eyes looked too affectionately. Suwon couldn't resist it, and didn't dare to look directly at him, which made her a little embarrassed in the end. "You can tie it yourself." Suwon avoided his gaze. Her voice was small, and her ears were stained with a layer of light pink. Although her soul was already in her 20s, she had never been in love, nor had she been in such close contact with such a good-looking man, and her heart was still very pure. Seeing that she was shy, Jong-yu felt better. "Just help me," he deliberately dragged out the tone, so that the words sounded a bit like a spoiled child. "No, buddy, you turned into a little puppy in a second? What should I do?" Suwon's heart was beating so fast, and she accepted his request somewhat reluctantly. Holding the mask, she moved closer to him. Because of his height, Jong-yu bent down consciously. From a third-party perspective, it felt like an older brother teasing the little girl next door. There was a very obvious smile on the corner of his mouth. He moved his face down, and Suwon subconsciously leaned back. When he helped him put on the mask, his eyes did not move for a moment, and Suwon felt that her heart was twitching. She raised her hand to cover his eyes and pressed the mask, which had not yet been tied, on his face. "Close your eyes and don't look at me." She panicked. She was really panicked. Jong-yu couldn't help but chuckle, and the tone sounded very pleasant. "Okay, I won't look at you." Suwon moved her hand away, making sure he closed his eyes, and then quickly helped him tie the belt. She thought, "This man is poisonous. Why is he flirting with me for no reason? Doesn't he know what kind of monster he is? Okay, let's go. There will be a market this year, and there will be no seats if there are too many people. Today is the market day, and many people in the village must be going to the county, so they have to hurry to grab a seat. 100 portions of shakima have been packaged and placed in the basket, 50 on each side." Jong-yu was wearing short country trousers, and today his hair was in a high ponytail, giving him a youthful look. With his temperament, it was a bit incongruous to carry a load on his shoulders, as he looked too much like a young man in distress. But he seemed to be quite relaxed and was able to keep up with Suwon, who was holding his own scale and jogging in front, thus occupying 2 positions. Because their things took up a lot of space, and today was the same, they had to pay a few more coins according to the rules. There were already a few women sitting on the ox cart, and when they saw Suwon coming, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Su's daughter, are you going to the city to sell soap again today?" "No, I made some snacks to sell. It's a good opportunity for everyone to have a taste. The New Year is coming soon, and my family has to buy candies to entertain guests. If you like, I can give you a discount since we're from the same village." Suwon sat on the ox cart. As soon as Jong-yu put the things away, Suwon took out a bag of shakima and opened it. She never missed any opportunity to make money and do favors. If she had good relationships with the villagers, she would have fewer trivial and dirty things. Including Old Hong, there were 3 other aunties on the car besides her and Jong-yu. "What snacks? Let's take a look." These aunties became interested, mainly because they were attracted by the free tasting. "Shakima, come. Each of you try one. Grandpa Hong, you try it too." Old Hong was already familiar with Suwon and naturally took her candy and stuffed it into his mouth, eating half of it in one bite. After eating, he showed a pleasant surprise. He had bad teeth, but the shakima was not hard, but soft, sweet, fragrant, and delicious. "Well, Su girl, did you make this yourself?" "Yes, Grandpa Hong. Is it delicious?" "It tastes very good, better than the snacks sold in the county. You have good cooking skills. How much does this pastry cost?" Grandpa Hong has a grandson at home, and he likes to eat sweet things, so he is thinking about buying some for his grandson. "I sell it for 15 cents a bag in the market. We are all from the same village. I will charge you 12 cents to protect my capital." Suwon started to promote it, especially these aunts. When they heard that they were given a discount of 3 cents, they couldn't suppress their desire to take advantage. In fact, even if it was 12 cents, Suwon would still make some money. After a pound of flour was distributed, she could make several portions, and her portion was not too big, mainly because the oil paper was not big enough.
So cheap?
Lefeng's High-S osmanthus cake also costs 15 won, but it's not as delicious as yours. "How about this? You give me one first." "I want one too." After tasting the taste, the three aunts began to take out their wallets. Suwon started collecting money while sitting on the ox cart. His focus was on the cakes, so they didn't have the energy to gossip about Jiangyu for a while. Aunties, go back to the village and talk to everyone. As long as you are from our village, it's 12 won to buy cakes from me. Okay, what's your name? Sha something horse?
Chima.
Suwon explained to them. Jiangyu watched Suwon being so popular, her little mouth chattering, and she started to make money in just a few words. He thought she really had a talent in this area and was very good at controlling people's hearts. After everyone talked about Sha Chima, they began to pay attention to Jiangyu again. Seeing that he was wearing a mask, they were very curious about his appearance. The main reason was that these aunts were far away from the Su family on weekdays, and they could only hear about many gossips from others. I heard that a cousin of the Su family came to the Su family. He was so handsome that he came to propose marriage to Suwon and cultivate their relationship. Su family girl, have you settled your affairs? What's the matter? Suwon was still thinking about it. After a while, she went to the county and took out 2 portions of shikima and cut them into small pieces for free tasting. Then she heard the auntie closest to her ask her this. It's about you and your cousin. People in the village say that this is the marriage arranged by your parents for you. Although some people like to joke with Jiangyu and say that they want to introduce a girl to him, no one jokes about it after they know that he and Suwon are a couple. After all, Suwon is also a member of the gossip group by the Yengao Creek. They still give him face. Suwon has taken a lot of advantages from them. For example, goat milk soap is so popular and expensive in the county, but they buy it very cheaply. Suwon felt a group of black lines falling from her forehead after hearing what they said so outrageously. She hurriedly explained, It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My cousin just came to play with my brothers and help us with some things. I'm still young. Why would you get engaged? You're not young anymore. It's time to get engaged at the age of 13. You should get along well for 2 years and temper each other. Only then can you live more smoothly after getting married. In ancient times, it was almost time. Many country girls got married at the age of 15 or 16, and those who were 18 or 19 were called old girls. I really misunderstood Aunt Zhao. It's really not true. Suwon was eager to explain. Jiangyu was like nothing had happened. He just picked up a dogtail grass from the roadside and put it in his mouth. He put 1 foot on the car and 1 foot down. He looked like a ruffian and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. He didn't help to explain and automatically ignored Suwon's look for help. Suwon was so angry that she quietly twisted his arm with her hand. The force was neither too strong nor too weak, which was considered to vent her anger. Jiangyu did not even frown, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The wind blew his hair across Suwon's face from time to time, which made her feel itchy. She irritably brushed it away with her hands. Suwon couldn't explain it clearly, so she simply gave up. Seeing the two of them like this, Aunt Zhao laughed at how good they were at flirting as young people, and she could never go back to her youth. So, Suwon listened to them talking about the benefits of getting married early along the way, even talking about children. Old Hong was driving the car in the front, listening and laughing, and the atmosphere in the car was quite good. After finally arriving at the county town, Jiangyu carried the things on his shoulders. The dogtail grass had been thrown away by him. When he was rushing to the market, Suwon asked him why he didn't explain. Jiangyu took a matter of course. This misunderstanding is very good. In the future, they will never always want to introduce us to the girl and the man and be happy. If we were not together in the future, I was abandoned by you. Before not together, others would only say that she was abandoned.
Well,
Jiangyu was quite fast. He didn't hesitate at all, and his tone was relaxed, as if this was just a word for him. But Suwon was stunned in his heart, knowing that he was joking, but she still blushed.
You
said that. How can you just say it casually? She stuttered. Seeing that she couldn't help teasing, Jiangyu's face turned red with anger, and he quickly stopped. Don't worry, your parents haven't admitted it personally, and in the end, they can only spread it themselves. You have explained it, and I don't think you will stay in Yengao for a long time. You won't be able to hear what they say in the future. Anyway, he didn't intend to explain, so Soo-won gave up. Thinking about it carefully, they didn't admit it to the public, and it was just their own guess. What do you mean I won't stay in Yangao for a long time? What do you mean? Looking back, Soo-won tasted that there was something wrong with this. But Jiangyu didn't intend to explain. Nothing, intuition. In his opinion, Su Jing wanted to take the imperial examination. With his ability, it was only a matter of time for him to enter the official career. Su Mu was also a skilled doctor and very talented. He still wanted to repay him and let him go to a broader world. Su Chun is a martial artist. His martial arts skills are not low, but he hides his clumsiness. He is also a martial artist. They sleep together every night, and he has seen it long ago, but he doesn't know who his master is. And Suyin wants to open a restaurant. With his cleverness, he can find a master to teach him, and with his unique secret recipe, it is just a matter of time before he can make a name for himself. And Su-yi is a real talent. He has no foundation and no teacher to teach him, but he can draw at such a level. Jiangyu saw it with his own eyes and was really convinced. Su-won's business mind is even more powerful. He knows how to grasp people's hearts, find opportunities, and is very good at doing favors. It is only a matter of time before he becomes rich. How can this family of dragons and phoenixes stay in such a small village for a lifetime? Jiangyu, who grew up in a pile of smart people, is also very accurate in judging people. He himself is a smart person. Su-won didn't continue to ask him, because when she arrived at the market, she grabbed a stall with a good location and put out the shikima with Jiangyu. She took out 2 portions of shikima, cut them into small pieces, and put them out for free tasting. Just now, 4 portions were sold on the bus, 1 portion was eaten, and now 2 more portions are taken out, leaving 93 portions. When this thing was put out, many people came to watch the fun because they had never seen it before, so they were curious. What is this? We make our own pastry at home, called shakima, clean and hygienic, soft, glutinous, sweet, and with plenty of small ingredients. Anyone interested can try it. If it tastes good, buy it back for the elderly and children to try, and you can also bring it to relatives. Seeing the business people coming, Su-won started to promote it very familiarly and gave everyone the small pieces of shakima that he had just cut to taste. There were many people in the market, and people from all over the country came to this market, and soon it was surrounded by people. After eating, everyone said it was delicious and started to ask the price. 15 cents a portion. You won't suffer a loss, you won't be cheated, and it's fair to everyone. Su-won took out the scale, put the shikima on it, and weighed several portions for everyone to see. The weights were all about the same. This is why she took out the scale, and the main point is sincerity. When everyone sees that there is no deviation, they will be more willing to buy, and there will be no saying that the price is the same, but the quantity is different. 15 cents is a bit expensive. Can it be cheaper, little girl? In the crowd, some people felt that the things were expensive and wanted to lower the price, but how could Su-won lower it just like that? This is the bottom line, and it must be maintained. Once it is agreed to for the first time, there will be a second time. Big sister, this is not expensive. My snacks are better than those on the market, and the portions are larger than them. It is very cost-effective. And you can see that the ingredients I use are very expensive. You have to let us earn a little, right? Su-won did not specify that it was Le Feng's high when she was talking about the market, so it was not considered to offend others. Those who are richer think the price is pretty good, so they pay more quickly. Give me 2 first. I want 1 too. Everyone started to pay. They had tasted it and thought it tasted good and cost-effective before buying it. There were also some slaves who came out to buy from the landlords. Most of them worked in the kitchen. When they saw new snacks on the market, they would buy 2 to take back to their masters to try them out, so as to please them and get rewards. They bought several at a time. With a rich master, they were generous. Everyone was in a mood to watch the fun. Seeing so many people gathered here at Su-won, many people came to join in the fun. Seeing that everyone bought, some people followed suit. They spent money inexplicably while watching the fun. This is just like watching live broadcasts in modern times. You spend money while watching. Su-won guessed it very accurately. The closer it is to the end of the year, the more people will go to the market on the street. This is not a big deal. After a while, there will be more. They will not come every day. There are 4 markets in a month anyway. This is the first one. Just come on market days. She was very busy here, so she asked Jiangyu to be in charge of collecting the money. He must count it clearly and not do a loss-making business. Jiangyu was clear-headed and was very serious when collecting money. He would let Suwon give it to the customers only after counting the money for the 2 portions. However, in less than an hour, the cakes they brought were almost sold out. The next market will be in 7 days, and I don't know what the situation is with the 3rd brother and the others. There are only about 30 portions left now, and there are not as many people as at the beginning, so just sell them slowly. Jiangyu was not busy anymore, so he told Suwon that he was leaving for a while.
Van, I'm sorry.
He didn't say the reason. He knew Suwon wouldn't ask more questions. Sure enough, Suwon nodded and didn't ask anything. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Jiangyu was still a little hesitant. He left her here alone, fearing that she would get into trouble. Go, I'm fine. Suwon knew that he still had subordinates in Qinghe County, and he should go to make arrangements to report his safety. After all, he had disappeared for more than 2 months. The people of Qinghe County are all very simple and enthusiastic. There is a good official in charge here, so the folk customs here are simple and honest, and the public security is also very good. Because the lives of the people are generally acceptable, there are not many people who do bad things. After Jiangyu left, several waves of people came one after another and sold all the remaining shikima, leaving none. Suwon stayed there and waited for him obediently. Perhaps it would not be long before Jiangyu would leave. He could not stay in this small county forever. 2 more portions were cut for tasting before. 90 portions of shikima were sold for 13 taels of silver and 50 coins. Su Chun went to the nearest village of Yanguoo, which is next to Yanguoo. This village is much larger than their village and has more people. He walked for half an hour to get here. On the way, many people looked at his unfamiliar face. He was tall and handsome. In the surrounding area, there are always many families with daughters of marriageable age. When they see such a boy, they can't help but pay attention to him. Su Chun was still a little embarrassed and found a crowded place to stop. He put the things there and took out the shakima that he had prepared for tasting. Everyone was looking at him, pointing and whispering, which made the socially anxious person even more suffocated. But thinking of what his master said, and thinking of Wanwan's expectations of him, he felt that he couldn't hold her back. If the things couldn't be sold later, he would be embarrassed to go back. So he tried to start shouting. Selling cakes. His voice was a little low, and his face turned red when he said this. If there hadn't been a curious person who came up to watch the fun, he would have been even more embarrassed. Young man, what are you talking about? The old lady asked him, and when she saw someone coming, Su Chun quickly answered while the iron was hot. I'm here to sell cakes. What? What to sell? The old lady put her ear close to ask. Su Chun's voice just now was not small, so it made no sense that he couldn't hear it. He was lucky, and he ran into a hard-of-hearing old lady as soon as he arrived. So, he could only shout even louder. Auntie, buy some cakes, they are delicious. Try some? He said seriously, handing over the sample. The old lady heard it and reached out to eat it. At this time, other people also gathered around and tried the shakima. There were quite a lot of people chatting and gossiping here. Now, they didn't have to go to the fields to work, so they gathered together to chat. In a moment, 2 samples of shakima were eaten, and everyone showed a surprised expression. This cake is delicious, sweet and soft, and there are dried red dates and raisins in it. Su Chun watched them eat everything, but no one asked the price. Just when he was so anxious that he didn't know how to start, someone asked, "Young man, what's the name of your cake? How do you sell it?" Su Chun saw hope and quickly answered, "My cake is called shakima, made at home, very clean, 15 cents a piece, very cost-effective. It's the new year. Everyone can buy some to take home for the elderly and children to eat, or take it to visit relatives. Everyone can try it." He was like reciting a book, pouring out the words Suwon taught him like beans, speaking a little fast, sweat on his forehead, and his face was red from head to tail. Everyone laughed at the young man, and someone joked, "Oh, which village is this young man so shy? Look, his face is red."
Auntie, I'm from Yang Ao. Shuchenan Serdanisli.
Everyone laughed, laughing at his honesty. "So you're from Yangao, so it's close. Are you engaged? There are many hardworking and pretty girls in our village. Do you want to meet them?" Faced with such a handsome young man, who looked healthy, the standard for rural people to choose a son-in-law was like this: hardworking, handsome, and motivated. Su Chun also ran a small business, which of course made people excited. Su Chun was almost embarrassed to death. How could selling a shikima be related to the matter of engagement? Okay, don't tease the young man. If you like him, just ask around and ask the matchmaker, right? An old man helped to solve the problem, and Su Chun felt as if he had been pardoned. 15 cents. Can it be less, young man? The ladies began to bargain. Auntie, no bargaining. We have to make back our costs. The cakes in the county are also priced at this price, and the portion is not as large as ours. This was also taught by Su Wan. She had predicted everyone's predictions.
Everyone thought about it after hearing this.
They had just eaten it. It tasted really good and sweet. They were willing to put in more ingredients. Moreover, they were willing to let you try it before buying it. Unlike in the county, there was no such thing as tasting. There were still many people willing to pay, and everyone gave Su Chun face. Most of them took one back. Some went back and told their neighbors next door. After going back and forth, they actually sold more than 40 copies at one time. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, and there were more than 10 copies left. He sat there for a while and then went to other places to wander around, and they were actually sold out. The main thing is that the food is delicious and cost-effective, so there is no need to worry about selling it. Su Yun's side was very smooth. He was also a good talker, so naturally, he didn't worry about having no business. Back to Su Wan's side, she finished buying things and waited for Jiang Yu for half an hour before she saw him come back. However, after more than half an hour, this guy had changed his clothes. He wore a purple robe and took off his coarse linen clothes and returned to his elegant appearance. But he was considered low-key. There was no decoration on his waist. The headband on his head was replaced with the most ordinary wooden hairpin. The fabric of his clothes was not the same level as the one he wore on the day he rescued him. The price was much lower. He also wore a mask made by Su Wan on his face. He was carrying a bag on his back. He should still plan to continue living in the Su family. When he walked over from a distance, Su Wan didn't recognize him, if it weren't for the mask. Jiang Yu saw that her eyes were following him without blinking, and he found it very interesting. "Why, you don't recognize me after changing your clothes? Where did you get the money?" Su Wan asked knowingly to see what he would say. "I still have a bead on me that is worth some money, so I took it to the pawn shop. I have to find a way to pay the consultation fee and medicine fee owed to Dr. Su, right? And during this period of time, I have been eating and drinking for free at your house, so I have to pay some money to justify it." His fabrication was quite convincing. She knew what he had on the day he rescued him, right? Okay, let you pretend. Su Wan won't expose her, and she can't expose her. If she knows everything, it will be very suspicious. Sometimes you have to be a fool. Okay, I've sold everything too. Let's go buy some things and go back. Su Wan planned to buy dozens of kilograms of flour and sugar to prepare for the stock. Well, I have to go to see Dr. Su again, and I will give him the consultation fee in person. Jiang Yu has prepared the silver, and he wants to give it to Su Mu in person to express his gratitude. Just now, he had someone write a letter to invite people to come and pick up the treasure. Su Wan nodded, and the two of them started to pack up. At this time, another middle-aged man in a silver-gray robe and a beard came in a hurry. He called Su Wan breathlessly. "Girl, wait a minute." Su Wan turned around and looked at the breathless middle-aged man in confusion.
Who are you?
It's like this, I want to order a batch of cakes from you. The man came up and explained his purpose, without any hesitation. Su Wan recognized the uncle. He was the one who just came to sell cakes and bought 3 at a time. Did the business come to him so quickly? Well, let's go to a quieter place to talk. It's too noisy here. The uncle continued to suggest. This is a market, and the voices are noisy. Su-won and Jong-yu looked at each other, not knowing whether to agree or not. Jong-yu squinted his eyes and looked at the man. After confirming that he didn't know martial arts, he nodded to Su-won and signaled that she could go. Su-won was also cautious. With Jong-yu by her side, she nodded and agreed. He is the second male lead, with strong martial arts skills. He can easily deal with some minions, right? So, the two followed the uncle to a quiet tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and started to talk. It's like this. I'm the housekeeper of Mr. Hua's mansion. Our Mr. Hu will be 50 years old in 5 days. We will have a banquet to entertain guests. Happy events must have candies and snacks to entertain guests. I just bought your cakes today. After eating them, our Mr. Hu is very satisfied. He plans to order your cakes for the birthday banquet. The snacks from Lefangshai are boring after eating too much. Mr. Hu wants to make some fresh cakes to eat. Look, Mr. Hua is very satisfied with the cakes you made, so he asked me to come to you to order 150 copies and send them to our mansion in 4 days. Mr. Hua's 50th birthday, when guests from all directions come to celebrate. Most of them are business people. Everyone likes to compare. The same old osmanthus cakes, mung bean cakes, and the like. They are not fresh. Mr. Hua wants to make some new things to show off. When Su-won heard that it was a big business, she was very happy. She saw the results on the first day of setting up the stall. She was so happy in her heart, but she was deliberately suppressing it. But in 4 days, can you make it in time? The uncle said, and began to worry that Su-won didn't have enough time. He had to go to Lefangshai to order osmanthus cake 10 days in advance. He dared to guarantee that the little girl could not refuse this big order, but he was worried that she would not be able to make it in time. Su-won hurriedly shook her head when he heard this. No problem. 4 days are enough. We can deliver 150 copies on time. Shakima is easy to make. They can make 200 copies a day, which is nothing. But we have to collect a deposit. After all, we are a small business with high costs and we dare not take risks. Su-won then put forward his own requirements. Of course, according to your pricing, 150 copies is 22 taels of silver and 50 coins. I will pay you half of the deposit, 11 taels. Do you think it's okay? The housekeeper was also very easy to talk to. However, Su-won's request was normal and in accordance with the rules, and he had no reason not to agree. Then I'll give you our address, and we'll do honest business. Su-won couldn't just take the deposit and leave. If they couldn't find him at that time, they would still be worried. No need. Mr. Hua in our family is a kind-hearted man. He doesn't need to distrust you for such a small amount of money. The people in Chinga County are simple and honest. We trust you. Unexpectedly, the housekeeper refused directly. Yes, 11 taels is nothing for their conditions. He has prepared the silver and has written a deposit form. 150 shaki ma must be delivered to the Hu mansion in the west of the city before the afternoon 4 days later, and the balance will be paid at that time. Su-won's trip was worth it. He opened up the business of custom orders at once. I believe there will be more and more such orders in the future. This business was negotiated happily. After sending the housekeeper away, Su-won began to laugh. She had been pretending to be serious just now. Haha, Jong-yu, do you think I am awesome? She said at the beginning that many families had weddings to hold near the end of the year, and they must order shaki ma. Sure enough, she guessed it right. She had a harvest on the first day. Seeing her expression of seeking praise, Jong-yu also smiled. Well, great. She is indeed great. She is very good at identifying business opportunities and grasping them. Let's go. I'll take you to find your second brother. Su-won took the lead and walked out of the tea house. When the housekeeper left just now, he had left the tea money to the waiter. Jong-yu followed obediently behind, and the two went all the way to Jishan Hall. Su-mu was quite free today, so he was flipping through some books about medical skills in the shop, reading them very seriously. He was quite surprised when Su-won came, and he was even more surprised when he saw Jong-yu following her. He didn't expect that they would appear here at this time. Su-won, why are you here? He put down the book in his hand and walked out from the counter. Jong-yu wants to see you for something. Su-won pointed at Jong-yu behind him, and Jong-yu nodded at him. Sumu looked at Jiang Yu's outfit and guessed what he was here for. After greeting the doctor in Jishintang, Sumu took Su Wan and Jiang Yu to the backyard to talk. He lived with several waiters in Jishintang for people in one room. He was an apprentice and his monthly salary was not high. He was mainly here to learn the skills. There was a small courtyard behind the medicine hall, and the three of them sat here to talk. Sumu first took Jiang Yu's pulse. His body had recovered a lot, but his internal injuries still needed to be recuperated, and it was not suitable to use his true energy. The recovery is good. That's still thanks to the medical skills of Dr. Su and the care of Wan and the others. Jiang Yu said politely. When Sumu heard that he also called him Wan, he couldn't help frowning and then looked back and forth at the two. He had only been away for these days, so they were so familiar. It's mainly because you have a good physique and you made it through. Sumu didn't say nice words. This was the truth. Su-won automatically ignored the look in his second brother's eyes until Jiang Yu took out 2 silver bills from his arms. One for Sumu and one for Su-won. This is the consultation fee owed to Dr. Su, and this is the board and lodging expenses for the days at the Su family. 2 silver notes of 100 taels. This is a bit too generous. It would not cost so much money just to collect the consultation fee, and there are also food and lodging expenses. The conditions of the Su family are not good, and the food and accommodation are also poor, which is not worth 100 taels. This is too much. We can't accept it. Su-mu and Su-won refused in unison, not a word wrong, and they themselves felt incredible after saying it. This tacit understanding, it's really brother and sister. I said before, just calculated according to the consultation fee charged by ordinary doctors, not to mention that I am not a serious doctor, including the medical expenses, it is not as much as 100 taels. Yes, and the food expenses are too much, you don't eat well, or live well in our house. I charge you 100 taels. Isn't this a complete profiteer? The brother and sister refused one after another, and they had reasons. Jiang Yu was helpless. He held his forehead and continued. It doesn't matter how much money is. What matters is friendship. The Su family saved my life. What could be greater than such a favor? I feel that I gave too little and I feel uneasy. You can't ask for so much. Our brother and sister only need 100 taels together, and you can take the remaining 100 taels back. He said it was friendship, but what they wanted was the bottom line. Doctors treat illnesses and save lives. If I have to charge a high consultation fee just for saving your life, then won't I have to ask for generous rewards for everyone I save in the future? In this way, it goes against the virtue of a doctor's benevolence. Won't those poor people who get sick have to wait to die because they can't afford to pay the money? Sumu's words were too noble, and Jiang Yu suddenly felt that he had no vision. I really can't convince you two, brother and sister, so I'll do as you say. But we're friends now. I'll treat the Su family's affairs as my own in the future. I hope you don't be shy about telling me if you have any difficulties. This was Jiang Yu's promise to them. This family was full of righteous people, and it was a great honor for Jiang Yu to meet them. So he took back a silver note, and Sumu turned around and gave the silver note to Su-won. Wan, keep it. This silver note can be used by my eldest brother to take the exam. This solved an urgent problem. Speaking of his eldest brother, Su-won thought that he had to bring his parents back quickly so that they wouldn't be tired outside. If they delayed any longer, Su's father would break his leg before the end of the year. There were still 2 months left, so it was still in time. He quickly asked his third brother to pick them up. Now that the family had a business, they didn't have to worry about their livelihood anymore. The brothers had grown up and didn't need to worry about it anymore, so they naturally didn't have to continue working outside. Okay, got it. Su-won didn't act pretentiously. Since it was for her eldest brother, she accepted it. Jiang Yu, what are your plans for the future? Su-mu wanted to know what he was going to do next. I want to stay at the Su family for a while to recover from my injuries, so I'll have to bother you for a while. I'll leave before the end of the year. Jiang Yu still had some unfinished business to figure out. He came to Qinghe County to find someone, and now he has some clues, just waiting for verification. Moreover, she didn't want to leave her current life too quickly. The rare peace made people nostalgic. Jiangyu glanced at Su-won, who was talking to Su-mu, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether he was staying because of the person or because of the piece. In Su-mu's opinion, maybe he had to stay at the Su family, but they had already paid a large amount of food expenses, so he couldn't say anything if he stayed for a while. Okay, I'll prescribe some medicine for you to treat your internal injuries later, and you can stay at the Su family for now. Thank you, Dr. Su. Jiangyu clasped his fists towards him. Su-won told Su-mu about what happened recently. Su-mu heard that she had thought of a new way to make money and had just received an order of more than 20 taels, and couldn't help but admire her cleverness a little more. I have to admit that Su-won is a girl with a lot of ideas. She not only has ideas, but also has excellent practical ability. She can do what she says and see the results immediately. I don't deny that Su-won is indeed a lucky star. Since she came back, the economic conditions of the Su family have been getting better and better. Seeing that the time is almost up, Su-won still has to go shopping for a lot of things, so she won't stay any longer. Okay, second brother, we'll leave first. Take good care of yourself. Before leaving, Su-won took a few taels of silver and stuffed them into Su-mu's pocket, but Su-mu refused to take them. I have food and shelter every day, so I don't need to carry silver in my hands. Take some silver with you, just in case it's needed. Su-won saw that he was alone outside and still had to have silver with him, so she insisted on letting him take it. Su-mu refused no matter what he said. I'll go back in a few days, I don't need silver, and I've received my monthly allowance, so I still have money on me. Since he refused to take it, Su-won didn't force it anymore. Su-mu sent them out of Jishan Hall and went back only after they walked away. Looking at the two figures, one tall and one short, Su-mu fell into deep thought. There are many stories about a talented man and a beautiful woman, but being well-matched is a strong obstacle. Both of them are men and women in their throbbing years. If they spend every day together, will they really not develop feelings for each other? Also, Jiangyu is not an ordinary citizen. Are he and Su-won really suitable? In his opinion, Su-won is a clear-headed girl with a strong opinion and personality. He just hopes that she will not be blinded by feelings. After Su-won left Jishan Hall, she began to buy ingredients: 50 kilograms of flour, 20 kilograms of sugar, sesame seeds, dried red dates, raisins, and a stack of oil paper. After returning, let the third brother go to the mine where Su's father and mother are, pick them up, and stay away from danger, and then talk about business. Anyway, no matter how important the matter is, it is not as important as the safety of parents. Fortunately, there is Jiangyu, a free laborer, but her strength is still too small, so she can only trouble him with peace of mind. Dressed so decently but carrying a load on the street, the contrast is really obvious. It was agreed that he would change his mask, but when he went to buy materials, he found ready-made masks for sale. In a jewelry store, there were several masks that didn't fit in the corner and were covered with dust. Among them, there was a brown leather mask that was very suitable for Jiangyu. The shopkeeper said that because many people had scars on their faces that they wanted to cover up, they made masks to sell, but no one bought them, so they could only be placed in the corner to collect dust. Seeing that Su-won wanted it, the shopkeeper said that he would give her a discount and she could just give her 10 cents and take it away. Su-won looked at Jiangyu and wanted to ask for his opinion. Jiangyu didn't care. In fact, he liked the mask Su-won made for her very much, but if she insisted on buying it, he would not stop her. Buy it if you want. You wear it, not me, so of course I have to ask your opinion. Jiangyu was choked by her and was actually a little speechless. Then do you like it? Seeing that he couldn't speak, Su-won simply asked him the same question. I like it, of course I don't like it. Jiangyu felt that if she was willing to buy it for him, he would still like it very much. It was not the first time for him to receive a gift from a girl, most of which were priceless, but he was not surprised. But he was very happy to receive Su-won's gift. I don't know why, it was obviously a very ordinary gift, not worth a lot of money, maybe because the gift was small but the sentiment was great. Su-won paid 10 cents neatly and gave him the mask. Wear it yourself, I won't help you again. Putting the mask in his hand, Su-won turned around and left first, fearing that he would make these unreasonable demands again. Jiangyu chuckled and stuffed the new mask into his clothes, not in a hurry to put it on now. The two of them left the city one after the other, and waited for a while at Lao Hongdo's place, and went back only after everyone arrived. It was afternoon when they returned home. Unexpectedly, Su Chun and Su Yun had returned, and all the shikima were sold out. Su Wan was not surprised that Su Yun and others could complete the task, because Su Yun was a community bull, but Su Chun's performance was what made him happy the most. Wan, this is the money we made from selling shikima today. Su Chun took out more than 8 taels of silver, and Su Yun also had more than 8 taels. Third brother is amazing. He sold out all the shikima on the first try. Su Wan praised him generously. Su Chun scratched his head embarrassedly. No, it's just that the villagers are very nice and supportive. I didn't do anything. Another thing is that the snacks made by Wan are delicious. He was quite humble. After taking this step today, he didn't seem so nervous. Third brother, you are so humble.
Suhan laughed, Hereyebros jurved.
She then told everyone about the order she received from the Hua mansion on the street. Su Yun was overjoyed when he heard it, and felt that he was one step closer to leaving the restaurant. Tomorrow, the 4th and 5th brothers will continue to sell goods in other villages. As for the third brother, please stop for a few days. I want you to bring my parents back. Now our family has a profitable business. There is no need for them to do hard labor outside. I want them to come back and rest. Su Wan was thinking about his father and mother and didn't want them to work so hard for a few taels of silver a month. Su Chun and the others didn't expect Su Wan to bring up this matter suddenly. After all, they themselves hadn't thought about it. Su Wan, why did you suddenly think of bringing my parents back?
Su Yun asked.
However, Su Wan had already thought of the wording. I think we have the ability to let my parents enjoy life now, so there is no need for them to work hard outside to dig. They have worked hard for so many years. It's time for them to enjoy life. Several brothers were ashamed. They didn't consider the problem of their parents suffering outside. But Su Wan has only been back for a few months. She has no emotional foundation with her parents, but she has such awareness.
How can they not feel ashamed?
But Su Wan's starting point cannot be told to them. One reason is that it is not credible. If she directly says that Su's father will have an accident, she can only be regarded as sick without evidence. Although it is a bit hypocritical, she herself has no feelings for Su's father and mother. She does not deny that there is a pretense in it. You are right, I will go to pick up my parents tomorrow. Su Chun has made a decision. They can earn money now, and their parents naturally don't have to work in the mines anymore. It is dangerous and hard. Taking advantage of the time now, Su Wan made the shaki ma that Su Yun and others will sell tomorrow. Her next market will be in 7 days, so there is no rush. She can just get the orders from the Hua mansion out in 2 days. The next morning, Su Chun set out for the mine before dawn. Su Yun and his friends had breakfast after dawn and started to go to different villages to sell shikima. They made 60 portions yesterday afternoon. Hopefully, they can sell them all today. Only Su Wan and Jiangyu were left at home. She hadn't slept early for a while, so she stayed in bed for a long time until she woke up naturally. When she got up, it was already bright. Su Yun left her breakfast in the pot, but Jiangyu was not at home either. No one knew where he had gone. Su Wan ignored him. He had his own things to do, and it was not good to interfere too much. At this time, Jiangyu was wandering around the village wearing a mask. Everyone in the village knew that he was a cousin of the Su family, so they didn't care too much, but there were still many people talking about him. He wandered around the village aimlessly until he met a child herding sheep. The child looked less than 10 years old and looked innocent and harmless, so he asked him, "Kid, are you asking something?" The little boy who herded sheep looked puzzled at the strange brother in front of him wearing a mask. "What do you want to ask?" He was a little scared. The sheep were surrounding them, bleeding, and some had already run ahead. He kept following his sheep. "Is there a hunter in the village? Where is his home?" Jiangyu asked him directly. The child was anxious to catch up with his sheep, so he pointed in a direction for him. "Just follow this road, and you will see a yard with a blue brick wall." Jiangyu understood and took out a small piece of silver and gave it to the boy who was herding sheep. "Thank you." The boy happily took the silver. It was a piece of cake, and he was so generous just to ask for directions. Jiang Yu left quickly, and the boy also went to chase his flock of sheep. He soon came to the yard with the blue brick wall. From the outside, he couldn't see anything. It was just an ordinary blue brick and tile house, but he could clearly see the branches of the peach trees planted inside. Coincidentally, the door of the yard was opened, and a middle-aged man took his hunting tools out of the door and went into the mountains. He didn't seem to notice Jiang Yu's presence, and Jiang Yu didn't see his face clearly. So he followed him. Everyone was a martial arts master. Jiang Hunter keenly discovered that someone was following him halfway through his walk. Jiang Yu could also tell from his steps that this person's martial arts foundation was not low. Jiang Hunter stopped halfway and picked up a stone and threw it behind him. It was mixed with internal force and temptation, but Jiang Yu caught it steadily and held it in his palm. "Who is coming? Tell me your name." Jiang Hunter replied in a deep voice. Jiang Yu walked out of the dark, saying as he walked, "Fenghua Villa, Jiang Yu." When Jiang Hunter heard the place name and the person's name, his eyes suddenly sank, and then he was shocked. He turned around and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu saw his reaction and had already made up his mind. He smiled and shouted, "Uncle He, I haven't seen you for many years. It's so hard for me to find you." Su Chen arrived at the mine before noon. At the foot of the mountain, he heard the sound of iron hitting the stone. He came to the mine with ease and found the place where Su's mother was cooking. Su's mother was busy making lunch for the workers with 2 other women, and she didn't notice that her 3rd son came to find her.
Mom?
When Su Chen called her, she was not sure, and she recognized it when she got closer. "Aiken, why are you here?" "Mom, Wanwan asked me to take you and Dad back."
Su Chen answered truthfully.
"Why are you going back? Did something happen at home?" Su's mother was called back for no reason and thought something happened at home. Su Chen hurriedly explained and told Su's mother everything that Su Wan had done at home during this period, including how much silver she had earned, how she had paid off her debts, and now she had come up with a new way to make money, so she asked him to take his parents home to enjoy themselves and not have to continue working. "Mom, Wanwan said that you and Dad have worked hard for most of your lives, and it's time to have a good rest. The mines are dangerous and hard. Now that we have the ability to earn silver, you and Dad can come back to enjoy your old age. But your eldest brother will need a large sum of silver for the imperial examination next year. Your father and I have paid off our debts over the years, and we have only saved a few dozen taels. Add what you have earned. Is it enough?" It turned out that Su's father and mother still had savings, but not much. They all wanted to use it for their eldest son's travel expenses for the imperial examination. The usury incident in the original book was probably filled with the silver so that there was no savings later and they could only go to the mine day and night, which led to the accident. Now that Su Wan has indirectly solved the problem, the plot has also changed. She saved Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu made compensation according to her guidance, instead of having too much contact with the original heroine, as in the original novel, and leaving after his injury, was almost healed, without any other compensation except for a valuable jade and favors. Su Chen had no choice but to tell Su's mother that he saved Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu gave him a large sum of silver as compensation. 100 taels? That's too much. Su's mother was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that people would give so much for the medical fee. So generous. It directly solved the problem that Su Jing had no money for the imperial examination. At the beginning, they gave 200 taels, but my second brother didn't want it. He felt it was not worth so much. Su Chen continued to explain. What your second brother did was right. Although we saved someone's life, we can't repay the favor. But I still have to ask your father's opinion on this matter. You wait first. I will finish the work at hand, and then tell you in detail. Su's mother is a very responsible person. Even if she suddenly became rich, she would not be lazy and not do what she should do.
Su Chen waited obediently.
After Su's father got off work and had lunch, he pulled him and Su's mother to continue talking about things. Su's father's reaction was the same as Su's mother. They all thought that something happened at home when they suddenly asked him to go back. Su Chen recounted in detail what had happened in the past few days, and specifically explained that this was Su Wan's filial piety. This made the couple feel a little ashamed after listening to it. They had never raised their own daughter, and even left the day after she came back, without considering her feelings at all. There was no emotional foundation, so they didn't know how to express their love for their daughter. Suddenly, they received the news that the daughter they had raised for more than 10 years was not their own, and no one could accept it immediately. However, Su Wan was not angry, and she still missed them so much, was kind to her brothers, and was also sincere about family matters. What else can you say about such a good child? In fact, in the original book, they didn't dislike her because of their weak feelings, but the feelings needed to be cultivated slowly, but the original owner did not give them this opportunity. She despised them for being rural people, uneducated, dealing with mud every day, and having no taste. She often mocked them with words, and disliked them and attacked them with actions. Many times, they endured it for the sake of their biological children, but later it involved frame-ups, human lives, and moral character. How could they speak for her and protect her? If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished as a commoner, not to mention that she is a person who has already committed a big mistake. You see, now Su Wan knows how to build feelings and trust between people, gradually let them trust themselves, see their good side, the most real side, treat people with sincerity, and do not do things that hurt the world, then nothing will happen. But if someone comes to disgust you specifically, she will not suffer this grievance in vain. She can be well-behaved and sensible, but she will not accept it and swallow it with broken teeth. According to Su Chen, the couple does not need to continue working in the mine now. However, leaving as soon as they say they will is not in line with the rules. At least they should finish this month. There are still 10 days before this month ends. Let's go and tell the manager that we will stop working after this month, but leaving as soon as they say we will stop working. But it is too irresponsible to leave as soon as they say we will stop working. Your mother, and I know Wan's intentions. You go back and tell her that we will go home after this month. Father Su is also very serious about things, starting and ending well, and will not be irresponsible to stop working as soon as they say they will stop working. I have been in this mine for several years, and I am familiar with the manager. I always have to say hello to him before I leave. Su Chen also thought it made sense. It was only 10 days, so he agreed with his parents. Then I will go back today. You can go home after this month. Well, your eldest brother and second brother are not at home. You are the eldest in the family. You must take good care of Wan. Don't let her do everything. As a brother, you must learn to take the lead. Before Su Chen left, Father Su specifically told Su Chen. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, then went down the mountain and returned to the village. He had to speed up and get home before dark. This area is remote. At night, there are too many wild beasts. He did not bring any weapons with him. It is still unreliable to rely on fists and feet. Jiang Yu came back soon after, as if nothing had happened. When he came back, he saw Su Wan washing her hair in the yard. She washed her hair with the soap she made herself, and the experience was quite good. The bubbles were rich and dense, and the smell was okay. Compared with modern chemical shampoos, the fragrance is definitely far behind, and it is difficult to restore it exactly. Anyway, it is much better than the smell of soap. She happened to be drying her hair, and her long hair hung wetly on her shoulders, and her clothes were wet in one place, with obvious watermarks on them. "Where did you go?" Seeing him come back, Su Wan asked casually. "I just walked around here casually, and didn't do anything," Jiang Yu said vaguely. Su Wan would not go into details. He went to find Jiang the hunter, she knew it. When he deliberately asked yesterday morning, she knew that he would go to find him, and the two should have met. How to describe the relationship between these two people? Jiang Yu's grandfather was the leader of a well-known sect in the world. He had a close disciple, Jiang Hunter, who was childhood sweethearts with Jiang Yu's mother, but the two did not get together. Jiang Yu's mother chose someone else, and in this story, he was set as the second male lead, the kind of person who could not get what he wanted because of love and separation. Because his beloved girl died, and he could not accept it, he chose to retire to the countryside. Jiang Yu encountered some difficult things, so he wanted to ask him to come out of the mountain, but there had been no news of this uncle for many years, and he searched for nothing. After getting some clues, he followed the clues to find Qinghe County, but accidentally left alone and was hunted down by his enemies. This triggered the subsequent storyline and had an intersection with the heroine. However, now the original object has been replaced by Su Wan, which has led to a series of changes in the plot. Jiang Yu and Gu Yu did not connect on this line, and Su Wan didn't know what would happen in the future. However, it won't be long before Gu Yu will meet the male lead. The changes in Jiang Yu's line will not affect them, because in the early stage of the original work, the two of them did not have much communication except for meeting twice. Although she is not the favorite of the brothers now, they also regard her as a family member in their hearts. So in the future, if she and Gu Yu have some inevitable disputes, she will use the halo of the heroine or the background of the male lead to suppress herself. They will never sit idly by. She just needs to not do anything that hurts the world. It's cold, so you'd better dry your hair to avoid catching a cold. Jiang Yu saw that her hair was still dripping with water, and the weather was not warm now, so he subconsciously reminded her to pay attention. Su Wan was indeed a little cold and felt that the wind blew over, and her head was buzzing. She simply went to the kitchen to light the fire and make lunch. "What do you want to eat at noon?"
Su Wan asked.
There were only two of them at home, but Jiang Yu was strictly a guest. He paid money, so he couldn't neglect him. "Just eat something, I'm not very hungry." Jiang Yu didn't want to bother her. "Then, let's have noodles." Jiang Yu really didn't mind just eating something, and turned to ask her, "By the way, can you give me my sword? I haven't practiced for too long, it's rusty." Since he found the person he was looking for today, he was in a good mood. When he was in a good mood, he wanted to practice swordplay. He was itching to do so. Su Wan took out his sword and gave it to him, and he began to dance in the yard. He had just learned that he had accepted an apprentice, and this person was Su Chen. He said, no wonder he always felt that Su Chen's temperament was familiar. Apprentices have a bit of the master's style. While boiling water, Su Wan leaned against the door and watched him dance with the sword. Jiang Yu saw her staring at him dancing with the sword, and subconsciously danced harder. It is not ruled out that he has a bit of narcissism. How to describe that feeling? Anyway, he likes Su Wan's reaction. The person involved, Su Wan, did not think that Jiang Daxia's psychological activities were like this. She was just a modern person and had never seen it. This kind of clip that only appears in TV dramas, those three-legged cats posing for fancy moves, is obviously not good enough compared to these serious professionals. Look at how the swords are swung, flowing like clouds and water, and you can clearly hear the sound of the wind caused by the blades. This kind of free performance by professionals is a waste not to watch. Moreover, Jiang Yu's outfit, coupled with his high ponytail, the image of a high-spirited, unruly, and free young knight in the novel, seems to have been reflected in reality. She couldn't help thinking that if Jiang Yu went to the streets to perform, he would definitely earn a lot of tips. While she was appreciating and distracted, the water on the stove had already boiled, bubbling, and the steam of the water had already filled the entire kitchen. Jiang Yu noticed the scene, and seeing that she was distracted, he stopped to remind her and put the sword behind his back with one hand. "What are you thinking about? You are almost in a fairyland." His tone was relaxed and full of joking, his eyebrows were raised, and he was smiling, looking even more high-spirited. Su Wan suddenly reacted, remembered that she was still boiling water, and immediately turned around and hurriedly went to cook noodles. Every time she was alone with him, she would always lose her composure. So embarrassing. She just made some simple hand-rolled noodles, chopped some meat, and used the fourth brother's homemade soy sauce to make a soup base, which tasted surprisingly good. Jiang Yu was very polite and ate it all, except for the soup. He didn't finish it to maintain his image as a gentleman, so as not to be laughed at by Su Wan for his poor eating manners. After all, they were in the countryside, and Jiang Yu couldn't be too conspicuous, for fear that passers-by would see him, so he only danced for a while and returned the sword to Su Wan for safekeeping. Su Wan was going to the vegetable garden to get some fresh vegetables to eat, and after eating the noodles, She went out with a basket on her shoulder. "Jiangyu, I'm going to pick vegetables." She said hello to him, and he wanted to go with her. "I'll go with you." "We're not going out to play, just picking vegetables. Why are you following?" Suwon raised a reasonable question. Now that they're familiar with each other, there is no need to be so polite as before. Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to hide anything. It's too boring at home. I want to go out more. He just came back from a walk and now he wants to go out again? But she can't restrict his actions. Never mind, they can go together. It won't lose any meat. She couldn't say what was wrong with Jiangyu, but it was wrong anyway. So the two of them closed the bamboo fence yard door and went out to the vegetable garden one after another. "I have to make shakima when I come back later. My life schedule is very full." I came to the vegetable garden collectively reclaimed by the villagers. I had been here with Su Yun before and knew which field my family belonged to. There are small cabbages in the field, which are all green, pollution-free, and pure natural plants. At this time, most people are taking a nap at home, and few people come out. When the two came, they only saw two figures from a distance, who seemed to be the two sisters He Jialan. She wanted to go up and say hello, but before she could speak, she saw He Jialan push her sister, He Jiaoxing, to the bottom of the field. After pushing her, she patted the dirt on her palms and walked away without looking back. Her behavior made Suwon a little confused. Aren't they sisters? Even if there was a dispute, her sister couldn't speak and couldn't defend herself. How could the dispute go so far that she would even fight? He Jialan didn't realize that Suwon had witnessed her bullying her sister. When Suwon came over, He Jiaoxing was ready to climb out of the ditch by herself. There was a canal below, and the water from the river was diverted into it to irrigate the vegetable fields. She was pushed down, her whole body was wet, and there was mud on her face.
Her clothes were tightly attached to her body.
In the November weather, she was shivering with cold. Jiangyu saw this, and out of courtesy, he immediately turned around to avoid her sight and consciously walked away for a distance. Suwon reached out and pulled her. She couldn't say anything, but just bowed slightly to Suwon to express her gratitude. Suwon didn't ask He Jialan why she treated her like this. She couldn't speak, so it was useless to ask. "Go home and change your clothes quickly, don't catch a cold." Hearing this, He Jialan looked at the direction where her sister left, with fear in her eyes and a shrunken expression. She shook her head and didn't dare to go home yet. "Although I don't know why you two sisters have conflicts, don't be afraid of her. Go back and express it to your parents. They will help you to get justice." Suwon looked at her reaction and subconsciously thought that she was afraid of her sister. He Jialan's eyes became dim again when she heard this. Suwon didn't know that her parents were also biased, and their hearts were biased towards her sister. Even if they said it, they would not get justice for themselves, but would only scold her together. She was a mute, and her congenital defects caused her to always be inferior to her sister in all aspects, so it was natural for her to suppress her. When Suwon saw her eyes, she knew that this was not simple, and it was definitely not as simple as she thought. But she didn't like to meddle in these trivial matters that had nothing to do with her. "Wait for me to pick some pak choi, it will be quick. Go to my house and sit for a while before you go back." That was all she could do. She quickly picked a bunch of pak choi enough for the whole family and put it in the basket, then she took He Jiaoxing back. Jiangyu had been walking in front, never looking back, because of the etiquette between men and women. The man could not look directly at the woman if she got wet. After returning, Suwon asked her to wash her face and put on her own clothes, or to be more precise, the clothes that Guyu had worn. Everyone was of similar age and stature, so it was fine as long as they could wear them. Suwon actually didn't want to wear Guyu's old clothes, but she had no money in the early stage, and the new clothes she had ordered had not been made yet. He Jiaoxing changed into clean clothes and kept talking to Suwon in a babbling voice, probably to say thank you. "No need to thank me, it's nothing. If you don't want to go back now, just sit at my house for a while before going back." Suwon washed his hands, said hello, and didn't continue to care about her. He kneaded dough in the kitchen by himself, and He Jiaoxing didn't stay for long. Not long after, she left with her dirty clothes. Jiangyu kept avoiding her and waited until she left before coming out. He helped Soo-won to light the fire and do chores without any complaints. After that, Soo-yun and his two brothers came back. Today's business was not as good as yesterday. There were still more than a dozen pieces left unsold. Because there were few people in the village today, he only made more than 6 taels of silver. Soo-yun looked at these unsold shikima and felt a little frustrated. Obviously, he tried so hard to shout, but he still couldn't sell them all. Fourth brother, if the business is so good every day, what else can we say? If business is so easy to do, then everyone in the world can do it together. It's just a little bit that hasn't been sold, so what's the big deal? Soo-won comforted him in time and told him not to be infected by this emotion. How can this be okay? Soo-yun nodded, temporarily abandoned those gloomy thoughts, and helped Soo-won prepare the goods to be sold tomorrow. He is still young and has little experience. If things are not satisfactory, it will be easy to hit him. Because they're going to a big village tomorrow, they need to prepare more shikima.
Soo-won prepare 100%.
Tomorrow, the two brothers will each take a part. This is still very hard. They have to walk a lot and are very tired, but he has no complaints. Tomorrow may be more tiring, but he will gain more. This is the road Soo-yun chose to take. The idea has been given to him, and he has to make corresponding efforts. As for Soo-yi and Soo-chun who help with the labor, Soo-won will prepare wages for them. They can't let them accompany the fourth brother to work for nothing. It is the fourth brother who wants to save money for business, not them. They must distinguish between public and private. Soo-chun had just returned after dark. Soo-won heated up the food for him and then sat at the door waiting for him, just like the day he rode to the provincial capital to get medicine. She was worried about why he hadn't returned yet and was afraid that he would be in danger or something. But she waited for him, but not for his parents. What's the matter? Didn't your parents come back with you? Soo-chun told her about his parents' decision and planned to come back after finishing this month, which was more responsible. It was a positive choice, and Soo-won certainly couldn't question anything. Anyway, the mine cave hadn't collapsed yet, and it shouldn't be a big deal if it was 10 days late. Besides, he had already returned. What else could she say? Soo-chun had been gone for a day and had a few bites of food at the mine at noon. Now he was used to the dishes at home, and he couldn't get used to the ones outside. Soo-won left him a big bowl of meat, and Soo-chun wolfed it down, very satisfied. Won, have you prepared the shakima for me to sell tomorrow? Soo-chun was still thinking about the task Soo-won had given him. Third brother, you've been tired all day. You can take a day off tomorrow before going. Fourth brother, and the others can go tomorrow. I'm not tired. I don't do anything at home. I don't know what to do. He has a very simple personality, a bit like a rough man. It may be because he learned martial arts. He does things in a big and powerful way, not afraid of hardship or fatigue, just brave. No matter what, health comes first. Only when you have a good rest can you work more energetically. No matter what he said, she had to rest at home for a day tomorrow. The nearby villages can be run in a few days, so it doesn't matter if it's early or late. Soo-chun couldn't persuade her, so he could only do what she said and rest at home tomorrow. Soo-won took out another 3 taels of silver and gave it to him. This is the reward for helping fourth brother make money. It's the wages for helping him. Soo-chun didn't understand her operation. We are all family. Why should we divide it into yours and mine? It's different. Fourth brother wanted to save money for business, so I gave him the idea. Now everyone is helping him. We must not work for nothing. She separated the money from selling shikima into separate parts. All the expenses for raw materials, including their wages, were deducted from it, as were all the profits. In the end, whatever money was earned belonged to Soo-yun. Soo-yi also received 3 taels of silver as wages. Although he did not do as much work as Soo-chun, he accompanied him every day and spent his time. She also had to pay 3 taels of silver as her own wages because she was also busy every day. They were all workers hired by Soo-yun and had to be paid. Soo-yun himself said that there was no problem and that this was very fair. Soo-yi also naturally accepted this setting and exchanged his own labor for wages. Soo-won was really fair. He did not let Soo-yun feel that all the money was earned easily, nor did he let the other brothers who helped suffer in vain. This was more meaningful for growth. After running around the surrounding towns, Soo-won was ready to be a hands-off boss and would not even set up a stall at the county market. Soo-yeon was responsible for the purchase of ingredients and business orders. She would not care about how to spend, buy, or sign the bills. She would let him experience the process by himself and feel the feeling of being a boss in advance. There were still 30 taels of silver left from the soap sales. When he went to the Hua mansion to deliver the bill in 2 days, he would take the 50 pieces of hair soap to the grocery store. He would save the silver and use it for daily expenses at home. He would give it to Sue's mother for safekeeping when she came back. He would also make 2 sets of winter clothes for his parents so that the family could celebrate the new year happily. Soo-chan heard that Soo-yi had accepted it, so of course he could only accept it. It was just that it was the first time that he had so much money on him, and it felt a little unreal. He had never had pocket money since he was a child, because there were many children in the family, and they lived in poverty. Usually, when someone in the village came to sell candied haws, only the youngest sister had the chance to eat. As an older brother, he could only watch and give in. This is the first time I've earned wages. I don't know what to do with so much money. Soo-won felt distressed after hearing this. 3 taels of silver is considered a lot? That's not much. If your 4th brother's business is prosperous, you can get more wages. But I have so much money on me, and I don't know what to do with it. Soo-chan scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. According to the original plot, he will join the army in the second half of next year. The wild tribes on the border will unite in uprising, and many nomadic peoples will be strong and powerful. There will be a tough battle to fight. After returning from the battlefield for 3 years, the 3rd brother Soo-chan has become a mighty young general who is famous all over the world. Of course it's saved for marrying a wife. 3rd brother, do you think you don't need a dowry to marry a wife in the future? When it comes to the topic of marrying a wife, Soo-chan's face flushed. Wan, you just laugh at me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Starting a family and building a career are 2 great things in life. 3rd brother, have you thought about what kind of girl you want to marry in the future? In the original novel, except for the eldest brother who got married early and married a shrew, the other brothers were not given a detailed explanation. The story ended after the heroine reached the pinnacle of her life and lived happily with the hero. There were only a few hasty explanations. Except for the 4th brother Soo-yeon, who had never married, the other brothers had already married and had children, but no one knew whether they were happy or not. I haven't thought about it yet. Soo-chan continued to blush. It was only when Soo-won asked him that he answered seriously. His reaction was very cute. Soo-yeon and the others were tired for a few days. They fell asleep on the bed early, so they didn't know about the conversation between Soo-won and Soo-chan. He didn't have to work the next morning, so he slept in. After getting up, the 4th and 5th brothers had already gone out to sell goods. He saw that there was nothing to do and Shakima would not be done until the afternoon, so he went to find his master naturally. When he came to the door of Jang Eun-ha's yard and knocked on the door, he didn't even think about opening the door. Jang-yu was also inside. The uncle and nephew were talking and they didn't deliberately avoid Soo-chan. Master, Jang-yu, do you know each other? Soo-chan stood at the door and saw Jang-yu sitting there, looking at him with a smile. I just found out yesterday that you are my uncle He's close disciple. How about it? Are you interested in sparring with me? They all learned martial arts from the same sect, so there is nothing wrong with sparring. Soo-chan looked at his master in confusion, and Jang Eun-ha had to explain to his apprentice. Jang-yu is the son of an old friend of mine. We met by chance. The martial arts he learned are from the same origin as the martial arts I taught you. You two can learn from each other, but just a little bit. It will also let me see what you two have learned over the years. Soo-chan seemed to understand only half of the story, but he would not ask too much. If the master wanted to tell him the details, he would tell him. It would certainly not be convenient to explain in detail if he just mentioned it briefly. Soo-chan's sword was with the master. Jang-yu did not bring his own sword, so he just picked one from his uncle He's many collections. The two were preparing to fight in the huge yard. Before they started, Jang Eun-ha specifically instructed, "Watch out, Don't chop down my precious trees and flowers. They are all famous products. If they are destroyed, I will hold you accountable. Jiangyu was speechless for a while, feeling that he was not taken seriously. It turned out that they, living people, were not as important as flowers and plants in Hishu's eyes. However, it was just a joke, and he couldn't take it seriously. But Su Chen was used to it. After so many years of getting along, he was used to his master's series of confusing operations. The two masters, one was from their grandfather, and the other was the grandfather's eldest disciple. Jiangyu was greatly influenced since he was a child, unlike Su Chen, who learned secretly. There are still differences between the two. The two had a duel to the point, which was a draw. Strictly speaking, Jiangyu should be better, because he had not recovered from internal injuries and was deliberately controlling himself. From the duel between the two, Zhang Yunhe also saw the contrast between the two. Thank you, Su Chen. After the fight, Jiang Yu clasped his fists to Su Chen. This opponent was quite good. Judging from his appearance and their daily interactions, he really couldn't tell that his martial arts skills were actually on par with his own. It can be seen that what the master said about natural-born martial artists was not bragging. You are still better. You are still injured, but I am honored to have the opportunity to spar with you today. Su Chen is also very modest. In comparison, Jiang Yu has much more practical experience than him. He is often forced to participate in some duels, deal with some assassinations, and often turn the tide with his own strength. He has martial arts but no place to use them. If he really wants to compare his strengths, he will feel inferior. It's not an honor, but it's my honor to meet you. Jiang Yu believes that this family will have an unbreakable connection with him in the future. A small figure suddenly appeared in his mind, which made him more convinced of his thoughts. In fact, as long as he persists, some relationships will never be broken. Let's all sit down and have some tea. Jiang Yunhe has already brewed tea. His tea leaves are all top-quality goods. Like Jiang Yu, he only loves pu'er. I just saw that one of you is not strong enough, and the other is not lively enough. Jiang Yu belongs to the former. His moves are lively enough, but his moves are not strong enough. Su Chen, you belong to the latter. You have more than enough strength, but you are not lively enough. You two complement each other. You can learn from each other more. Yes, Master, I will definitely practice diligently and learn from my strengths to overcome my weaknesses. Su Chen responded to his master's words as if they were orders from the King of Heaven. You are too honest, kid. You should be more tactful. I have told you countless times that if you insist on your nature, you will suffer in the future. You need to learn this from Jiang Yu. He is very cunning and smart. Jiang Yunhe advised earnestly. I understand, Master.
Su Chen smiled innocently.
Uncle He, are you praising me or scolding me? Jiang Yu felt something was wrong when he heard this. Uncle He gave him a look that showed he understood. By the way, I will be leaving with Jiang Yu in a while. There are some trivial matters in my old house that I need to deal with when I go back. Jiang Yu came to find me this time on purpose. I have been away from my hometown for 10 years, and we have been master and apprentice for nearly 10 years. Along the way, I have also treated you as my child. In the future, you will have to walk your own way. As a master, I only hope that you can use the skills I taught you in the right way. Jiang Yunhe has decided to go back with Jiang Yu. He is her child, and he needs her to go back to help him now. Since he has promised to help her take care of the orphans, he naturally cannot regret it. Master, why did you decide so hastily? Su Chen was still reluctant to let his master go. It was a temporary decision. The situation is urgent, and I cannot say much to you. You cannot tell anyone about the relationship between Jiang Yu and me, understand? Jiang Yu is not only an important figure in Fengyue Villa, but also has some connections in the capital, which is not convenient for outsiders to know. Su Chen nodded with a sad expression and then asked, Master, can we meet again in the future? Of course we will meet. If I am free, I will still return to Qinghe County. But Su Chen, you will be 18 soon, and I have nothing to teach you. What are your plans for the future? Of course Jiang Yunhe would never see this disciple again. How could he not have feelings for him after spending 10 years together? They are all made of flesh and blood. I am determined to defend my country, but now it is a peaceful and prosperous time, with peace everywhere and no wars. All the skills I have learned are useless. Su Chen's dream is very simple. He does not seek to expand the territory for the country, but only to ensure stability in one area. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Yu suddenly interrupted. He took a sip of tea, twisted the cup with his bony fingers, and gently stroked it.
Jiang Yu, why do you say that?
Not only Su Chen looked at him in confusion, but even Jiang Yunhe wanted to hear what was going on. You don't live at the feet of the emperor, so naturally you don't understand many current affairs. Although I haven't taken root in Kyoto, I have heard about many political affairs. The prosperity of our great Jin country today is entirely due to the expansion of territory and the foundation laid by our ancestors. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Jin country has beautiful mountains and rivers, a vast territory, and many rich places, but the borders are mostly desolate, and many places are barren. Those nomadic peoples are dissatisfied with the status quo and covet some of the rich places on our border. They often invade our people on the border, burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. Some foreign countries are even ready to move, and there is a tendency to unite. When paying tribute every year, they openly provoke and do not take your majesty seriously. This war is only a matter of time. If you win, you can get at least 100 years of stability. If you lose, the people will suffer, and the prosperous times that have been hard to come by will return to the previous state of displacement. So, if you want to destroy the country, there are plenty of opportunities. He has given a definite message. It stands to reason that as a person who is not in the court, he should not discuss state affairs at will. But now they're just talking about it in private, so it's not a big problem.
Really?
Jiang Yunhe has been in seclusion in the countryside for 10 years, so naturally he doesn't know these rumors. It can't be false. I heard it from the old man. Jiang Yu would only say it after getting confirmed news. He would not talk nonsense about things that are groundless. The nomadic peoples have always been strong in military and horses. If they really unite to attack the border, it will be a tricky thing. Jiang Yunhe quickly analyzed the pros and cons, looking embarrassed. He didn't want to see such a situation. The prosperous times were hard-won. Once the war broke out, the mainland would still be affected to some extent. Now the army and horses are being reorganized in private. Once the border is in danger, the war will be imminent. There was a rumor in Kyoto that the emperor had ordered the reorganization of the army and horses. It depends on the situation on the border. Anyway, this war is unavoidable. If that day really comes, I will join the army without hesitation. Su Chen made the decision almost immediately. Once his country needs him, he will not be a coward. You are worthy of being my good apprentice. You want to join the army to defend your country. I am proud of you. However, the situation on the battlefield is unpredictable and dangerous. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the battlefield. If you are not careful, you will be doomed, and you will have to pay the price of your life. As long as you think it through and say hello to your family, I will not stop you. In fact, Jiang Yunhe wanted to say that before he made these decisions, he must consider the feelings of his family. He is their son, brother, and elder brother. Will they agree to let him join the army and fight? What if he goes and never comes back? However, Su Chen just smiled with relief, his expression relaxed. Master, I've thought about it a long time ago. I have so many brothers. If I die for my country in the future, my parents will still be taken care of by them until the end of their lives, and I, an unfilial son, can rest in peace. As for my sister, even without a brother like me, there are still other brothers to protect her. For the sake of everyone, I can naturally give up my small family, but what if I succeed? I have maintained this big family and protected my own small family. I have to fight for myself and fight for a bright future. If I win, I will be a hero defending my country, fulfilling myself, and also gaining fame and fortune so that my family can live a better life. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Jiang Yunhe nodded. His disciple had grown up and had his own ideas. I am very pleased that you can say such words to me today. I used to think that you were too brave and not good at planning. Now it seems that I am narrow-minded, but I can leave with peace of mind. Jiang Yunhe found that he still didn't know his apprentice well enough. He used to think that he was simple and hardworking, and he practiced martial arts hard, not the kind of opportunist. He was also secretly worried that his honest character didn't know how to plan for himself and would suffer in the future. Now it seems that he is still ambitious, not bad. Jiang Yu listened to his words and couldn't help showing admiration. He met a family of gods. Not only were they kind and simple, but they also had great righteousness in their hearts. The eldest wanted to enter the official career and work for the people, the second studied medicine, saved the dying and the wounded, and the third joined the army to defend the country. He suddenly felt that the Su family was stepping on the glowing golden lotus under their feet. However, he admired them very much. They were all for the country, for the family, and for the people. Then, Master, when do you and Jiang Yu decide to leave? Su Chen continued to ask. They only said that they were going to leave, but did not say when they would leave. After Zhengdan, Jiang Yu replied. The specific date of leaving was still up to him. He was a little reluctant to leave his current life. To be honest, he had grown up facing many hypocritical people wearing masks around him. He was used to being cold-hearted, and he had never been able to do so. Once he lived this kind of warm life, he would easily get addicted. It was too peaceful and exciting. How long had it been since he had the feeling of closing his eyes and looking forward to the arrival of the next day? What would happen tomorrow? What to say? What to eat? It was precisely because of this reality that he couldn't let go. Su Wan and the others' feelings were the only ones that made him feel real, because they were not like fake people. Zhengdan is what they call New Year's Day here, which means that in more than a month, Jiang Yu and the others will leave. After that, Su Chen and Jiang Yu returned to the Su family courtyard together. Su Wan went to the river to wash clothes. The water in the river was freezing cold. Since the weather turned cold, her third brother and his friends didn't ask her to help wash their clothes. They would wash them by themselves, so Su Wan only needed to wash her own clothes. Many aunties from the village were also washing clothes by the river. When they saw Su Wan coming, they greeted her. Hey, Su's daughter. Are you here to wash clothes? Yes, auntie. Su Wan had become familiar with them. I'm not busy today. Do you still have the cakes with the sand code? Can you leave 2 for me? Yes, come over in the evening and buy them hot. I'll give you a discount. Su Wan waved her hand and squatted down in a suitable place. These aunties liked her very much. As soon as she came, they would tell her gossip. Su Wan, you are usually close to the 2 girls from the village chief's family. Have you heard about Jiao Xing from her family? Speaking of He Jiaoxing, Su Wan remembered the incident that happened yesterday and frowned. It seems that there is something she doesn't know. What's wrong? It's that Jiaoxing can't talk, right? She's been dumb since she was a child, and she's only a few months older than you. Recently, her mother is trying to find a husband for her and has met several families. The husband was quite satisfied with her good looks, but when he heard that she was dumb, he immediately changed his mind, saying that unless she didn't want a penny for the bride price, she could only marry a disabled man. But if the husband didn't give the bride price, how could Jiao Xing's mother agree to do that? She has raised a good girl and is giving her away for free. Even if she can't talk, it's fine as long as she can have children. And Jiao Xing's family is not welcomed at home. Her mother favors her sister, and she is often beaten or scolded. Now no one wants her, and her mother dislikes her even more. They are both old bachelors who are almost 30 years old. Isn't it like jumping into a fire pit for a young girl like her? The old lady described it vividly, and Jiao Xing felt even more miserable. But her elder sister is already 17 or 18 and still hasn't gotten engaged. Her family isn't in a hurry, and she's only 13 or 14. Why are they in a hurry? At this time, an older sister who usually doesn't gossip with them also started gossiping. Such gossip is really too attractive to people. Then I don't know. Anyway, Zahua often praises her eldest daughter for being sensible, well-behaved, and capable. She will find a good husband in the future. Maybe she didn't pick a good one. Their daughter, Jialan, has been carefully raised since she was a child. Although she is not as good as the young ladies in the city, she is pretty good in the village. In my opinion, if you keep on being picky, she will become an old maid. What else is there to be picky about? It's good enough. With her status, could it be that she wants to be an official's wife? The aunt who is speaking, her son had once had a crush on Hee Jialon and had asked someone to propose marriage to her, but was rejected, so the women of the two families had a grudge against each other, and they were sarcastic when gossiping about each other. But she really guessed it right. She just wanted to be an official's wife, waiting to marry Su Wan's eldest brother. Su Wan rolled her eyes silently and couldn't help but increase the strength of rubbing the clothes. The abacus beads were all on her face. She didn't agree to this marriage. Then I don't know, but she is not a qualified mother to push her own daughter into the fire pit. I am not afraid of offending people. I will tell you the truth. Just because the child has defects, you dislike her and favor another one? You are a piece of flesh that fell from your body. Do you really have no feelings at all? But then again, if Su Wan and Guyu had not been swapped since childhood, Su Wan could have lived a happy life, and her parents and brothers would have spoiled her unconditionally since childhood. It's just that there is no emotion after coming back, and it needs to be cultivated slowly. The flesh and blood relationship is there, and now it is getting better and better, right? You are really bold. You are not afraid of offending Xiaohua. She is the most aggressive. An aunt who was familiar with Su Wan came over and whispered to her. Su Wan didn't care. It was better if things got awkward. She didn't want to be a good person, but it was good for her brother to have some peace for a while. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Hee Jialon's mother, Xiaohua, also came to the river with a basin to wash clothes. When she saw Su Wan, she came to her place naturally. It was obviously very crowded, but she had to squeeze in. Come on, move out. Why don't you go to the spacious place over there, but you have to squeeze here? What's your purpose? Her aunt, who didn't get along with her, stabbed her on the spot. It's lively here, and besides, there's a pretty girl like Su Wan, so I'm happy to come here. Su Wan couldn't avoid this flattery. She wrung out her last piece of clothing, stood up, and prepared to run away. Well, I'm done washing, you guys continue. After saying that, without waiting for them to say anything, and regardless of Dazawa's helpless expression, she walked away. When she came back, Jiang Yu and Su Chen had already returned. They didn't know where they had shot 2 wild rabbits and were preparing to boil water to kill the rabbits. Wanwan is back. We can have an extra meal tonight. Su Chen looked at Su Wan happily and raised the wild rabbit in his hand to her like a treasure. Did you go hunting? Su Wan saw that they had been out for a long time and then took out 2 wild rabbits like a magic trick. No, it was just a coincidence that we met at the foot of the mountain and caught it. It was true. He and Jiang Yu met on the way home. Su Wan didn't doubt them, but noticed the difference in one of the wild rabbits. Its belly was slightly bulging as if it was pregnant. Third brother, this is a female rabbit. It seems to be pregnant. Su Chen didn't notice it. After hearing what Su Wan said, he was surprised to pick up the rabbit on the left. The belly was indeed a little bulging, but not obvious. He could tell the difference between male and female. This was indeed a female rabbit, but he didn't quite understand the matter of carrying a baby. I don't understand either. What should I do? He looked helpless and a little silly. Then don't eat this rabbit. Let's keep it for the time being. In case it can give birth to rabbits, we can continue to keep them. When they grow up, we can eat them ourselves or exchange them for silver. This is a good idea, and Su Chen agrees very much. Jiang Yu was already boiling water, but Su Wan ran in and told him that he could only kill one because the female rabbit seemed to be pregnant. Jiang Yu's face turned red, and he couldn't help but coughing. In Kyoto, if those celebrities and daughters mentioned the word pregnant, they would be very embarrassed, but Su Wan still made a big fuss about it. Is she really too young to understand anything, or does she not care? But obviously not. She is a modern person, and she is calm and composed when talking about these things. Then I'll listen to you, raise it, and have a baby. Su Wan saw that his face was red to the roots of his ears, and she thought it was funny. I don't know what she said. Jiang Yu. She called him, and Jiang Yu went in and out of the kitchen with a fire tong, burning the fire seriously, as if he really found fun in this. Hearing her calling him seriously, Jongyu looked up at her in confusion, only to see her squatting in front of him, holding her cheeks with both hands, smiling and teasing. What's wrong? He thought it was the soot on his face, and she was making fun of him. Do you know that you look a little innocent? Suwon said seriously. Innocence? What does it mean? Jongyu couldn't understand this word. What does innocence mean? His peach blossom eyes were full of smiles, and he looked straight into her eyes, and the corners of his lips were consciously raised, wild and charming. He reacted too quickly, and immediately knew that she was teasing him on purpose, and quickly turned the tables and flirted back. Although he didn't understand the metaphor of this word, it was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Think about it yourself. Suwon didn't respond, and got up and left the kitchen. When she reached the door, she deliberately looked back at him, smiling brightly, like a cunning little fox. Anyway, I won't tell you, you taste it yourself. This kind of invisible teasing is the most unforgettable. Of course, this is just Jongyu's understanding. Suwon just wants to make him entangled. Jongyu was in a very happy mood, and the corners of his mouth didn't fall for a long time. In the evening, Su-yun and Su-yi came back, and Shakima was sold out, and got 13 taels of silver, all of which were entered into the general ledger. After a quick meal, he joined the busy work of making shakima, not letting himself rest for a moment. By midnight, he was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. He didn't dream all night. The next day, Su-chin also went to a new place to sell shakima. He would be almost done if he went to a few more places. The next step was to complete the order of Huimanchen and deliver a batch of hair soap. On the appointed day, Suwon and Jongyu prepared the order of Huimanchen and took it to the county. They hired Lao Hongdo's ox cart and a basket of hair soap. When they arrived at the county, they first delivered shakima to Huimanchen through the back door. This was the rule. Delivery could only be done through the back door. The housekeeper paid the balance and actually paid her 13 taels, giving her an extra 1.5 taels of silver as a reward. Suwon couldn't possibly get away with silver, so she took it as a reward. After that, she went to the grocery store with Jongyu to deliver soap. The proprietress hadn't seen Suwon for a long time and missed this god of wealth very much. Many people have asked for your hair soap several times, but I have not been able to sell them.
My door is almost broken.
My dear, why don't you make more at one time? She was asked this question every day, and she was annoyed by it. Some customers even complained. But she didn't know how to make it, so she had no choice. This hair soap requires too many materials, and some of the raw materials are not available this season. I can't do anything about the small quantity. Scarcity makes things expensive. Suwon insisted on limiting the purchase. Then you can make another batch of goat milk soap. It's too long to wait until after the new year. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation on the hair soap, the boss lady thought about trying to get some goat milk soap. Suwon thought about it and felt that she could make another 100 yuan dyed goat milk soap, and she would not make more. Then I'll give you another 100 yuan and send it to you in 7 days, but this is the last time this year. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll get the money for you. The boss lady stopped bargaining when she saw that it was a good deal. 50 pieces of hair soap equals 15 taels, and this silver cannot be counted in the surplus of Shakima. She will accompany Su-yun to the big market in 3 days, and Su-chin will also come to help. Su-yi will just stay at home to look after the house. Just prepare 200 portions of Shakima to sell. After a few such markets, she will almost make enough money, and there will be some left over. Suwon actually wanted to hire a car to go to the state capital, pull a large number of Shakima to sell at one time, and make a lot of money directly. But the road to the state capital is too far, and it takes almost a day to go back and forth. After going there, she has to stay overnight in the state capital, which is a bit troublesome. She bought flour and some missing ingredients, and beat dozens of kilograms of almond oil to go home, bought meat, bought ribs, and saw someone selling mutton, so she weighed a few kilograms. This mutton is quite expensive. It costs 13 coins per kilogram. Jongyu worked for free again, and Suwon invited him to have a bowl of meat noodles as a reward. I've worked so hard, and you're just treating me to a bowl of noodles? Jongyu complained, but his hands were mixing noodles consciously. There's nothing we can do about it. We're in the startup period now. Do you understand? That means the funds cannot be embezzled at will, and it's impossible to have a big meal for the time being. Soo-won was afraid that he didn't understand, so she gestured to him with emotion, but Jong-yu was laughing. He was just joking, but she explained so seriously it was so cute. I understand. When you make a lot of money one day, I'll come to blackmail you again. The word blackmail was used very cleverly, which made Soo-won nervous. No, if he came to blackmail people with his status, wouldn't her wallet be in danger? So, she cleared her throat and made a statement. Ahem. Let me tell you in advance, don't ask for more than 5 taels of silver. It's a small business, so please be gentle. Jong-yu laughed even more happily, a silent laugh, and the corners of his mouth never fell. Suddenly, he felt that such an ordinary bowl of noodles had become delicious. Okay, no more than 5 taels. That's about right. Soo-won showed a satisfied expression and started to sip her flour. They would go to the tailor shop later to take the clothes they had ordered home, but because Jong-yu had to take a lot of things, the two of them first sent the purchased flour and oil to Lao Hongtu, and then returned to the city to get the clothes. Soo-won also wanted to buy cloth to make winter clothes for her parents. Sue's mother could make clothes herself, so she didn't need to find a tailor. Before, she was not at home, so Soo-won had no choice but to find a tailor to make clothes. For many reasons, I believe Sue's mother would be more willing to do it herself. 1. Soo-won wanted to give them a surprise and show her filial piety. She was sincere and not pretending. Another reason was that she didn't know the size of Sue's mother and father, so she could only buy cloth and buy cotton to let them make it themselves. 5 people each made 2 sets of thick clothes. When they came out of the tailor shop, Soo-won and Jong-yu each carried a lot. Let's go and give clothes to my second brother first. Soo-moo was in the county, so he gave him 2 sets of clothes first. Anyway, Jishan Hall was not far from here. Jong-yu saw that Soo-won's face was completely blocked by the clothes, and he didn't know if she could see the road clearly. He came forward and took 2 more pieces of clothes from her arms to himself, reducing her burden. Watch the road carefully. Let's go. This invisible little detail was so touching that Soo-won couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Thank you. You're welcome. Soo-moo was just about to go home for a few days. He had been saving up some fake clothes and wanted to go back to see what was going on at home. When he was about to go out, he ran into Soo-won and Jong-yu, who came to give him clothes. He himself didn't know that Soo-won had made clothes for them. Soo-won, where did you get so many clothes? Soo-moo looked at her in confusion. These clothes looked brand new. Second brother, isn't it almost the new year? These clothes were made by my brothers and I when we went to get cloth a few days ago. We also made them for you. You are about the same size as my eldest brother, so I made them for you according to his size, but I didn't tell you. Now that they are done, go get them. It's just right to send them to you. I chose the color according to my opinion. I don't know if you like it or not. The color was chosen for him according to his temperament. In fact, there is no requirement for this kind of short gown. Wearing it is to keep warm and keep out the cold. It doesn't matter whether it looks good or not. Soo-moo grabbed all the clothes on her body, and Soo-won was instantly empty-handed. They were all tied with cloth strips, which was convenient to pick up, but Soo-won used both hands to hold them. Soo-moo doesn't have high requirements for clothes, as long as there is something to wear and it doesn't look so ghostly that people can't see it. It's all right, I like them all. Soo-moo was quite supportive. He didn't shy away, nor did he say that she was wasting money again. The money had been spent, and the work had been done. What's the point of saying those things? At a glance, it looked quite normal, nothing to pick on. The way to get along with the second brother is very simple, without so many twists and turns. He is a very direct person and doesn't like to say much nonsense. Where are you going, second brother? Soo-won bumped into him at the door. I'm going home. Fortunately, you came at the right time, otherwise I would have missed it. Jong-yu, do you want me to get you 2 more pieces? Soo-moo said, then turned to look at Jong-yu, seeing that he was holding clothes in both hands, ready to help him share. Jong-yu is now a tool for Soo-won. He is diligent and quiet, and has the self-cultivation of a qualified tool. No need, Dr. Su, it's not a heavy object. Jiang Yu politely refused. Su Wan went to a cloth shop opposite Jishan Hall and bought 2 pieces of cloth of different colors for Su's mother, one in imperial color and one in lotus pink. At her age, she was not suitable for colorful clothes. It was better to wear something calm. Although these 2 colors were calm, they were not dull, which was just right for Su's mother. As for Su's father, he should choose dark gray and dark blue. As for cotton, buying 10 kilograms should be enough. There were also some ready-made clothes for sale in this cloth shop. There were also several skirts for girls hanging on the wall. The styles and colors were very playful. They were winter styles, cute and suitable for Su Wan's age. When Su Wan checked out, she looked at these clothes and tilted her head up. She couldn't hide her love in her eyes. Which girl doesn't love beauty? She also wants to dress beautifully, but now she has to work every day, so it's not convenient to wear such beautiful clothes. And the price is indeed a bit unattractive for her now. Seeing that she was looking at ready-made clothes, the shopkeeper took the initiative to explain the prices of these ready-made clothes. The girl is so pretty. These winter clothes are very suitable for her temperament. These small waistcoats are all made of fox fur. After wearing them, they are beautiful and warm. This style and pattern are also the most fashionable in Kyoto, but the price is a bit high, 35 taels per set. After hearing the price, Su Wan immediately dispelled her thoughts. This is called a bit high? A piece of clothing costs 35 taels. She didn't like it very much. To be honest, this style is rare in Qinghe County, and the color matching is also bright. It is indeed worn by young girls in their prime. And the material is not very good. It is sold at a high price under the name of Kyoto. Whether it is real fox fur is even more worth considering. Shopkeeper, I'll just take a look, not buy. Su Wan smiled harmlessly, and the emotions in her eyes changed quickly. After hearing the price, she changed from liking to being surprised, then to questioning, and finally returned to calm. Holding the cloth and cotton she bought, these big and small bags, Su Mu's hands were instantly full of things. After leaving the cloth shop, the 3 of them went out of the city to go home. In addition to the 3 of them, the old Hongdo's ox cart was filled with food. Second brother, you came back at the right time today. I bought mutton. I can ask fourth brother to cook a hot pot to eat in the evening. Su Yun studied a hot pot, which is to say hot pot, so that mutton can be eaten in the evening. It's just that these 3 pounds of mutton, is it possible that they bought too little and it's not enough to eat? If she had known that the second brother was coming back, she would have bought 2 more pounds. Your fourth brother has figured out another weird way to eat it? Su Mu was no longer surprised by this.
Well,
it's similar to salted meat, but this weather is suitable for eating something like this. It's warm, and I'll buy 2 pieces of tofu from the Liu family who grinds tofu in the village and take them back. Cut them into slices and eat them together. Along the way, Su Wan kept talking about the ways to eat that Su Yun had studied. He even used the soy sauce he made and added sugar to study the way to eat braised pork. Through Su Wan's improvement, it changed from slices of braised pork to pieces of braised pork, which was more classic. When we open a restaurant, we can use it as a signature dish. Su Muan listened quietly, responding to her from time to time. Seeing her vivid description, her little mouth popping out beans, he couldn't help laughing with her. It seems that these brothers and sisters get along well at home. Passing by Grandma Kai's house, Xiao Chui was playing with a group of newly born puppies at the gate of her yard. She saw an ox cart going on the road, so she stood up and stretched her neck to see if it was Sister Su Wan and the others. When they got closer, it was really them because Su Wan's voice was easy to recognize, soft and sticky. Sister Wan Wan.
Xiao Kui shouted.
Several people in the car looked in Xiao Chui's direction, and Lao Hongtu subconsciously stopped the ox cart. What's wrong, Xiao Chui? Unknowingly, they had arrived at the door of Grandma Kai's house. It was time to buy eggs and see how many eggs they had stored so that they could take them all away. I have to go back to the village to collect eggs soon. The eggs at home are not enough. The demand is high now. Su Wan jumped off the ox cart. Xiao Chui bent down and picked up a white dog. Sister Wan Wan, do you have puppies? She wanted to give a puppy to Su Wan to thank her for always buying things from their house. Now her and Grandma's life is much better than before. Seeing such a cute puppy, Suwon felt her heart melted. It should be said that when the dog was young, it was really cute, round and plump, and its ears were still flat. It is also necessary to keep a dog at home to watch the house. After all, it is now known that the family is doing business, and we are afraid that thieves will come to steal it. Sure. How much is the puppy? No money. It's for my sister. Xiao Chui shook her head. There were 4 puppies in this litter, only one was white, and she gave the one she liked the most to Suwon. Grandma Kai heard the noise outside and walked out of the yard. When she heard that it was Suwon's voice, she immediately smiled and came out with a stick. Xiao Chui hurried to help her. Suwon is here, come in and sit down. No, Grandma Kai, I'm here to buy eggs. Give me all the eggs you have now. Suwon didn't want to keep old Hong waiting for a long time, so she didn't go in. 20 this time. I'll give them to you. You've been buying a lot recently, and my chickens can't lay as many eggs as you do. Grandma Kai smiled from ear to ear and went back to the house to get the eggs. It can be seen that she was really happy. Suwon took the eggs to the ox cart and asked her second brother to hold them to prevent them from being broken. She paid for the eggs and asked how much the puppy cost. She liked Xiao Bai very much and wanted to take it home, but she was embarrassed to ask Bai for it. Grandma Kai, how much is the puppy? I want to buy one back. Why do you want money? Xiao Chui thought of giving it to you. She said so a few days ago. We have been waiting for you for a long time. If you hadn't been doing business with our family, our life would not be easy. Don't always ask about money. It's too polite. The orphans and widows didn't have any land at home, so they lived on the eggs laid by these chickens. They wanted to express their kindness, and Suwon was helpless and warm-hearted, so she could only accept it. Okay, I won't be polite. She took Xiao Bai from Xiao Chui's hands, said hello to Grandma Kai, and left. Back on the ox cart, Su Mu and Jiang Yu were very interested in Xiao Bai, and they rubbed its head with their hands. Xiao Bai was also very well behaved, whimpering comfortably and humming. It's okay to raise a dog, it can guard the house. In the past, your 4th brother and Ye always asked for a dog, so Dad went to get them one. After raising it for a year, he lost it. Later, he got another one. Ye didn't know what she gave the dog to eat, and it choked. It was too small, so it couldn't be saved. Sumu saw the puppy and thought of some things in the past. Suwon felt a little sour when he heard him mention Guyu. Second brother, do you miss her? Sumu counted, and he hadn't seen Guyu for several months. Why should I miss her? She is living a good life now, and there is no need for us to worry. After all, you are our real sister, so don't compare yourself with her. What will happen to her in the future? The Gu family will make plans for her, and you only have us brothers to make plans for you. Don't worry, we brothers will plan for you and be your backers in the future. Su Mu is not a nostalgic person, but their relationship with Guyu cannot be changed overnight. When Guyu comes back in the future, they still call each other brother and sister. She is willing to recognize them as her brothers, and they will not reject them. But otherwise, they don't want to have anything to do with the Gu family. Su Mu is a sober person. He knows that the Gu family looks down on families like them. He is also a noble and upright person. He will not do those things that make himself bored. If Guyu doesn't come to find him, he won't take the initiative to find Guyu, and he won't be self-indulgent and think about her. It's okay for each of them to be well. When they met on the road, she called him second brother, and he was happy to agree. After hearing what he said, the sourness in Suwon's heart immediately disappeared. His words were enough. She didn't ask for much, just this. In fact, as long as Suwon in the original book didn't do those bad things to make them feel cold, they wouldn't stand by and watch her die, right? Now she has figured it out. She doesn't need to worry about Guyu taking her life in the future. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to provoke her, she can live her life well and protect this hard-earned family relationship. Hearing the conversation between the brother and sister, Jongyu suddenly leaned his head closer and said in a tone that she could hear, "In the future, I will also be your backer." Suwon turned her head and saw his sincere face. He said it seriously, and was not joking. The big man took the initiative to be her backer. This is a good relationship. Suwon nodded quickly and smiled brightly. Okay. Jongyu saw her smile and felt a little excited in his heart, the kind of excitement he couldn't explain. He was still keen on rubbing Xiaobai's head. Since Xiaobai got on the ox cart, he has been teasing it and touching it. Suwon couldn't stand it anymore and stuffed Xiaobai into his arms. Jongyu obviously didn't expect her to take this step. He was a little stunned. After all, touching with your hands is different from holding it in your arms. The puppy doesn't look dirty, but it rolls in the dirt every day. Jongyu resisted for a few seconds, but after seeing Suwon smirk, he felt that he could accept it. He deliberately held the puppy in his arms and teased it, scratching its chin, and looking at Suwon from time to time, as if he was teasing Suwon. How could Suwon let him take advantage of her like this? So, she suddenly had an idea and made a hook gesture to Jongyu. Don't get me wrong, her motives were very simple. Jongyu didn't know what tricks she had up her sleeves, but he cooperated and came over, not too close, not too far, keeping a sense of propriety.
Come closer.
Suwon whispered, and Su-mu on the other side tilted his head to eat melons, not knowing what tricks they were going to play. Jongyu thought for a second and couldn't guess her motives. The next second, a warm and soft little hand attached to his chin, gently scratched twice, making people's heart tremble. Good boy, it turned out that Suwon was teasing him like a puppy. This girl, although she looked well-behaved, actually had her thorns hidden under her fur, and she would not suffer any loss. Jongyu was angry and amused, laughing at himself for being outwitted by her. Suwon's routine succeeded, showing off her pride, and even showing off her arrogance to her second brother. Su-mu shook his head helplessly and chuckled. What a little girl who has not grown up. When he said this, his tone was a little doting. It was just such a not-so-bright afternoon. There was not even the sun in the sky, and the sky was a little foggy. Except for the wind, there was nothing special. For Jongyu, the only special thing was that he was scratched by a little fox today. Back home, Su-mu moved the things of the brothers back to the room. Xiaobai was afraid that it would run around when it first came, so he simply kept it in the house. Suwon was preparing to make soap and was going to go out to get a bundle of straw to make lye water. As soon as she went out, she saw He Jiaoxing running towards her, looking back every few steps, as if someone was chasing her. When she saw Suwon, she seemed to see a savior, ran up to hold Suwon's hand. Her eyes were full of desire. Looking at her appearance, her eyes were swollen from crying, and there were obvious slap marks on her face. What's wrong with you? Suwon stabilized her body and asked her. But it was useless to ask. She was babbling. Suwon couldn't understand a word. He could only see that she was very anxious. Jiaoxing, come back to me. Dazawa appeared with a few men and chased after her, scaring Jiaoxing to hide behind Suwon. Seeing Dazawa getting closer and closer, she was almost desperate and grabbed Suwon's arm tightly. Suwon frowned because she hurt herself. Suwon, please move aside first. Auntie will take Jiaoxing home. Dazawa was still thinking about her eldest brother being her son-in-law. Although she was very angry, she still spoke to Suwon in a friendly manner. Auntie, what's wrong? What's the matter? Look how scared Jiaoxing is. If you have anything to say, just talk it out. Suwon asked her with a smile. Don't hit a smiling person. It's just a family matter. I found a marriage for Jiaoxing, but she didn't want to. The man is very good. He is handsome, kind, and has a good family background. She didn't want to and ran away. Isn't this giving him face? Dazawa explained, and was about to go around Suwon to pull Jiaoxing. Suwon guessed it. She heard those aunties say by the river that their family found a lame old bachelor for He Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing is still young, and Sister Jiaolon hasn't married yet. She is not in a hurry, and it's not too late to wait for another 2 years. She deliberately brought up He Jiaolon. The older one hasn't married yet, so what's the matter with the younger one? You don't know, her sister already has a lover. The big jujube flower is still laying the groundwork. Su-mu heard the noise outside the yard and hurried out to check, but Jiangyu couldn't show up. He was also alert in the next room. What's going on? Su-mu saw this scene and didn't know what happened, so he asked Su-won. Second brother, Aunt Xiaohua wants to arrange a marriage for Jiaoxing, but Jiaoxing is not happy and refuses to go back. Su-won told the truth. Su-mu couldn't interfere in these women's affairs, but seeing He Jiaoxing's pitiful appearance, he guessed that the other party was not a good man. At least she didn't like him herself. Aunt, you don't force Jiaolan when she has a lover, so why do you force Jiaoxing when she is not happy? Su-won didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but now He Jiaoxing was holding her and wouldn't let go. She couldn't just let him get rid of her. As a woman, she could empathize with her and was ready to help her out, but it was impossible to expect her to take care of this matter. Dazoa's face froze when Su-won asked her. Her eyes rolled, and then she began to act. Oh, you know Jiaoxing's situation. She is a mute. It's not easy to find a relative. Now she has found someone who doesn't despise her. Then I, as a mother, am planning for her, not harming her. Dazawa pretended to be embarrassed. Aunt found her, but it's the one that Aunt Zhao and the others said. The one who is nearly 30 years old and whose legs and feet are not very flexible. Su-won's tone was quite gentle, not arrogant or impatient, as if he was chatting with her. He said it with this attitude, without offending people, and he could also stop them. As expected, Dazawa was choked up and didn't know how to explain for a moment. Her face was quite ugly, but she was trying hard to hold on. Unexpectedly, the gossip had reached Su-won's ears. She was indeed in the wrong. Oh, how can it be as exaggerated as you say? I've said that Jiaoxing's situation is different. With her natural defects, she can only match this. Just treat her well. Dazawa was a little impatient. She also called several nephews at home to catch He Jiaoxing. The man was still waiting at home. She was anxious and afraid that the matter would fall through. After all, the man was willing to pay 30 taels of betrothal gifts. Su-won looked back at He Jiaoxing, and she shook her head vigorously. She was so unwilling that she was unwilling. If you didn't know, you would think that the man was a monster. How about this, and you go back first, let Jiaoxing stay here for a while, and when she calms down, I'll let her go back. Send people away first. It's not a good thing to be in a stalemate like this. She still has things to do. No, they're still waiting. This is not appropriate.
Dazawa said. Su-won didn't know what was going on.
He Jiaoxing kept holding her hand. It was supposed to be someone else's family affair. It was not appropriate for her to interfere too much. It was like a dog trying to catch a mouse. Although He Jiaoxing was very pitiful, she tried her best to speak for her. She really didn't know how to start this matter. Just when Su-won was in a state of panic, a young and slightly immature male voice appeared, with anxiety. Jiaoxing. Everyone looked in his direction and saw a thin man who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters. When He Jiaoxing saw him, the tears in her eyes surged even more, and she felt aggrieved. He trotted all the way over and stood in front of Su-won and He Jiaoxing. His thin body showed full strength at this moment. Auntie, I am willing to marry Jiaoxing home. I hope you will agree. No one expected him to say such a sentence, and things took a turn for the better. Are you willing to marry Jiaoxing? But your family is so poor. What can you use to marry Jiaoxing? You are not interested in trying to get something for nothing. Dazawa looked at him with contempt, and her words were also sarcastic. She looked down on him just because he was poor. Aunt, what do you want me to agree to let Jiaoxing marry me? The boy was very sincere. Second brother, who is this? Su-won was confused. She had not been back for long, and the people in the village had not recognized her yet. At the east end of the village, the son of the Jiang family, Jiang Sheng. Su-mu told him the truth. Speaking of Jiang Sheng's family, it was also a sin. He lost his father when he was young, and his mother's health was not good. The family did not have farming, so they planted some land and raised some potatoes and corn. He was the only son in his family, and everything depended on him. He usually found some odd jobs in the surrounding villages to supplement the family income and treat his mother's illness. His family was also very poor. Because he had not eaten well and dressed well since he was a child, he was 17 years old now, but his height was not as tall and strong as other boys of the same age. Su Chun was an example. But the situation of the Su family was better than his family because they had a large population and a large labor force. Therefore, although they lived a tight life, Su's father and mother had never let the children go hungry. At this time, Dezawa began to make demands. We don't have so many rules in the countryside, but we still have to marry in a formal way, bring the betrothal gift to the door, ask the matchmaker to propose marriage, and match the horoscopes. Our Jiaoxing is now looking for a marriage, and the man is willing to pay a gift of 30 taels of silver, so you can't be less. At least you can't let our Jiaoxing lose face. Dezawa felt that her request was not excessive. Anyway, the standard was there. As long as she could get 30 taels, it didn't matter who she married. The man didn't consider the happiness of his daughter at all. It was a typical selling of his daughter, and he said it in a high-sounding way. Su-won despised this the most. Isn't this just forcing people to do things out of their control? Jiang Sheng didn't look like he could afford 30 taels of silver. Sure enough, when Jiang Sheng heard this request, a little despair appeared on his face. Auntie, our family can't afford so much silver. Can it be less? Fortunately, he didn't choose to give up after hearing the number, but chose to fight for it. You can't even take out 30 taels. Why do you want to marry our Jiaoxing? Won't she suffer if she follows you? The disgust on Dezawa's face was not concealed. Aunt, why don't you ask Jiaoxing if she is willing? Maybe she is willing, and they love each other.
Shuwan interrupted.
Marriage and living together are not just about mutual consent. Love can make you full, but who has ever tried to eat a full meal with love alone? Su-won, this is our family affair. I'm sorry to make you laugh. We won't be annoying here. If there is anything, we will go back and talk. You should do what you should do. Dezawa obviously felt that Su-won was meddling in her business. She was unhappy, but she still held back her temper and continued to talk to her in a friendly manner. She pulled He Jiaoxing hard, and He Jiaoxing looked at Su-won, hoping that she could help her. But Su-won was powerless, and she was not doing it right. Jiang Sheng wanted to help, but she didn't know where to start, so she could only worry. Aunt, you can take it slow. I'll find a way. Don't force Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing also nodded vigorously in agreement. Tears falling like money, her mother pulled her hard. She had no choice but to hold Jiang Sheng's hand. Dezawa was angry. He Jiaoxing, do you still have shame? You are pulling and tugging with a man in broad daylight. You are shameless. Our He family still has shame. Your sister still has shame. She twisted the flesh on He Jiaoxing's hands and waist, twisting fiercely. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, many villagers came to watch the excitement and pointed and talked. Su-won was close to the center of the war and was accidentally bumped. Su-mu quickly held her hand and took her to stand a little further away. Su-mu felt that it was really a scene. Why did they have to make a scene in front of their house? If they didn't, they would think it was their family's matter. Are you okay? He looked Su-won up and down and asked her with concern. Su-won shook her head to indicate that it was okay. Many aunties came to rescue her one after another, pulled Dezawa away, and told her not to continue beating He Jiaoxing and asked her to talk it out. At this time, He Jialon and her father, village chief He, also appeared. Village chief He came over with a look of disappointment on his face and said to Dezawa fiercely, "What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed enough? Come back with me. Mom, they have all left. You should take my sister home first. We can talk about anything when we get home." He Jialon came forward and hugged her sister. Su-won almost believed her gentle and considerate look. Is she so good at acting? If I hadn't seen her push someone that day, I would have thought she was concerned about her sister and that the two sisters had a good relationship. He Jiaoxing kept resisting, breaking free from her sister's arms and hiding behind Jiang Sheng. What, the person left? Why didn't you stop him? Zhao Hua's loud voice was filled with anger, and more of it was heartache that 30 taels of silver would go down the drain. Logically speaking, their family conditions were not bad, but it was as if they had never seen silver, or maybe it was that Zhao Hua was just greedy. If the person wants to leave, there is no way to stop him, mother, if you ask me. Let's do this first. Don't force your sister. He Jialon pulled her mother's sleeve and acted coquettishly, continuing to establish her character. Her acting skills are quite good. The same person has different fates, the same daughter, but the treatment she received is completely different. You shameless person, still hiding, come home with me. Now you have your wish, are you happy? Zhao Hua pulled He Jiaoxing, the action was rude. This time, He Jiaoxing did not resist, and followed her cooperatively, probably because she heard that the man had left, so she relaxed her vigilance. Annie, please think about the matter between Jiaoxing and me again. Seeing that things were turning around, Jiang Sheng continued to fight for himself. Because so many people were watching, Dezawa's attitude was much more restrained, but she still insisted. I tell you, none of the conditions I proposed can be missing, otherwise this will not work. After that, she dragged He Jiaoxing away, without looking back. Village chief, he must have felt ashamed, so he kept his head down, sighed, and finally followed him. Only He Jialon was left. She came over and took Su Wan's hand, with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Sister Su Wan. I made you laugh. Su Wan silently took her hand back, smiled back at her, and said perfunctorily, It's okay, it's okay. Second brother Su is back too. I'm really sorry to have troubled you just now. She turned and looked at Su Mu again. The men in the Su family are all good. Anyway, He Jialon played the trick to the end and left away everywhere. It's not a big deal. We didn't do anything. Come on, Su Wan, let's go back. And Jiang Sheng, do you want to come in and sit for a while?
Sumupuld suvanto go home.
Seeing Jiang Sheng standing there blankly, he frowned and asked him to come in and sit for a while to calm down. Only He Jialon was not called. She was a little embarrassed and found an excuse to leave. Well, I have to go home to see a few things. I'll leave first. Jiang Sheng was distraught and felt that most of his energy had been drained away. Facing the girl he liked, the feeling of powerlessness was understandable. No, second brother Su. Thank you for your kindness. I won't bother you anymore. My mother is waiting for me at home. Jiang Sheng didn't have the heart to think about anything else now. You said, if it was a matter of a few taels of silver, Su Wan would really be happy to help him, but the main thing is that 30 taels is really a bit too much. She also saved for a long time to save 40 taels of silver. With so many people in the family, she had to leave some security, just in case there was a minor illness or disaster, or something else happened, so she would not be left empty-handed. But looking at Jiang Sheng's thin back, Su Wan felt particularly sympathetic to her. If she had a fortune, she would have helped him. After all, it can be seen that he was somewhat sincere to He Jiaoxing. Sometimes, it's not that we are hard-hearted, but that we ourselves are living a mess. So how can we save the suffering of the world? Even if we help others, there must be a limit. You have tried your best, don't feel guilty.
Sumupetit Suanes shoulder.
Seeing her frowning and looking at Jiang Sheng's back, he thought she was blaming herself for not being able to help. She had tried her best to help He Jiaoxing just now, and he saw it. Just like he treated patients and saved lives, doctors charge for treating patients because they also have to support their families, and they also charge for the herbs they prescribe. There is no contradiction between doing good deeds and collecting the due rewards, so he did not refuse the consultation fee returned by Jiang Yu and only charged within his ability. Second brother, I don't feel guilty. I just sympathize with Jiang Sheng's helplessness.
Shuwan explain.
She is not a saint who steps on the golden lotus. She can't stand the suffering of the world. She would rather suffer herself than others. Helping people should also be within an appropriate range, just like her and Grandma Kai. Taking care of her business is also a way to help her. She saved Jiang Yu out of selfishness, which she did not deny. She just wanted to curry favor with him. Moreover, she and Jiang Yu had a legitimate trading relationship. She saved him, not for free, and he paid her. Then I was overthinking. By the way, what were you going to do when you went out just now? Su Mu smiled and changed the subject. Go get some straw to burn for ashes.
Shuwan answered truthfully.
Wait at home, I'll go. After saying that, Su Mu left without waiting for Su Wan's answer.
Shuwan smiled helplessly.
It was just right for her to go collect eggs. There were almost no eggs left at home to make shakima. When she went back to the house to find a basket, Jongyu came out of the room and stood behind her without anyone noticing. "Does it hurt?" He suddenly said these 3 words, which scared Soo-won. "Ouch, you scared me. What do you mean it hurts? Why are you walking silently?" Soo-won patted her heart. "What happened to your hand?" Jongyu stared at her wrist and asked. Soo-won lowered her head, and it was true, because Jiaoxing was very nervous just now, and she grabbed her especially hard. She had been spoiled for more than 10 years, and her skin was very delicate. At this moment, there were some obvious red marks on her wrist. Jongyu also noticed carefully that when Soo-won tiptoed to get something, a part of her arm was exposed, and he happened to see it. "It's okay, it was just an accident, it doesn't hurt. I'm going to the village to collect eggs, do you want to come with me?" Soo-won carried her small basket and made a sincere invitation. Jongyu couldn't refuse at all and agreed directly. "Let's go." He also saw that she really had nothing to do, so he didn't ask any more questions. Before the 2 of them went out, they found a rope to tie Xiaobai up, for fear that it would run away. Now, when Jongyu sees this dog, he can remember the scene of Soo-won teasing him on the horse, which is lingering. The 2 walked around the village, and 1 basket was not enough. Almost every household in the village had eggs to collect. In the end, they borrowed 2 baskets to carry them. They collected 120 eggs. The meaning of Soo-yu's existence was to act as a bag carrier. In the afternoon, when Soo-chun and his friends returned home, they found that there was another member in the family. Especially Soo-yun, he just couldn't let go of Xiaobai. He had been playing with it since he got it back, which showed that he really liked animals. Today, the 3 brothers went out to sell goods and made a total profit of 15 taels of silver. Counting the existing ones, they saved up nearly 60 taels in total. Because of the purchase of raw materials and the need to pay wages to Soo-chun and his friends, there were so many left in the end. After the Chinese New Year, they almost saved up enough. Soo-yun felt that the name Xiaobai was not loud enough, so he changed its name to Wankai, which was in line with the current situation. He hoped that it could really bring wealth. Now the Soo family's courtyard is getting more and more lively, with chickens, dogs, and rabbits. Today is also the last day to go to the countryside to sell goods. Starting tomorrow, they don't have to carry their loads to go from village to town. They just need to wait for the market. And the clothes that Soo-won made for them. Soo-yun couldn't wait to put on his 2 sets, and asked Soo-won if they looked good, like a colorful peacock. "How about it, Soo-won? Do I look good in them?" He put on the new clothes and ran to Soo-won to show up, with an expression asking for praise. "It looks good. 4th brother, looks the best." Soo-won replied to him, very perfunctorily. Seeing this, Soo-yun looked at her unhappily and complained, "Soo-won, can you be more serious? You are too perfunctory." In fact, it's not that Soo-won is not serious, but the style of the clothes is very ordinary. There's no pattern, simple, it looks nothing new except new. After putting on this outfit, 4th brother immediately became dignified, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. He is so handsome and unparalleled in the world. Now she couldn't say that she was perfunctory. As a result, Soo-yun was even more speechless. "What are you talking about? It's too fake. Can you be more real?" If you want to hear the truth, there is no change, but 4th brother is born in good shape, so he looks good in anything. Soo-won evaluated according to his requirements, without any false feelings. The 2 words "okay" hit Soo-yun's forehead hard, causing Soo-yi and Soo-chun to laugh unkindly. Forget it. Why did he ask Soo-won these questions? It was useless to ask, and he made himself angry to death. However, the Soo brothers haven't worn new clothes for a long time. They are sincerely happy in their hearts. The clothes padded with cotton are warm to wear. In the evening, they had mutton hot pot. Soo-yun sliced the mutton into slices and then used the ribs to make a soup base. He pulled cabbage from the vegetable garden and also had tofu cubes and smoked meat cut into half pieces to cook together. A group of people gathered around the table. The pot was steaming, and the atmosphere was full. Several brothers picked up food for Soo-won from time to time, asking her to eat more and to be careful of the heat. Soo-won finally enjoyed the feeling of being spoiled by her family. She had been lacking love since she was a child, and her heart was in turmoil. Her nose was sour. Even Jongyu came to join in the fun, carefully preparing to pick up a piece of tofu in Soo-won's bowl, but was discovered by the sharp-eyed Soo-yun. "Why are you picking up food for Soo-won too?" He knocked Jongyu's chopsticks away with the tip of his chopsticks. The other three brothers also glanced at Jongyu with their eyes. Soo-won was sandwiched between them, and under the mist, she looked weak and helpless. Jongyu cleared his throat and explained in a serious tone, "Ahem. I think it's not good to eat meat all the time. It's better to eat it with vegetables." Soo-mu looked at him with scrutiny. Soo-chan looked at him with confusion. Soo-yun looked at him with anger, wishing to tear him with his eyes, and Soo-yi looked at him with suspicion. "Jongyu, Soo-won is not even 14 years old." Soo-yun's words sounded so familiar, and he felt like he had seen them before. To him, Jongyu had bad intentions towards his sister. Otherwise, it would be too unruly for him, a man from outside, to pick up food for a girl who is still in the boudoir. It was not allowed. "I know. Did fourth brother misunderstand something? Soo-won and I are innocent. I just picked up a dish for her. Nothing else." Jongyu continued to eat calmly. His movements were elegant, his tone was slow, and it seemed that he really had no ulterior motives. "You called me fourth brother again. You are not allowed to." Hearing him, a man 3 years older than him, calling him fourth brother, Soo-yun's firecrackers finally exploded in impotent rage. "It's just a respectful title. If fourth brother doesn't like it, I won't call you that." Jongyu knew how to make people angry. He danced crazily in Soo-yun's minefield, and he looked like nothing happened, not guilty at all. The other party, Soo-won, wanted to bury her head in the bowl. It was none of her business. She was still young, and she didn't understand. Besides, Jongyu was sick. Why did he pick up food for himself for no reason? It could easily cause misunderstanding. "Brother Jongyu, are you going to spend the New Year at our house this year?" Soo-yi, who looked the most innocent but the most sinister, asked his question in a gentle tone and with a smile on his face. On the surface, there was no problem and he was quite polite, but in fact he was ordering him to leave. "I'll leave after the New Year's Day, and I'll have to bother you for a while." When Jongyu said this, he deliberately glanced at Soo-won, who was trying to stuff herself into a pufferfish with food, so she didn't receive this look. "Oh, then will it be difficult for us to meet again in the future?" Soo-yi continued to output. "It's good that we can't meet each other, so there's no way to make any plans.
It's my honor to meet you.
If I have nothing to do in the future, I will come back to visit you often." Jongyu smiled harmlessly, 1 against 4, and he was not at all inferior. This was just a small scene, and he often encountered a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. Humph, that's not necessary. Soo-yun gritted his teeth and said this, then stuffed a mouthful of meat into his mouth to fill his dissatisfaction. He endured it anyway. It was only a month who asked them to collect money. However, Soo-chan didn't embarrass Jongyu because they were all fellow brothers. Soo-mu didn't say anything, but just continued to add dishes to Soo-won's bowl silently. It seemed as if he was just making a fuss. Everyone will be at home to rest tomorrow, so no one is in a hurry to go to bed. Soo-won was still making goat milk soap when it was dark and asked Soo-chan to buy 2 cans of goat milk. Tonight, she finally put on new clothes and she no longer had to wear Guyu's leftovers. She would make 2 sets of clothes to change into when she made money. Soo-won thought that she should make a lot of money by selling shikima in the state capital. After the new year, she planned to expand the market for goat milk soap to the state capital and make a lot of money. She told Soo-yun and the others about this idea, and they agreed with both hands and feet. "When the time comes, we will rent a carriage, make more shikima and sell it in the state capital. The state capital is so prosperous and there are many people, it will definitely sell well." Soo-yun has already started counting the money on his fingers. "Yeah, I think so too. I'll go with you guys to have a look. I haven't been to the prefecture yet. The prefecture is equivalent to the city. It must be very prosperous." She wanted to know what the difference is compared to the streets of Qinghe County. "It shouldn't be. Soo-won, you haven't been to the prefecture either?" Soo-yun felt a little strange. Logically speaking, the Gu family's business is so big, Suwon should have been there. Every New Year's Day, there is a lantern festival in the prefecture, and some families of landlords in the county like to join in the fun. Suwon seemed to have forgotten that she used to be the daughter of the Gu family and blurted out without paying attention to these details. It seems that I have been there, but that was when I was very young, I don't remember. Suwon made up a random reason. Soo-yeon also believed it and stopped asking more questions. Then he said, "Every New Year's Day, the prefecture will hold a lantern festival. I heard it's fun. You can guess lantern riddles, release flower lanterns, and even release sky lanterns. I want to see it." The boy's eyes were full of yearning. "Then on New Year's Day, our family will go to the provincial capital to watch the lantern festival." Suwon said honestly. She also liked to join in the fun. Traveling back to the time in the books, this is ancient times and she is very interested in ancient culture, so she is curious about everything and wants to see it. Besides, it can't be a wasted trip, and it would be so boring if she doesn't join in the fun. Speaking of going to the provincial capital to watch the Lantern Festival, Soo-yeon's eyes lit up. Really? But will my parents agree? Soo-yeon thought about how, from childhood to adulthood, their family would automatically avoid all opportunities to join in the fun, because joining in the fun costs money. We earn our own money. So what's wrong with that? When the time comes, we'll charter a car and go together as a family. We have to see the world. Ask eldest brother to go along, so that he can relax before the spring examination and not be too nervous. That's why, fourth brother, you have to work hard, earn money, and take us to the provincial capital to play. All the expenses will be paid by fourth brother. Soo-won began to encourage Soo-yeon while setting a trap for him. Also, fourth brother, we can just do whatever we like, don't have any scruples, think about the consequences before doing it, and be prepared. As long as we have a clear conscience, and we're not doing anything bad, I believe that when the time comes, we will use the money we have earned through hard work to take our parents out to play, and they will be happy and proud of us. What Soo-won said was very right, which made Soo-yeon more motivated, and felt that his hard work in the past few days was nothing. It's great to have such a sister, who can always give you good advice and timely encouragement. Soo-yeon thought about how he felt ashamed of Soo-won's words and deeds at the beginning. Just because he couldn't accept this sudden change, he hurt Soo-won's heart and scrupulously. In fact, those had nothing to do with her, but his own selfishness. Struggling in his heart, Soo-yeon had a constipated expression on his face and organized his words in his mind.
Soo-won.
What's wrong? Fourth brother. Soo-won felt his voice was like a deflated ball. He stood up suddenly, stood straight in front of Soo-won, and bowed to Soo-won. She thought he was stimulated by something. "I'm sorry, Soo-won. I apologize for all the things I said and did to you before. I didn't know you well enough. I presumptuously speculated about you and always said things that hurt your heart. I was wrong. Please forgive me." He closed his eyes and said all these words in one go, and he felt relieved after he finished speaking. In fact, Soo-won never really cared about him at all. In her opinion, Soo-yeon was just an ordinary rebellious teenager in middle school. In modern times, there are many people of his age who are more rebellious than him. He was just harsh in words, but his heart was good. Just look at what he said that day, he said. Although it is said that a woman must obey her husband after marriage, a woman does not necessarily have to know how to cook. If a man really loves his wife, it doesn't matter whether she can cook or not. It can be seen that he has a positive outlook on life and can feel sorry for others. Fourth brother, I forgive you, but if you feel bad, just wash the dishes as well. Soo-won said to him jokingly. She was not angry in the first place, and she was surprised that he would take the initiative to apologize to her, because Soo-yeon was a person who said one thing and did another. Okay, I'll go now.
Soo-yeon의 palagyaisya sincerely.
Originally, he had already cooked dinner, and it was definitely not his responsibility to wash the dishes, but now Soo-won gave an order, and he went immediately. Soo-chun and Soo-yi all found it funny that Soo-yeon was controlled by Won-won. It's not easy. Fourth brother actually bowed his head. From what I know about him, he clearly knows that he is wrong, but he will only slowly change his attitude towards you and will never bow his head to admit his mistakes. Sister Won-won is really amazing. Fourth brother is convinced. As Soo-yeon's twin brother, Soo-yi is the most qualified to express his opinion. And Soo-moo also smiled with relief, thinking it's not easy. The child has grown up. Jeong-yu listened to what Soo-won said, and his heart was also full of emotion. Yes, just do whatever you want to do, consider the consequences before doing it, and have a clear conscience. Just this one sentence actually indirectly enlightened him. Jeong-yu couldn't help but smile indifferently, and then looked at Soo-won, who was smiling brightly. An inexplicable emotion had quietly grown in his heart, and his eyes became soft. He thought that it was because of Soo-won's bright personality, her attitude towards doing things, and her confidence that he was attracted to her. She is really special and different. But at the same time, he also silently remembered many details in his heart. Later, Soo-won had made 100 pieces of goat milk soap that he promised to the grocery store owner. It was placed in a dry and ventilated place to dry. The weather was bad in winter, so it would take a few more days before it could be used. Soo-moo stayed at home for 2 days and then returned to Jishan Hall to work. As soon as he arrived, he met an acquaintance, who turned out to be the old man who had given him the books before. It was also with the knowledge in these 2 books that he was able to cure Jeong-yu's poison. The old man had gray hair on his temples and a long beard. He was over 60 years old, fat, and looked quite kind. He was sitting on a chair in Jishan Hall drinking tea, stroking his beard from time to time. He didn't come here to see a doctor, but just waited for someone. Moreover, the guys in Jishan Hall were very polite to him. As soon as Soo-moo entered the door, he recognized him at first sight. He had been thinking that it would be great if he could meet the old gentleman again. He must thank him in person for giving him such a good book, which benefited him a lot. "Old sir, is that you?" Soo-moo, who had such a calm personality, could not help but become excited. When it came to his field and hobbies, he was full of respect. "Here you are, you must be Soo-moo." The old gentleman was not surprised to see him, and smiled kindly. But what surprised Soo-moo was that the old gentleman actually recognized him and knew his name. "Sir, do you know my name?" "Yes, I just asked the guys in the hall, and I heard that you are a good kid. Not only are you studious and curious, but you are also very steady in your daily work." The old gentleman looked Soo-moo up and down. Now it seems that this child has good character and appearance. "Sir, you are too kind. I am in my position, and it is my duty to do a good job in the pharmacy. As for being diligent and curious, I am grateful that Dr. Lin thinks highly of me and is willing to teach me the knowledge of pharmacology, so I will take it seriously." At that time, he was already 17 years old, and his younger brothers had grown up, so there was no need for so many people to do the farm work. He wanted to find a job to supplement the family income, and then he found the job as a handyman in Jishan Hall. Dr. Lin of Jishan Hall discovered his keen sense of smell and thought he was a good candidate for medical studies, so he promoted him to an apprentice and taught him pharmacology. After hearing Soo-moo's answer, the old gentleman nodded with satisfaction. "Your words and deeds are appropriate. You are humble and polite. Lin Shanxiang has a good eye." The Lin Shanxiang mentioned by the old gentleman is Dr. Lin of Jishan Hall, who is also the owner of Jishan Hall. "You are too kind." Soo-moo was embarrassed to be praised by an old gentleman. "Haha, I never flatter people randomly. If everyone says bad things about you, then I naturally won't say these things. If one person thinks you are good, then you may not really be good, but if everyone thinks you are good, then you must be extraordinary." The old gentleman smiled and stroked his beard. Soo-moo scratched his head embarrassedly, and then he bowed to the old gentleman seriously and earnestly. "I don't know your name, but I want to thank you for the book, which has benefited me a lot. Every time I have something I don't understand, it's thanks to the book you gave me that I can suddenly understand it. Have you finished reading the book?" The old gentleman asked him with a smile. Soo-moo nodded and continued to bow. "No need to be polite. At the beginning, I also saw that you have some talent, so I gave you the book. Since you have finished reading it, then I will test you. Are you willing?" The old gentleman wanted to test him, which meant that he was also a medical student. Soo-moo was of course willing. Learning is endless, and only by asking for advice with an open mind can we make progress. "Of course I am willing." If there are any shortcomings in my opinions, please feel free to enlighten me. Okay, follow me to the backyard. Don't take up space in the front hall and delay the patient's consultation. The old man stood up and went to the backyard of Jishan Hall with ease.
Sumu looked at Dr. Lin.
He had to work today, but he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. So he wanted to ask Dr. Lin to give him some time. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Dr. Lin looked at him with a smile and took the initiative to say, "Go ahead. The front hall is not needed for the time being." So Sumu followed the old man to the backyard. The old man had already sat down in the yard. There were good tea and snacks in the yard, which showed that he was familiar with Dr. Lin and was a distinguished guest of Jishan Hall. "Young man, sit down." The old man asked him to sit down. "Grandpa, who are you embarrassing so early in the morning?" Sumu had just sat down when a young girl's voice suddenly came into his ears. He turned his head and saw a young girl in a goose-yellow cotton skirt walking briskly, with her skirt lifted. The girl had picturesque eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth, and was beautiful and playful. She should be 2 years older than Suwon. Maybe girls in their prime years all look the same. Because he has a younger sister at home, Sumu looked at her a few more times, then moved his eyes away and lowered his head slightly. "You girl, you are so sharp-tongued. How am I embarrassing you?" The old man looked at his granddaughter. His tone and expression were very doting. The girl's attention at the moment was not on his grandfather, but she tilted her head to look at Sumu, her eyes full of inquiry. Sumu felt her gaze and subconsciously looked up. The two sights met. After being stunned, the girl blushed quickly and lowered her head guiltily. "Okay, Grandpa, I want to test this young man. Don't interrupt me." The old man got back to the point. Business was more important.
"Got it, Grandpa."
The girl answered obediently. After that, the old man began to give Sumu questions, all of which were knowledge from the 2 books. Some were related to detoxification, and some were related to the medicinal materials in the books, its pharmacology, side effects, and growth environment. Sumu answered them one by one fluently. The old man was very satisfied. He kept stroking his beard and nodding, and his eyes looked at Sumu with more and more appreciation. After that, he asked someone to bring a lot of medicinal materials and pills and asked Sumu to blindfold himself and identify them only by smell. If he was still admiring before, then after seeing Sumu's talent, his eyes turned into joy and he almost couldn't suppress his joy. Finally, the old man asked his granddaughter to get a few books and give them to Sumu. "Child, these are a few books that I have compiled over the years of practicing medicine. They record all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. They are also what I have encountered and learned in my life. You take these books back and read them carefully. I will come to you next time when I am free. I hope you can surprise me again." The old man still has one last test waiting for him, which depends on how deep Sumu's learning and acceptance ability is. Moreover, it is the end of the year, and many things will have to wait until next year. Sumu was flattered, but he took these books with his yearning for medical skills and regarded them as treasures. On the day of the big market, Su Chen, Su Yun, and Suwon took 200 portions of shaki ma to the market to set up a stall. There are many people going to Yengao to go to the market today, and Lao Hongtu has to go in 2 trips. Suwon and her 3 siblings caught the first trip. Su Yi and Jiangyu stayed at home to look after the house. There must be no one to take care of the livestock at home. Today is the big market, and it is really not easy to find a suitable stall. There were so many people. People from all over the country came to the market, including residents from the county. The whole market was packed with people who came to buy New Year goods. It was not easy to find a place to set up the stall. As soon as the stall was opened, there were already customers. It was all thanks to Su Yun and his friends who went from village to village. They made their reputation a little better and saved the trouble of shouting loudly on the street. After going to so many villages, there must be many people who have eaten shakima. As long as you like it, you will remember it. Business is very good today. They don't need to promote it. Customers keep coming. This one buys one, that one buys 2, and everyone can try it at will. For this reason, many people are willing to support them. Soon, almost half of the goods were sold. Soo-yeon was responsible for getting the goods for them. Soo-won was responsible for collecting the money, and Soo-chin maintained order. The three siblings cooperated well. In the process, they also received a big order. Liu Yuanwai's family in the north of the city wanted to marry a daughter-in-law and ordered 200 shikima, which would be delivered in 10 days. It is said that they were recommended by the Hor family, signed the order and paid the deposit, and the business was taken over. The birthday banquet of Mr. Huo was very successful that day, and shikima was widely praised. At the end of the day, 200 shikima were sold out, and 28 taels of silver were sold. With the 15 taels of deposit from the Liu family, the total was 43 taels. Before going back, I have to buy materials. My parents will be back the day after tomorrow. Soo-won plans to buy more meat, 2 chickens, and 2 fish to take back. Fish can be bought at the fish stall in the market, and chickens can be caught by passing by Grandma Kai's house. There are also eggs. The demand is too great, and the consumption is too large according to the proportion, but they are indispensable. Tomorrow, I have to go to the nearby villages to collect them all, and collect as many as I can. There is another market in half a month, and there are 2 more markets before the end of the year. The new year is half a month after the first day of the lunar year. Going to the state capital to sell shikima is to choose before the first day of the lunar year, just in time to watch the Lantern Festival together. This business is sure to make money. After the market was over, seeing that it was still early, Soo-won went to the bookstore and wanted to buy a few books on flood control and drought prevention. She wanted to send these books to her eldest brother so that he could take a good look at them and have a general idea. However, there were very few books of this kind, and Soo-won could hardly find a book about natural disasters even after searching almost the entire bookstore. In other words, flood control has always been unprecedented and unparalleled, and no one can eliminate it from the root. But according to the knowledge Soo-won learned in later generations, she still understood a little bit. After browsing the entire bookstore in vain, Soo-won had to buy some food and went to find her eldest brother. Soo-yeon and Soo-chin thought she was visiting the bookstore to buy books for her eldest brother, but they just didn't find what they wanted. After that, Soo-won bought half a roast chicken, some dried fruits, and 2 servings of shakima, and then went to Jonghyun Academy. Since there was no way to show him a book, she could only lead the topic to this aspect. When she came to Jonghyun Academy, she went in alone again, and her 2 brothers were waiting outside. This time, Soo-won happened to catch up with Soo-jing, who didn't have class. She was waiting for him in the Huichin Pavilion. Soo-jing came over almost immediately after hearing that Soo-won came to see him. Won, why are you here? Soo-jing was very happy to see his sister coming. During the years he was in the academy, few people from his family came to see him. Brother, you have worked hard in studying. I came to give you some delicious food and report the recent situation at home. Soo-won pushed all the food she bought for him in front of him. Won, why did you buy so much food again? I don't usually like to eat snacks. You come to see your brother, and he is very happy. Why spend money? Brother, this is bought with the money earned by the 4th brother. He invited you to eat. Soo-won explained. Hearing that Soo-yeon made money, Soo-jing became curious. Tell me, what tricks did your 4th brother come up with again? Can he make money? Obviously, Soo-jing didn't believe it. Soo-won told Soo-jing everything about their recent shikima business, including the fact that his parents would quit their jobs and go home the day after tomorrow. Soo-jing couldn't help laughing when he heard the end, laughing at how many ideas these brothers and sisters had. In other words, the idea was yours, and you taught them this knack. Soo-yeon was the one who did the hard work, and he still had to pay you.
It was indeed like that.
Although she was the one who came up with the idea and helped him work, they also got paid, so it wasn't for nothing. Yes, that's right. As of today, 4th brother has saved almost 80 taels of silver, excluding the silver he spent. Even me, 3rd brother, and 5th brother have earned almost 20 taels of silver in total. You are really smart. How do you know so many ideas to make money? We, as brothers, are far less capable than you. Soo-jing really sighed that Soo-won's brain was really good, and most importantly, she knew a lot and could speak and do things. In her opinion, 100 or 80 taels of silver could be easily earned. Brother is also very capable. Come back and test us to become the top scholar in the future. All of ours are just small tricks. Suwon began to lead the topic to the imperial examination. Wanwan, you flatter me too much. How can you get the top scholar just by wanting to? Su Jing was still modest. He did not dare to praise himself to such a high position. However, he has been working hard towards this goal. Only the top scholar has real talent and knowledge, and is the recognition of his hard work and studying for so many years. The runner-up has to be inferior to the top scholar, and the third scholar has to be of good character and appearance. He does not want others to say that he is just a show-off with nothing on the surface. Brother, you will definitely be able to do it. By the way, how confident are you about the palace examination? Suwon continued with the routine. I am still confident of entering the palace examination, but I can't guarantee that I will be in the top 10 of the Jinshi exam. The current emperor is extremely talented, and every year he sets questions that are difficult for students. I don't know if the questions next year will be easier. Before Suwon could say this, Su Jing said it himself, and his expression instantly became extremely nervous, which showed that this was also what he was worried about. The provincial examination had passed, and he was also confident of the metropolitan examination, but he was a little unsure about the final palace examination. In his term, the questions in the palace examination were the most difficult, and they were about flood control. According to the rules, Su Jing is now a jiren, but the documents have not been issued yet, so he is still a scholar. He ranked second in this provincial examination, but when this year's imperial examination is over, whether he passes the Jinshi exam or not, his family will be exempted from taxes based on his title of jiren, and he will also receive 2 taels of subsidy silver plus 5 dough of rice every month. It is precisely because of this that He Jialon's family has completely set their sights on Su Jing. Then, Big Brother, have you ever thought about what questions the emperor will ask? Suwon continued to ask him. Su Jing did not hide anything and told her his thoughts truthfully. According to the questions in previous years, the questions are either policy essays or poems and essays. The current emperor loves poems and essays. Students all say that this year's exam is more likely to be about poems and essays. Suwon nodded knowingly and said his thoughts naturally. Big Brother, I don't know whether I should say something or not. Women should not discuss politics. This is punishable by death, but since it concerns Big Brother's future, I still want to say a few more words. Suwon deliberately moved to Su Jing's side and whispered to him. After all, what she was going to say next was about political affairs. In this feudal and rigid era, it was taboo for women to say these things. Su Jing also realized that what she was going to say was not something that could be heard by others, but Suwon said it was about his future, and based on the few times he and Suwon had been together, she was not a reckless person, and he believed that she was not groundless. Wanwan, please speak softly. Su Jing even looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. With his elder brother's permission, Suwon began to speak frankly. Brother, in my opinion, why don't we make 2 plans, policy essays and poetry? You have to bet on either question. As for poetry, I believe it is not a problem for you, but as for policy essays, you have to think about it carefully. It's better to be safe than sorry. I heard that there are frequent floods in many places in our Jin state. The emperor is very worried. He often can't sleep at night because he can't get a good policy essay to deal with it. He is furious in the court. I thought, if the emperor wants to collect good strategies in this year's palace examination, he will ask questions related to flood control. Brother, you are not completely unprepared. Moreover, even if the emperor doesn't ask this question, if you enter the official career in the future, you will inevitably share the emperor's worries. It is also beneficial to accumulate more good strategies for flood control. After listening to this, Su Jing's expression instantly became serious. What Suwon said made so much sense. From some aspects, it is indeed very likely that this year's policy topic will be about flood control. He has also heard recently that the people in the Shuanhe River Basin are suffering. In recent years, floods have occurred almost every year. The officials sent to control the water only know how to fill in the gaps, and they can't solve the problem fundamentally. However, disasters continue and taxes are not reduced, resulting in the Shuanha River basin being very barren. It rains a lot in spring. At the beginning of the year, Qinghe County also participated in the collection of donated relief grain. All localities are opening granaries to help the disaster area, but as long as the floods are not eliminated, the people of Shuanha will not have peace. Qinghe County has never had a flood. At most, there were only landslides and river dam bursts, and the consequences were not serious. I realize today that I have never known how to be prepared for danger in a stable place like this. If it weren't for Wanwan's words, which enlightened me, I would probably still be trapped in poetry, songs, and romance. As Wanwan said, even if the topic of the palace examination is not this flood control strategy, if I become a scholar in the future, I should study the flood control strategy to share the worries of the emperor and the people. Su Jing's mind is really fast. He is not an old-fashioned scholar who can only read books. He knows how to adapt and accept and adopt suggestions from others. If he becomes an official in the future, the people will only need officials like him who listen to advice, and not those superiors who only act on their own and are stubborn. It's right for you to think so, brother. So, we still have to look at the real world and not confine ourselves to a corner. Suwon was glad that her brother was easy to deal with. If he was a bit stubborn, he wouldn't be able to change his mind so quickly. Don't worry, Wanwan, after a reminder, I will look for more books about flood control. The flood in Shuanha River has been a chronic disease for many years. There are many ancestors who went there to explore the way, and they always left some useful records. He was right. There were many officials who went to Shuanha River to control floods in all dynasties, and they always left some useful information. I believe in my brother. Suwon achieved her goal and smiled brightly. However, Su Jing's doubts also came immediately. Wanwan, how do you know all this and understand so much? Suwon heard this, and the smile on her face almost fell. She didn't think of the right words, and her lips stammered a few times, hesitatingly making up an excuse. I heard a table of tea drinkers talking about this at the market today, and I thought of these hidden dangers, and I felt uneasy. So I hurried to remind you, brother, that the spring examination will be after the new year, and there is not much time left for you to prepare. Moreover, I have been in the Gu family for more than 10 years. Master Gu traveled all over the country to do business, and he saw and heard a wide range of things. When he came back from business, he would often talk about these political and practical affairs, so I listened to a lot, so I naturally understood more. Her words were flawless, and Su Jing did not doubt it at all after listening to it, but nodded approvingly. Sure enough, children raised in wealthy families have broad horizons and knowledge. I have to admit this, so I need to work harder in the future to fight for a bright future for myself, and let my descendants all be knowledgeable people. Although Su Jing hated the arrogance and contempt of those rich people, he had to admit that they knew more than you. It's great that Big Brother has such an idea. Hee. After Suwon was smart, she laughed a little silly. She silently comforted herself in her heart. Fortunately, she was smart and fooled it. If people knew that you have the ability to predict, you will be regarded as a witch and dragged to sacrifice to the sky, right? Wanwan, what are your insights on flood control? Su Jing started to get excited about this fact, and actually pulled Suwon to talk. Suwon was also happy to tell him everything she knew. I think we should encourage afforestation in the Shuanha River basin. Trees and vegetation can effectively block some silt and alleviate the problem of silt coverage in the lower river basin. It is also necessary to build more dams. On this basis, we must widen and deepen the riverbed, which is also a way to contain floods. Or we can dig canals to divert water and connect the water source to some areas with less precipitation, which can also effectively prevent and control droughts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, this project is huge and consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. It cannot be completed overnight, and it is a bit costly. There is also post-disaster reconstruction, which can adopt the method of work for relief, integrating soldiers and civilians. In this way, the victims can also participate in post-disaster reconstruction, exchange labor for food, and speed up the reconstruction progress. Wow, Suwon understood a lot, almost everything. Su Jing felt that he didn't even need to look up any classics. Just listening to what she said made sense. All the methods she proposed are feasible, much more useful than just filling up the dam. At least they can improve the local situation. Su Jing's face was full of surprise, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Wan was both exciting and incredible. Brother, why are you looking at me like that?
Su Wan felt guilty.
Wan, you are so awesome. If you were a man, what would we have to do? Su Jing almost regarded his sister as an object of worship. But fortunately, she didn't question her. Su Wan thought to herself, otherwise she wouldn't know how to explain that these knowledge and ideas could not be found in books. However, she also understood these by virtue of her convenience in the future and the development of the internet, and it had nothing to do with whether she was smart or not. There's no way, brother, I'm a girl. She deliberately made a joke to make Su Jing laugh. It has been half an hour since she came in, and the two brothers are still waiting outside. She should leave after completing her task. Brother, there is one last thing. What is it? After this, Su Jing has taken everything Su Wan said very seriously. That's right, my fourth brother and I have discussed going to the state capital to sell shikima before the New Year's Day, and by the way, take a look at the state capital's New Year's Day Lantern Festival. We haven't seen it yet, so we want to see the world. Can you come with us at that time? It's just that my brother is about to take the exam, and he must have overworked his brain, so he should relax. Su Wan wanted to invite Su Jing to the New Year's Day Lantern Festival. It would be the New Year in less than half a month after the New Year. She wanted to think of a way to keep her brother until the New Year and prevent him from returning to the academy. In this way, Zhao Xiyun and the others would not be able to succeed in their evil plan. However, she had to use some self-torture tactics, otherwise what if she couldn't keep her brother? She couldn't tell the truth, because no one would believe it. Why do you suddenly want to go to the Lantern Festival? Will my parents agree? Su Jing is worthy of being a brother to Su Yun, and he said exactly the same thing. Fourth brother wants to go, fifth brother also wants to go, we all want to go, but the key is that we have never seen the world and want to join in the fun. In addition, a few days before the Lantern Festival, there will definitely be many people from nearby counties and towns going to the provincial capital to watch the Lantern Festival. With such a good opportunity, of course we have to make a fortune. Watching the Lantern Festival is secondary, and making money is also secondary. The main thing is to coax the eldest brother out of the academy. At the same time, Su Yi, who was sitting at home, sneezed suddenly. Jiang Yu, who was painting with him, asked him if he had caught a cold. Su Yi shook his head and said that it was just his nose that was a little itchy. He never said that he wanted to go to the Lantern Festival. Of course, he thought about it in his heart. But the closer it is to the exam, the more I should not waste any time preparing for the exam. How can it be considered a waste of time? It's not a waste of time to go out and see the world. The knowledge in books is too rigid. Everything you see is learning. Brother, believe me, this trip will be worthwhile. Su Wan was determined to pull him along, shaking his arm and begging him, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Su Jing couldn't stand her coquetry, smiled dotingly, and tapped her forehead with his fingertips. I really can't do anything about you. Can I promise you? Keep your word, big brother. Please ask for leave from the academy in advance, and come back 3 days in advance, okay? Remember to bring the books you want to read and the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, so you can read at home. Su Wan's words were full of routines, but Su Jing saw that his sister had a filter and didn't doubt it at all. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then you are not allowed to regret it. If big brother regrets it, I will be angry. Su Wan deliberately frowned and made the consequences sound very serious. Su Jing was amused by her. His sister was the cutest. Finally, Su Wan left the academy contentedly. The two brothers squatted at the gate of the academy and waited for more than half an hour. It felt like they were going to grow beards. The first time Su Yun saw her, he complained, "Su Wan, aunt, you are finally back. If you don't come again, my grave will be overgrown with grass." Nonsense, fourth brother. Don't say such unlucky things. It's not appropriate for a young man to say that grass grows on the grave. Su Wan made a gesture to silence him. What did you talk to your eldest brother? You talked for so long. Su Chen didn't have such a big grudge. Nothing, just a few words of family matters.
She didn't tell them what she said one by one.
A few words of family matters can take half an hour to talk. Su Yun didn't believe it. My elder brother also took me to visit the academy, so we were delayed for a while. Now Su Wan doesn't even draft her lies. She has become the person she hates after all. However, she is telling white lies, and she began to attack herself.
Okay. Suyun mater.
Both brothers carried a lot of things. Only Su Wan had nothing. On the way, he went to Grandma Kai's house to buy 2 chickens and paid extra to buy an old hen that no longer laid eggs, ready to wait for Su's mother to come back so that she could stew it for her to replenish her body. When he came back, Zhang Yu and Su Yi were still painting. He was also bored at home, so Su Yi asked Zhang Yu if he could paint. Zhang Yu said he knew a little bit, so the two began to compete. They also agreed to paint the same content. Su Yi suggested painting Su Wan, and Zhang Yu also had the same idea, so the two began to paint tacitly. Su Yi was too focused and didn't notice that Su Wan had come back and was standing behind him silently. Seeing the people in their paintings, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, because they were all painting themselves. Zhang Yu had finished, and was quite satisfied with his own pace. The Su Wan he painted was in a posture of looking up at the sky with a faint smile on her face. At first glance, the painting was quite vivid, but when you look at Su Yi's, you can immediately see the difference. Su Wan in Su Yi's painting was a figure with her back to the painting, her face turned around, revealing 60% of her features, still smiling, but he even painted the dimples at the corners of her mouth to show her expression. Su Wan had bought him a fine brush for drawing before, and he painted those details vividly. Even the hair was so real. The eyelashes were clearly visible and very vivid. If Zhang Yu's Su Wan was only 50% like, then the Su Wan in his painting was 90%, as if she was coming alive from the painting. Su Wan was about to say something, but Zhang Yu made a gesture to silence her, indicating that Su Yi was very focused at the moment and she should not be disturbed. Su Wan immediately shut up. Su Chun and Su Yun came over and were also stunned by the painting. They tacitly agreed not to disturb him. He looked up and found that his neck was numb. Su Wan was standing behind him, watching him paint. Su Yi's face turned red and he was about to block the painting, but was stopped by Su Wan. "Fifth brother, you are so great. I like this painting so much. Can you give it to me?" Su Wan loved this portrait very much. Whether it was the style of painting or the woman in the painting, she liked it very much. Instantly, she felt that she was sublimated and became taller and more noble. "You like it? But I feel it's not well painted." It was unexpected that Su Wan liked him, but he was too demanding of himself. "Is this not well painted? Fifth brother, are you going to be a god?" Su Wan thought. Are these artists so cruel to themselves? Su Yi blushed and was embarrassed to answer. "Fifth brother, I think you are only one opportunity away from success. Once the opportunity comes, you will be so popular that nothing can stop you." In the original novel, Fifth Brother was appreciated by a great scholar in the literary world in his later years. He took his paintings and publicized them everywhere. Finally, his paintings were passed to the emperor. The emperor, who loved these paintings, stamped them with a seal when he was happy. Fifth Brother became famous. Since then, he has spoken with his strength and quickly entered the literary world. He has a high status in the literary world. He is known as the youngest scholar in history and has the reputation of a painting fairy. Poetry, songs, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have been elegant things since ancient times. Those who have attainments in this area are collectively called scholars. Sister Wanwan, what you said is too exaggerated. I dare not accept it. I have no teacher and no power. How can I encounter any opportunities?
Suyi similet bitterli.
He was still too pessimistic. Brother Wu, relax. Gold shines wherever it is placed. You are still young, and opportunities are reserved for young people. I think Su Wan is right, Su Yi. Your talent in painting should not be underestimated. When I compare paintings with you, I am just an ordinary stone in front of you, dull and dull, while you are now a pearl covered in dust, waiting for the right person to find you and shine. Jiang Yu never bowed his head to anyone, but he lost convincingly. Sui heard this and took a look at his paintings. Okay, according to his standards, it is indeed not pleasing to the eye, but he smiled and said nothing. He is also very proud. Jiang Yu looked at Su Yi's slightly disgusted expression, raised his eyebrows, and disagreed. I said, I am just a little bit proficient. It doesn't matter if you are compared. It is not difficult to admit that others are better than you. Everyone has their own strengths. Su Wan couldn't put down the paintings of the fifth brother, just like getting a photo in modern times, and the person is very satisfied. Jiang Yu felt a little sour, looking at his portrait painting that no one wanted, and quietly put it away. Seeing this, Su Wan moved the paintings to her side. Don't throw it away. I'll keep this one too. They're all paintings of me, and this is the first time I've been painted by someone, so it's very worthwhile to collect. Su Wan blew the paint on the two paintings completely dry, and then stacked them neatly. At that moment, Jiang Yu was comforted. Although she liked the paintings of her by her fifth brother more, it was good enough that she was willing to accept it with all her might. Come on, fifth brother, I believe in you. Su Wan raised a very bright smile to Su Yi, which instantly calmed Su Yi's still somewhat erratic heart. Not bad. Fifth brother, I didn't expect you to be so good. Su Yan looked at his twin brothers with such admiration for the first time. In order to welcome Su's father and mother home, the brothers and sisters made preparations early. They got up early in the morning to boil water, kill chickens, and cut fish. Su Yan also had to make braised pork for his parents to taste. His braised pork won praise from all the staff, and I believe that Su's father will also like it very much. The couple came back the next afternoon. Su Chen was specially sent by Su Wan to pick them up halfway. His parents had been working in the mine for several years, carrying large and small bags back. They were a little tired after walking for a long time. Su Chen took the warm water and shikima prepared by Su Wan to fill their stomachs and quench their thirst. Seeing her son waiting for her, Su's mother felt warm in her heart. Perhaps this is the benefit of having many children. Aiken, why are you here? Mom, Wanwan asked me to pick you up. She and the fourth and fifth children have prepared meals at home and are waiting for you. This is the water and food prepared by Wanwan. Su Chen never took credit for himself. He also wanted his parents to know more about Wanwan. Let them know that their biological daughter is also filial. Wanwan is really thoughtful. It's all because of my daughter's thoughtfulness. It's true. Su's mother was very pleased. To say something from the bottom of her heart, Yaya is not as thoughtful as Wanwan. Yes, Wanwan knew you were going home, so she bought chickens, fish, and meat, hoping to have a good meal when you came back. She also cut cloth into cotton for Dad and Mom so that they could make new winter clothes for the new year. Su Chen wanted to tell all the good things about Su Wan. When Su's father and mother heard about their daughter's behavior, they didn't know what they felt in their hearts. Now that they thought about it, they were indebted after all, and they should try their best to make up for the lack of family affection between them after they returned. Su's mother's eyes were filled with tears. Thinking back to the past, all the truth came so suddenly that she didn't know how to face it. Facing the return of her own daughter, she was afraid that she would look down on the conditions of the family, afraid of being blamed, and eager to escape. Mom, don't cry. I will tell you about the recent situation at home. Along the way, Su Chen told his parents about what happened recently at home, including the fact that Su Yun earned nearly 100 taels of silver by selling shikima. There was also the fact that Jiang Yu was still staying at home. Before going to the mine, he had briefly told Su Wan and Su Mu about saving people, so as to remind them to be polite to them when they returned home. After all, they had spent money to continue living in the Su family, and they always helped them on weekdays. Now they were good friends, so they should treat them with courtesy. Su's father and mother were both hospitable and polite people, and they understood this truth. Back in the village, there was smoke coming out of their yard, and Su Wan stood at the end of the path and waved at them from a distance. She also had parents and brothers, and she would not be lonely anymore. Dad, Mom, welcome home." Suwon called them sweetly after approaching. Su's father and mother quickly agreed. Su's father came forward and looked his daughter up and down. As expected of his daughter, she was born beautiful, and it was a great honor for her as a father. "Good child, you have been tired at home, and you look thinner." In fact, Suwon was not thin, but in the eyes of the elders, she was thinner after not seeing her for a long time. "I'm not tired. My brothers are doing everything. I'm just doing odd jobs." She gave some advice. Now Soo-yeon is the one who takes the brunt of the work. With enough manpower, she doesn't have to do anything herself, such as making shakima or cooking. She just needs to move her mouth. Mother Soo stepped forward and held Soo-won's hand in her palm. She looked at her with a loving face. She was wearing a newly made floral dress with lavender flowers, which was very playful. She tied a simple braid, but it couldn't hide her temperament. A good-looking person would look good even in a sack. "It's cold outside. Let's go home and talk, kid." Facing the intimacy of Mother Soo and Father Soo, Suwon didn't react. She looked at her third brother, who nodded and smiled at her, meaning to let her feel at ease. She had never been treated like this by her elders before. She had the urge to cry. Since she was sensible, she had only faced various inexplicable scoldings from her aunt and her uncle's indifference. If she doesn't learn to be optimistic, she might just trap herself in a cage, become paranoid, and become depressed. Su's mother took her home, and Soo-yeon and Soo-yi ran out when they heard the sound. Soo-yeon was still wearing an apron, holding a spatula with a wooden handle. "Mom and Dad are back, and we can have dinner soon. Today is New Year's Day, and there are chicken, fish, and meat." After greeting, thinking about the braised pork in the pot, he hurried back to the kitchen. Soo-yi also called Mom and Dad obediently and took the initiative to take their bags. Jong-yu wore a lavender robe with round patterns today, and his high ponytail was also very exquisite. He really loves purple, and this color also represents elegance and dignity. It is said that if you want to be pretty, you must be in filial piety, and a high ponytail is the best dowry for a man. He came over and performed a very formal etiquette for Su's father and mother. "Ask Uncle Soo and Aunt Soo how they are. I am here to be polite." Su's mother had never seen such a scene before. They were common people and seldom had the chance to deal with such people. The third son said that Jong-yu was the son of a wealthy family, so it was normal for him to be well-mannered. However, they were really amazed by Jong-yu's appearance and demeanor, which was also extraordinary. "Don't be so reserved, just be casual, Mr. Jong." Jong-yu was not reserved, but Su's father and mother were very reserved, especially in their own home. "Uncle and aunt are too formal, just call me Jong-yu. I am good friends with several brothers of the Soo family, and also good friends with Wan, and I have to bother you for a while, so uncle and aunt should just be casual, and don't be bound by red tape."